Cashback with upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Palma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Aftershock, the West Coast's largest rock, metal, and punk festival returns to Sacramento this October with My Chemical Romance. When you got me what you want to know, we'll carry you. Tool. Limp Bizkit. Pierce the Veil. Plus, Suicide Boys, Queens of the Stone Age, The Offspring, A Day to Remember, Wu-Tang Clan, Sublime, Danny Elfman, Baby Metal, Public Enemy, Circa Survive, and so many more. 4 days, 135 plus bands, 5 stages. Aftershock takes over Discovery Park October 1st through 4th. My Chemical Romance, Tool, Limp Bizkit, Pierce the Veil. All 4 day, single day, and premium passes are on sale now, starting at only $1 down. Get yours at AftershockFestival.com.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
It's the Good Guys 42nd All-American Get-Together. High-octane Good Guys Autocross racing action. Explore the Dead End Magazine Lowrider Showcase and more. March 28th and 29th in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
If your home seems colder this winter than it should be, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows. As the Bay Area's largest Marvin reseller, Golden State Lumber and Showroom is proclaiming this a month of Marvin. As an Energy Star partner, Marvin offers durable, energy-efficient products that can lower your energy bill. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Scroll down to Windows and Doors and visit the showroom near you. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headaches. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Causing quite a bit of a slowdown.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
A crash blocking the 2 right lanes.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Award-winning Honda hybrids with incredible fuel efficiency? There's a Honda for that. Shop the spring event now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house. house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Spring is here and the shopping list is long. Time to make a Lowe's run. Buy 3 bags, get 3 free of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil. Plus, right now members can earn 4 times the points on an eligible purchase. Start spring off strong with these deals and more. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/25 while supplies last. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. One-time only offer.
In San Francisco today, plenty of sunshine and a high of 87.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, hello there. Good morning to everybody out there on this wonderful Normal 9 Payday Friday morning. This is Sam Loveman. Usually I produce the show, but today I am going to be your host and driver, so thank you for joining us this morning. Good morning to everybody out there. Good morning to Steven Risotto, manning it behind the glass all by himself this morning. Good job this morning, Risotto. And, of course, good morning to my co-host for the day, the one, the only, Joe Shasky, the Butcher Boy. Good morning, bud. You're all decked out this morning in your orange and black. I liked it.
Well, it's baseball time. It's go time.
A week away from the Giants opening day. There's opening night next Wednesday, but then the Giants are doing their own opening day still on Friday because opening day is still, a San Francisco staple here in this city, and the Giants are they're standing by that.
Yeah, I'm going to be out there Wednesday night with the credential, and then on Friday I'm bringing the family. So I'm just a question to those who do the opening day ritual thing. Now, I know this is not exclusive to just San Francisco natives, but in San Francisco, growing up, when we used to go to camps, my dad used to take us to all the opening days. I know that's not, exclusive to just the Shasky family, but
no, it's good. I mean, I've missed a lot of opening days too in my life because it's not always an easy ticket to get. So that's awesome. You're able to get so many.
Pops used to take us out of school when we would go to the games, and ever since they opened up Pac Bell, AT&T, Oracle, whatever you want to call it, I've always made a tradition to go out to opening day. And as far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster, but I also always remember, that's from Goodfellas, I always would go to opening day. And it was like a ritual with me and the homies, okay? And as we've gotten older and everyone's got their families and everything like that, you want to bestow that same tradition upon your family. And so I know this is not a San Francisco native thing, but for me and my boys, opening day was like the beginning of summer, and it was the best time of the year for everybody who was a native San Franciscan to go see each other. And you do a couple of laps, and you end up at the bar, and everybody's chopping it up, and it was like one big San Francisco reunion. And so this year is the first time I can remember where they're actually going to have a night game to start the year. And I just wonder, what is everyone going to choose to be the actual ceremonial opening day? Is it actually opening day on that Friday, which is more of a 1:30 start?
Yeah, the 1:35 standard time.
Or are we going to treat Wednesday, middle of the day, as the opening day? Because the last, 10 to 15 years that I can remember when they open at home, they've opened on a Friday.
Yeah, when they've opened at home on a Friday, it's usually been after they've already played several baseball games because they've usually been opening on the road. So right off the bat, this is different. They're opening at home for the first time since 2022, which obviously they were supposed to open on the road that year, but because of that whole lockout thing, that changed. I'll say this, Chassis, the way I think the Giants are viewing it, and then maybe we can get into how others are viewing it, it feels like Wednesday night, it's kind of like MLB's opening night.
Agreed. Featuring
the Giants and the New York Yankees on Netflix. And that's like, you know how the NFL has their Thursday night kickoff? Uh-huh. You know, they start off, Chiefs versus whoever. We'll start off the season and, I guess it was Eagles and Cowboys this last year. That Thursday night kickoff game, that's kind of what I like in this Wednesday night game, too. It's kind of like the league as a whole is kicking off its season. They have one game that they're putting on the stage, Giants, Yankees, and welcome to Major League Baseball 2026. And then Friday is the Giants opening day. That is the Giants saying, welcome to Giants baseball 2026. They're going to do all the standard stuff that they always do on opening days, the flyovers, the ceremonies, people walking out on the field. They'll honor somebody. They're going to have a first pitch being thrown out by a notable figure to be, announced later on. So that traditional opening day that you go to with your friends and you go socialize and stuff like that, that will probably be Friday. Wednesday is more of a national involvement, I guess, if that makes sense.
I want to hear from people that are fired up for Giants baseball because next week it's going to be a full-on push. And if you're going to go out to one of these games, which one are you going to and which one are you using as the family one? Now, look, I'll just raise my hand for myself. It's a lot easier taking my little guy to a day game than it is a night game, even though the game starts at 5 o'clock. Just nights more difficult. It's just
they get tired probably.
Yeah,
little
there's
guy
just
gets tired.
a lot
passes
involved.
bedtime.
You get tired. It's the end of the day. A night crowd tends to be a little older than a daytime crowd, just in general, and that's more my feel than it is advanced analytics.
Night crowd is older. Yeah, it sounds because the night crowds I've not so much in more recent years, but over time the night crowd's a little. Let's go with livelier.
Yeah. So I want to ask you what are your opening day rituals? I know that the A's for many years would have that nighttime game. Typically, it would coincide with around 3 to 4 hours after that Giants home opener, and they would have the beautiful East Bay sun shining down on the stadium as a night game was starting. And we had, the clocks obviously would kind of push themselves back in time so that you'd actually have the sun going down in the second, third, fourth inning. It was beautiful. So I just wonder what everyone's going to be doing. And I'm really fired up. We got Yankees, Giants, cuts are being made. The roster's starting to shape itself out.
Really quick, we'll get into the roster in just a moment because a lot of Giants news was breaking yesterday. They have cut their roster down to 42 players remaining in camp, 34 of the 40-man, and then they have 8 non-roster invitees. So they got to whittle this roster down a little bit more. We'll get into that in a minute. But opening day is a tradition for me, Shasky, obviously, and part of that tradition, and I'm old head on this, I'll admit this, the team who the Giants are playing does kind of matter to me. I always like it when we open up against a divisional opponent. Do you care one way or the other the Giants are opening their season against the Yankees? Are you for it against?
It's cool.
Okay.
But if I was running the team, I would want to open against a soft, random opponent because people are going to be excited to go anyway, right? What's the tougher sell? Yankees on opening day or Yankees in the middle of the season, it's Padres on opening day instead.
There's something, I will say when the Giants, when Netflix and Major League Baseball put the Giants up against the Yankees on opening night, there is a level where I feel like Major League Baseball is saying, hey, you are relevant. And that's a nice, I do like that they're kind of, they are kind of saying that because like they easily could have stuck us with Yankees Red Sox on opening night and everyone would have, assumed the position, whenever the Yankees and the Red Sox play, we must write about how it is the greatest thing in baseball history. They could have done Cubs Cardinals and captured the Heartland America and all the few people
Cardinals
there.
suck.
Yeah, exactly. And so it is kind of nice that the Giants are getting kind of put on that pedestal. I mean, they could have opened with Yankees Dodgers on opening night and really just, zero thought involved in making that one happen. But no, there is still a part of me. I'm fine with interleague being played year round, but the grumpy old man who yells at clouds inside of me, I don't like my National League team that's been around since 1883 opening up against an American League team. That sounds weird. Sounds weird and petty, but that's the things in my baseball mind that's how it works.
Giants Rays opening day where there were 2 Rays fans. It was so sad.
The whole fan base showed up.
It was so sad.
I thought it was Mariners last year, right?
2020, I forget what year it was.
Rizzo, it was Mariners last year, right? We opened against.
We had the Royals a couple years ago too.
Oh, that was the Matt Duffy reunion.
Yeah, we had the Royals a couple. So I'm going to be real with you. It doesn't matter who the opponent is because baseball opening day is more like the opening of kind of your entire summer.
Yeah. No, I say is the official first day of spring.
Yeah.
Is opening day and when summer, I feel like Memorial Day is kind of the official kickoff of summer, but I don't want to.
No, but I mean just more in your mind.
I hear you. I am hearing you coming from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed right here in San Francisco. We have a lot of fun stuff on this show today. We got a stacked guest list today.
We got a horrible show. We got a horrible show in front of us.
Yep, it's because
no one ever says that.
Well, yeah, it's because I'm hosting today, so that's why it's going to be horrible. We got a lot of guests today. We got Carl Dukes. From our sister station in Atlanta. He'll be joining us in the 7 o'clock hour. Why are we talking to someone from Atlanta? Well, it's the reunion we have all been waiting for. We have been waiting literally 6-ish weeks for this reunion. The Jonathan Kuminga.
Where is Kuminga?
He is in Atlanta, and we will be seeing him
cut
tomorrow.
A lot of my sounds and just using them.
Well, yeah, what do you think we're doing back there?
That's just you guys.
Actual work?
I love Pepper Jack.
There you go. I knew you were going to go for one of the I loves right there.
What is going on here?
So we're going to talk to Carl Dukes and just get the Atlanta side for how much the Kuminga crisis has been translating out there. I don't think it's much of a crisis out there for them. They've been loving them some Jonathan Kuminga. And since the Giants are making some roster moves, we're going to talk to Justice De Los Santos in the 8 o'clock hour. Might be in the 9 o'clock hour. Got to coordinate that with him. And then we talked about him a little bit yesterday, Shasky. Scott Ostler called it a career this week. He's a guy who I grew up reading in the Sporting Green every morning. You talked about his deep thoughts, cheap shots, and bon mots yesterday. And I love that you brought that up because that was every morning or every Sunday morning, I'd sit down at my breakfast table, and that was the first column I read every Sunday morning because I wanted to start off my Sunday with a little bit of a smile. And Scott Ostler's writing always did that for me. I'm very excited to have him on and share this moment with him. I've been very lucky over the last few years to kind of get to know him at covering Giants and A's games and other sporting events. And to go from, 8-year-old Sam Lubman reading Scott Ostler's stuff at the breakfast table as a kid to now I'm sitting in the dugout with him chopping it up about how, John Fisher, he's going to find a way to screw this up. That's just a cool arc for me that I've been able to enjoy. So I am very, very excited that I get to share this with you because you grew up on Scott Ostler and be able to share this with him this morning. So very, very fun stuff that we're going to be doing today. But we do have some not fun things to bring up, and that is one Hayden Birdsong. And you saw the reports kind of pop up earlier this week. It popped up a little bit last week, actually, as I was down in Scottsdale. Hayden Birdsong having arm issues? That's not good. At first, it was said, it's a forearm. It's not an elbow. Scott Boras was kind of trying to downplay it, it seemed like. Then earlier this week, news breaks. It's a grade 2 strain in the forearm and the UCL, which those are all the words that usually precede the words I'm about to say, Tommy John surgery. Real tough break for the young 24-year-old right-hander in Hayden Birdsong, who a year and a half ago, Shasky, he made his debut, and he had Giants fans thinking what could be possible. And it's just, it just You hate to see it for the kid.
Well, Hayden Birdsong going down is devastating on a variety of fronts. For the individual, the young man that you're hoping would be part of your rotation in the future, he showed promise and then kind of fell off a cliff. And I think about him going on the shelf, and I think about Randy Rodriguez going on the shelf. How different would your whole outlook of this year for their staff, for their bullpen, be if you had Randy Rodriguez as your closer at 25 years old and you had Birdsong as some factor either in the rotation or in the bullpen?
Swingman role, something like that, yeah.
When the Giants really turned the corner after Bonds, it was Kane coming into his own.
Mm-hmm.
It was Timmy coming into his own. Jonathan Sanchez. They developed their own. Eventually, Bumgarner would come up. A little taste in 2009, but primarily came up in 2010. When you develop your own pitching, you have cost-controlled assets for 5-6 years. And I look at where the Giants are at right now, and they're just devoid of pitching. The Dodgers obviously are spending mega money and have made tons of deals. Do they win the World Series without Yamamoto last year?
No.
Okay. Do they win the World Series without Dustin May and Glasnow during the regular season, even though Glasnow did get hurt? Or signing Tanner Scott? Do they win it all if they don't have Blake Snell, who only made like a dozen starts for them last year?
He made the starts when they mattered,
Exactly. They even brought up the young guy, Wobolewski, or however you pronounce his name.
They just find these guys.
Roki Sasaki. They've spent a ton of money. And I think one thing that ended the Giants dynasty was the overspending to try to fill the depleted pitching staff that they could not develop. They spent on Hudson, they spent on Peavy, they spent on Samardzija, they spent on Cueto, and they had to wait for those contracts to come off the books. And I look at where they're at right now, they've spent a ton of money on their lineup. Where they haven't spent a lot of money is in the arms.
Yeah.
And so you're hoping to develop those guys, and their pipeline is just very dry.
Well, you bring up the pipeline, then those deals, the Peavy and Hudson deals, Peavy was only here for a year or two after he got acquired in the trade. They needed the depth that year.
Well, they won it all and then re-signed him.
Yeah.
Which they shouldn't have done.
Well, yeah, that's the Giants' way. If you win a championship, we're going to throw a bunch of years and money at you because we don't want to let go of you. We want to hold on to those fun, fuzzy, warm memories of Jake Peavy screaming at himself on the mound in Game 1 against the Nationals in the division series. The Cueto deal, I liked the Cueto deal when it happened. You could tell, yes, the pitching depth was thinning out in the farm system, and I like that. The Samardzija signing he was a solid 3-4 starter at the time. But a big part of it, Shasky, is they have not been hitting on their draft picks in pitching. They really just haven't. Logan Webb is the outlier there, and he's been a smashing success. That the Sabian regime left for the Farhan regime. But other than that, remember when Tyler Beatty was supposed to be the guy? Remember when Kyle Crick was supposed to be the guy? Remember when Chris Heston was supposed to be the guy? Remember when Derek Rodriguez? Remember when you could make a list of all these guys. David Bednar was supposed to be in there at some point. They have not been hitting on these pitching draft picks, which is why they've had to go out into the free agent market and throw money at Adrian Hauser, and it's why they couldn't deal Robbie Ray last year. I think we had this conversation the other day. Do you regret not moving off of Robbie Ray last year? And I kind of came to that realization the last few weeks, that might have been the move to do that. I might have been wrong on that, but Robbie you need a pitcher right now, so you kind of need Robbie Ray.
And he's in the final year of his deal, and so you got to figure out what you're going to do with him. I'm just going to read you off the years, the guys that are on right now, the active roster before they make cuts. This is just your staff. 96, 94, this is what year they were born. 93, 98, 93, 96, 93, 94.
These guys are so young, right?
2001. That's one guy in the 2000s. 98, 97, 91, 98, 96, 98, 95, 96, 98. There's one guy, not named Hayden Birdsong, who was born in the 2000s. It's 2026. That's on their active San Francisco Giants roster right now. To give you a reflection of how little young arm development that they have right now. And so why did they make the move for Rafi Devers? Why was Harrison in that deal?
Well, clearly they figured that they needed the offensive punch, and I think there's a part of the Giants that probably figured, the development from Harrison is just not where they want it to be.
And they probably looked at themselves and said, well, we do have Wissenhunt. Mm-hmm. We do also have Birdsong. And even though we probably really like Kyle Harrison, you got to give to get.
You got to give from a position of, usually in those situations, you want to give from a position of depth.
Exactly. And I look at it, I'm glad they made the deal. I'm really glad they made the deal. But looking at it now, it's like,
Well, that's kind of the ironic
now
part.
Now that Birdsong's on the shelf, it just sucks because you don't have any young arms. Like Whisenhunt is not ready.
Well, that's kind of the irony of it as we are up against it here is that they were from a position of depth last year. Because remember, last year coming out of spring training, you felt really good with these young arms that you had. Landon Roop came out of nowhere to take that rotation spot. I was surprised that he got the rotation spot last year over Birdsong. Mm-hmm. Harrison, obviously, you felt that, he was supposed to be the top left-handed prospect in baseball at one point. Never mind the fact that the competition during that time wasn't very good. You felt good about him. And then here you are a year later. You're feeling Landon Roop, he's still in the rotation. You're feeling, I think, good about him. But that positional depth that you had, it is kind of gone by the wayside over the last year. So I am Sam Lubman. That over there is Joe Shasky. Off to my right is Steven Risotto. On the other side, tomorrow for the Warriors, it's kind of a big day. There's going to be an update on Stephen Curry. Want to get into that a little bit. We're still waiting for Steph to return. They got a big one against the Cade Cunningham-less Detroit Pistons tonight. And all of that on the game is going to be brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Waiting for the best time to buy a new Ford truck? It's now. Ford Truck Month is here at Ceremony Ford. Own the 2025 F-150. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash with zero down and zero payments. $490.
Chase Center on Saturday, April 4th. Enjoy an exclusive Q&A with a Warriors legend and ESPN reporter, Mark Spears. Then savor a dinner paired with world-class wines from Kendall Jackson and their esteemed partner wineries from across the Napa Valley and Sonoma County. Dinner on the Court, Saturday, April 4th. Tickets are $250. Get yours or enter to win a pair at kj.com/Warriors.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
March matchups are here and now, and you can trade the tournament in all 50 states with Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. This month marks our 40th anniversary. We're celebrating with the biggest sale ever. Every product store-wide will be 30% off. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 27th through March 29th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 27th through March 29th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Kick off the 2026 Bay Area hot rodding season at Good Guys 42nd All-American Get-Together, March 28th and 29th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For more info and your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets courtesy of Good Guys, visit 957thegame.com.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
Oh, it is The Morning Roast. Sam Lubman, though, on The Morning Roast, along with Joe Shasky. Getting a little Dancing Nancy's in here.
Yay!
Dave Matthews Band. I'm sure Steiny would love this if you weren't in Puerto Rico loving that a lot more. Tune in 4 Years Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Warriors and Pistons tonight. 4 o'clock tip. No Cade Cunningham for the Pistons, dealing with a collapsed lung. Yikes. That's not fun. No Steph Curry either, dealing with runner's knee. Still waiting for the recovery on that. And got a big update tomorrow, Shasky. The Warriors going to announce the latest health status of Stephen Curry. And when are we ever looking forward to a health update quite like we are on this one?
And that's today?
Tomorrow, I believe, is when that update comes out.
Are you okay? You going to make it through the show?
Yeah, we're doing good.
Okay.
It's that time of year, spring and stuff.
Okay.
The allergies start popping up, and it causes the nose to get stuffed up in very uncomfortable ways. And
okay. I was worried about you.
I end up making gross, weird noises, and then, of course, you get self-conscious and nervous about it, and that just makes the tics even worse.
I didn't mean to
honestly, it's fair. I mean, hey, how many times did we did it to you, too. So, now it's come back on me.
Oh, boy.
We all good back there?
I don't know what's going on.
Did you just sneak into the show right there?
I don't know what's going on.
We're
Steph
doing good.
Update tomorrow?
Steph update is coming tomorrow, and want to get this because we saw him shooting some hoops or shooting around on the court at TD Garden the other night. I think we got that video, Risotto. I want to pull it up here on YouTube here. This video is taken courtesy of our friends over at WEEI in Boston, our sister station out there. And they got a clip of Steph Curry, as you can see right here on our YouTube channel. For those watching on YouTube, you can see that. For those listening on the radio, go check it out. It's on our Instagram as well once you're, in a safe place where you're not driving. But yeah, we see him here getting up some shots pregame at TD Garden here. Actually does look really good. You wanted to do this the other day. It's like, hey, can we figure out how to get this video up while we're talking? And I'm so glad this.
So you can see it's like a little light. I don't know. It's a little more rigorous than I thought it was. He's kind of backstepping, moving left, moving right, bouncing around. He looks pretty good. It's not a sprint, that's for sure, but it is definitely interesting to see how kind of loose and bouncy he is as he's getting shots up with his some sort of athletic headwear for, what do you call it, headphones?
Yeah, it's got his headphones in. It looks like that. Basically, honestly, I'll be honest, Chasky, it looks very similar to the shooting routine he does before home games. Or I guess road games, too. He does the same routine.
Yeah, he does it a lot quicker than that.
Yeah, so
he's moving well, but he's not running or sprinting at full speed. He's sidestepping.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks good.
He's looking fluid with it.
Yeah,
he's looking fluid. He's looking comfortable. It doesn't look like there's any laboring going on there. So it's nice to see him moving around. That said, the last update that we got that was 9 days ago on March 11th when the last the Warriors released the last official update.
Is it the left or right knee?
It was the right knee, I believe, right?
I don't know.
We got a 50-50 chance of getting that one right. But the last update that they had was that the reevaluation indicated that Curry continues to make good progress. He has been working out individually on the court in recent days, and those workouts, based on his continued progress, will continue to intensify. He will be reevaluated again in 10 days. Again, that was 9 days ago. So tomorrow, the next update. Chassie, you've been kind of, I guess, pessimistic on the notion of Steph returning, skeptical, there's the better word, skeptical on the notion of Steph not just returning, sooner rather than later, but just kind of at all. New information means you can change your opinion up. Tomorrow, what does that injury update need to include for you to be like, you know what? I'm feeling a little bit more optimistic about Steph coming back.
I'm hoping that we get some sort of he will start on court scrimmages in maybe 3-on-3 or 5-on-5 settings. That's what I'm hoping, meaning they have a target date for when he can kind of practice with the rest of the team.
I agree. I think that's what I need to see there as well. I guess on YouTube we're playing the audio of the video as well. So Rizzo, maybe we can cut away from the video. That's something we can workshop for later on there. So
it looks good though.
It does look good. Yeah. So apologize to everyone in the chat if the video was a little too loud and you were not able to hear us. This is why we like to experiment at 6:30 in the morning, especially when the boss is not in. Matt Nahegan is on assignment this week. So yeah, we do some little bit of experimenting there. I want to see on-court work with other guys. Like that's what I need to see in this next one there.
I mean, look, we're already at the 20th, so I was hopeful that maybe he can return around the 25th. Mm-hmm. That's kind of my line of demarcation. If he's not back by April 1st.
That's kind of what I was asking next. Is there a point of no return where it's like if he's still not back or he's still not practicing with other people by this point, I don't know what you do there.
Well, if you look at it from this point, next Wednesday, meaning this upcoming Wednesday, is the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
The following Wednesday, which would be about a week and a half away, is April 1st. They play April 1st, April 2nd, back-to-back.
Mm-hmm.
Then Sunday the 5th, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, which is a back-to-back, Sunday. I mean, if he's not back by the 1st, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's 7 games left in the season starting on the 1st. And 2 of those would be back-to-backs. So realistically, he would come back for 5 games of the regular season?
And is that enough of a ramp-up? I'll say this because Nick Friedel joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. He talked a little bit about it. The worst thing, I think, is if this update tomorrow sounds a lot like the update from March 11th.
Yeah,
and that would suggest that there's not a lot of progress there. And that, if you're not moving forward on this one, you're basically moving backwards health-wise. And if there's no progression in the update tomorrow, you're going to start to feel a little bit more pessimistic. You mentioned him having a runway here. Nick Friedel joining Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Of course, Nick, he joins us as well. Odyssey NBA insider, covers the Warriors for The Athletic. Here's what he had to say about Curry getting a runway before the regular season ends.
He wants to have 5 or 6 games. You know, he wants that runway to play your 20 minutes, and I'm sure he'll be on a minutes restriction whenever he does get back. But this is also not, hey, we're going to sit him till the play-in, and then we're going to run him back for the play-in game, whether it's in Portland or otherwise, and he's just going to play and he's going to be all right. That's not going to happen. If we don't see Steph here in the next few weeks, then we can start talking about, all right, there's not enough time and let's pull the plug. But I still believe he's going to be there in Dibbs. I think in the next, it feels like week, we're going to get that email that says, hey, he started to do more in practice. He's going through some scrimmages and he's getting real close.
So that's Nick Friedel. And again, he's around this team a lot more than we are. He sees a lot more than what we see. So based on what he's saying there, again, they want the ramp up, which is what we were just discussing. And is it possible then, by what he kind of says there at the end, can you allow yourself to kind of maybe get excited that he could be progressing in his return, and that update will include that information tomorrow? Based on what Nick's saying there, he thinks it could be possible in the next few days. We could get that, he's scrimmaging with other guys update, which would be a massive step forward, obviously, in getting him back on the court with enough time to get ready for the play-in, which apparently, we are getting ready for the play-in now, as Steve Kerr said yesterday or the other night.
It's just...
The standards are just so great. Hey, we might be able to get Steph back in time to get ready for that 9-10 play-in game.
Look, I just think we need to be realistic about this. And I saw a quote that was circulating across the internet. Nick Friedel saying that, no one wants to see Steph Curry in the playoffs. And well, yeah, no one wants to see Steph Curry, but there's 4 other guys that would have to be on the court at the same time as Steph to compete. And I'm sorry, I don't think people in the league fear the Warriors at all.
No, not at all.
Curry individually, they respect to the highest degree.
Of course.
He's also almost 40, coming off an injury, rusty. Like, we have to temper our expectations here.
Yeah, the line we used to always use, if you have Steph, you have a chance. And if you have Steph, yeah, you have a chance for something fun to happen in that game. But us, it's like, if the Warriors are in that 7-8 game, which they're a game out of the 8th spot behind the Clippers, so that's not, impossible to happen, then I'm probably leaning more forward in terms of just what might be possible. If you got to be on the road in that 9-10 game against a Portland Trailblazers team that, for whatever reason, has cracked the code on how to beat this Warriors team, I don't think it's a complex code, then there's a little bit of just like, why even bother at that point? But
Can I ask you a question about people reporting on your team, the content created around your team, just in general? It's something that I've noticed, whether it's the 49er beat, the Giants beat, the Warrior beat.
You can't ask me that question on the condition that it comes up on the other side, because we are up against it on this break here.
I just don't understand the over-the-top, optimistic, goopity glop that I see out there regarding these teams that is not based in reality. It's like a fan fiction. I don't even know. I want to get into it.
If you got a question, myself, Steven Risotto, two guys here who spend a lot of time on various sports beats, we could peel that one back a little bit. But first, I got to tell you about the incredible chance we're giving all of our listeners, which is to play Knockout at Chase Center on Monday, April 6th. That's coming up very soon. Listen this entire week, ending today, right after the injury report, which is around 8 o'clock, for your chance to win something that money can't buy. It all continues today. For more information, go to 957thegame.com. Knockout is presented by Beam Law, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they have got your back, Bay Area. Richie, Queens, I see you. We're going to ask you about opening day. Don't go anywhere. We'll get you on the other side. All that brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Get ready, Bay Area. It's the first California rivalry match of the season. Bay FC takes on Angel City FC on Saturday, March 21st at 5:45 p.m. for the Women's Empowerment match at PayPal Park. It's more than a match. It's a celebration of the powerful women leading Bay FC today and the Trailblazers who paved the way. Expect fast-paced action, unforgettable moments, and energy you can feel in every corner of the stadium. You don't want to sit this one out. Buy your tickets now and be a part of the first big showdown of the season.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Patrick from Alameda. Elian was great, good communication and prompt. Quickly fixed my door spring and then explained some other aspects of the garage door and what to look for in the future. Thank you, RNS.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. You're listening to Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Sup, Steve? Said my name wrong, though. It's actually pronounced Sam Lubman, not Joe Spadoni. Joe Shasky is here, though. It is the Morning Roast on this wonderful, normal, standard Friday, brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got a Steph injury update tomorrow, so we'll be keeping our eyes and ears open for that one going into this weekend. But we are a week away from the Giants opening day, not MLB's opening night, the Giants opening day. And Shasky, you start out the show by talking about opening day traditions, and 888-957-9570 as we are a week out from the Giants opening day. We want to know what your favorite opening day traditions, memories, what have you. Call in and share it all with us. Also, if you have any thoughts on the Giants roster, there's another roster move that was made yesterday we haven't even gotten into yet. I know you're going to have some thoughts on that. We'll get to that in a moment. First things first, though, I want to get to our guy in Queens, Richie. I know we can always talk Giants with Richie in Queens. How you doing today, Richie? How are we doing today, Richie? Richie's does not have the gift for gab on this Friday morning. Try again, Richie. You know the number, 888-957-9570. We're going to get into some other Giants roster moves that were made yesterday. A big one that was made that I'm sure is going to be pissing off a few members of the fan base. But before we do that, get into that conversation, Joe Shasky, you wanted to ask a question to me. You sort of threw it at me before the break, but for those just joining us here on the Morning Roast, Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky, what was that question that you wanted to get into?
I'm fascinated by the consumption of content, media, journalism, information, opinion giving in general, right? So, for example, I find it bizarre that Skip Bayless could, for 15 years, bash LeBron James for not being clutch. Then he wins a couple championships and shows and demonstrates that he is very, very, very clutch. And then come on the next day and continue to beat the same drum, even though the thing I just watched last night completely disproves his 15-year narrative. And now you got to give the guy a little bit of props, and you refuse to do it, and it feels like a bit. And I don't get it. And yet, for some reason, there are some people out there who love Skip Bayless. Now, I know some of
they do exist. I agree. They do exist.
It's an entertainment thing, but I find that bizarre, okay? I find it bizarre that everything that, and I'm going to use a local example as we talk about Scott Officer. I'm not the biggest Ray Ratto fan when it comes to his journalism, like his actual writing in his columns. You know why? Everything is steeped in nothing matters, everything's negative, and nothing matters. Well, then why am I reading? If you can never be happy at any point, and nothing will ever satisfy you, and you can't tip the cap a little or throw me a changeup or a curveball, you are beating the same drum cadence for 35 years. I'm over. I'm out. I'm out on that.
Yeah, no,
and I know that there are others that respect that cynical viewpoint, and I get all that.
Some people like the bitterness. I don't know why. It's, we're a very odd society in that sense. The Ray Ratto thing, I grew up on his columns as well, and I will say when I finally did get to meet Ray and the fact that his personality is exactly like his writing, I kind of enjoyed it after a while. I always remember I
actually thought it was a shtick, and I think he's kind of a jerk to some people, and that's why I don't like him. And I think he's not a good dude. And I'd say it to his face, and I did, and that's why we don't get along.
Oh, well, no shock there.
I just keep it real.
I enjoyed Ray. Again, I didn't cross paths with him that much here because, again, I was doing mornings. He was stuck in the afternoon, but I always enjoyed when Ray Ratto came in because he usually arrived at the station right around when I was leaving. So, when Ray would walk in, it's like, oh, awesome, it's time for me to go home. And we would joke about that. I remember one time we were just joking around, and I asked Ray, it's like, hey, Ray, you haven't said anything mean to me yet today. He's like, oh, I want to put your face in a farm thresher. There's the Ray Ratto we know and love. He would love to talk about this Sharks team. By the way, rough loss for Sharks last night, 5-0 to the Buffalo Sabres. But no, to your point though, with Ray Ratto, no, let's with Ray, and I mean this with all respect for Ray, but there is
him. I was going somewhere with it.
Okay, we can move on.
I look at the Niners beat, right? Look at the Niners beat. Everybody who watches the Niners knows that there are two guys that have completely polar opposite points of view. Mm-hmm. There's the Grant Cohn, everything is negative.
Everything's the worst thing ever.
Now, I find some of the nuances within his own opinions. I don't think everything is that negative. I do believe that he picks and chooses when to critique and when to give him a little bit of love. I do. Now, I also think that there are times I'm like, Grant, come on. You got to give him a little bit of love. They're way better than what you're giving him. But again, I also like Grant as a person, so I'm more apt to consuming his product. But there are times I'm watching him and I love him. I'll tell it to his face. I might do a show with him this morning. And I say to him, hey, Grant, they've been wildly successful. Come on, man. Come on. And then he'll laugh a little and whatever. Then on the other side, there's David Lombardi, where the Niners could do no wrong. And you would think they just won the last 7 championships. And not only is Brock Purdy the greatest quarterback who ever lived, he might be the best athlete ever. And every pass he's ever thrown is picture perfect. And every call that Kyle's ever made and every roster decision was exactly the right one. Now, I'm like, guys.
It's not all candy and unicorns. It's not all everything is awful, the sky is falling. There's a middle ground. It's not exactly. And, I agree with you. And I don't think this is just for sports. I think this is for, and I'm not
life in these general. Guys. They've been extremely wildly profitable and popular.
Well, I think they're both successful in their own way. Like the Grant aspect of it. I do think there is something like the bitter sports fan. That it's in all of us.
I'm okay with that. Like, look at the Philadelphia fan base.
There is a part of sports fandom that I think we like to just be angry and negative about it. We just like to complain. We just like to yell and bitch and moan about it. Sure. Oh, the Giants, they screwed this up. They shouldn't have done this. Or, oh, I can't believe that. There is something about fandom that what I think is fun to complain about the negativity is that at the end of the day, and this is why I love sports, Joe, at the end of the day, the worst thing that happens in the world of sports, 90% of the time, it's not that awful in the grand scheme of things.
No, but it's the distraction.
No, but that's what makes, you can yell and complain and bitch about it because it's not the end of the world. Like, oh, I can't believe Brock Purdy, he threw that interception. He's the worst thing ever. He's not the worst thing ever. You're mad about the interception. You just want to vent and get it out. I do think there is that level of you just want to vent your negativity sometimes because it feels good. It's cathartic. It's therapeutic. I'm
venting and negative all the time. This is where I'm going with this though, Sam. If everything I open up and I read and consume from you is, well, the Warriors are going to have the Rookie of the Year. The Warriors are going to win it all. Steph Curry's the greatest player who ever lived. He's better than Jordan. They've made no decisions that are wrong. Steve Kerr's the greatest coach who has not one fault on his resume. Like, if you heard that every single day, right? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it become very predictable?
Well, also because I think everyone, sports fans, especially in the Bay Area, we're not idiots. We know when things are not perfect. Like, you could sit there and say, again, on the other side in the David Lombardi sector, that Brock Purdy is putting on a masterclass. He's the greatest quarterback out there. Listen, I like Brock Purdy. I'm a fan of Brock Purdy.
He's really good.
I look at him. You are the 49ers franchise quarterback for right now, and I have all the faith in you that you will get the Niners.
He's better than Joe Montana?
But I'm not going to sit here and act like he is the greatest thing to ever happen to the sport of football. That's just not realistic.
So I guess
Patrick Mahomes is the only thing that comes close to that kind of description, and that's a generational next level talent. That I love Brock. I'm sorry, Brock, you're not on Patrick Mahomes' level. That's the reality. That's okay. You can admit that everything is not perfect. Really, really good is still really, really good, even if it's not perfect. Very few things in life are perfect. And I think as a fan, when you see that overly positive, it's like, stop trying to tell me that don't tell me that I'm not seeing what my eyes are seeing.
I agree. Now, if you were to we're getting a little deep here, but if you were to ask what a person's opinion is of me on this show, what do you think it is? More positive or more negative?
Ooh, that's a loaded question.
It's probably more negative.
Well, no, because there's a guy who a listener of the show texts me a lot. I'll shout him out. Victor. Victor Ivey. He owns Millie's American Kitchen in Lafayette. He's a big fan of the show. The amount of times that you're screaming into the microphone, red face, steam coming out your ears, losing your mind. Spadoni and I are looking at each other like, what is going on with this guy? It is literally 6:13 in the morning, and he is all caps, turned it up to 11. I always get a text from Victor. I love it when Shasky goes off like this. He's loving the passion. And you're in here screaming bloody murder. I'm thinking this is the most obnoxious thing I've ever heard. Bing. Oh, I love this. People love that crazy, negative, goofy aspect of you. But there's probably other people who will listen to me talk about the Giants, and I'm being like, I think Hayden Birdsong, his career's not over. He can turn around. He'll bounce back from this. You know what, Lubman? I appreciate that optimism.
Well, that was like Willard. Like Willard, for example.
Yeah, I'll use Willard instead of myself.
He's probably the other side of the room when it comes to his fandom.
Can we just enjoy sports? Yeah, there's a part of me that does like to enjoy sports, Mark.
I know, but if losing a game on a game-ending interception doesn't make you want to break your television, we just see things differently.
Oh no, absolutely, and that's not crazy. That's just normal sports talk.
I agree.
But here's the thing, and there's a difference, I think, and this is where I separate you from other media types, because you have always said, I'm not a journalist, but you are part of the media. You are more fan representation, I think, than media representation.
I feel like, why do I
here's the thing,
like
though, that's why, though, because
I
media
hold the teams more accountable than some of the journalists?
Well, I think part of it is the way sports journalism has changed a little bit. I want to get Risotto's take on this, too, because he's much more journalism in tune than I am.
There were $10 billion, the Niners, the Giants, and the Warriors each. Do you know how many times they're mad about things I say about the team? There were $10 billion. So, for example, the Giants just optioned Bryce Eldridge down to AAA. Yep. Am I really that angry that Bryce Eldridge is down to AAA? Not really, because I understand that development's not linear. Yeah. It takes time. He's 21. But here's where I will say, guys, don't feed me the BS. Then Encarnacion, this Gerard Encarnacion is worth whatever the options that they've run out on. You brought him up because you don't want to lose Gerard because he's out of options. Let's call it like we see it.
No, and
they're out of options with Gerard. It's very little to do with Bryce. They're manipulating when they want to bring him up, which I'm fine with. I'm not even angry. I'm fine with it.
You just want them to come out and say
it.
Yeah.
Just say it. And there's an entire contingent of Giants media that is afraid to just call it like we see it. Gerard, you know who Gerard Encarnacion is closer to in this scenario? If Bryce one day, hope to God, one day he becomes a version to the Giants of what Steph Curry is to the Warriors, right? A 15-year franchise player. He probably won't. Do you know how many guys in their respective sports are as impactful to their team as Steph Curry's been to the Warriors? Like 10 in the history of sports in the last 50 years?
It's a very, very small list.
So maybe one day more than likely, he'll probably be closer to Brandon Belt or Brandon Crawford or something.
Which wouldn't be awful.
No, it'd be amazing if we can win some championships and he could be a part of that. But my point being is that AC Law started a game, rookie year.
No, that's the name.
Instead of Steph Curry. Does anyone remember that?
No, not really.
And in the grand scheme of things, think about this. Did Steph Curry learn anything from AC Law and sitting on the bench early on in his career?
Can I be honest with you? I have no idea because this is where I'm going to, because I see what you're getting at there, how much does that veteran presence matter, stuff like that. I do think it does.
Kuminga, Moses Moody, and James Wiseman were playing with Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And they're all mediocre.
Well, again, that's, I think, the veteran impact aspect of it. Those are things that happen in times where I'm not able to view it happening, so I'm not going to concretely kind of determine it one way or the other. I will go back to your original point that you were making on why can't they just say it's because of the options or whatever? And I do think with a lot of beat reporting, their job, their mandate is this is what's going on. And then it's up to you to kind of extrapolate whatever facts and opinions you want from that.
Is Bryce Eldridge not one of the best 26 players on the Giants right now of their 40-man?
Probably is.
All right.
But no,
but here's
the thing. This is the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. Take a minute here. I know you're 6 feet away from me. You don't need to interrupt. It's the job of the reporters. This is just what's going on. They're not going to sit here and say that Bryce Eldridge was optioned to the minor league camp for Gerard Encarnacion because of Gerard's options and that Bryce was better.
But that's the reality.
But no, that's you could say it's reality. You could also say it's opinion. It's not their job to give opinions.
But in the NFL, when you don't want to stash a quarterback on your practice squad, you cut the other quarterback and you keep Brock Purdy as your number 3.
Yeah.
And we're not afraid to say it. We're not afraid to say, hey, they were afraid they were going to lose Brock Purdy if they put him on the practice squad. Mm-hmm. So they cut, what was the guy's name? Sudfeld?
Yeah.
Sudfeld. They cut Nate Sudfeld. We have no problem in the NFL. Why is the NFL culture so cutthroat?
Well,
where is Nick Martin? Where is he? Why isn't he playing? What's going on? Why is Nick Martin not playing? And the Giants is like, of course Bryce needs to go down to AAA. Of course he needs a couple of at-bats. Yeah. Because, when Brandon Belt went down, it changed him from being a 200 hitter to a 240 career hitter.
Yeah, that's all it took. I do think
why is baseball being covered different than the NFL?
Well, I think it's just they're different sports. I mean, basketball and hockey, I think, are covered differently than baseball and football as well. But I do think there's more just reporting in baseball or NFL. There's clearly an avenue to insert more opinion in there. I don't know why. Risotto, you...
Do you get where I'm going with this?
I don't. I feel like you're kind of in between blaming the organization and blaming the media.
No, everyone. Just come out. Everyone.
Shasky, I think...
Come out and say, hey, Bryce, we have team control. Bryce has options. Gerard doesn't. Bryce is kind of ready.
That's being written, though, in every single article. Like the fact that Matos and guys like Encarnacion, they don't have options, that's being
part
covered.
Of the story, yeah.
That's being written in every single article. So I think the blame that you're, I guess, blaming on the media in this regard
goes also back to the organization.
Should go to the organization.
Yes.
They're the ones making
Yes.
the media in this situation, and they might have their faults in other things. They're just the messenger.
Exactly.
Here. I mean, every article that I've read has been telling me that Matos and Encarnacion are out of options, and that's probably plays a part into this.
Let's place a bet. Let's place a team bet right now. Gerard Encarnacion on the Giants August 1st.
Probably not. Honestly, I hope he is because that means he's having a good season.
Now, look, does it matter? Does it matter this week? Does it really matter if Bryce is out there on opening day on the bench or not? Probably not, right? It probably doesn't matter.
There's a little bit of mattering to it, but not enough to sway me per se. Like, we remember, I know you remember Matt Beattie Day, right?
Yeah.
Like, there was a part of me, remember, we wanted to see Casey Schmidt on the opening day roster. For those who don't remember,
it was so
minutes before the 2023 season, or hours before the 2023 season started, we were hoping for Casey Schmidt to be on the opening day roster because we wanted him to toe the line at Yankee Stadium and get introduced on opening day. We wanted him to have that moment. We thought it mattered. Hours before, you and I are saying, Bonte, you need to be positive about this team. Breaking news, Matt Beattie added to the Giants roster, Casey Schmidt, the AAA. And you and I both lost our minds because we wanted to see Casey Schmidt toe the line on opening day, even if he got sent down a week later because we wanted him to have that moment. I do think there would have been something cool about having Bryce Eldridge on the roster on opening day. And Tony Vitello, he even mentioned this last week, he understood the ego of that, of guys wanting to have that honor and how that factors in. And I actually appreciated that Tony said that. Like when he said that, it immediately thought of that. But that being said, there's a bigger picture to look at. Bryce Eldridge is going to have lots of opening days to stand on the line with. So, there's no reason to rush it, to push it.
Do I sound outraged?
A little bit.
I'm more mad that Giants, Buster, everyone come out and say it. I want them to come out and say, Gerard, this guy that we kind of found, he's a DH. He doesn't really have a defensive position. We don't want to lose him for right now. And Bryce has got some options,
so you're saying you want Buster Posey to come out and say that, not Alex Pavlovich.
Yeah, now that we're talking through it, I kind of do.
No, that's fair. You know what?
Look, I'm not even mad that Bryce is down at all.
Yeah.
It's probably where he needs to be.
Yeah. I will say this. I don't think Gerard Encarnacion is at home right now thinking, man, I am completely on this roster from my own merits. It's a business. These guys aren't idiots. They know what the ugly parts of these things are.
He's not the first player, though. Like Blake Sable stayed on the Giants.
And I'm sure Blake Sable knew in the back of his mind, or maybe the middle of his mind, that I am on this roster because there is a rule that they would lose me. And then it's on the Giants' evaluation there. They, in 2023, decided that Blake Sable is a guy that they cannot let go. And they were incorrect on that assessment. Blake Sable was not, I thought, a good enough baseball player to use up a whole roster spot on. And I think they were quietly honest about the reality of that situation. We don't want to lose Blake Sable because he's a Rule 5 guy, and if we cut him, he's gone. I think that it's an open secret with Gerard Encarnacion that he's got no options left. If they say goodbye, they're probably never going to get him back. He's going to go to some other team, probably going to be the Dodgers because they get everybody.
But he's not. He's we won't even be thinking about him 2 years from now. Think of how much time.
No, there's yes. The overall reality is, that's probably true. But we are going to be thinking about him right now, and that's what the Giants are thinking about.
They'll never come out and say this. I'm not naive enough to think that they'll ever come out. But let's call it what it is. Bryce Eldridge, for them, is one of the most important prospects they've ever had in this regime, obviously, clearly. But I'm talking about the last 15 or 20 years, right? Mm-hmm. Since really Posey and Bumgarner and all those guys started coming up, since those guys, he's probably their most important. And it's not because of him specifically. It's what he represents, which is since the Posey, Bum, Lincecum, Kane, let a 7-year run.
He's the best hope that we've had.
It will tell us, their handling of him will tell us, have they truly changed into an organization that can develop young players? Now, look, they developed Logan Webb. They get a lot of credit for that. And Logan's been amazing. It's been an amazing development and run for him. But this everyday player,
it's what they've been missing.
It means a lot, right? And so they'll never come out and say, this is special. This is important. We can't mess this up. Because let's call it what they messed up whatever happened with Luciano.
Yep.
Whether it was picking him, developing him, identifying what position he could play, him just not being good enough. They botched the whole thing. And they can ill afford to have that happen with Bryce. And so how they develop Bryce and what they do with him is going to be under the microscope. And if they end up flipping him like they did Kyle Harrison and they don't get a Devers in return, we're going to have major conversation about the same thing we've been arguing about for a decade, as they've won one time they went to the playoffs in a decade.
Mm-hmm.
And why is that? Because their cupboard's been bare.
Yep, they have not drafted well. They have not developed
and
well.
If they want to flip the script.
And they've had some wins, and the wins in the development have just not been enough. Because, again, Logan Webb, absolute success of a development story there.
Guy.
Yeah, but after that, it's been tough.
Right now, your best developed everyday player is probably Ramos.
Yeah. First things first, though, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, F1 and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I see Richie back on the line. I want to squeeze his call in before we hit the break. Richie, Queens, how are we feeling about opening day? How are we doing today, my friend?
I'm excited. Guys, I'd rather see the Giants play an American League team in the opening. And look, I go back ways. I was there when Chuck Hillard hit a grand slam in 1962. Wow. At Yankee Stadium. So I've been, obviously, you know that I've been with them. So you know what? Them opening there versus finishing with the Detroit Tigers and not playing your own division, that's what bothers me more. That's when it means more. But I think there's a lot of ambiance with this, and I'm really looking forward. To it. Guys, real quick with the team, our pitching, our relief pitching. We were talking about Rodriguez, but let's talk about Tyler Rogers. I don't like Gage. I'm not a big fan of Gage. I'm not a big fan of Bevins. I know he gives you a lot of innings. I don't feel secure. Budo, Walker's our closer. We got to touch him, and I don't want to sound negative, but, our hitting is going to be our forte. Hopefully Malley and Hauser can, be consistent, and obviously Roop. I don't know what we're going to get from him. It's a second year. Wisenhunt shows some signs, no control, but we're going in, but that bullpen, I think they've got to secure it. Getting Miller back is big.
Richie,
I talked about the lineup.
Richie, the bullpen is, I have a huge concern on the bullpen. The rotation, they need another frontline starter. Frontline, not mediocre. They need a frontline starter.
Yeah, and again, we can get all excited about the lineup, and I think we'll score runs better than we did last year. We were atrocious. We averaged 2.5 runs for like a month. So we're going to be better there. But, and again, it's opening day. You get excited. Adames batting number 2 gets me crazy. Yeah. No contact. Yeah. And real quick, we're going to be facing 3 pitchers that throw 98 and better. Slitzer, Fried, and I think it's going to be Gill. I want to see how we handle velocity because you know how bad we were last year, guys.
I love you, Richie. Go
Thank
Giants.
you, Richie. Thank you for calling in. Giants. We'll get into it later in the show. You got Carl Dukes on the other side. We're going to talk a little bit of Jonathan Kuminga and the revenge tour that he will be going on against the Warriors tomorrow night. That'll be with Carl Dukes coming up next on the other side. We will talk more Giants, Orange and Black, probably in the 8 o'clock hour. Justice De Los Santos is going to be on at 9:20 instead of 8:20. So we'll be talking to him then. Also, at some point in the show, Mike Evans did something when he came to the Niners that, I don't know, could make Niners fans feel a little bit more confident and optimistic about this team. What did he do? I'll tell you.
Money, obviously, like everybody else.
There you go. Got to get that paper. Anyway, Carl Dukes on the other side, talk a little Kuminga crisis. All that, which is coming up in the game, is brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Life Source Water is celebrating their 42nd anniversary sale. Save up to $1,500 off the purchase of your new system. Call their local factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Ends March 31st. Warranty limitations apply.
It's the Good Guys 42nd All-American Get-Together. Thousands of the coolest cars and trucks. Swap Meet, Fender, Midway, free family fun zone, live music, and more. March 28th and 29th in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Don't miss your chance to save big on Toyota's lineup of 20 hybrid and electrified vehicles at the Ready, Set, Go sales event. Right now, score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and the 51 MPG Camry. Or go all-electric with the 2026 BZ and get 0% APR plus up to $6,000 finance cash. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction. $6,000 finance cash only available on XLE all-wheel drive and front-wheel drive models. Ends 3/31/26.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. Dolan's knows. Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area for over 60 years. Dolan's knows TimberTech decking blends the warmth and beauty of natural wood and splinter-free comfort. TimberTech materials are on sale now through the month of March. Dolan's knows. Visit DolanLumber.com. That's DolanLumber.com.
Hey, it's Willard. On Saturday, March 28th, Habas Law is covering the adoption fees for every dog and cat at the San Jose Animal Care Center. Right now, wonderful dogs and cats are waiting, some for weeks, some for months, for someone just like you. If you've been thinking about bringing a pet into your life, this is your moment. Join Habas Law and the San Jose Animal Care Center from 10 to 4 at 2750 Monterey Road in San Jose. Come meet your new best friend. Give a loving animal the second chance it deserves. For details, visit the San Jose Animal Care Center website.
Your home's equity. It's value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
That's slowing.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Blocking the right lane there.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Looking for an award-winning and fuel-efficient sedan? There's a Honda for that. The Civic and Civic Hybrid. Shop the spring event now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
Spinelli's not in. We got Lubman in.
Yeah. I think I'm doing all right on hitting the brakes.
I think we are. Lubman, I know.
We're waiting for Carl Dukes. He'll be joining us in possibly a moment, possibly later. We're going to talk a little Jonathan Kuminga with him. Warriors not playing the Hawks tonight. They're playing the Hawks tomorrow night at 5 o'clock in Atlanta. Again, it'll be the first time we've seen Jonathan Kuminga against the Warriors since the trade that sent him to the Hawks for one at Kristaps Porzingis. So if we get a hold of him, we'll talk to them. But in the meantime, though, Joe Shasky, you got some thoughts on Bryce Eldridge?
Well, let's go to the other teams, and I'll get back to Bryce. Why are the 49ers in the position that they're in right now? Meaning they're kind of old. We're all like, I don't know with John Lynch. We love Kyle. I don't know.
It's a big reason is because they have had a very lackluster draft record over the last few years.
They've messed it up when it comes to some of the development and the drafting, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And by drafting, I mean assessing what you have and maybe trading picks to get proven commodities.
Yes.
Right? Why are the Warriors where they're at? One of the many reasons, age being one of them.
They have not done a very good job of hitting on their draft picks. They've gotten high draft picks, and they have become James Wiseman, who was They have become Jonathan Kuminga, who obviously that's been well documented, and they become Moses Moody, who is, solid.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. What started the run for the Niners? Hitting on picks, using those draft picks to make great trades. What really worked for the Warriors when they were humming? Nailing their draft picks. Big trades, utilizing some of those picks. I look at the Giants and their big draft pick, if you will, this big prospect, Bryce Eldridge, it represents more than just one guy. It represents a lot of things. We'll get back into it. I see that we're doing a lot of stuff, but are we still efforting Carl Dukes?
They're efforting him right now. Okay. So continue on.
So where I'm going with this is that on the heels of what happened with Luciano, where we heard about him and heard about him and heard about him and heard about him and heard about him, and then they never traded him. They didn't develop him. And then he got basically claimed off waivers quietly this year. It's like, wow.
Yeah, did you even know he was on the Yankees?
How many different moments could this team, no, I didn't, have moved him for something that could help them at any level? I don't even know if it would be a big something.
No, and this kind of goes, and this is kind of what gets in the frustration with Kuminga that I have too, is that, if you're not going to get on-court production, and if you can't just let him leave the roster for nothing, which is, again, they have Kristaps right now, so right now it hasn't been for nothing. But when Kristaps walks this offseason, then it will have been for nothing. But the Giants got nothing out of Marco Luciano.
Exactly.
So not only did you waste a chance to improve your future, but you got nothing in the present.
And you held on to him for so long, you depreciated him. I'll give the Niners this. They whiffed on Trey Lance. They pivoted so quick, and they got a fourth-round pick back and somehow found Brock Purdy. And the fact that they identified it immediately, pivoted so quick, it lessens the blow. Would you agree?
Yeah. No, and I think
hanging on to Kuminga.
Partially, and again, I think it made it easier for the Niners to pivot off of Trey Lance by the fact that Brock Purdy was if Brock Purdy was Nate Sudfeld and your choice, I think they're probably dying on that hill a little bit longer. But I think in the Trey Lance situation, they had a situation where it was it made it a little bit easier to pivot off that. But whereas the Giants, I think they didn't have a guy who they could pivot to off of Luciano, a next prospect that they can look to and say, well, you know what? This isn't working out here. Let's move off Luciano.
No, they did.
They kind of had to hold on to him a little bit too long there.
No, I understand, but your job is to assess these things. And that's why Farhan's not here. Kyle Harrison. I'll give Buster Posey this. He's the other big prospect that you've had. They brought him up. We saw him, got a little taste of what could be. I think we all acknowledge, he's got a long way to go. Long way to go. And Buster Posey made a decision. And he was like, you know what? We have an opportunity to go get Rafi Devers. Even though I like this kid, his value right now is probably as high as it's going to be to net someone like Rafi Devers. I'm pulling the trigger. Now, Kyle Harrison has now been traded to the Milwaukee Brewers, and it seems like he's kind of figuring it out. And he might have a really good return here. We'll see. Time will tell. But they pivoted quickly, did they not?
They did, yes. Buster made the decision. He showed that he is capable of making that decision.
And I think we're happy with Devers right now.
Yes, we are.
As much as I was really hopeful for Harrison, I look at Bryce Eldridge, and to me, Bryce Eldridge isn't about just the player Bryce Eldridge. It's about what he represents.
Mm-hmm.
Do I trust you in identifying talent, developing said talent, and then maximizing his value either for your team, on-field production, which is what you're talking about with Kuminga and others, or to immediately pivot and get me something that can help my team while his value is still high. That, to me, is the job. When we talk about development and identification, like the GM, that is as much as anything. It's not just, did you hit on the pick? It's not just like, are they helping you? It's, okay, if they do miss or you do think you can upgrade, can you use that guy? And are you willing to then trade them for something that can help you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's important to be getting that value. I think that's kind of why they're, a little bit trying to play it slow with Bryce Eldridge. They want to make sure that they connect on this one. A couple things first. Carl Dukes might join us later in the show. Okay. We're not able to get a hold of him right now, so we'll talk to him potentially later in the show. Also later in the show is we are giving you a chance to play in our knockout tournament at Chase Center on Monday, April 8th. Listen today, right around the injury report, which will be just before 8 o'clock, for your chance to win something money can't buy. It all continues today at 8. For more information, go to 957thegame.com. Knockout is presented by Beam Law, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back. I'm Sam Lubman. That's Joe Shasky.
Chuck, what'd you say in my ear?
There's reports that from TMZ that Chuck Norris passed away at 86 years old.
How old?
86.
I didn't know he was that old.
Didn't look an age of 86.
Gosh.
Chuck Norris doesn't die. He just graduates to a higher existence of living.
That's really sad.
That is.
Well, hey, if I make it to 86, I'll be thrilled.
That's how old my great grandmother was when she passed. Man, Chuck Norris. Oh,
no, that's really sad.
That was Let's have a quick aside here for Chuck Norris, because I think for a lot of people in my generation, he was known for all the Chuck Norris jokes, which were all just about how much of a badass Chuck Norris was.
As he was.
Of course, he was known for the Roundhouse Kick. Did you ever watch Walker, Texas Ranger?
Of course.
The show that he was on. I saw a couple episodes, and the first episode I ever saw. At the end, he's fighting this guy, and the guy's like, "It's over, Walker. I'm gonna get you." And Chuck kicks him a couple times, and I'm like, "Oh, this guy, he's so dead." And then Chuck looks at him and is like, "Now it's over." And then he hits him with a roundhouse kick. The guy goes flying back 10 feet. It was just like 12-year-old me, homesick from school on a weekday, was losing my absolute mind over it. It's like, that's the roundhouse kick. That's the thing that we joke about. Oh, my God. We could read off Chuck Norris jokes, I'm sure, for the rest of the show, but only a few of them are actually probably radio appropriate. But
he was in so many random movies in the early 80s. Octagon, which was one that I can think of, an indie movie that we rented from Hollywood Video back in the day. I mean, he's a legend. An absolute legend.
He was the judge who made the deciding vote at the dodgeball tournament in 2004 that gave Average Joes their chance to beat the Globo Gym Purple Cobras, one of the greatest upsets in all of sports history on ESPN 8 The Ocho, as I give a dodgeball shout out there. But, oh man, just
Bruce Lee's Way of the Dragon.
One of the most iconic beards in all of entertainment there. Again,
no doubt.
One of my favorite Chuck Norris jokes ever, Shasky. Under Chuck Norris's beard, there is no chin, just another fist. Oh, man. So
there's one yesterday. I guess he was rushed to the hospital yesterday, and somebody on Twitter said that Chuck Norris is now taking care of all the doctors and nurses inside the hospital.
There you go. Chuck Norris doesn't need health care. He is health care.
That sucks.
Rest in peace to you, Chuck Norris, man. That is one that's going to hurt a little bit. So we will have Chuck in our thoughts today. And also in our thoughts, again, is some of the moves that the Giants made. Again, for you just tuning in, Sam Lubman hosting the show this morning along with Joe Shasky. That other voice you're hearing is Steven Risotto. Zach Green also in the back. He's doing stuff. Some Giants news this morning. First things first, we start off with the Hayden Birdsong injury. He's going to undergo Tommy John surgery. Will not pitch this year. Won't pitch for a majority of next year. Honestly, Shasky, we might not see him until 2028 with just the way the labor strife's going on in Major League Baseball, potentially. Cross that bridge when we get to it. The other big news that we're reacting to this morning, we're kind of diving into it right now, is Bryce Eldridge, who was announced yesterday that he will be reassigned to minor league camp. He will start off the season in Sacramento with the River Cats. Drawer Encarnacion probably now locked in to be your opening day designated hitter. And that's why I get into it. 888-957-9570. Giants fans, I'm kind of curious, how are we feeling about how this roster is coming together right now? How do we feel about the fact that Bryce Eldridge will be opening up the season in AAA. I'll be honest, Shasky, 2 weeks ago, if you were to ask me, what do you think, how do you think this plays out, Bryce or Gerard on the roster? 2 weeks ago, I probably would have told you that it would be Bryce on the opening day roster, because I thought Bryce was having a good enough spring at the time to force the issue. And also, Gerard just wasn't really having the kind of spring that makes you think he needs to be on the roster. Got there last week, and Gerard started to have a really good week last week. And I remember I asked Tony Vitello after the Friday night game that I was there last week, you've played so many guys. They played so many guys on that Thursday and Friday games that, because obviously they got roster cuts coming. They're trying to figure out which outfielders will make the roster and whatnot. And I asked him, you got a lot of these guys in these last few days who kind of increased their stock a little bit. And, I thought he would say someone like, like a Will Brennan or a Jared Oliva or a Parks Harbor or some guy that, probably wasn't going to make the roster but still was looking really good. And he cut me right off and said Gerard's been, his play's been very inspiring this week. And he's been turning it around. And I looked at a situation where in spring training, Bryce had to really force the issue to get on the roster, while at the same time Gerard had to force the issue that he should not be on the roster. Frankly, I just don't know if Bryce had enough of a spring to force the issue. And I think Gerard played well enough to what? The Giants clearly want to see if he could translate the success he's had this spring into the regular season. They clearly believe in him enough to make it happen. We'll find out in the first kind of month or so whether or not that was a worthwhile risk to take in terms of rolling with Gerard Encarnacion over Bryce Eldridge.
Well, one of the things that people are going to say about Bryce Eldridge, why is he going down, right? I think the bigger issue to me is I'm not outraged that he's going down, okay? I kind of get it.
Yeah, I get it too.
I find it funny that we're dying on the Gerard Encarnacion hill, which is just... I'd be shocked if he's on the team by the
Honestly, it's the Gerard thing. I hear you on the Gerard thing.
I'm fine with them.
It's the Gerard, they're chasing the potential with them. There's a power potential there that they clearly see, and they're trying to chase it. I haven't seen it yet translate on the field.
Bryce's decision was independent of Gerard, but they're filing it under Gerard, and I don't buy it.
See, I think they still do like Gerard enough to want to see. Because, Gerard was picked up by not just this current regime, but Bob Melvin and Farhan were running the show when Gerard got here. And Buster took over, and he gave Gerard another chance because even though he was playing 15 games or something last year, never got into any sort of a groove last year, they clearly see a power potential there that they're trying to tap into and harness on a consistent basis. I see that potential too. I want to believe in that potential, Shasky. I just have never seen enough of it to make me think, you know what? They might have actually found a real diamond in the rough here. I think he could be on the roster to a degree, but I do agree. I think part of it is they like Gerard enough they don't want to get rid of him. I think a lot of it, though, is that they want to see Bryce Eldridge work on more things on a consistent basis at the AAA level and not have to deal with whatever rigors and stresses come at the big league level.
I love that gobbledygook that you just spit out, which is that's exactly what I'm talking about when we talk about how we talk about this team. Let's break it down.
You want me to break it down without the gobbledygook? It comes down to this. They think Gerard is more ready right now, and Bryce is not.
No, I don't think
it's probably more Bryce is not ready.
I think Gerard is a side piece. I think this is all about Bryce. And they know that they can't mess it up. They know they can't mess this up.
Yeah.
And they don't want the guy to get off to a slow start like he did at the end of last year. I think he was exhausted at the end of last year. Mm-hmm. He came up. He struck out a lot. He didn't drive the ball. He only had a couple hits and about 28 at-bats. And so they understand that it's very, very, very important. Whether they keep him or whether they move him or whatever, they have to maintain the value. And that I respect and I understand. Are there things that he needs to work on? Yeah. Can I just because you make the big leagues does not mean that you are not at-bat to at-bat, pitch to pitch, adjusting and working on your swing throughout the year. Pat Bailey last year, how many different times did Pat Bailey talk in post games about how he's working on his swing?
He was working all year long.
Yep. That is the life of a Major League Baseball player.
Yeah.
So this thing that Bryce is going to go down, he's going to work on a couple things, and he's going to come out of the oven and he's just ready to go. That's not how baseball works. You're going to be constantly adjusting and changing and critiquing and tweaking, and that is the life of a ball player. That's why Freddie Freeman hits off the tee for an hour before every single game. He's working on specific fundamentals and tweaks every day. So this is just one of the many steps Bryce is going through. He struck out a lot at the end of last year.
Struck out a lot this spring too.
I look at the stats this year. He did strike out a lot this year. Almost half the at-bats.
Yeah.
Right? Now, my counter to that would be a lot of guys on this team strike out a third of their at-bats. Willie Adames being one of them. Pat Bailey being another. They've got 4 or 5 guys that average over 1 strikeout per game played. Chapman, Devers, Willie, and Bailey. You could throw Ramos in that group too, because he's right around 1 per game. Now, Bryce is a little higher than them.
Yeah.
So,
this spring training, 19 strikeouts in 18 games for Bryce Eldridge. So, yeah, right around 1 strikeout per game.
Right. And so, and 40 at-bats, right? And so,
yeah,
I look at this as this is a young guy who's going to have to really work on plate discipline throughout wherever he's at, AAA, in the bigs, whatever. They cannot mess this up. And so I think where he lands and when he comes up and the runway that they give him, I'm not sure you could turn backwards. I think you got to just, once he comes up, you got to stick with him and you got to roll with it. Or you need to know whether he's not going to be able to help you and you're flipping him. Yeah. This is one of the most important prospects for what it represents that the Giants have had in a long, long time. And they can't mess it up. And I understand why he's starting in AAA. That being said, I'm really worried about this one. Not that you're going to botch it, but it's so important.
Yeah. I got 2 things to say on that. The first thing I got to say is that we are brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. The second thing I have to say is that, no, I completely agree with you, and I think that is why they are being extra careful. That is why they're starting him off in the minors. I think Buster said this last year, when we call Bryce Eldridge up, we want him to not go back down.
Yes.
They don't want to yo-yo him, because you bring up Brandon Belt all the time, and Brandon Belt was up and down that rookie year. And here's the thing, there's the mental aspect of it too. Baseball being such the mental game as it is, when you get sent back down to AAA, you're thinking about it. Bryce came into this spring training, and I'm sure to a degree he probably knew that the chances of him breaking camp on the opening day roster were probably leaning more towards no than yes. She's smart enough to know that. But at the same time, you don't get to where you're at if you're Bryce Eldridge without this belief of, I'm the dude. I'm going to be the dude.
Yeah, he's been the dude. It's a game of failure.
Well, no, exactly. I think this kind of goes into why I think sending him down might be the right move. I'm kind of curious how he handles it too. How you handle failure in this game is important, because you're failing 70% of the time.
But you're talking about confidence and
small fact. I'm not saying that's an end all be all. These are all pieces of the puzzle. I'm not trying to make one thing I'm trying to say here is the difference maker. I think there's lots of little things here that are a culmination of one thing. I want to glom onto the confidence, because I think you're right on the confidence. The thing with confidence is that because it's a game of failure, if you lose even more of your confidence, you're failing even more. And the difference between being 2 out of 10 and 3 out of 10 is 1 hit. It's a career, yeah.
And it's between the ears. So I'm 100% agreeing with you. Now, that being said, you can lose your confidence in single A, in double A, in triple A, at the bigs, at the WBC. You can lose your confidence on a road trip. So that is going to be something that he's going to have to be adjusting the entire time. The magnitude of how they handle Bryce Eldridge, I think, is a heavy crown that they have to wear.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's the biggest pressure that's on Buster Posey right now is because, and Buster knows this, and I've always had this belief that I think Buster is trying to bring Bryce along in the same way that Buster was brought along, because Buster, I think, has an understanding of what it's like to be the bat that everyone is counting on in the organization to carry you to the promised land, because let me check my notes here, was that bat that this organization counted on to carry them to the promised land. So Buster is uniquely equipped to know exactly the position that Bryce Eldridge is in, because he has been in that exact position that Bryce Eldridge was in. And Shasky, neither one of us were on the radio back in the spring of 2010, but I'm sure if we were doing that show back then, and that station didn't even exist back then, we would be banging on the table saying, Buster Posey should be on the opening day roster over Benji Molina. Maybe not over Benji, but you know what I mean. They brought him up the end of May, and he was a starting catcher at the end of June. No one even remembers what was going on with the catching spot in those first 2 months. I think Buster knows that. I think Buster knows that I don't need to have Bryce on the opening day roster this year, because I didn't need to be on the opening day roster my rookie year. We can bring him along later in the season when the moment calls for it, and he will be ready to go, because when I got called up to the big leagues, when the moment was ready for it, I was ready to go. So in that sense, I trust that Buster Posey is making the correct decision here on having Bryce start off in the minor leagues. And also, again, just there were things I saw down with him in spring training that, like, you know what? You probably do need to start off in the minor leagues and work on some things down there and get a larger sample size.
Like what?
The game that I point to is the one I saw on Tuesday in Goodyear against the Guardians. I was sitting down the third base line on that one because the press box, it's very small press boxes down in Arizona. So I was sitting down the third base line with another friend of mine who I was covering the team with. Shout out Steven Ruderman, Sports Radio Service, mutual friend of Risotto's and mine. We had down third base line, we had a perfect angle of Bryce Eldridge when he was hitting. And you could just tell, and this isn't an issue that it's unique to him. Those low and away pitches are a problem for him, which is, again, for a lot of players, have that problem with the low and away pitch. It's very easy to chase and miss. I do think there is a level they probably want him to be able to adjust, to be able to connect on pitches like that more consistently and striking out less, maybe show more patience in those at-bats. And again, sample size. They like large sample sizes. That's why I think they're kind of keeping him down there. They want him to work on that. Now, if you want to push back on that, you want the, don't give me the Giants angle on it, give me the opinion angle on it. I do think you can make an argument that's something he could maybe workshop at the big league level. But at the same time, like, this team wants to win baseball games. They don't want to waste at-bats because Bryce Eldridge is trying to find himself at the plate while at the same time, they're trying to beat the Yankees or the Phillies or the Mets or whoever that you're playing in this first month of the year. Like, let's not forget that schedule to start things off in April. It's a brutal one. And do you really want to play this whole work through your issues game while you're also trying to win actual big league baseball games that matter in the standings? That was kind of a long-winded way to putting it, but you get what I'm kind of getting at there with that one?
I do. I just, it's development's just not linear. You're going to have hot streaks and you're going to have ups and downs. And if you're committed to the player, at some point when he comes up, you got to just ride it out.
Yeah.
And I look at Roman Anthony. He started, 2 for 30 or whatever, and they rode it out. And the Red Sox are now reaping the benefits of it.
And maybe when did Roman Anthony get called up?
I don't know, June?
Yeah, so maybe that's the thing. Maybe Bryce Eldridge gets called up in June, and maybe he gets off to a 2 for 30 start, but they saw enough from him in AAA that, you know what? He's off to a slow start now. He passed all of our tests. Let's roll through it. Maybe they're just not ready to roll through those early growing pains just yet. They want him to. He needs to work on other things.
Can we acknowledge something though? If he's not up by August,
are you hitting the panic button?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, at some point he's got to be up this year and help them this year. He's got 1,100 at-bats in the minors.
No, he's had more at-bats. He's stepped to the plate in the minor leagues more than Buster Posey has.
Well, Buster only had 750 at-bats. But Buster was also a 3-year player from Florida State.
Well, that's the other side of the coin, I think. I do want because Bryce was out of high school.
Yeah, he was
and they had to teach him a whole position because he just hit and pitch back then. Yeah. So there's other layers to the development there, which is, again, why I have no problem with them just being like, you know what? We have an option that we feel comfortable with in Gerard Encarnacion. We're going to roll with him. And we want Bryce, like you say, it's more about Bryce than Gerard. I do think the fact that they are comfortable enough with Gerard makes it easier for them to say, you know what?
Stop.
I know. I know the Gerard.
He's got 50 at-bats. He's batting 200. Come on. We got to stop. We got to stop with the Gerard.
What if he's good? He won't be, but what if? I know this. I'll be this. I think we're going to see Bryce in June.
What if Tom Murphy's good?
Oh, man, it's be the greatest $4 million ever spent.
I think we're only going to see Bryce down in AAA for about 45 days.
Yeah.
If I had to guess. He'd be up first 2 weeks of May.
Yeah, I think May, somewhere in May. I'm not going to say when in May, but I think by June, if we were to do before or after June 1st, I would say before.
Okay.
June 1st is my right now prediction. And
would you agree with me? He's one of the most important players they've had in a long time in terms of what he represents.
Joe, he literally could be the difference between this team finding its way in the next couple years versus wandering the desert for another decade.
If he hits and he's good, how do you view Buster Posey? If he hits and he's good, how are you viewing Tony Vitello? If he hits and he's good, how are you viewing their player development?
No, literally the next decade of the Giants is going to be decided by whatever happens with Bryce Eldridge. Imagine Buster Posey came up in 2010 and just was an absolute dud at the plate. Imagine how different that decade of Giants baseball is. Exactly. You have 0 championships probably. So the stakes are incredibly high, especially with just where this organization has been for the last 8-9 years, Shasky. We have just been stumbling through the desert of mediocrity with no real direction. We had the 1 year that made us think that we rediscovered baseball, only to be dragged back to reality and beaten senseless for having such foolish thoughts. Like, it's down bad right now. It's not just that. No, now you're triggering me. It's not that this team's not making the playoffs. They're not playing great baseball. This is all happening while the Giants are the Dodgers are just farting out great players like it's nothing to them. And yeah, it pisses me off. And this is the first step to getting this team back on that level with the Dodgers. Yeah, the pressure is immense here. So obviously they need to slow play this.
Is there any way this guy can live up to the hype? I mean,
what is the hype? I mean, does he have to win a World? I think he has to win a World Series. Is that?
No. Just the hype. Like, what right now, what is even a fair barometer for the young man if he shows up? Let's say he plays 3 months at the bigs. Like, what are expectations for this kid?
Well, again, his rookie year is not going to be as good as what he can be. So no matter, even if he wins rookie of the year, there's going to be stuff.
How will you know if he's good? What are you going to use as your eye test?
If he comes up, all right, I'm going to leave stats out of it and just go off eye test. If he is showing good plate discipline, not chasing balls way out of the zone, not making the same mistakes at first base on defense, and just as he puts more at-bats behind him, the at-bat quality gets better, the hitting gets better, more home runs.
I think you're going even too drilled down. If by mid-August, you're waking up and you're like, who's in the lineup today? And you're looking up and you're like, Bryce has to be in the lineup today.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
they have to be having Bryce Eldridge in this lineup. That's when you know, all right.
Well, then, all right, fine. I'll add to this. If you want to
where I'm going?
No, if you want to add a situational thing there, like I'll go off of what I'm seeing. But then, yeah, in terms of the situation, when it's 2 outs and Rafi just reached first base and here comes Bryce Eldridge digging into the plate, are you thinking, well, hey, we tried. Maybe next inning we'll get something done. Or are you thinking, all right, here comes the thump. Let's keep it going here. If you're saying that in August, then yeah, we're sitting pretty with Bryce Eldridge here. So yeah, that's a barometer you can use. Do you like when you see him dig into the plate? And right now when I see him digging into the plate, I'm like, oh man, I hope he doesn't strike out.
Is that what you think?
I don't want to see him strike out right now. No.
Well,
he led the team in strikeouts in spring training. It's kind of hard not to think that.
Yeah, see, I don't. I think, let's see it. Let's go. Let's see it. That's how I feel. Risotto, isn't that how you feel?
Well, you've always been kind of pushing to get prospects up sooner rather than later.
I just want to see your at-bat. I want to see how you take it. I want to see what happens. Like, I love seeing how you approach an at-bat.
I think if we're using the eye test, he could be there right now. Like, based on the at-bats that I've seen in spring training, like he's fouling pitches off. Yeah. I mean, we saw the ball that was hit 112 miles an hour
went the other way
off Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
And then the next day came back with a rocket left on left. And that's the interesting thing is that you obviously want to get this guy playing every day at first base. And the Giants have a lot of lefties that they're facing this early part of the season. Like you got the Phillies and Christopher Sanchez and Jesus Luzardo and just a bunch of Max Fried probably starting on opening day. So it's almost like you want to give this a chance for him to breathe a little bit in Sacramento.
It's probably going to be Rodon, Fried. Like that's who you're going to be facing in this Yankee series.
So I'm not mad at him getting a little bit of a breather in April.
What do you think?
But eventually he's going to have to face those lefties.
Exactly.
So it could go either way. I understand both arguments.
I can't wait to see.
I mean, again, I look forward. I look at the kind of the schedule in May. You got the Pirates on the schedule there. You got a series in LA against the Dodgers. Then you got the A's, Diamondbacks, White Sox, Diamondbacks again. That's a stretch of games right there that, and you got the Rockies to end that month. That's a stretch of games there where you're not going to be throwing him into the fire against really, world-beating teams. I mean, obviously there's the Dodgers, but honestly, like he needs to get a good early taste of what it's like to take an at-bat in Dodger Stadium because some of the most important at-bats you're going to be taking in your career are going to be down at the Chavez latrine. So, yeah, if May ends up being a situation where the schedule, I know you've never been a fan of like the soft landing in the past. I think we brought up with Brock Purdy.
You can't avoid, you can't avoid the good teams. You just got to go out there and
at some point you're gonna see them. But like if they're Giants, like, you know what? We want him to start his season off not against the Yankees, Padres, Mets, and Phillies. We want him to start his season off against the Pirates, Dodgers, A's, and Diamondbacks. That does make a little bit of sense.
Okay.
Not maybe, again, a piece of the puzzle, not the whole thing.
The thing that I keep thinking about, and when I think about Buster's career, I love Hunter Pence. but Hunter or Pablo being the best player to bat in front or behind Buster, you wish you would have swung a deal for a legitimate, like, thumper bat, 40-plus home run thumper bat, right? I love Hunter Pence, but he was never going to be
well, let's be real. They never had an actual cleanup hitter during that run.
No. And
we just overlooked it because they didn't need it.
I think it's a double-edged thing here. Rafi needs protection in the lineup.
Yes.
And Bryce, as a young man, like if you would have told me 2 years ago, Bryce is coming up, wow, it's a lot of pressure on the kid. There's no protection in that lineup. Now they can help protect each other, and you start fantasizing about what that might look like, in a September push where you have the two lefties, and maybe you're putting Chapman in between them to kind of split them up and have a righty. Like, could you imagine a scenario where you've got Bryce Eldridge with the protection of Rafi a couple batters in front of him, or vice versa? Rafi's got the protection of that lefty a couple batters behind him. Like that to me is I'm fantasizing.
Well, let me ask you that though. I mean, obviously that's the dream, is because the length on that lineup that gives you the protection, because it's not just you're protecting Rafi Devers, but if you got Bryce Eldridge backing up Rafi, it also means you got Rafi and Bryce Eldridge backing up Willy Adames. Think of the pitches he's going to be seeing in that situation there. And then, of course, those three guys, they're backing up Luis Arias. He's setting the table there. You see how that starts to kind of go there. But at the same time, like, isn't that a lot to also put on the kid? And like, hey, Bryce Eldridge, you're 21 years old, welcome to the big leagues. I need you to protect Rafi Devers in the lineup. Is that a big ask there? Well, do you think?
No, it's just, I think that you get to feast. Rafi's so feared. When you're facing Rafi, you're like, I can't groove one. I'll pitch around him. It's okay if he goes to first base. Okay? Well, if you're a lefty and Rafi's at first base, they're holding him on. Now you've opened up more of that side of the field where he wants to, could conceivably pull the ball. You're giving this guy more options, more space. I don't know, man.
He's got to be good enough to be able to take advantage of those opportunities.
And instead of being in the windup, now I'm in the stretch. Like, again, I'm a big psychological baseball thinker.
Yeah.
So when you're on that mound and you're looking and you're like, oh my God, I got Aaron Judge at the plate right now, and look behind him, it's Giancarlo Stanton. Like, it starts getting into your head. Can't walk Judge because I don't want to face Stanton with the runner on.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, it's a luxury the Giants have not had in
years,
probably since the Bonds Kent years, if we're being real.
Yes.
And this is no disrespect to the Pablo, Posey, and Pence era, but those three, they weren't the kind of sluggers that, Barry and Kent were, that Rafi and Bryce are expected to be. So I absolutely get that. And believe me, I'm very excited for the potential depth we could see in this lineup. I mean, even before Bryce arrives, we've kind of touched on it a little bit this week, just how the depth of this lineup that you have this year.
I know that this team will not win 107. Like, I'll come out and say they're not going to win 107.
I think 106.
I feel so much better about this team than pretty much any team that they've had. Just overall, franchise health, the lineup. Yes, they're pitching. They got holes. I acknowledge they don't have a real closer. We'll see with Ryan Walker. I don't love all the bullpen arms. I still think they need 2 or 3 more frontline starters, or at least 1 or 2 frontline starters. In terms of the lineup and the health of the franchise and the direction that we're going, this is the best I've felt since 2017-18. Mm-hmm. That's how good I feel about this team.
Yeah.
I really do. I still think they're like a year or 2 away, like another offseason, a trade deadline, see some of these prospects come through, kind of pick who we want to keep, who we want to flip. I feel so good about where they're at. And if Bryce comes up and he starts hitting, they could be the darlings of the Bay Area like that by midsummer.
No, they can easily take over this market quickly. And Bryce really becomes a major X factor then on this season, because if he does come up and he does hit and he takes off right away and he's a big part of this lineup clicking, because again, I'll say this, as we have our favorite Gerard versus Bryce argument again, the ceiling of what I think Bryce can do this year is higher than the ceiling of what I think Gerard can do this year. But I also think just the floor probably is a little bit lower for Bryce than Gerard, only because I think with a rookie there could be so much variation, but the potential of a higher ceiling does exist for Bryce over Gerard Encarnacion. And that's why I think, again, we'll find out very quickly whether Gerard is actually long for this team. He'll get a chance. It's going to be a tough first month. And that's why I do think eventually we'll see Bryce Eldridge up here, because if they could get that extra gear, especially if Bryce is just hitting the snot out of the ball in AAA and he starts forcing the issue and he starts striking out less, the potential, the length to add to that lineup when you do get him in. I mean, I just remember years ago, Bruce Bochy talked about, our pitching, it's not good. We might have to win some of these 9-8 games this year. And people were like, what? 9 runs, Boch? What are we talking about here? 9 run, like those 9-8 games feel a lot more possible this year with how this lineup is looking.
How shocking would it be if they traded him in the first month of the season?
Bryce?
I mean, we're just playing out. We're playing the Bryce game. How shocking would that be?
I mean, it would depend on who.
No. Who are you kidding? Would we all be jaw dropped?
I would be stunned.
Stunned.
Well, I would be stunned that such a situation presented itself. Like if he's traded in the first month. Again, we had the conversation yesterday. The only time I'm moving Bryce Eldridge for anyone is if the Pirates call up and they're like,
or Tariq Skubal.
Yeah, the Pirates for Paul Skeens or the Tigers for Tariq Skubal. If literally any other team calls up to ask about any other player, I'm probably hanging up the phone when it comes to Bryce Eldridge. So would I be surprised if Bryce Eldridge got traded in the first 2 months of the season? Absolutely, because the notion that one of those two pitchers becoming available that quickly would also be blowing my mind. But again, that's as much as I am excited for Bryce Eldridge. I'm with you. I'm if the right situation presents itself, you trade him.
Well, I also believe
I don't think we're there yet, though.
They have a ton of 16, 17, 18-year-old shortstops that they've been signing internationally that have a lot of value right now, and so we'll see where those guys end up being.
A teenage shortstop is going to change the future of the Giants? Never heard that one before.
Bo Davidson, do we see him this year at any point?
Maybe in September. I see him being a September. If we're going to see the first outfielders I think that we're going to be seeing, again, the final roster isn't set yet. But I'm glad you bring this up because I think this does give us a chance to get into the roster as a whole here. Tyler Fitzgerald was also optioned out to camp, and so which probably means Christian Koss is going to be in the infield as well. Grant McCray.
Koss is
also,
Koss
is better than Fitzgerald.
He
is.
Better infielder.
He is. Then Grant McCray was also optioned to AAA, which that kind of surprised me a little bit. I thought Grant was having a pretty good spring overall, showing a lot more plate discipline. The defense and the speed is great. Batting average, not as great. Will Brennan, I think, is going to be that fifth outfielder behind. It's going to be Matos and Brennan, I think, are going to be the final two outfielders. Brennan just, I think, more big league experience, more established player than Grant McCray. Not a huge difference there. But they need a lefty, and that's where I think Brennan gets on the roster. Some of these other options. Like, there's the guy I really liked when I was down in spring training was Jared Oliva. Right-handed hitting at left fielder, very good on defense. Dude had half their stolen bases in the spring training.
Where did they get him from?
I have no idea. It's just these, I don't know actually where they found him on. We can probably look that up in just a moment. We got the injury report coming up here in just a moment. But before we go to the injury report, I want to squeeze in Paul in Palo Alto. Paul, how are we feeling about Bryce Eldridge right now?
What's up, guys? I'm mildly excited for Bryce's upcoming season. Probably says more about how I feel about the Giants player development last 10 years than Eldridge himself, because how could any of us really know what Eldridge is capable of at this point? He's still really young. But I had a question for you guys. When it comes to the Giants and the everyday players, we always hear about the park and this and that. What's the excuse for not signing pitchers or at least buying low on a couple of guys this offseason, selling high kind of thing? I mean, now it seems like they've got to use prospects to trade for pitching. That should always be the mindset that you sign pitchers here. You should be able to sign pitchers and then trade for hitting, trade for everyday players. And they always put themselves behind this 8 ball every June, July. And what's the excuse?
I 100% agree. So Framber Valdez, there are questions on him being a good teammate, which
he threw out his catcher. Yeah.
Well, I can't speak on that. I don't know. But when Framber was just sitting there, a lefty with postseason experience who could be slotted as your 2 or 3 starter.
You know what's crazy is about Framber? I'm sorry, I just cut you off there, but he signed a 3-year deal. And to answer Paul's question, why they're hesitant to jump in on pitching is, I do think
I would have gave him that same deal.
Yeah.
3 for 100.
Absolutely, I would have
heartbeat.
But I think there's for me, I don't really care about money when it comes to contracts. For me, it's the years, how long you're going to be stuck with this guy. And I do think there is an aversion that this organization has shown, whether you agree with it or not, giving out long-term deals to pitchers as they age into their 30s. We've seen it. The Barry Zito deal, the Johnny Cueto deal, the Jeff Samardzija deal. Locking yourself in long-term to starting pitchers deep into their 30s, it's a bit of a risky prospect there. But that said, 3 years for Framber, yeah, you have to. The one that really pissed me off was the 1-year deal that Chris Bassett got. That's a guy who I would have liked. Again, I would like Bassett over Adrian Hauser or Tyler Mahle. Bassett isn't a world beater of a pitcher, but if he's your 4 starter, your 3 or 4 starter, you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
They're gonna. I am of the belief they're gonna make some sort of a trade regarding some of their prospects.
I think Buster's shown that he's capable of doing that.
And a starting pitcher, and they need a frontline guy. I still think they need bullpen help.
Let's get into that after the injury report. Oh, yeah, it's the news that no one wanted to hear. The Giants announced that Hayden Birdsong will indeed be getting Tommy John surgery next week. Birdsong felt discomfort in his right arm in an appearance back on March 10th. An MRA revealed a grade 2 strain of his forearm and UCL. After getting a couple of opinions, Birdsong made the difficult decision to undergo the procedure. He will not pitch this year and most of next year. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Halfway through the show here on this Friday, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it is 8 o'clock, which means I got one more read, and that is our knockout read. Now is your chance to qualify for knockout at Chase Center. But first, knockout is all about making free throws, right? So, and I need you guys in the back, pull up the Warriors stat sheet here so you have the answer ready to go. Stephen Curry, he's pretty good at shooting free throws. I don't know if you know this, Joe Shasky. He would probably win knockout if he was playing with us. And I know this because I looked at his free throw percentage. So the question today is simple. What is Steph shooting from the free throw line so far this season? The number to call, 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. What is Steph Curry shooting from the free throw line so far this season? We'll be giving you 2 chances this entire week during the crossover today with Steiny, Evan, Guru, Willard, Dibbs. I said Steiny even though Steiny's not in. Starting at 1:45 today, Knockout is presented by Beam Law. Knockout is presented by Beam Law because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area. Wow, that was a lot of reads. Bullpen, Joe Shasky. It's not the greatest bullpen there that we got for the Giants going into this season.
I mean, I think we all like Ryan Walker somewhere in the back end of that bullpen.
He's a 7th and 8th inning guy.
Right. He had the opportunity to kind of take that job last year, stuttered a little, and then Doval and him kind of went back and forth. Then Randy Riguez kind of emerged. I think we would feel very different about the entire bullpen if Randy didn't go down.
Yes, and honestly, even Randy in his brief stint in the closer role last year, obviously it's a tough night out.
The final 3 outs are different than the rest of the game.
And this time I talked with Ryan Walker a little bit at the end of last year, and he hired a mental coach over this offseason to kind of help handle that 9th inning, because it's very, very mental. And he said it is different from a sports psychologist, a mental coach. It's more about, dealing just kind of where your head is at in certain situations. And the conversation I kind of had with him last week about it, and it's available on Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys, if you want to go back and listen to it, the conversation I had with Ryan Walker. It seemed more like he's kind of learn how to view the big picture of things and not get so wrapped up in the, individual ups and downs that come with being a closer. Because, when you're a closer, the failures hit a little bit harder because when you fail, the team loses. And to be able to bounce back from that is difficult. It seems like he spent a lot of time this offseason working on that. What the results look like remains to be seen. But I think he's aware of the challenge that's coming before him. And he's taken the steps to deal with it. So the stuff with Ryan Walker, I definitely think is there. I think he has the stuff to be a good closer. It's just a matter of, can he handle the mental rigors of the 9th inning?
Who sets him up?
Jose Butto, probably.
Okay.
I'm feeling very good about it. I liked Butto last year. I didn't love him. I liked him. Eric Miller, I think, will be in that role as well. But this goes back into, maybe we can get some of.
He's only had a couple of stints in spring training. I mean, he'll be slowly progressed this year.
Well, he has not really ever had a normal spring training. The last couple of years, he's had something kind of pop up that interrupted his spring training. I think last year he was dealing with a finger issue. So again, we talked to him after his first appearance, and He's like, this is nothing new to me. I'll probably get a couple more outings in before, but he feels very confident that as long as he keeps the treatment going on his back, he'll be locked in, ready to go for the start of the season. But to answer your question, who sets him up, Jasky? I could say Buto. I could say Eric Miller. The reality is, and this is what I really don't like about what the Giants are doing here to start the season. I don't like this fluid bullpen by committee thing that they're going to have Tony Vitello working with here.
Well, they have no other option.
See, I think you can. I honestly think you can get to.
Who did you want in free agency?
Well, first time, I am very anti-signing closers in free agency.
Yeah.
And I call that the Armando Benitez, Mark Melanson rule. Yeah. Very anti that. You have to develop your closer internally. Yes. I'm a firm believer in that. Randy Rodriguez should be that. It didn't work out. The guy I really wanted to see kind of seize that role this spring was Joel Peguero, who could just throw 100 like it's nothing. He needs to get in the strike zone. That was kind of his issue. It's a lot easier to be a closer when you hit the strike zone. But you got to refine that a little bit. So he's got to find that zone there. That was probably a big ask. But no, there were really no... I don't believe... I said closers. I don't even think you can really find bullpen help on the free agent market most times. Unless you're signing Tyler Rogers.
I agree.
Which by the way, we will miss Tyler Rogers this year.
What about Camilo Doval?
Probably going to miss him a little bit. I think we're going to miss Tyler Rogers more, only because I trusted Tyler Rogers.
I would agree. I'm asking about Doval. They have the first series is against the Yankees.
That's right. Oh, man, when he gets that save on opening night.
Is he considered their closer?
I don't know if he is. I think they kind of use him, I think, as a setup role, actually.
I don't think that's the case. And then what kind of reception does he get coming back? I wonder. I like Camilo. I like them.
Probably going to be muted. It's probably going to be a little bit muted. I don't think he's going to get...
What do you think, Risotto?
I think Matt Duffy will get a bigger reception than Camilo Doval.
Is Duffy with the Yankees?
Duffy's not even playing anymore, but the reception Matt Duffy got on opening day against the Royals a few years ago, that reception is not... the reception that Camilo Doval will get next week will probably be less than the one that Matt Duffy got. Whatever that tells you.
I don't remember him ever doing anything to for people to hate him. I mean, he was nonchalant, but I don't think that should be used against them.
Yeah. Well, Giants fans are fickle.
It just didn't work out here. It's not like he,
I agree.
Actually,
it did, though, because he came out of nowhere and really, he had some great success with the Giants.
He was an all-star, but I guess it didn't end well, I guess.
Yes, that's exactly it.
My biggest beef with Bob Melvin's time with the Giants is how they use Camilo Doval. Because it was 23, he led the league in saves, right? Mm-hmm. So that was Gabe Kapler's last year. I thought that Bob Melvin consistently would bring Doval into non-save situations. It's like we just need to get him in or something like that. And he comes in with a 5-run lead. And he would never pitch well in those situations. And, a non-save situation would become a save situation. But I think having so many of those outings that weren't save situations and how he struggled through some of those outings, I think that kind of got into his head a little bit and impacted just how he pitched in save situations. And just they put him in situations that he wasn't supposed to be in, and that started messing with him in the situations that he was supposed to be in.
I think the worst.
And I think that took him out of his groove, and I think it kind of rattled him, and then they brought him in and out of the closer role, and they demoted him, and then they brought him back up, and then they didn't give him the closer role again. Just the way Bob Melvin, I think, handled Doval in the closer role really screwed him up to the point where they had to trade him.
Well, the thing that I absolutely despise is bringing in the closer in the 9th inning of a tie ball game. I hate that. And I know that modern baseball, they do that. Hey, we're the home team. We're going to burn our pitcher now. We're not going to get him. But, I want that guy when there's an inherited runner on. That's what I want my closer coming in.
It's funny. Risotto and I have had this conversation, too. If it's top of the 9th inning and it's a tie game and you're the home team, I'm okay with bringing the closer in to save the tie game so that you can win it in the bottom of the 9th.
But I hate that.
Yeah.
I've watched the Giants offense over the last decade and a half.
I know. Well, let's pretend you're a team that can score runs.
That guy.
Well, okay. Well, now you have a lineup where maybe you can bring your closer in the top of the 9th inning of the game. So that's a situational awareness there. But if you go when you consider the disgustingness of the Giants offense over the years, you don't want to burn your best closer.
But I always look at it this way. Your closer is one of the guys that's probably most likely out of the bullpen to get a strikeout or get a pop-up, what I would call a non-productive out. And so knowing the new rules, bringing that guy into a clean inning in the 9th inning of a tie ball game, or bringing him in the 10th inning with an inherited runner at second base.
Yeah, the Manfred runner.
Yeah, I would rather have my best pitcher come in that situation as opposed to a lesser pitcher come in that situation.
No, I mean, Yeah, that makes sense. Again, I think it's situational. If you feel like you have a chance that you could put a run together in the bottom of the ninth inning and you want to keep that score tied, like I saw Brian Wilson do in the postseason a lot, where he would come in a tie game, get the save.
Yeah, but you didn't have the inherited runner rule. I'm talking about for the regular season.
Yeah, for the regular season. Well, I mean, I see what you're getting at. So you want, so like say Eric Miller in the ninth and then go to...
Look, when there's a runner at second and there's no outs, all right, you're in a situation where you need to have a non-productive out if you're the defense. You're the pitcher. You need a strikeout, pop up, or a ground out to the right side, left side technically.
Yeah.
And so, like, who's going to get you? Who's most likely to get you that type of an out? It's going to be your best pitcher, which would be your closer in the bullpen.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that's where I think they're really going to miss Tyler Rogers this year, is because he was that guy who could come in, who was not your closer, and get you that unproductive out or unproductive 2 outs if he was able to induce a ground ball there. And so I don't know who that guy is right now if it's not the closer.
Were there any random arms that impressed you down in spring training from the bullpen? Random arms.
Not the name that that jumped out, and I'll be curious to see if he makes the roster, is Gregory Santos.
Okay.
I think
they had him a few years ago, though, didn't they?
Yeah, I think I saw one outing from him that was all right, and he's he's the guy I asked Pat Bailey, this same question, and that's the answer he gave me, and so I kind of leaned in a little bit more on what Gregory Santos was doing there. But outside of that, I mean, the guy I kind of was interested in seeing a little bit more of until he just absolutely just kind of lost sight of the strike zone was Juan Sanchez, the lefty reliever they had, but then I saw him get in, was it last Friday night, and I think he threw like 20 pitches, and I think 4 of them made it into the strike zone. So it's, to be honest, though, as I'm looking at the list of all the relievers I looked at last week, I wanted to see something from Reaver Sanmartin, and then, nope, not feeling that. Carson Seymour is not a random name, but it's a name that I think he'll probably be in that bullpen mix as a swingman option.
I actually like him.
I do, too. I think he could be... They're probably going to use him as a swingman reliever. I'd like to see him maybe at the back end of the starter. I think Lucchese will be your middle reliever.
I like Lucchese.
They bought him. And he was surprisingly good last year.
I like Lucchese. He's got a lot of savviness. Gets outs.
Spencer Bivens, I really liked what he did out of the bullpen last year. Can you repeat that?
Most innings pitched on the Giants last year.
I know. They asked a lot of him. The guy, I've talked about this a little bit already, it's Matt Gage. That's who I think could be a real X factor in this bullpen. If he can get that splitter that he's working this year. Like, I really like Matt Gage. He's a big lefty who could throw the ball really, really hard. If he could kind of lock in and handle those high leverage situations, he's another guy, 7th, 8th inning, or if a 9th inning tie ball game, you don't want to bring your closer in. If they could go to him, like, Matt Gage is the guy who I think could be a very good X factor in this bullpen. But again, we saw a lot of him last year after they brought him in from the Tigers. So
Wednesday next week, you got a 1-run lead. Here comes Ryan Walker, and everyone's going to be just like
people are going to be like that all year long. People are going to like that all year long with Ryan Walker. They put him in a tough situation. Also, I didn't like how they used him last year with the closer role. It's, hey, Ryan Walker, you're going to be the closer to start the season, but at some point, Camilo Doval is going to get that job back from you. And then he did get the job back, and then they went away from him and gave it back to Ryan Walker. It's like, either he's the closer or he's not, guys. Like, they should never, Doval should have been the closer going into last year. And they should just, that's your role. Don't yo-yo your closers around. So hopefully that does not happen this year. We'll switch gears a little bit going into this next segment here, because when Mike Evans came to the 49ers, he did something that I think should be a nice little vote of confidence for this upcoming season for the 49ers. So I want to get into that. We'll be talking to Scott Ostler at 8:50, Justice De Los Santos at 9:20. All that's coming up in the game is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Aftershock, the West Coast's largest rock, metal, and punk festival, returns to Sacramento this October with My Chemical Romance. When you got me what you want to know, we'll carry you. Tool. Limp Bizkit. Pierce the Veil. Plus, Suicide Boys, Queens of the Stone Age, The Offspring, A Day to Remember, Wu-Tang Clan, Sublime, Danny Elfman, Baby Metal, Public Enemy, Circa Survive, and so many more. 4 days, 135 plus bands, 5 stages. Aftershock takes over Discovery Park October 1st through 4th. My Chemical Romance, Tool, Limp Bizkit, Pierce the Veil. All 4-day, single day, and premium passes are on sale now, starting at only $1 down. Get yours at AfterShockFestival.com.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
All right, Bay Area. Quick timeout for the homeowners. Do you know how championships are built? Strong fundamentals, no shortcuts. That's how Marvin builds too. Marvin creates beautifully designed windows and doors engineered for performance, durability, and serious curb appeal. Here in the Bay Area, you'll find Marvin at Ashby Lumber. For generations, Ashby Lumber has helped homeowners and builders get projects done the right way. With trusted products and local expertise, at Ashby Lumber, they build their reputation on standing behind products they trust. That's why they value partners like Marvin, brands that care about craftsmanship as much as they care about the community. Whether you're upgrading a few windows or planning a full remodel, start with the team and brand built to go the distance. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord or head to ashbylumber.com and ask about Marvin. Because when it comes to your home, you don't rebuild every season, you build it right the first time. Marvin and Ashby Lumber, a championship combination.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by 7-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
It is the Morning Roast. Sam Blumman here along with Joe Shasky, filling in for Joe Spadoni. He is on assignment today.
You need a little dirtiness.
Shasky, what was that one?
You need a little dirtiness.
On assignment? What are we, the Giants broadcasters?
Yeah, I just like to say he's on assignment.
Off.
Matt Steinmetz is on assignment. Matt Nahigian is on assignment.
What is he on?
Matt, which one? Matt Nahigian or Matt Steinmetz? Steiny's assignment is sit back and just keep drinking those pina coladas, man. Relax. Yeah. It is Friday, and Shasky, we have not really talked about this at all today or yesterday. Risotto, if you could please hit the bed that I requested. Oh, yeah. March Madness. This was a day, Shasky, that one of my favorite sports weekends of the year, because as you said, it's a great couch rot weekend. Just sit back and watch college basketball. And I'll be honest, Shasky, I did not watch a ton yesterday. Did you get any in?
Am I a bad sports fan for saying I didn't watch 1 second of college basketball yesterday? I was busy with family and life and stuff.
No, and that's, I think, stuff. Hopefully I'll be able to watch more of it over the weekend, but I've found, especially just working the morning shift, it's hard to kind of get locked in, because when you get off work, you go home, you nap, you wake up, and then all of a sudden it's 2:30 in the afternoon, and, you know, half the games in play. But I did see a few games yesterday. I saw UNC lose to VCU. Always love watching UNC lose. The big upset of the day yesterday, though, and I want to bring up that a little bit before we get into some of this Niners talk, was High Point University took on Wisconsin in the first round. That's not a real school. High Point University is a real...
Where is it located?
If I gave you 49 guesses, do you think you'd be able to name what state?
South Dakota.
Oh, let me pull it up, actually. High Point. Great radio here. High Point University is not in South Dakota. You got 48 more guesses.
Alabama.
I'm not going to go through this whole thing with you. It's in North Carolina.
Okay.
High Point. Anyway, yeah, they knocked off Wisconsin yesterday. I believe it was a 5-12 upset. We love those 5-12 upsets. But the reason I want to bring it up, Shasky, is I found a final call from that game. Not from, TNT or TBS or anything like that. From High Point University's student radio station.
Okay.
Me personally, I love these kind of calls because when I was at Miami, I called some women's basketball games when I was at Miami. I got to go to the tournament, the women's tournament, my senior year.
No way.
And I called Miami's win over.
Give me your broadcaster voice right now. Be real.
All right. Yeah.
Why do you have to change? Why does everyone do that?
Well, you got to enunciate a little bit differently, but I can find them. I've had the call somewhere on my computer. Maybe I can pull it. We can listen to it at some point. But, as the clock's counting down, 5, I can't do it in the moment without a game happen in front of me. I just bailed on that. That's sad. You're ruining my moment.
Play the kid.
But I want to give the shout out here. Jimmy Roselli and Griffin Wright. They were on the call for High Point University's student radio broadcast. And here's how their call sounded as High Point University won their first ever NCAA tournament game.
Anderson, driving, step back. In circles now, Johnson, captain, shoot. That's what they need. Timeout. Portland, do you believe it? Here comes Johnson. The layup. Takes it in bounds. 9 seconds. Boyd wants it inside. Try. 6 seconds. What? And Boyd, they launch down court. Anderson gets it. Throw on the glass slipper. It's a Cinderella story in Portland, Oregon. For the first time in program history. High Point breaks through. We will see you in the round of 32. Oh, what a feeling.
See, that's why I can't just recreate that broadcast voice in the moment. You need the emotion of the game happening in front of you to be able to truly kind of get into broadcaster mode. We can have Evan, who's probably way better at this than I could possibly be when he comes in for the crossover with Guru.
Wow.
Getting into that a little bit as well. But I just love that, Shasky, when I got to go.
Wait a minute. Is that Evan?
That's Evan, yeah. Wow.
What broadcast is that from?
Santa Clara baseball. It was after a walk-off home run.
Oh, is that the
or a go-ahead home run or a game-tying home run? I can't remember.
All right.
But anyway, I just wanted to play that, Shasky, because it reminded me when I got to call Miami's upset over Washington with Kelsey Plum was on that Washington team. She was a sophomore on that team. We were an 11 seed. They were a 6 seed. I had to fly to Iowa City because the Iowa Hawkeyes were hosting that little quartet of games.
Did you have a briefcase?
I did not know. I had my my backpack with my laptop in it. I had my...
How long was your hair?
It was very short, actually. It was very close cut. I had short hair back in college. Long hair in the humidity of Miami does not really translate, though. But that was a fun time. That was a really fun time being, again, the NCAA tournament logo there. It's a big pageantry to it. And again, even though it's a small corner of the women's bracket, it was a lot of fun for me. I remember losing my mind as the clock was ticking away and Miami was about to beat Washington.
What was your call at the end?
I was the Miami Hurricanes are going to beat the Washington Huskies in the NCAA tournament or something similar like that. Just kick the legs out from underneath me.
Oh, my God.
But anyway,
I'll tell you this right now. I could never do play-by-play.
It's so freaking hard. It is so
I
freaking...
just couldn't.
So my senior year of college, that's when I finally joined the radio station. I did the TV station the first 3 years. And so I joined the radio station, and the sports director was my old freshman roommate. So he kind of hooked me up with some good spots. And so, I was right around December, I got my first women's basketball game. And I'm doing the game, and I'm thinking come on, I've listened to Tim Roy do this, all right, pass to her, pass to them, shoot, stuff like that.
I love pass to him, pass to her.
And we get started, and the amount of ums and uhs that I had in that first broadcast, it was rough. Somewhere on my computer, I have the game I did against Washington saved. I'll see if I can pull, because I got a lot better at it as you go along. And that first game, it was a train wreck. That second game, I was on my own too. It was on my own for that basketball game too. And calling a basketball game alone is actually really fun. Again, we can ask Evan that when he gets in, because you don't have anyone, it's hard to do basketball with two people because there's so much going on.
Radio.
Yes. Baseball, you can do, because I did some baseball games too. And baseball, you can do it alone or with someone else. That's just, you're just conversing while talking about a baseball game. But basketball, it's so fast paced. It is really, really, really difficult. So when you hear people who are just getting into, basketball broadcasting, I'll take it with a grain of salt if they struggle because of how difficult it can be.
Yeah.
Hockey is another one. We're so fortunate here. We got Dan Rusanowski when he does on the Sharks, and he's an absolute legend when it comes to calling games. Calling a hockey game.
Could you imagine Guru on a hockey call?
Along with Dan Rusanowski.
Damn it.
You'd be so and Celebrity shoots, scores. What are you doing? Another goal for Celebrity. Oh, Dan, I love that goal so much. That was such a great shot by Macklin. I love it so much. And that feed from Will Smith, that was so awesome. I'm going to tell Evan about this tomorrow, Dan. It was awesome.
Dude, your Guru impression's not great.
That's all right. I shouldn't be able to do a great impersonation of Guru. No one can ever impersonate the Goo.
I need Dave Fleming now to make an appearance on the show.
Thank you, John. How are you doing, Chasky? Good to see you.
Very good, Dave.
Doing very well. March Madness.
Oh, my God.
It sounds just like him.
Oh, my God.
I want to hear I got this thing on my board.
Oh, my God. That's so
Since we're talking about impersonations.
And I love Dave Fleming.
St. Mary's wins it.
We got to have him do. We got to have him do the Fleming when Dave is actually on.
Shut up.
I have this thing on my board that just says pasta, impression of Dibs garage door. Well, now I have to play this.
Then I'm going to ask if you can politely share with the listeners your Dan Dibley that shook me because it was so good.
Well, the garage door opener by LiftMaster.
That's incredible.
I was in need of a closer. Pasta quietly is running up the rankings.
I need a text from D. I can't wait.
Wow.
Thanks.
Who needs AI when we have risotto?
He's really good.
Oh my God! Play that one more time. Oh my God! This is risotto.
I'm going to ask, if you can, politely share with the listeners your Dan Dibley that shook me because it was so good.
Well, the garage door opener by LiftMaster.
God, that's incredible.
I was in need of a closer.
Pasta quietly is running up the rankings.
I need a text from Diaz. Like, I can't wait.
Wow. You better not have one of me. That's embarrassing.
I don't think I do. You're kind of hard to get down.
Yeah.
Shanahan!
Shanahan! My son's upstairs asleep. I love Pepper Jack.
Sleep upstairs. Oh, dude, I got a bone to pick with my wife regarding that. Dude,
I love Rice.
Oh, boy.
I love Rice.
Uh-oh.
My wife is just letting him sleep in the bed. It's been like 3 months. He got sick, and he started sleeping in the bed, and now he won't sleep in his own bed at all. And
does he have the big boy bed yet?
Yeah.
You didn't take my mom's advice and do the little big boy bed in the room with you guys so that he's still in the room with you guys but not in the bed?
We don't live in a mansion.
You don't need that much. So when you walk into your bedroom, you walk in and it's like
there's no
wall,
room for anything.
bed, wall. There's like no space at all.
Very little space.
No space for activities.
Activities? Like I can't even put a chair in there. I live in a small house. You know, I'm very lucky, but we live in a small house. But my wife just like keeps letting the little guy sleep between us. I've gotten kicked like almost like a donkey kick in the side of the head.
Like the head? Is he sleeping on the pillow?
He sleep because he moves a lot.
Oh,
so
yeah, that's true.
He's sideways, he's upside down, he's this, he's that. I'm checking to make sure I'm not, suffocating him with my pillow. And it's just, we got problems.
I wonder what my mom did, because I was that same way when I was a little kid. I like to sleep in the bed. Every kid does it. You probably did it with your parents too. Steven Risotto probably did it.
No, my dad wouldn't let us sleep in the bed. He's like, you have your own bed.
I don't remember. I wonder what my mom did to keep me from going into the bed when I was a little kid. I think she just got the little side bed. That's what she did for me. And
everybody says the same thing, like, oh, one day you're going to want it back. Just embrace it now. So my kid's going to be like 4 years old and he just sleeps in our bed every day? Every day?
Yeah, probably shouldn't be every day.
Really fun to see LJ tonight.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. And we go, you got to have a routine. Yeah, I know we got to have a routine. It's hard to have a routine when dad has to watch all the games and they're on late at night.
Well, that's the reality. We don't live a normal life doing what we do. So that's the added
yeah, I'm dragging this week.
Yeah. I guess my mom isn't listening because she would have texted me by now about, I did this to get you out of the bed. So I can't help you out with more mom advice from her. So, you know who is going to be helping some people out this year? It's Mike Evans. He's going to be helping out the 49ers. And there is a story I saw yesterday. This was from out of Tampa Bay. General Manager Jason Licht said the organization, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, offered a significantly higher deal financially than the one that he ultimately signed with the 49ers.
Wait a minute. An athlete took a little less?
To play for the 49ers in California, where apparently you get taxed at 150% of your income if you listen to people from outside of here.
I thought every athlete who ever lived, I've been yelled at for many years by multiple people that every athlete and every person in life always takes the most amount of money no matter what.
That's a weird assumption.
Huh.
I mean, I love money, obviously, like everybody else.
I'm blown away. Keep going. So yeah, Mike Evans took less.
Yep.
Wow. First time in recorded history.
The actual quote, again, according to ESPN, was, we made a significantly higher offer than the 49ers, and that was just the first offer. But Mike Evans decided to come to the 49ers. And, of course, we saw that, he said last week that he thinks he's the final piece to get this team over the hump and back into legitimate Super Bowl contention. And I hear that, Shasky. And Mike Evans joining the Niners, it's I don't think it's just a normal signing of a free agent wide receiver who's kind of at the end of his career. It feels like a pretty heavy endorsement of the 49ers that he sees that him, a Hall of Famer, a very well-respected Hall of Famer, looks at this team and looks at Brock Purdy and says, yeah, I want to hitch my wagon to that for the end of my career that I have taken a lot of pride in. And I believe in it so much that I'm going to take less money, and I am so confident in my abilities and my health that this little substation thing means absolutely nothing to me. The endorsement that he has given the 49ers for this season has to be making you feel a little bit more confident. I mean, think about how he felt about this team last year throughout the season, where as they're on their way to a 12-win season, you would have thought that they were a 6-win team sometimes. It felt like Niner fans were waiting for the bottom to drop out. Now, of course, when half of your roster is, on IR, that'll probably do that. But again, we're a little bit into the offseason right now. Free agency has more or less passed. We're just waiting on the draft right now. But that's got to be a massive confidence boost for 49er fans to hear that Mike Evans felt that strongly about joining this team.
It's refreshing to hear an athlete take a little less because he wants to win more. And he thinks that this situation is more conducive for him. Now, could it also be convenient that he might not be the number one target in Tampa this upcoming year had he stayed there?
Yeah, with Egbuka there.
Yeah, that's definitely an element or a layer to this that I acknowledge. But it's just refreshing. It's refreshing that this guy wants to team up with Shanahan because we all know Shanahan's great. How great is he? I don't know. Well, time will tell. And we all know that Brock Purdy's really good. And he wants to go play with those guys. I think it's freaking cool.
Yeah.
And I also think that it's convenient that Kittle's probably going to be out and he'll be the number one target. And I'm sure he wants to eat on that. But all things being considered, you've heard this from the center who ended up staying in Buffalo. You've heard this from a variety of different athletes. Sometimes it isn't all about every last dollar. Sometimes it is about fit and comfortability and who I want to play with and where I want my family to live. And I'm just excited for this. I'm really happy that Mike Evans is with the Niners. I think he fits on every level. He fits with the team. He fits with the area. I think he fits with the coach. I think he fits with the nucleus in terms of the DNA makeup of the individual team, like McCaffrey and Kittle and Trent and CMC. He fits their hard work mode operation standards. And I think it's great. I think it's a great look for Brock.
This is hands down the best receiver that he's had to work with in his young career. I mean, Brandon Ayuk had a great year in 2023, but no one's putting Brandon Ayuk on the same level as Mike Evans. No. Deebo Samuel, a very productive wide receiver, but let's be real. I mean, Deebo would have to do what he did in 2021 10 times in a row for him to be on the Mike Evans level in terms of just his reputation. What I love most, and I was telling you this, months ago that I wanted the Niners to add Mike Evans because he just adds the combination of size and speed that they just have not had at wide receiver. I mean, dude's 6'5".
I know.
This dude could just go up over anybody and just Randy Moss, just grab that ball over these guys. And for a guy like Brock Purdy, I mean, how many times, Shasky, are we watching these Niner games the morning after and just that's an overthrow? Oop, overthrew that one a little bit. Ricky jumping up trying to reach for these things.
Every quarterback overthrows.
But no, I think with Mike Evans, though, every quarterback does overthrow. That's not going to be as much of an issue with Mike Evans.
Yeah.
Because he can go up and get those balls. And the amount of extra possessions and extra first downs that we're going to see the Niners get because of Mike Evans, it's incredibly exciting. The fact that he has that much faith in this organization. And again, I mentioned already, NFL players are always looking for ways that there are little edges to get better or stay healthy, so much so that the substation was in the back of everybody's mind. I mean, Mike Evans had every reason to balk at this team because of that 0.3% chance that the substation was going to fry his hamstring into a crisp. Yeah, exactly. He said, that's ridiculous. I'm signing there. And I really like to think, I know that's not how life works, but I really like to believe that Mike Evans coming to the Niners kind of shuts up that stupid theory that, what's-his-face had to inject into the public for us all to stew over. I don't even want to say his name. It feels like a very positive endorsement of the direction this team is going in and outside of free agency. Because I would say I think the Niners have elevated themselves in the NFC West a little bit already with the moves they've made, adding Mike Evans, adding Christian Kirk, who's my Osa Odigizui, or I totally botched the name there. I have to pull it up and see it. Osa Odigizua. I'm going to get that at some point. Yes. Trey Greenlaw.
Why is Juwan Jennings still available?
My guess is because no one has decided, hey, Juwan Jennings, we want you to come play football for us.
At the price that he wants.
That
Are you surprised they gobbled up Christian Kirk? And basically it feels like they're not even looking at Juwan Jennings.
No, I'm not surprised, really.
Why?
I think because Juwan Jennings, if Juwan Jennings thinks of himself as a 1 or 2 receiver, he's not. I think he's a number 3 receiver. There's a little bit of, at some point, you're going to accept reality of what you are, and then you'll sign your deal. But Juwan wanted to get paid like he was the number one receiver, but like, and this is, and you have had this conversation when it comes to pitching. Just because you're the number one doesn't mean you are a number one. You know, and I think Juwan Jennings, he was the number one receiver last year. He's not a number one. You can't be a number one receiver if you can't crack 1,000 yards.
Well, so similar to my theory about starting pitching, just because you're the number one in a given rotation does not mean you are an ace.
Exactly. That's kind of what I just said there.
So just because you are the number one wide receiver on a depth chart does not mean that you're a true number one.
I would say if you're coming into the season with Mike Evans as your one, Ricky Pearsall as your two, and Juwan Jennings as your three, you're feeling very good about that wide receiver core.
Is it?
If you're coming in as Juwan Jennings as your one, Ricky Pearsall as your two, and, you know, Demarcus Robinson as your three, that you're not feeling as good about that.
How much is this about Juwan's attitude, too? The last year, you know, the attitude wasn't great. I wonder.
No, and I think because you've seen that over the last couple of years, like the Niners are trying to move off of guys with attitudes.
No, I'm talking about the rest of the NFL. I think that the rest of the NFL is saying, what does Shanahan know that we don't?
I think there is a level of, in any sport, the amount of, I call it my Draymond Green corollary, where it's like, if your production outweighs your nonsense, it's fine. At some point, though, when your nonsense outweighs your production, you're not going to get as many offers as maybe you want. And I think that the nonsense for Juwan Jennings is just either too high or above his production right now, that it's like, you know what, John, you might be a good receiver. You might be able to help us out as our 2 or our 3, but you're walking around acting like you're a disgruntled number 1 wide receiver. When you want to walk around acting like a ready-to-play number 3 wide receiver, we'll have a conversation. But until that time comes, you're going to be sitting at home having difficult conversations with yourself.
He was a really good Niner. I thought they got some really good years out of him. I think he views himself at a price point that is unrealistic. And I'm talking league-wide. And I know that he has his insane confidence, which has helps make him how
every
great he
athlete
is.
in that situation.
Sure.
You don't get to where he is at without having insane confidence.
I am a little surprised Robert Saleh has not thrown some money at him in Tennessee, because I think he'd be a good player for the Tennessee Titans. If I was the Titans, I'd be all over Juwan Jennings and I would draft Jeremiah Love. And then now you have an excellent
a great receiving core for Cam Ward to work with. I absolutely agree with you.
Weapon group.
And that's, again, a good point. I mean, the fact that Robert Saleh, who would know Juwan Jennings as well as anybody, hasn't made that call. Right? Or another, and again, Mike McDaniel's not a head coach, but he is the offensive coordinator down in I almost said San Diego, down in Los Angeles with Jim Harbaugh. You don't think he's being like, hey, you know, Jim, my offense worked really well with Juwan once upon a time. You might be able to help us out. Like, you're not even having that conversation.
I was thinking for Jackson Dart in New York, opposite Malik Neighbors, that would be a nice fit for Juwan.
Yeah. But again, he'll probably sign at some point. Again, it's this league humbles you.
You think there's any chance the Niners bring him back? Any chance?
Do you want him back?
I think that they've moved on. I don't think there's any 10% maybe.
I think they have moved on. Again, when they have Evans, they have Kirk, they got Pearsall, they got Demarcus Robinson, and I think it's at a point where it's one of Jacob Cowing or Jordan Watkins or Junior Bergens.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Like one of those three. Like, I'm not saying needs to, should. One of those three has to get off the bench and actually, like, contribute with a capital C this season. I think that's the plan. And, again, it's a money thing, too. If Juwan, I think whatever Juwan wants, even as number 3, is going to be more pricey that the Niners are going to want to spend.
You're probably right.
They're going to still need to sign another edge rusher. I know Joey Bosa rumors out there. They still need to deal with Trent, who is doing the exact opposite of what you like Mike Evans for. And they have no other option. They got to make it work out with Trent.
I think there's a date either today or tomorrow where Trent gets like another $10 or $15 million.
Yeah, and honestly, like Trent wants his money, and Trent's going to get his money.
Shocker.
I know. We got Scott Oster on the other side. Kay Bueno, I see you. We'll try and squeeze you in as well. What's Coming Up Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
March matchups are here and now, and you can trade the tournament in all 50 states with Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Bay FC fans, it's the first California rivalry match of the season on Saturday, March 21st at 5:45 p.m. Bay FC hosts Angel City FC at PayPal Park as they honor the players who wear the Bay FC crest and the Trailblazers on and off the pitch who paved the way. Grab your tickets now.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. This month marks our 40th anniversary, and our anniversary sale has been so popular, we're extending it for another week. So now to March 23rd, everything in every store will be 30% off. That's carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more, all 30% off. The Floor Store's 40th anniversary sale. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 27th through March 29th for their once yearly red tag clearance sale. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities on floor models and factory direct pricing. Visit Freeman's Appliance red tag sale for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Discover a summer camp where kids run the show. At the California Historical Radio Society in Alameda, students in grades 6 to 10 learn from professionals to create real radio shows, podcasts, and dive into hands-on STEM electronic projects. Learn more at 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock today. Now back to the Joes on the Morning Roast. Shasky, you're my guy, but calm down.
Stop telling me how to feel.
Seriously.
Hit me.
Don't put thoughts into my head.
Don't put emotions into my life. That's Joe Shasky. Unfortunately, Mark, you're wrong. It's not Joe Spadoni. It's Sam Lubin. You think that you would have known that on that pre-recorded rejoin there that you did months before. He's actually not right. Usually he is, though. I like Mark Willard. I wonder how excited he is for opening day. I'm sure, he has a show that he has to do that day. So I guess we're doing a fun little broadcast out on the somewhere around the ballpark on opening day. I don't know where. I don't know if I'm allowed to say where yet. I don't know if it's official. I probably can't maybe be saying what I'm saying right now, but we're a week away from opening day, and I'm sure that Mark Willard is just as excited about it as you and I are, Shasky. That is where I am going at with that one here. We got Scott Ostler joining us in just a moment. Scott Ostler, a longtime columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle. I grew up reading him. Joe Shasky, you grew up reading him. Steven Risotto grew up reading him. Zach Green grew up reading him. So we'll be talking to him in just a moment here as we are currently efforting him. And yeah, I'm excited for this one, Shasky. Scott is one of the great writing legends in the Bay Area. He was a staple of my Sunday morning with his Deep Thoughts, Cheap Shots, and Bon Mott's column, which always put a smile on my face. The light roasts that he would do, as we hear on the morning roast, and has just always been a very enjoyable guy to read. And the Chronicle, it's going to take a hit with him no longer being a part of it.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And it's just the era of the journalist writing the column that was thought-provoking, that you woke up to, and that the entire Bay Area was chewing on. And, we talk about, like, the water cooler a lot. Back when I was actually working at a grocery store, I would fight for the sports section in between the breaks, and you'd be reading them, when you're upstairs in the break room or whatever. And, whatever that article was that was in that paper, whether it's Mateer Ross, and like I told you, it was like a pop culture or a local Bay Area thing, or whether it was Scott Ostler or Bruce Jenkins or whomever, going back even farther, the Ira Miller, Glenn Dickey types, it formulated a lot of the conversations, me and my coworkers, my buddies, my dad, my grandfather. It was like the original sports talk fodder before sports talk and content and TikToking and all this just went like 24/7, 365 in your face nonstop.
Oh, let's get to the man, the myth, the legend. Scott Ostler of the San Francisco Chronicle joins us on the River Islands guest line. Scott, I read your column on Monday. I had a tough time digesting the fact that you were calling it a career, but you are sailing off into the sunset on your own terms. Very happy for you. Congratulations on a incredibly terrific career. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on the Morning Roast. How are you doing, Scott?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me in. I got lots of time, so let's talk for the next couple hours here.
Absolutely. We might just turn our mics off and just let you wax poetically here, Scott. I want to get to it. First off, I do want to kind of give you your props here a little bit because as I mentioned before we got you on, you were a big part of my morning routine when I was growing up as a kid. Every morning I'd crack open the green sheet and I'd read your column. I loved your Cheap Thoughts, Deep Thoughts, and Bon Mott's column on Sundays because I love the humor that you brought to sports. And, I think of, as I am here in my own sports media career, I think about, all the people who had an influence on me and how I go about sports. And the humor and whimsy that you found in sports every day, Scott, that really resonated with me to a degree that I try to find those same moments of humor and whimsy in the everyday sporting life that I read about growing up. So I do want to say just right off the bat, thank you, Scott, for the imprint you have had on me as a sports fan, as a sports media member, as a sports journalist, and kind of being a piece of what kind of created the career that I have today. So thank you so much for the work that you have put in over the years. Much
appreciated. A lot of that comes from a couple of things. One thing, I grew up in Los Angeles and reading the great Jim Murray. I don't know if a lot of folks don't know who he is, but he was a great columnist down there, and he did a lot of humor was kind of his thing. He did drama and all that stuff really well, but I was always a tinge of humor, and I always thought that's pretty cool. And so I would try to copy him a little bit, and that influenced me. But my main thing was fear. I was so afraid that whatever I wrote was going to bore people. And you don't want to bore people, so I
appreciate that. Well, Scott, it's funny that you bring that up because, I know Sam did wax poetically about, your impact on him. I grew up reading the sports columns in I call it the Sporting Green. That's what I grew up reading it. And I used to yell and scream and sometimes be happy with whatever the column was. And back in the day, there used to be a phone number where you could leave voicemails. Do you remember that at the Chronicle?
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Oh, my God. Do you know how many different voicemails I left? It was an answering machine, I guess, essentially.
Oh, you left for me?
Well, you and everybody there.
Oh, yeah.
And it was
a lot of us didn't answer them. I tried to do some of them.
Well, one thing that I'm kind of personalizing this here, but I had never met you, and I didn't go to school for journalism. I kind of was a caller that got put on the air, and I was doing podcasts and things, and maybe I represent a fraction of kind of new media in its own sense, and I've always had this imposter syndrome. And you talk about the insecurity.
100%, baby.
And it's weird. There's a fraternity of people that are the chosen ones and the made men, and we kind of know who they are. And when I go to practices and things, I almost feel like an outsider behind enemy lines. And I had never met you, and you came flying up, and you shook my hand, and you were just so nice to me. And you probably don't remember it, but it was really empowering, and it was very impactful, and it meant a lot to me. And I just want to thank you. That's really it, man to man.
Well, I appreciate that very much because I had the same feeling to the very last day that I worked. What am I doing here? Yeah.
I love that.
So thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Well, and by the way, Sam, you get the long hair, right?
Yes, I do got the long hair going.
So I think you stole that from me because that's the length of hair I rock when I broke into the business.
Well,
people looked at me what's this guy doing? This sports writer? What?
I'm going to need a picture of that, Scott, when you get a chance. I need to see what long hair Scott. I think I remember one time we were in the Giants dugout one time, and you said that, back in your day, growing out my hair like this, you're trying to make a political statement, I think was your line. Nowadays, I'm just trying to let the hair flow, But I am kind of curious, Scott, because, when you're a sports writer, it is a job. You can't just kind of sit back and be a fan like a lot of other people who watch sports do. But I'm kind of curious, what are, as the sun sets in your career, what are the things you're going to miss the most about being a sports writer? What are the things that you're just so glad that oh man, I'm so happy I don't have to do this anymore?
Kaminga columns.
Yeah.
The things I won't miss is waiting for Barry Bonds on deadline, hoping that he'll, after he gets done playing with his bats and stuff, that he'll maybe give us a quote or two, or any of the players, just sweating out deadlines and thinking. A lot of times covering football, for instance, I would get assigned because I guess I was able to pull it off, and I consider it kind of a badge of honor. I would get assigned what we call the barf column, which is that, let's say I'm working a football game and Ann Killian's there, my colleague at the Chronicle, and Eric Branch and Noah. And so there's four of us, but one of us has to do a column that comes out within 5 minutes after the end of the game. So you're writing that thing during the game, and you don't know who's going to win. Or it's impossible. We call it barf column because you just 800 words, baby, barf them out. And
it's a very good name.
It's as far as you can get from art, but surprisingly, it would because it would get in early. It would get pretty good readership and everything. So, which is a two-edged sword. You don't want people reading their worst stuff, but at least they're reading. So anyway, I guess I became one of the kings of the barf column.
I love that. So you're looking back on it. I mean, how many years were you at the Chronicle? For those that are just, tuning in right now, Scott Oster on. How many years for the Chronicle, and where did it begin?
32 years at the Chronicle.
God.
And it was kind of lucky break. I worked just a quick retrospective. I started my career in Lompoc, California, which is by Santa Barbara.
It's known as a federal prison or something like that, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
Lompoc. Yeah.
I almost got locked up in that federal prison one time. I was playing recreational city league basketball, and we'd play some of our games at the prison. They had a prison gym out there, and we'd play against the prisoners. And the prisoners, I had the long hair, and like I'm talking about, down shoulder length, and so the prisoners figured I'm this hippie guy, and they would try to buy drugs off me, so they're always trying to hit me up to buy drugs. Well, it turned out my teammate was actually selling drugs to them on the side, and he would slip the drugs to him when we went out there to play, and the cops got onto him, and they were going to stake him out and bust him. And it turns out he found out about it, so he didn't go to the game, but they would have busted the whole team, and I would have been locked up in the Lompoc FCI, as they called it.
Was it Greg Anderson who was your teammate? Was he the one supplying the drugs to the athletes on the side?
Yeah.
Let me ask you, what was the golden era? As you look back on it for you, was there a player, a team, an event? Like there's the photo of you at Pebble Beach in the wind as it's blowing. It's everybody's dream who loves golf even a little. What was like the golden moment that you look back on and you go, wow, like I'm never going to forget that?
Well, I was thinking about that kind of earlier when I was waiting to come on with you guys. There's kind of a couple, and they're directly related, and they're both in basketball. One would be Steve Kerr's first season with the Warriors. Was that 13-14? I think?
Yeah, 14-15.
Yeah, 14-15. When they emerged, they came out of the year before. They had been really good. They showed promise, and Steph was looking really good. And then all of a sudden, they just exploded, and they just kind of redefined basketball as an art form and entertainment and everything else. It was just kind of reshaped the whole league, and they were fun to watch, and they were great to cover. All the guys were great talkers. Sean Livingston and Iguodala and all those guys, and Kerr and Curry and Draymond, and so that was amazing. Those first 2 years, especially, and then next year they won the 73 games regular season.
What was the lowest? Because like when I always joke around, and Chris Townsend and I joke about it, we used to do from 9 o'clock at night till midnight, and like nobody's listening, and you're doing midnights, and it's just like, oh my God, if you've ever done it, you realize like I'm just howling at the moon. So like what's the low that you are just ready to never think about again?
I don't know if there were any lows. There were some. The worst thing, the two things you want to cover in sports, you want to cover a really, really good team, like I'm talking about the Warriors back then, or a really, really bad team.
Yeah.
Like the A's when they, towards the end, when they were sinking, when their payroll was the same as as the Ballers, roughly. And so they were fun because it was a good group of guys. And so not to make fun of them, but because ownership was so bad, you could get on them. But you just don't want one of those middle of the road 500 teams. That's no fun because nobody's really happy. It's boring. It's not fun to watch. But if the team's really good or really bad, then you have a good thing. You got something to write.
You're listening to Scott Ostler joining us here on the Morning Roast with Sam Lubin and Joe Shasky. And you're also listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Scott, you mentioned Barry Bonds a minute ago and waiting for him on deadline. You were here, obviously, for the entirety of the Bonds tenure here in San Francisco. So you had a lot of opportunities to have fun conversations with Barry. Take us behind the curtain a little bit. Take us into the locker room. And just, if you could just recount the highs and lows of what it is like for a sports journalist to have to cover Barry Bonds on a daily basis.
It was actually kind of fun. And people, when I would write later on that I didn't think Barry should be in the Hall of Fame because of steroids. And I've gone back and forth on that, by the way. But people would write to me and they'd say, you just say that you're not going to vote for him just because he's mean to you. He's not nice to you. And I would try to explain to people that I not only don't care if a player is mean to me, like if Barry Bonds would shut me out or blow me off or be rude to me, I didn't go home and cry about it. I went home and my wife fired up the Manhattans and we had a good time, It never bothered me. It was just, to me, it was great theater. It was great fun. There'd be 5 or 6 of us standing around waiting for a quote, and Barry would kind of look at us and, oh, there they are. Oh, okay, let's see how much I can delay this. And then when he did talk, it was the snide, always. There was never a nice moment with Barry, very, very rarely. The thing that the visual that stands out to me is his big lounge chair in the clubhouse. And if people haven't been in the clubhouse, I'll explain. Basically, everybody's got a locker stall or cubicle, and in front of it there's a chair. Now the chairs are nicer. Back then they were more like director's chairs, like folding chairs, not fancy at all. Just the basic stuff, right?
Yeah.
Used to be just stools, but basically little canvas chairs. Well, Barry had this gigantic Barca lounger kind of thing, lazy boy or whatever you want to call it, and he had it. So he took up like 3 locker stalls. His place did, and he had a big TV screen right in front of him. So he had a whole entertainment unit, and he took up literally 4 lockers because he had his posse with him every day. He had the guy that stretched him. He had his nutrition guy. He had the guy that gave him back rubs, whatever it was. And so he had this whole crew in there, and he had certain rules. Like you couldn't, when you're talking to him, if he was doing an interview from his Barca lounger, you couldn't stand behind him. That was against the rules, because he didn't have to crane his neck around. You'd have to stand around in front of him. So I thought it was highly entertaining. There was nobody like him. There's nobody with that colossal kind of arrogance. I remember when he first came to town, they had a press conference for like 6 or 7 of basically the columnists just gathered in a small room. Hey, get to know Barry. And after we spent about 15 minutes with him, and I walked out of there thinking, this is one of the most colossal a-holes I've ever been around.
That is funny. So, it's you work, I call it the game within the game, right? You work the beat, and I'm talking about just overall the Bay Area sports scene, not the every single day in, day out, beat of covering a team, but you're going to say things that tick people off. And there's a couple of individuals, and there's a variety of confrontations that I've had in front of other family members that have caught me off guard, where people are like, hey,
Shock, you talking to me?
You said X, Y, and Z about this guy, and, I got a bone to pick. And I'm always like, dude, really? Like, come on, man. You guys are worth so much money. You're worried about what I'm saying. And it's just funny to me. Are there any confrontations that you have that maybe you want back or that you want to expose here on your way out the door? You never know.
Yeah. It's weird for the most part. I guess I didn't piss off enough people. Maybe I should have pissed off more. But generally, I got along with people. There were a couple incidents. I remember a time when I worked in L.A. and there was a player for the Angels who later, after my incident, later that season got shot and killed, which is tragic. A guy named Lyman Bostock. And a really good player, a really nice guy, too, and we got along really well. But I wrote something that he didn't like one time, and we were in Chicago. The team was in Chicago, and I was up having a pregame meal, and somebody said, hey, Lyman wants to talk to you, man. He's really upset. And so I went down to the field, and he was coming off from batting practice, and I said, so I understand you want to talk to me. And he grabbed me by the shirt collar and kind of lifted it up, and he said, yeah, and it turned out he was just kidding, He was upset, but he wasn't, because I thought we were going to actually fight there on the field. But those things are kind of rare. I think I mentioned in the column, I did get attacked physically by Sharon Stone once, the famous actress. Her husband was Phil Bronstein, who ran the other paper, The Examiner, in San Francisco at the time. And I ran afoul of them because I was out of sports briefly wrote an around town kind of column, and I had written something about her that I thought was okay that ticked them off. And so I was covering either the ballet or the symphony. I did that kind of stuff back then once in a while, and had my tuxer suit on or whatever. And Phil Bronstein called me over. He said, hey, I want to introduce you to my wife, Sharon Stone. This is. And then he leaned over to her and said, that's the guy that wrote the thing in the paper.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, she got furious, and she grabbed me by the arm. She's pretty big and strong, Sharon Stone. Yeah. And she shook me like a rag doll, and she just, don't ever write stuff like that again. And then she spun and turned away and walked off. And Phil just kind of grinned at me.
That is
like, hey, I got you, buddy.
That is quite the interaction. I never would have guessed that of all the people, the most notable confrontation, Sharon Stone would not have had that, Scott. I got a couple really quick ones I want to throw at you, Scott, just as you're on the, like, throughout your career, especially here in the Bay Area, who was the best person to talk to or the best player that you got to interview or like
executive.
Or executive. Just when you had a chance to talk with this person, you're like, oh, awesome, I get to talk with this person
For me,
today.
it's Bob Myers, for example.
Bob was great. He was fabulous. A lot of times he would go on kind of quote machine, on autopilot. But other times he'd be great. But that whole team, that whole Warriors team, and if you, the kind of guy you're looking at, you're mentioning right now would be probably near the top of the list or at the top of the list. I'll give you a couple names. Steve Kerr is one.
Makes sense.
Kerr is great. Kerr is the kind of guy where if you're writing a story, you go to Raymond Ritter, the TPR guy, and say, hey, I need a few minutes with Steve. I'm doing this story. And he said, oh, no problem. We're going to set you up tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And then so you sit down with Steve, and Raymond would typically say, okay, now Steve's got an appointment in 10 minutes. He's on a really tight schedule, so you got to keep it to 10 minutes. So like 20 minutes later, you're still sitting there. Kerr with his hands behind his head, legs crossed, kicking back, just talking, just great stuff. Always great quotes, great insights. Never just he was the best.
So
the best. Yeah.
Scott,
and there are a lot of good guys, Dusty Baker and guys like that. But yeah.
We're up again. We got a couple minutes here, and I just want to, on the way out the door, you're retiring from the Chronicle. That doesn't mean that you're just going away. I know Lowell Cohn, for example, has kind of like a Substack that he writes on. You could always start a new YouTube channel. I know your son Gabe is a giant sports fan, so media has changed dramatically, since you began to where it is now. So 2 questions. The first one, what are you going to do in retirement? That's number one. I know you want grandkids, I'm sure, at some point, but what are you going to do in retirement? And where do you see this media thing kind of evolving into as someone who has the perspective and the information and the knowledge that you have, being knee deep in it for 35 years?
Yeah. The media, especially compared to when I broke in 5 decades plus ago, is like the Wild West. There's all this stuff like Substack and blogs and just tons of stuff. And it used to be, you get a job in a newspaper and work your way up or at a radio station. Now it's just anything goes. And it's dizzying to me. But as far as what I'm going to do is I don't even use the word retirement because I'm just going to keep tapping away on my keyboard. I've got some book ideas. I've got a couple book ideas. I'm going to try. I don't know if they're going to come to anything, but I'm going to give them a shot. And also like to maybe stay in doing some writing, whether it's sports writing or something, maybe around town and more feature-y stuff instead of columns. I'm not sure even who I would do that for, but I'm interested in kind of staying busy, and I like to write. So, and I won't have to barf any columns. I can
take your time to get them out. I can talk to our boss here. Maybe if we have a writing position here at 95.7, we can get you on the team, Scott.
You got it. Yeah, you can call it a slow barf.
There you go. a little drivel out of words there. I love it, Scott. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on the Morning Roast. Again, just
salute to a great career.
Congratulations on a terrific career.
Seriously,
and I hope that at some point during this year I bump into you at the ballpark. So again, man, thank you very much for joining us today.
All right, Joe and Sam, I much appreciate it. And Sam, keep rocking that hair, man. I might grow mine back. I'd like that again.
I love it.
Let's do it. We'll get a picture with us with the long hair going, all right?
We'll see you soon. I mean that. And tell your son Gabe I said hi.
I will. I'm going to see him today.
Awesome. I love Gabe.
All right. I
see you guys.
It.
Yep.
Thanks, boy.
Scott Ostler. What a legend. What a legendary career.
Just the amount of times that he put a smile on my face with the words that he had printed on that page. It was always just a delightful breath of fresh air being able to read his stuff. And I'm glad he's still going to be around in some capacity. And yeah, I'm serious, Matt Hegan. If we can figure out a way to make him a part of the team, I don't know what that would look like, but it would be pretty cool. So, what else is going to be pretty cool is when we talk to Justice De Los Santos on the other side, get the latest of what's going on in Giant spring training, what's going on now that Hayden Birdsong is done for the year. What was there anything said about Bryce Eldridge in terms of kind of what they're looking for him while he's in the minors? We'll ask Justice all that and more. And that is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
If you're thinking about a new Ford truck, but you're waiting for the best incentives, you're probably asking when? When is Ford Truck Month? Well, it's here. It's right now, and it's at Ceremony Ford. What's up, Bay Area? It's Joe Shasky. This is the best time of the year to buy a new Ford truck. We're talking special incentives across the entire lineup. F-150, Super Duty, Ranger, Maverick. But let me tell you, and let me zero in on the big dog. The 2025 F-150 right now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus $1,000 in truck month bonus cash. And with 0 down payments and 0 payments for 90 days, that's power. That's value. That's timing. And you could drive it today and not make a payment for 3 months. Ford Truck Month doesn't last forever, so you better get down to Ceremony Ford. It's right off of 280 in Coleman, Daly City, or shop anytime at ceremonyford.com. Stacked inventory, serious savings. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Ford dealer.
Aftershock, the West Coast's largest rock, metal, and punk festival, returns to Sacramento this October with My Chemical Romance. When you got me what you want to know, we'll carry you. Tool. Limp Bizkit. Pierce the Veil. Plus, Suicide Boys, Queens of the Stone Age, The Offspring, A Day to Remember, Wu-Tang Clan, Sublime, Danny Elfman, Baby Metal, Public Enemy, Circa Survive, and so many more. 4 days, 135 plus bands, 5 stages. Aftershock takes over Discovery Park October 1st through 4th. My Chemical Romance, Tool, Limp Bizkit, Pierce the Veil. All 4 day, single day, and premium passes are on sale now, starting at only $1 down. Get yours at AftershockFestival.com.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
It's the Good Guys 42nd All-American Get-Together. High-octane Good Guys autocross racing action. Explore the Dead End Magazine Lowrider Showcase and more. March 28th and 29th in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com. High five.
Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Spring is here, and the shopping list is long. Time to make a Lowe's run. Buy 3 bags, get 3 free of Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil. Plus, right now, members can earn 4 times the points on an eligible purchase. Start spring off strong with these deals and more. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/25 while supplies last. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. One-time only offer.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We are back here on the morning roast. It's actually Sam Lubman, though, not Joe Spadoni. Joe Spadoni is in parts unknown today, whatever that means. God. Exactly. Also, I want to give everyone a heads up. If you're still trying to get in on Knockout, you still can. We are still giving you a chance to play in our Knockout tournament at Chase Center on Monday, April 6th. Make sure you're listening during the crossover today with Evan, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs. That starts at around 1:45-ish today. Where you'll have not one, but 2 chances to squeeze into the Knockout tournament. We are a week and change away from that Knockout tournament. I can tell you, Joe Shasky, my jumper is as awful as it has ever been.
Well, it's not as bad.
Really quick, sorry, one last line. Knockout is presented by Beam Law because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area. Bills are paid. Knockout, yeah, I'm not putting money on myself. I did Rick Barry granny style last year. That's how bad I am.
Did you hear what they're calling you in the green room?
No.
You didn't hear this?
No.
They're calling you the clock.
Clock?
Because that was the longest question ever asked in the history of 95.7 The Game.
Really longer than all the ones?
Scott Arthur.
Well, besides all the 3-minute questions you've thrown out over the years?
Yeah, mine are stories.
Yeah, mine was a story too. Which question was long? There was a couple of them. I know. I'm just playing along with it.
Guru said that's on the clock, though.
It's on the clock. Yeah, Guru. Yeah, again, the fact that Guru is saying it is what makes it all the much better.
You guys have to understand, Guru's a unicorn.
He is. No, the Goonicorn.
He's allowed to do things that no one else can do.
Exactly.
I'm tired of y'all. Yeah.
That's why I can't do a good Guru impersonation. So that's how it works. We got Just Dale Santos joining us in a moment. Is he almost ready, or where are we at on that? No, he'll get on at some point soon. But yeah, no, Jasky, I honestly can say I have not shot a basketball since our Knockout tournament last year. I'm not a big basketball player. Never really have been. I know you're shocked. This white redhead.
You look like Pods a little.
No, I am not like Pods in that sense. Let's go. I don't have a way to transition from Pods to Justice De Los Santos. I'm not going to compare the two. But I like Justice De Los Santos, and he is going to be joining us live on the River Islands guest line from the roof down there in Arizona. Justice looking fresh as always.
Oh man, he got lined up. He's looking spectacular.
I'll say this, he is the freshest guy on the Giants beat
that's a
for
clean
sure.
Cut.
Justice, man, how you doing? How you staying cool down there, man? I heard it's like legit triple digits down there. We got to get the volume on. Oop, hold on. We gotta redo this, Justice. We're having some technical issues on our end.
The Goonicorn.
Yeah, the Goonicorn.
That is so good.
I like combine things. All right, so we're having some technical issues. We'll get Justice on in just a moment here. But yeah, it's been like nuclear hot down in Scottsdale this past week. They had
what is it in the Bay Area?
It's not as hot as 85 here in the Bay Area. We're dying. It's like 105 down there. I don't live in the desert
for that reason.
When I was down there last week, it was like, mid 80s the first part of the week, which is like, all right, this is really good. Yeah. It started to tick up into the 90s on Thursday and Friday, and
I could never live in Arizona.
I'll say this, it's the dry heat is better. The dry heat is better than the humid heat, but as we get Justice back on the line here, Justice, are we able to hear you? Has the heat gotten broken you yet?
We go microphone check 1, 2.
There we go.
All right.
There we go. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear like, oh, it's a dry heat. 106 is 106. It's like I'm reminded of like that
106
King of the Hill when Peggy's like, Phoenix is a testament to God's arrogance. Like that's how I feel about dry heat. But all I know is that by the end of tomorrow night, I'll be sleeping in my own bed. I don't know what temperature it is in the Bay. I don't know what temperature is back in the East Bay. But all I know, it's not this.
Yeah.
It's not this.
Can we start with some of the headline things that have happened? We'll get to Birdsong in a second. Eldridge, long-time Giants fans, Luciano, and they hang on to him, and they don't really know what position he is. He doesn't develop. He just might not be good. They hang on to him, and he gets claimed. And it's like very anticlimactic, and he's bounced around 4 or 5 times this offseason. I mean, he's valued at nothing currently in Major League Baseball. Harrison, oh my God, we won't trade him for anything. He comes up, he tantalizes a little, and then they pull the plug on it, and they end up getting back Rafi Devers, which is a great deal. I think everyone feels good about it, and we're still kind of rooting for Harrison, and he's been traded this since from the Red Sox. We get to Eldridge. I'm not freaking out that he's going to AAA. I'm just talking about him, the player, and his significance to the organization and what he represents, whether as a trade piece or whether he can be developed and a hit. I think this is a big one, and I feel like however they manage this year is really going to tell us how good we're feeling as a fan base about Buster and this entire organization for the next 4 or 5 years. Am I wrong on that?
No, that's fair. And, I do want to say that Eldridge is kind of in a different situation compared to especially somebody like Luciano. Harrison, I will make an actually quick note about Harrison. He learned his changeup from Hayden Birdsong, and now I was making a joke, but like, would anybody really be shocked if he's starting like game 2 of like the wild card series for the Brewers? Like, I personally wouldn't. But I mentioned this point on the I don't want to call it like an emergency podcast, but I did a video with Shayna Rubin after last night's game, which, side note, the fact that I did that after a 4-headline day, I don't know how I'm here presently right now. But the point that I made, because again, I was a fan of, a team at one point. Like, I understand, like, it would be really fun. Opening night, Eldridge is on the third baseline, Judge is on the first baseline, all the pomp and circumstance, Bonds is in the booth. All of that I completely understand. But I think the thing to mention with Eldridge is that for the Giants to really hit their ceiling as currently constructed, a lot of it is going to depend on Eldridge being the player that they say they believe he can be. And when you watch him in spring training and even going back to last year with AAA Sacramento, it's clear that he's not at that point yet. The defense has improved, but as we've seen with spring training, again, small sample size, 50 plate appearances, super small sample size, but he struck out 38% of the time during Cactus League games. The strikeout rate was really high in AAA as well. If you want to go by whiff rate as well, it was not great either. Whiff rate on breaking balls specifically in AAA wasn't great either. So there still is development to be had. And the one thing, like, I really want to hammer home. I really want to hammer this home. I want the listeners to answer this question themselves. What were you doing at 21 years old? Were you like the frontal lobe was not even developed? We were still cooking. We're still developing as people, and nevertheless developing as players. So this is not to say that Bryce Eldridge is not going to contribute at some point in 2026. He is going to contribute at some point in 2026. It's just not going to be on opening day. And considering what we've seen, considering how much development there's still to be had, I personally believe that's for the best. And the comparison that I drew, and again, it's not a 1-to-1, but let's go back to 2009 when Buster Posey made his debut. He had like 10 games. It was kind of similar. Starts the next season in AAA Fresno, not Sacramento, and then comes up in May, and then he becomes the player that we all know him to be. And, do not place those similar expectations on Eldridge. That's not fair, but, it's kind of similar in the sense that he started last season in Sacramento or last September. He got that cup of coffee, gets that opportunity to taste the big leagues, is going to start this season in AAA, and then he's going to be up at the major leagues at some point this season. That is?
So I think most of us expect him to play this year on this team. How shocking from you, and I'm just hypothetically, how shocking would it be if he either A, didn't make it back up to the bigs this year, or B, is involved in some mega package to bring someone in? You've been around this team every day. Like, you see how much energy they're pouring into them. I don't see it. So that's why I'm curious. Would that be like total, wow, this is like shocking that they're pulling the plug on this?
For the latter point of like a shocking mega deal, I personally never get shocked when there's like a mega deal trade, because like, if you would have told me a year ago that Rafael Devers was going to be a Giant and Kyle Harrison was going to be part of it, it's like, like front offices, I don't think Buster Posey's lying when he says like they believe in his upside, but it would be an injustice, no pun intended because of my name, but it'd be an injustice for them not to listen to offers. That literally is their job, to listen to offers, and then from there gauge whether or not there's something they want to pursue. As far as the former point, if he just doesn't make the team at all this year, that would be legitimately shocking.
Okay.
And like, let's assume in this hypothetical scenario, there's no injury involved. He just doesn't play up to the standard. And I think that there would be a need at some point, even if he's not like tearing it up in Sacramento, like injuries happen, like little, like some guy gets dinged up. Like, I think that there would be, an avenue for him to be called up, even if he's not necessarily tearing it up. So I think that would be shocking. And again, like, it's not a one-to-one. I think when it happened with Luciano last year, I think the writing was more so on the wall as to what the organization may have thought of him. But, this organization, they say they think the world of him. It would be very shocking if we didn't see him in a Giants uniform at some point, assuming health.
Yeah. That is Justice De Los Santos here joining us on the Morning Roast, covers the Giants at the Bay Area News Group. Also, you mentioned the podcast you did with Shayna last night. Splash Considerations, the podcast you can find on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple. And just want to switch it up here a little bit because, again, the other big news we had this morning was Hayden Birdsong, Tommy John surgery there. Last week we kind of heard it pop up a little bit that, he's having issues with the arm. He was wearing the sleeve in the clubhouse last week. Just how much of a blow is this to this Giants pitching depth that already coming into this season, the starting depth, the bullpen depth, it's tenuous is the word that I would maybe use. But just from where you're sitting looking at it, what kind of an impact is it going to have on their depth this year?
Yeah, I think it's really easy to forget that, because of how this spring training went, because of how his last taste in the majors went, I think it's really easy to forget just how talented Hayden Birdsong is. He's 24 years old, and we saw the full breadth of his talent in his last outing before the elbow got injured. He was up to 99.6. It was the hardest pitch he's ever thrown. Recorded pitch as a professional, strikes out Jose Ramirez with an elevated heater, future Hall of Famer. Like, they have this group of young stars. They're kind of all lumped together. It's Birdsong, Tidwell, Wisenhunt, and McDonald. They've all kind of been lumped together. And it's not outlandish to say that Birdsong is the most talented of that four. And that's not, saying that the other three are not talented. It's just that Birdsong, like, when you see it, like, there's a reason this organization wants to keep him as a starter as long as possible. So you're never going to get through a season with 5 starters, and even the bullpen, it was possible that, going into spring, that Birdsong was going to pitch his way onto that, because he's kind of part of that competition. But, just getting to the person, like, it's the next time we see Hayden Birdsong, assuming all things go well, is going to be in the middle of 2027. What game of the year that is because of the impending labor issue, but he may not end up actually missing that many games. But, it's just unfortunate for him, because the last time we saw him in a major league uniform in a major league game was that start in Atlanta where he faces 6 batters, walks 4 of them, and then he gets optioned at AAA, and didn't retire any of them, and we don't see him in the majors again. So he was working this entirety this winter specifically to remedy that moment, to kind of ensure that it's kind of on the back burner. It's kind of a thing of the past, that he is able to show how talented he is, but he's not going to be able to do it this season. And again, getting back to the main point of this pitching depth, it was, the team did not invest a lot in the starting pitching this offseason. Adrian Hauser on the 222, Tyler Mahle on the 110. They have looked good this spring, but again, you are going to need more than 5 starters. And when you lose kind of one of your depth pieces, it now puts some additional pressure on the other 3 guys to perform and be ready to perform when called upon. Because again, you don't get through a season with just 5 starters.
Well, last year, I think the 4th most innings pitched was Spencer Bivens on this team. Just to give you an idea of how important all that depth is, and just you're just going to need guys. Well, I mean, they really miss Birdsong, obviously, for all the depth reasons that you brought up there. Any word on what's going on with Randy Rodriguez, too? Because that's a huge blow as well. I keep looking at that bullpen. I'm like, how different would everything be if Randy was still around? Like, is there any update on him? Like, I'm just curious from like a, zoomed out view, because he's another guy with Tommy John who I've been thinking about. What's going on with Randy?
Yeah, I talked with him a couple weeks ago, a week and a half ago at this point. And at this point, it's just going through the Tommy John process. He underwent the surgery last September. We're not going to see him in 2027. Timeline as to when or 2026 rather. Timeline as to when we see him in 2027, kind of up in the air at this point. Again, like he's going to have to go through the process. But I don't think he's throwing yet, but I don't think that should be that shouldn't be too much of a shock given he's only about 5 or so months removed from the surgery at this point. But again, with TJ, with an injury like this, you really want to, slow play it. You don't want to rush him back. And the Giants now have 3 guys on their 40-man roster who have either undergone Tommy John surgery or are about to, that being Randy Rodriguez, Hayden Birdsong, and Rowan Wick. Rowan Wick being someone they signed on a 1-year deal with the club option, knowing that he wasn't going to pitch in 2026. So it's not uncommon to see that type of deal. But, going back to the bullpen as well, like, again, this bullpen – Randy being in there would make a load of a difference, especially when you consider, Tony Vitello being a first-year manager. And I think a lot of managers like talking about the idea of playing matchups. And, sometimes the most important out to get is in the 7th inning. And yes, that is true. But we saw last year when this Giants bullpen was at its best, there was a very clear hierarchy. And that was Duvall in the 9th, Rodriguez as the 8th inning guy, Tyler Rogers as the 7th inning guy, Miller and Walker in kind of those middle leverage innings. And you can kind of see, at least at the top, it kind of form a little bit. Like I wouldn't be shocked if Walker's the closer. I wouldn't be shocked if Eric Miller's getting the 8th inning. But then after that, it's kind of up in the air. And, it is going to be a lot for Tony Vitello to juggle. And, he's going to have to figure out what's the right combination, what's the right buttons to push, because it's not immediately evident when you look at this group, whatever group of 8 they break camp with.
Yeah. No, I think this bullpen, there's so many question marks on it, but I don't think, question marks don't have to be a bad thing. It's just there's a lot of unknowns there. But take a look at the rest of the roster. Obviously, they're whittling the roster down. Grant McCray, Tyler Fitzgerald, they're optioned out yesterday. So it seems it's evident that Christian Koss will kind of be that with the 6th infielder that they're going to take. Looking at the outfield, though, Grant McCray kind of cleans things up a little bit, but just as they're putting together these final bench spots here, those 2 or 3 extra outfielders that they take to back up their starters. What names do you expect that we'll be seeing there? Because obviously Matos is out of options. Jared Oliva, Victor Barracoto have looked very good this spring. Will Brennan's the lefty. They do need a lefty on that bench. Of those 4, is there another name that might sneak in there? But of that group, who do you think is going to be on the opening day roster?
I mean, there's also Gerard. He is I've said this line a million times, and I'm going to say it again. If you put Gerard in the Oklahoma drill with Nick Bosa, I'm not 100% sure Nick Bosa is going to win. Like, Gerard, he's 6'5", 260. He's a big dude.
Yeah, but can he play? Like, I've seen a lot of big dudes that can't play. I mean, he almost tore his hammy off the bone running down the line last year.
Yeah, I think that was the unfortunate thing about last year is I think there's an alternative universe where if Gerard does not fracture his wrist at the very end of spring training last year, like before the Devers trade, I think we would have kind of see him take over that DH spot that Wilmer Flores ended up taking just because, like the numbers that he's had in the majors so far have not been like, oh yeah, this is a guy that like needs to be on the opening day roster, like all caps, all Sharpie, but guys like that don't grow on trees either. And like and it just takes like the one, stretch for like him to get hot to really establish himself as a major leaguer. But, the Eldridge piece, like that was the big domino that needed to fall in order to get a little more clarity. I do think we see Matos and Encarnacion both on the opening day roster just because they are both out of options. And worst comes to worst, if they spend a month with a team, they're just not good, they can get DFA'd, and then you can go from there. But I think the Giants would at least like to have the opportunity to evaluate those guys over a longer stretch. I am going to be intrigued by Jared Oliva going forward. I don't think he's going to be on the opening day roster, but the last time I checked, he has like 12 steals in spring.
Like half their stolen bases, yeah.
There was a game against the Reds.
That would have led the team last year because I think 12 was what Willie Adames had for the whole year. Yeah.
It's not a lot because I remember there was a game this spring against the Reds where Giants down by 1, 9th inning, someone gets on base, Oliva gets pinch ran or he pinch runs, steals second, steals third. Encarnacion hits a sacrifice fly in the game.
That was the Friday night game, yeah.
Yeah, and again, the Giants, they don't have a ton of those super toolsy guys. They have talented guys, but when you're oh, this guy has crazy tools, you need that in order to compete, even if guys can be a little leaning towards one dimensional. Yeah. So I would expect Matos and Encarnacion to be on the team, and then Christian Koss as well, Casey Schmidt, and then Daniel Susak's probably going to be the one to fill out the bench, especially with Jesus Rodriguez being optioned a couple days ago.
All right, rapid fire. I just want one name for each. We're going to rapid fire this, okay? Your favorite player on this team this year is?
In what sense?
Who's your favorite player on this team?
Man, I know this would be the hard ball here. This was.
I'll say the Giants haven't had this. This is my answer. The Giants haven't had someone you go into a season expecting them to hit 30 home runs since Barry Bonds, and Rafael Devers is the first person to do that. They just haven't had that power threat in so long, and I'm going to be excited to see that over a full 162. It's not a crazy answer, but
yeah. Who do you expect to have the better season, Logan or Robbie?
This is no disrespect to Robbie. It's
no disrespect. We're rapid fire. We're having fun. No
disrespect to Robbie. This is Logan.
Okay. Who will be the setup man day one if they have a 1-run lead in the 8th inning against the Yankees next Wednesday?
Assuming it's a clean inning, I wouldn't be shocked if it's Eric Miller.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Which one of the Bader Arise will be the more fan favorite by the end of 1 month?
I'm gonna go Arise.
Okay.
I'm gonna go Arise.
All right. Tony Vitello, patience level. 1 week, 1 game, 1 month, 1 season.
Twitter is not life.
For the fans. It's all for the fans.
I remember that quote. I guess you're not gonna let me pick in between. I'll go 1 year. I think he'll. What do we define by patience level? What do we define by that?
Well, fans are going to lose their minds no matter what. I'm just saying overall, you can lose a fan base.
If it's the fan base, I'm on Twitter enough to know it's 1 day.
Okay.
It's the first loss.
Thank God Twitter is real life.
I love Giants fans. I appreciate the love, but I know Twitter enough. That first loss, they're coming for him.
All right, last one.
Twitter is not life.
Favorite player who might make an appearance this year that you're dying to see whose name is not Bryce Eldridge?
I'm a little biased because he was on my show, but Bo Davidson.
Okay.
Very end of the season. Plays his way up there.
Yep, love it. Justice, thank you so much for joining us on the Morning Roast this morning. Try to stay cool there while on your last day or two down there. Be glad to have you back in the Bay, and I'll see you next week at the ballpark.
See y'all next week. I'm trying to be like Outkast. What's cool to me and cool? Ice cold.
That's Justice De Los Santos, freshest guy on the Giants beat. He joined us on the River Islands guest line there. Again, covers the Giants with the Bay Area News Group. Check out his new podcast, Splash Considerations. You can find it on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple. And let's do a really, really quick final thoughts. All right, let's go really quick. It's day 2 of the tournament. Miami, 7th seed, taking on Missouri. Let's go, Canes. Jay Lucas, keep it going. That's all my thoughts.
I have no final thoughts.
Oh, this is great.
What do you got?
Well, I didn't have any either, so you kind of stole my thunder. But I guess my
Zach
final
Green,
thought is
bring us home.
Yeah, good that Justice joined us there. Hats off to Scott Osler. That was a fun interview. I always love hearing the process of guys that have lengthy careers in journalism, and he had not just a lengthy one, but a great one. So hats off.
Zach, you want to crack the mic and say anything of note? Indiana,
sure, yeah. Today? So it was reported that Mark Davis, while he insists he's not going to sell his stake in the Raiders, the NFL is going to vote next week on if the Raiders might have new ownership.
Oh, wow. That would be... I cannot imagine the Davis family not owning the Raiders, but... that'd be pretty interesting if that were to happen. All right, that was final thoughts here. There's no read that comes with it, but we do have the crossover coming up next with Evan and Guru. That is all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 27th through March 29th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 27th through March 29th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Kohl's Spring Savings Event is kind of like sunshine. The deals are glowing, dazzling, tempting to stare directly at in awe. And with prices like these, looking away is a real challenge. You can get 40% off kitchen appliances, teas for just $7.99 and more, plus an extra 50% off clearance. Yep, Kohl's Spring Savings are looking bright. Shop them at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end March 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We had 2 crashes.
Turn to their traffic leader, KCBS.
2 right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Award-winning efficiency and great deals. There's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy, Joe Spadoni, and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys. Wow!
Wow. Wow.
Hey, what's up, Goo? Oh, hey, what's up, Goo? You're in the rejoin, and now you're here in the crossover.
I was bumping my gums. I didn't hear me in the rejoin.
I was so enthralled by the conversation.
Yeah.
I wanted to let you guys cook a little bit, but it is the morning crossover. I got Daryl the Guru Johnson to my left, the great Evan Giddings to my right, joining Joe Shasky, who is sitting across from me. It's a normal Friday. It's not the one where we get paid. But how we doing today, fellas?
Aloha, boys. What's going
March
on?
Madness going on. You guys been locking in on that?
Yeah. Do you really want to know how I'm doing? Because it piggybacks off your great, stellar, phenomenal, that was my Jim Rome, phenomenal.
Laying it on a little thick there,
conversation with Scott Osler.
Well, I mean, I wasn't going to go there, but now I am. You've piqued my interest. So, Goo, elaborate, please.
And I'm feeling a bit emotional, and I'm being real. I didn't see Scott, the great Scott Osler, calling it a day. Retirement, 32 years at the Chronicle, great interview with you guys. And it got me to thinking, and I'm being real here, with Steph Curry. I'm not retiring Steph, but that day's going to come. Barry Bonds' last at bat. Did you know when you watch Barry's last at bat in a giant uniform was it? Did you know Montana's last pass? Did you know Rice was going to put on another uniform? And I say all that to say is, I swear, I take nothing for granted. And Steph Curry right now is not slowing down, but he's losing to a runner's knee. But he's been so incredible, guys. I just wish we had a gauge, a barometer to where, okay, Butch has 4 more shows at the 95.7 The Game, and you can prepare, but life don't work that way. No. And when he does come back, Lubman, the chef, Evan, just enjoy it. Even if they don't get to where you want them to go, enjoy it.
I know.
We're lucky.
Well, look, sports is different than real life, right? So, sports, there is an expiration date on how long you can play. But I know in real life, my dad retired, and, there's like this whole like pension aspect where you have to like manipulate the service time to be able to max out your pension, right? And he couldn't wait to go back to work 6 months later. And it wasn't about the money to go back to work. It was, he was bored.
Yeah, no doubt.
Out of his mind. There's only so much golf you can play and so much playing with the kids and all that stuff. So I don't know how these athletes play till they're 35, 36, 37, and that's all you know. And then all of a sudden, retire and go do something else.
Wow.
It's really hard.
I think there are some guys that it is who they are, but not wholly. Like you have, Klay Thompson, that guy wants to hoop until the day he dies.
Right.
I think that's part why he went a little crazy during the rehab. Because, his whole life is basketball.
Exactly. Same with someone like Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
but
I
I look at a guy like Curry, and I'm going to be honest, I think when he's done, I don't think he's going to have a problem transitioning into whatever else he wants to do.
Well-rounded.
Yeah.
He's someone that can separate the athlete from the family, from the golf, at least from what I can tell. And those are the kind of people that I wish I could be like.
But I'm being selfish.
You know
I'm
what
looking.
I mean?
I get what you and Bush said, but from a fan standpoint, not watching him and waiting on the next iteration of Steph.
Well, there will never be another thing like
it. I'm not trying to. I agree. There will never be nothing like him. But someone always does come along, and history finds a way. It's almost like Jurassic Park. I never thought I'd see another Bonds, which I still haven't seen another Bonds. Yet just right when Bonds was at the end, here comes Lincecum. And here comes Posey. And though they'll never be Bonds, I never thought I'd see a championship. So weird stuff does happen.
Goats aren't announced. Lubman, they just arrive.
No, and I think
like the movie.
The concern that I think a lot of Warrior fans would have in terms of post-Steph era is like, you look at like the Chicago Bulls, and their history is
they did have Derrick Rose, though.
Everything before Michael Jordan.
They did have Derrick Rose, though.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that was not the happiest of endings. But that is like my big fear of the post-Steph years is that they do drift back into just like, you remember what pre-Steph Curry Warriors were like? The Chris Cohen days?
Great timeout, man.
The days
Who
of
playing? That's what I'm going.
God is a Warrior fan.
Exactly.
That was my favorite commercial. You never seen that commercial?
I don't remember that one.
I don't remember one. What year was that?
It was like the 90s.
Oh, that's the worst.
God was
watching the Warriors.
It's like a short-lived commercial.
Steve Fizziot.
Yes.
Yeah, those dudes, man.
I'm not Sports Channel blocked all the local games.
Oh, my God.
Dibs brought that up yesterday. They were blocked, Evan. You couldn't watch your team unless it was a sellout.
But that was the whole thing for NFL games. That's why I always hoped that the Raiders would sell out so I could watch the Chargers play there because I didn't get a chance to go to those games.
So when I say Montana, you're not starving because Young came right after him, right?
Well,
like as a diehard Niner, you're like, I got fed.
My mom and dad felt, not that they were rooting for him against the Niners because they played each other famously, but my dad and mom were diehard rooting for Kimball Anders and Marcus Allen and Joe Montana because my dad was always a Montana guy. Then I always tell the story. 92 NFC Championship game. I went to the game, sat with my dad. We were underneath the Jumbotron.
Dallas.
Bleachers.
Yeah.
And second half of that game, the Niners are down double digits, and my dad's going, you got to put Joe in this game. Dad, Steve Young is the MVP of the league. MVP of the league. Yeah, Joe needs to come into this game. That was the first sports argument in my mind. I'm 10 years old, and we're arguing about Steve and Joe, second half NFC Championship game, and we're losing to a better team. By the way, it was a touchdown. Jerry Rice, second play of the game, Guy McIntyre hold.
I was there. I'll never forget it.
75 yards.
That just happened, but it doesn't count.
They never showed the replay in the game because we VHS taped the game. God.
That field was messy that day. It was muddy. It'd been raining. Yes, sir.
What a problem to have. I don't know if Steve can get it done. Let's
go to this other Hall of Fame quarterback.
Let's go to the backup. Let's go to Joe Montana. But it's like...
No, and I think that's kind of the reality. I think with the Warriors is that there's going to be a time where there's going to be no name to tune in for and watch, and it's
there's a way though.
Right now.
It's going to take time.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Though. No, it's going to take time, and I think that's what people don't like. There's this belief that we're the light years ahead organization. That's where we're supposed to be, and that's just
line is so old. It's like
light years in the past
article.
They might have been a couple of years ahead, but then the league caught up with them.
Exactly.
And the reality is, there's going to be a couple really crappy years after Steph leaves, but again, there are avenues to improve an NBA team really quickly through free agency, and maybe they do actually hit on some draft picks that. They can actually play those draft picks, let them play through their mistakes and not have to play in the shadow of we need to win right now for Steph Curry.
But you have that. I'm not mad at you, Lubman, but you have fun with me about the Laker love. But I'm like, they do it to where the hell with it. We're going to plant the seed and watch it grow. Yeah, a little bit. They go try to, who's the baddest in the room, the beautiful? I'm going to ask her out. And that's like, they don't go through let's sit and watch it grow, Evan. Go check the garden, see if it's, no, they go try to get it. And now they got Luka after having LeBron.
They have something that you don't have, which is the LA appeal, the leg. Like, there's a lot of elements that each organization has only to themselves. The Cardinals, for example, in baseball, have their own mystique. They're kind of going through a rough patch right now, like a big rough patch in the last 30 years. And yet I still view them as a really good organization.
No doubt.
Cleveland's found a way to be good for the past 2 decades without a single. They have to sell off many pieces every single year, and they're one of the bottom 15 payrolls in the league. They're good every year.
Who's their one guy? Jose Ramirez that they planted their flag on. He's a stud.
But they've found guys to replace them, and is Jose Ramirez the greatest third baseman that ever walked planet Earth?
But
no.
he's good.
He's really good.
He's extremely good.
He's really good.
He's extremely good. Yeah, I mean, I think there will be someone after Steph, but someone that has a comp, and part of it is the place in which he found the franchise.
Of course.
Or the franchise found him.
Yeah. Of course.
And we're going to talk a little bit about number 7 overall picks today because there was something I thought that Nick Friedel wrote that was interesting in The Athletic today. But to be a 7th overall pick, like I just looked at the last 26 7th overall picks.
In the NBA?
In the NBA.
Okay.
There are only 2 that are still on their team or that played for their team for longer than 6 years. Curry, Jamal Murray. Those are the only guys.
Pretty good.
I mean, you go down the list, they're just,
that's impressive.
Those kinds of guys do not come along. And Curry is quite clearly the outlier. Yeah, so it's like, I'm not holding my breath, but I'm a Warriors fan.
Well, this is why I feel very happy that the Warriors are owned by Joe Lacob, because you talk, the Lakers, they go out and just find a guy. Luka, you're going to be the Lakers. You're going to be the face of this franchise. And for the most part, that's been a lot of the Laker legacy, is their face of the franchise have come from elsewhere, not homegrown. They do have a few of the homegrowns as well. But I can see Lacob being the kind of owner who's going to go out in free agency and find that big name that's out there, throw the bag at him and say, you are the new face of the Warriors. Now, do the Warriors have, Shaz, you talked about the Laker cachet. I don't know if the Warriors are on that, but the Warriors are very fortunate to have the kind of owner that's going to go out and throw a big bag of money at a big name free agent to try and get another star here. I don't think it's simply going to be
agent.
I see
Jokic next year and guys like that. Yeah, but I got
that's the question I was afraid of you asking me, because I don't know what that free agent is right now. It might take a
fix.
No, it's going to take a couple.
So what does that mean?
I'm not disputing that.
There's no easy fix.
Your point about the 7th pick is an interesting one. I would argue any pick, in general, is really hard. Like, you just don't know. You could have the 1, and it could be Anthony Bennett. That's the consensus number 1 overall. You could have the number 2 pick, and you could
James Wiseman.
I was going to go do Portland back in the day instead of Jordan, in between Akeem and Jordan. Come on.
Bowie.
Thank you, Sam Bowie.
The beat.
You could have any... Exactly. You could have any selection. Darko Milicic.
Yeah.
Instead of taking Carmelo.
Detroit.
There's no easy fix, and you're just going to have to figure it out. I want to stick on something, because this is now I'm thinking about it. Let me ask you guys. If you polled 100 Giants fans... Okay? Because the pre-World Series era is different. Would you trade all the years of Barry Bonds for the World Series years?
I would not.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would.
Those are 3 chips. No, I love me some Barry E. And I love Barry. What are you saying about yourself and your fandom if you say the chips, the guy supersedes 3 chips?
He was so different.
He's maybe the greatest player that's ever lived. I'm sorry.
I love Barry, but damn, I
don't know.
Well,
3 parades.
Okay, but you're also then, and I realize he won one, and he won it early, and he didn't contribute much to it, but it's kind of the same thing with Willie Mays, right? Are you trading Willie Mays' career for the championships? I think there's a lot of fans that care about it. Exactly, but Willie Mays and Barry Bonds are bigger than any of the Giants that were on those World Series teams, and they got 3. They're bigger than Buster Posey.
Yeah.
They don't have a stadium.
Baseball's a little different, though.
I get
they
all
don't have
that,
a stadium.
But
everything. So the reason why I bring that up, because Steph is equivalent to Barry, but with the championship.
4.
That's what makes him even more difficult to comprehend.
No doubt about it, man.
2 things. First off, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ F1 HD1 in San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Shaz, you do bring a good point, because you asked that question, and I think my first initial response was going to be probably taking those championship years.
I think most people are.
Because, again, that is the holy grail of what
I'm saying.
That's the holy grail of what you want as a sports fan.
How old were you when Bonds retired in 2007? I'm just curious.
That was right after 8th grade, so I was 14 years old.
I watched his entire career.
No, I was born 2 days after.
Don't ask the questions you don't want answers to.
No, it's my mom still has the newspaper of the day after I was born, and the headline is Barry Bonds introduced to media, and then smaller headline, Sam Lubman was born. But no, my childhood was Barry Bonds. I am a Giants fan because of Barry Bonds. I first went to a game, my first Giants game at the Impact Ballpark, June 17th, 2000. That's what got me going. But it was that 2001 season that locked me in with that team for the rest of my life because of Barry Bonds. So, and you make a great point about the stadium. And without the stadium, you don't have
the money to be able to.
And you don't have those World Series years. You might not even have the Giants if you don't have Barry, because they were on their way to Tampa at that time 100%. Before Barry signed. So
100%. But they almost went to Santa Clara. They almost went to Toronto. They almost went to St. Petersburg.
Tampa Bay. Yeah, there you go.
They were gone. They had the front of the Chronicle, St. Petersburg Giants jerseys. I'll never forget it.
But I think it comes down just the memories of winning a championship versus the memories of a player that fell short I'm always going to gravitate towards because that's the holy grail of fandom is winning a championship.
No doubt.
The holiest of holy grails of fandom is having multiple championships.
And you had Buster in there. He ain't Barry, but you had three,
I actually disagree. I think that there are certain teams that you hold higher than even the championship teams in your heart for whatever reason. For example.
Now that's, okay.
Okay, for example, the We Believe team will always hold one of the more special places in my heart for what it represented at that point in my life.
That's deep.
And following that team. Not saying I'm taking the We Believe team over the championship team, but for whatever reason.
No, I hear you, man.
I get tingly.
Yeah.
Well, the 93 Giants, I am taking over the 2010 Giants. Right. I don't know why. I can't even make a logical argument.
But I feel that. I feel that.
It doesn't need to be logical.
The 2011 49ers, for whatever reason, I hold in the highest regard. And they're not even the championship teams. I sound insane.
Who was their quarterback in 11?
What?
Who was the quarterback?
Alex.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't even like Alex. I love that team so much.
Evan, wow.
I love that team so much.
I think it's because in the case of but this doesn't apply, for example, to I think the most recent magical run there was in 2021 for the Giants. It doesn't apply to them.
Didn't even like that team.
And the reason is, in my opinion, because
you were running down at Barcadero. Sorry, Evan, with that flag.
I was running with him. I was holding the camera. The championships preceded that, though. Like they're still fresh enough.
That's true.
So let's say the Warriors. Let's say this year, this Warriors team somehow gets the 8th seed and upsets Oklahoma City, but loses in the second round. No one's going to think about it like We Believe.
100%.
No one will think about it like that because this team has Steph, this team has Draymond, and those guys are champions and expected to win rings.
The expectations.
Right.
And I think you bring up three interesting teams there, Joe. The 93 Giants, the We Believe Warriors, and the 2011 Niners. Well, I think makes those teams all so special and why they still resonate today in a way that 2021 team will never resonate for the Giants is those teams, it's like those teams laid foundations of what was to come. That 93 Giants team laid the foundation of exciting baseball in San Francisco, which got that ballpark built. That 07 We Believe run, that was the first actual taste of success that I had in my life as a Warrior fan. I've been going to Warrior games since I was 5 years old. And I remember I would go to games with my dad as a kid and watch them just get absolutely motorboated by the Blazers or the Lakers or the Grizzlies or what have you. To see the Warriors being the team that ruined someone's night for the first time in my life was so incredibly special. And I felt like that truly awoken this fan base in a way that prepared them to truly go nuts during the championship run. That 2011 Niner team reawoken this 49ers fan base and reset that standard of what we want to see from good 49ers football. And that's for the most part translated. So I think that's what makes those teams so special is those were the start of something greater that happened later on. Whereas that 2021 team, it was that was a finish.
But we all have our reasons, the fandom, why you fall in love and why they resonate. But this is #random. And Evan, if he had $1 all week on me saying what I'm about to say, I can't wait for baseball. I can't wait for Wednesday. And the Giants didn't ask me, but if there was a slogan for the 26 Giants, it's time. I understand the Dodgers are what they are.
I agree.
But how can a rich, storied franchise like the Giants win the World Series, not making the offs, not making the offs? It's time.
Well, it's possible.
I expect it. This lineup, the bullpen, the rotation, I get it. But the lineup, it's time.
All it takes is a couple games early in the series.
Arizona Diamondbacks were in the World Series a couple years ago.
That team was really good. That team was pretty good.
But you didn't come in the year saying the Diamondbacks are going to the World Series. Don't hit me with that.
You also have to get lucky.
They were good.
Balls have to bounce your way. But I will say this. I've been saying for a while.
It's time.
If there's a way for this team to capture the Giants, this area's hearts, it would be being the plucky little David to the Dodgers Goliath and finding a way with a bunch of guys that are on the team for multiple years that you really like, Find a way to use the slingshot and take down the big juggernaut.
Well, that's, again, kind of sets up. That would be the start of something special. One of those things are starting to, happen and grow in a positive direction kind of seasons. That would, if the Giants had that kind of a plucky run to make the playoffs and then do something that incredible in the playoffs, they would be looked at in the same way as maybe that We Believe Warriors team that kind of came out of nowhere and scrapped their way to a playoff win. And then that could be the start of a special run that could follow.
They didn't. We believe they were 48 wins. They didn't even make the freaking playoffs the next year.
Yeah.
And Don Nelson is benching Baron Davis because of the party with Kate Hudson. Yeah. But here's what I would say to you, though. When it comes to the Giants right now and just kind of where they're at, all of the guys they have on their team, Adames, Chapman, Devers, locked up for many years. Mm-hmm. That's the big differentiator between 2021. They're all Logan Webb, been here a while. Robbie Ray, been here a couple years.
Got a lot of win now guys who are ready to go.
Ruff, it was a great story, but there was like a team of Darren Ruffs.
107, though.
It was like, what are we doing?
A lot of games.
It was the ultimate
incredible, though.
It is pretty ridiculous.
Still didn't believe.
Because we knew it was built on, that whole team was built on career years and just a bunch of correct managerial decisions that you're never going to be able to recreate long term.
1-year deal. Yeah. Camilo Duvall came out of nowhere.
Yeah, but if Lamont Wade keeps that ball fair as the Dodgers, you win a series.
You win 15 rounds with him.
I'm just saying.
I know.
It would have been one of the greatest wins in San Francisco baseball history.
Look at. It was the Bellinger at bat. He couldn't throw strikes. And Buster and him, he didn't trust both his fastball and his slider. It was just, of course, Bellinger. We knew it was going to happen. The thing about the 2010 Giants, too, that I think history forgets, that Philly team that they took down.
Ryan Howard, man.
They were
really
incredible.
good. Yeah.
Roy Oswald and Halliday and the young man Cole Hamels. Their staff was ridiculous.
They were legit.
Jason Worth, the flying Hawaiian.
Ryan Howard, his prime.
Carlos Reese, their prime. Jimmy Rollins.
Charlie Manuel managing.
Oh, that team was so good.
That team was stacked.
They should have won 2 or 3 World Series.
Yeah, I mean, that's like
baseball.
one of the. Well, that is baseball.
That's baseball.
And that's the thing is that those Phillies teams won one.
Yeah. Won and lost. They
lost in 2009 to the Yankees, and then the next year they lost the first round to Cody Ross, basically, because we were just high-stepping off Doc Holliday. Mm-hmm. I mean,
and won a rebate down the line, thumbs up.
Wow, remember him.
I loved it.
But then eventually that team kind of, I think, did what happened to the Giants eventually in like 15, 16. They just held on too long.
Yes.
They held on to those players. They didn't get off of them. And that's the only thing that I guess I worry a little bit about what the Giants are trying to do right now, is they are obviously in win-now mode.
Sure.
I don't know if you have enough to win now, and by the time these guys are past their primes, you're going to be stuck with a lot.
But what are your other alternatives? You know what I mean? Like, you're right.
Take your time. That's the alternative, and you have to hope that a lot of these guys that you're drafting or that you're signing pop.
You're 100% correct.
But it's you're
because Webb is human. He's just been phenomenal. Like, how long can you keep expecting him to be the man?
I think we're seeing it with the Warriors, the Niners, and the Giants. They're all trying to use win now players. And we are all uncertain if they have win-now teams.
I agree with that.
They're trying to bring in guys to kind of, be these proverbial stopgaps into whatever the next iteration of their franchises are, because they've failed to either develop or draft this new face that we've been talking about.
I would argue that Rafi Devers, of the teams that you're bringing up, is by far and away the most in his prime of all the other teams. When I look at Niners,
man.
Like, of the deals that have been done for players that are win now, like
bringing guys in, yes. Yeah,
Rafi's 100%. He is smack down the middle. I think we could argue, is Adames like coming out of his prime? I don't know. We'll see.
I'd say he's probably.
Is Chapman out of his prime?
Let me ask you this, Butch. Is Butler in his prime when he arrived last year?
No.
All right.
Yeah.
But he still was good.
36. No, he is really good. Yeah. He's 36.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's the same thing with Mike Evans. I don't think he's in his prime. But
he's still very good.
He's still very good.
And there we go.
But why are you cringing?
No, that signing just scared me a little bit, but.
Tell him why, though, because you had something real astute about.
Well, he's older.
Well, it was just the resume versus the player.
And
it's a great press release, and it's going to make you sound fantastic, but I just wonder what kind of guy you're actually getting, because I just found it funny that a lot of the messaging, even the last 2 off seasons, and I think last off season they did get younger, they did get faster, they went into the draft. They'll do the same thing this year, but the majority of their signings, or it feels like where they're going, is towards the older.
No, it's a one and done season.
Experienced players.
No, that's what. Like, I'm viewing this Niner season, and I'll tell you why. Nobody wants to dive into this, but because they have to know about Brock Purdy by April 1st, 2027. Man. Because if he's on the roster after April 1, 2027, which is this 1 year from now, they guarantee the $55 million for 2028. Do you see what I'm saying? So everything is set up like this is kind of a 1 year trial balloon.
That was Joe Shasky, Evan and Guru. They're going to be taking it over for the next 4-ish hours up until the afternoon crossover. Have a great show, you guys. Shasky, it's our weekend. Let's do it.
Have a good one.
All right, what is going on, everyone? Happy Friday. Finally at the end of, the hottest week in the Bay Area. Evan Ginnings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back from sunny San Juan next Monday. But what's happening, Goo? How you feeling, buddy?
I'm in shorts, baby, like you and Shasky.
I know.
Yeah.
You also got the gun showing a little bit.
Yeah, the Butch was like, where'd you get the polo? Like, it's an Odyssey polo. But Nike, Evan. You see my swoosh? Yeah.
Now that's why I know you wanted it. You see that swoosh and Goo is in.
No, I didn't know it had the symbol, but what you got, baby? It's
Evan,
our last
you're rocking
day.
that shirt. I can see you've been pumping iron. You're looking good.
I appreciate that.
Me.
I think that was Coach Vallejo.
No doubt it was.
That's my guy. No, well, apparently.
He gave you love.
I'm always interested to see what the previous show is looking at. You can tell by their tabs, right? Because no one ever closes out of anything in this place when it comes to public computers.
I know with Devone, the White Hennessy. I was like, oh, boy.
That was the first thing he said. He said, who's looking at White Henny? And where can I get some? No, these guys were looking at San Francisco Giants depth charts and NFL free agency in 2026. But I actually thought that you brought up a really interesting way to look at just kind of where we're at right now in the Bay Area. And along the lines of appreciation, along the lines of
Scott Osler retiring.
People that are walking away on their own terms, some people that don't get to walk away on their own terms, Go.
That's what has me emotional. And as a spectator and a fan from afar, Evan, we never know when it's the last. I assumed Jimmy Butler, if the Warriors won or lost, he was going to be available. He's coming back, but, you never know. Again, Steiny's not here, but I'll use one of his favorite sayings from me. Tomorrow is not promised. And that's why I didn't want to – I kind of felt like as a fan I was sounding selfish yesterday. But the bottom line was, this runner's knee, the byproduct of it, and the result is we don't get to watch 20-somewhat games without Steph Curry. So in my mind, I just start thinking, and I can't stop thinking about it. What is it going to be when that day does ever come? And, Evan, it just makes you enjoy when Steph does come back. If it's 3 games, 5 games, 7 games, the end of this month, I hope you look at me today with my Odyssey polo and say, Goo is really not taking anything for granted, especially Steph Curry's. Hopefully it's 4 or 5 more years. Like, I mean that. I ain't taking nothing for granted in sports anymore. Talking about players and older players that have been great. I'm looking at what LeBron's done and Tom Brady. But outside of those two, and Steph's in that category, 38, right? Just had a birthday. So how many guys actually beat Father Time?
Well, no one beats Father Time. You just kind of put it off as long as you can.
Okay. And still win, LeBron and Brady have. And Steph,
Brady's the only guy that's probably won and been the focal point of the kind of age that he is. But and again, I think that's the exception to the rule. Like, that's a complete outlier of someone being able to do that at that age and win at the level that he has. And this is crazy, too. It's like what Curry's doing, it's never happened before. For a player that size at a player this age to produce in the way that he has, there's been no guard that's under, I think it's there's been no player that is 6'3" or under that's averaged more than 25 points per game at his age. So what he's doing is unprecedented.
All while revolutionizing how the game is played, too. I was going to say Iverson, but that's different. He was just he was incredible, but he even would tell you, Steph's taking it somewhere else. And we're watching Santa Clara and Kentucky, and they're shooting threes. I think all that's a byproduct of the Steph boom.
But then how do you want him to finish out these last few years?
Healthy, gracefully, and hopefully punching a ticket to the playoffs and doing what he's yearned for. And he told you, Stoney, and myself, just get a chance. And I think I'm speaking for the chef, a chance is qualifying for the offs. And maybe they can do that this year, even though, right now I don't think you and I would bet $1 that they could, if they were to beat Portland, take on OKC or San Antonio, whoever it is. We got to see it.
Well, but if you get in as the 8th seed, then he has accomplished what you've asked of him, which is to just make the playoffs.
Now, I do wonder, and I'm speaking for him, Ev, I wonder on his scale, is that sufficient enough? Or
I think he's realistic.
But see, in this one, I'm getting a little frisky. What if he says, well, I still got some of what I have, Goo, at 38. I'm looking around, where I'm at, and my teammates, not blaming anybody, but if I were to go somewhere else, me at 38 might give myself a better chance, and that team with more talent, a closer shot at my older age of getting it done. So that's the nightmare. I hope Steph never gets to that mindset, and why I feel like there's pressure on Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob to kind of bring in talent.
See, I think it's completely on him. If he wants to retire here, then he has to understand that he won't have as good of a chance to win a championship as if he went to another team that's better off. But I also think that what separates him from the players in his generation is the fact that he is a one-jersey guy.
Speak up, man.
He's done more for this franchise than any individual player in his generation has done for theirs. That includes LeBron James.
He's got multiple jerseys.
Durant, Giannis is a one-jersey guy. I would say Kawhi Leonard even. You throw Jokic in there who's a one-jersey guy. Steph Curry has done more for the Warriors.
No doubt.
Compared to where they were to now than any player of his generation. I think that's worth something to him. And to me, that's why I would love to see him retire a Golden State Warrior to be able to, usher him into the next stage of his life, but also have only one jersey on his back. I think that means a whole hell of a lot in addition to obviously the 4 championships and countless accomplishments he's had.
No doubt. I'm right there with you, baby. So,
but I'm also not under the guise or the illusion that he will be competing until the end of his days for championships every single year.
Well, let me ask you this on that just to test it. If something gets funky and it already has an odor in Milwaukee, if you're the Warriors this summer, do you revisit trying to tap into a lot of your future to go get a Giannis for Steph? Well, obviously for the Warriors in the city, but you know what I mean, to kind of strengthen those chances that we talk about. I'm going Slim Jim. I used to eat them. But, the slim chances that they have right now of doing it. But if you go get Giannis and put him with Jimmy and Steph, or Jimmy probably would be gone, but however it happens, then you've kind of bolstered your chances as being a threat in the West.
Well, you've bolstered your chances and you've mortgaged your future. And, I'd ask you this, if it doesn't work, if you don't win a championship, are you going to be okay with that?
I know you think you know me, and you do a lot, but there's some stuff you don't know about your boy.
I'm learning.
The fact that you would go make that move and roll the dice and take that risk, it would not go ignored. I would, all you can do at the end of the day is say, did I give myself a chance, and did I do my best? And if Joe Lacob chose to do that, how the hell, if it didn't work, could I come back 3 or 4 years later? There's going to be some people that do it. Right? We watch it every day, but I'm giving you my Scouts honor, Cub Scouts. There's no way in hell I would say, why did you go do that? Because to me, it was the right thing to do. And at that point, you were all in, and the basketball portion of it didn't work out. But as a fan, I wouldn't be mad.
But isn't that kind of the spot we're in now? I mean, they gave Jimmy Butler 2 years and $115 million. He got hurt, and now we're killing the Warriors because what are you going to do next? No, seriously, that's the decision they made last year, and nobody killed the move. Everyone's, they're going for it. You got to give them credit. Mike D caught a big fish.
Right.
They got to the second round, and now 365 days later, look at where we are. We're in the same place as we were last year, wondering what they're doing.
And
so that's
we don't
what I'm
know when
saying
he's coming back.
I think in principle, I agree that if you take a swing, you should be given credit for it. That's not the way sports works, though, because if you don't produce, then it's just going to be looked at as a bad move. Now, we could sit up here and have discussions about whether Jimmy Butler in the trade was worth it. I think it was.
Okay.
But if Jimmy Butler doesn't play another game for the Golden State Warriors over his final 2 seasons, or 1.5.
Now that's drastic. Now I feel like the people have the fodder
but
to be
it's going
angry.
to be looked at as a bad move.
You know me, and I keep going there just for the Jimmy Butler component of this. Ev, do you think your boys over here thinking that was a bad move? Because it was dire. It was scary. 2 games under. We needed a Jimmy Butler. I thought it was Durant. We got Jimmy. I'm asking you, do you think I'm looking at the Warriors like because he got hurt? And I'm asking you because I know the real answer, and I'm hoping you do too. Do you think I'm over here like, oh, why did they do that? Like, no, the Jimmy thing was excellent. It's exactly, and I feel like there was a lot of luck because of what happened in Miami with relationships that Jimmy was available, but that changed everything for a little while.
Exactly, for a little while, but you had to spend something to change something for a little while. Now are we going to spend more stuff this summer to change something for a little while? For the last year
I would
of Curry?
ask you,
ideally to be competing for a title?
What's your goal? Because then if you tell me what your goal is, mine is trying to get Steph number 5 and the Warriors to win another one. That's why I would go down that avenue. And maybe that's why they called to see the status of Kawhi Leonard trying to do the Laker thing.
Yeah, and I think that this is where, like, anytime Steph is on the team, you obviously have to be in a win-now situation. But what I think you just said there was, I'm in the mindset of trying to get Curry number 5 and get the Warriors another one.
No doubt.
I think we have to separate those 2 things. Like, the Warriors can win another championship, but Steph getting number 5 might not also be as realistic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, right now, today...
Like, the Warriors might have to focus on their championship after Steph is gone.
But see, I don't know how you can please 2 masters in regard to if it's everything for Steph.
It's not.
But we don't know that.
We
don't know that. And they tried to, I'm just saying, Ev, there was reports, Anthony Slater, they tried to go see what was up with Kawhi Leonard. I took and processed that information is they're trying to go get an older big boy. And who's to say that they don't double back and try to revisit that or try to bring in a Giannis? I'm just saying, we don't know if they've thrown up the deuces to it's everything for Steph. And I would ask you, why would you say it's not? Because it's been quiet on the set right now in regard to what they can do as the season is in process.
Why it's not everything for Steph now?
Yeah.
Because they still have control of all of their first round picks, which, by the way, I think is a good place to be because you have choices that you can make this summer. I feel like we've been talking a lot about this week about the idea of not tanking, but getting into the lottery.
Right.
So is your goal for the team to use that pick to then trade for something else? You want them to miss the playoffs entirely to get into that top 4 or, hypothetical top 4 to then use that pick to acquire something to help Steph? Because I hate to break it to you, if you draft a rookie, the likelihood of that guy being a major contributor for a title team in his first season, it's pretty low.
Right.
There's not a lot of guys that have stepped in and been automatic game changers for their teams that have not even won titles, but just gone deep in the playoffs.
That's a phenomenal question. I'm going to just be real with you because I'm not fronting up here like I got all the answers, and we know how I do on game shows.
We're trying to figure them out together.
But the thing is, Ev, if you told me the Warriors were getting a top 4 pick with this draft, how rich it is, I'd be like, that's worth the sacrifice of not doing a damn thing. But if it's 14th or 13th pick, I'm with you. That I don't think that person or that player is the guy like a DeBonza or these other guys that we're talking about. So, man, Evan, I don't know how to answer that. I don't.
Well, let's try and do this. Yeah. To me, in your perfect world, the Warriors get AJ DeBonza, right? Because that's the guy you want,
right? Are
you building around him or Curry?
It would be him. The youngster.
Then you're not doing everything for Steph at that point, which I completely I agree with. I think at that point, if you found a talent as great as that, that's what your future should be.
And had the luck of getting that guy, which right now looks like impossible, right?
I mean, that's why Dallas pivoted so quickly. No, if they didn't get Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis would probably still be a Dallas Maverick.
Right.
Because you would have no choice but to try and win with the guys you got. But
I just want him back, Evan.
Who?
Curry, to be on the floor. I'm sorry. It's again, it goes to Scott Ostler. I'm just saying the Steph Riders or what have you, just an icon. But, man, I just miss watching him hoop, man. I just, and I think you back me up. I just miss, like tonight, 4:30, we're going to watch them take on the Detroit Pistons. No Cade Cunningham, but another game, another 48 minutes without the chef. And I guess I got to compartmentalize and deal with that. But Dub Nation, I get it. You can love hard, but I'm not the only one that is like, damn, this has been a stretch.
He'll be back soon. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings from Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're giving you another shot to play in our knockout tournament, our final shot today, Friday, and it's going to be between 1:45 and 2:15. 2 answers to 2 questions. For more information, go to 957thegame.com. Knockout presented always by Beam Law, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area. Also, make sure to tune into Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite games all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And that segment was sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
March matchups are here and now. You can trade on the tournament in all 50 states on Kalshi. Trade game outcomes, spreads, and more on top seeds and potential Cinderella stories. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Luis from Burlingame. We had our roll-up door replaced for the second time. Ask for Axel and Sean for your door replacement. They are great technicians. Thank you, R&S. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather. new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends, Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Steph. Steiny will be back. He'll be back on Monday. Evan Giddings in for him alongside Goo. And, speaking of Curry's, we were talking about him in the first segment. Shout out to Dell.
Man, we missed that yesterday.
Got his jersey, retired by Charlotte. Number 30, first of a couple 30s that are going up.
Runs in the family. They used to have a game. It was a video game. Sega Genesis, Lakers, Celtics. No, it was NBA Live.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to play with the Hornets with Larry Johnson, Kendall Gill, and Dell Curry was the shooter, and Alonzo Mourning. And then he has a son, and look what he's doing now.
This is from the 408 of the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Having watched the NBA for 55 years, Steph has by far made the most impact for at least 2 generations, if not 3. How long is a typical generation? 15 or 20 years? That's from Dale. Yeah, I'll leave that to you guys. I just know that from the time that he stepped on the court, and obviously it was kind of towards the end of Kobe and Duncan, some of the one jersey ushers for the prior generation. I'd say it's him. I mean, LeBron jumped across teams. Kevin Durant obviously was on multiple teams, joined Steph in Golden State. There's only really one guy that's done it for as long as he has at that sort of level in a single uniform.
No doubt. And, just me being the spectator that I am, I think of Derek Jeter, and I hate that I can't put Jordan in there, but I can. There's an asterisk with the Wizards one. But it bothers me.
Well, I always think about that because technically, didn't he activate himself?
Yeah, and he had the shorts
so
up
he didn't
to
have
his
to
chest.
do it.
I hated that Jordan.
He didn't have to come back. You just couldn't stay away.
Damn, Mike. Yeah.
Just couldn't stay away.
But anyway, I just think of the greats, and unfortunately, 2 here in the Bay weren't able to do that. Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. I hated to see Jerry Rice in a Raider uniform. He still was balling in Seattle. Oh, my God. I just hate that, man.
Well, that's because they wanted to do that, right?
Keep going.
So, what, you expect 4 or 5 more years from Steph?
How about 3 or 4? Because this injury has got me shook me to my core that it may not be. What if something happens to where he can't go physically? It's not that we saw him get old or slow like Larry Holmes in the ring.
But that's part of getting older, right? Getting injured more? I
guess what I'm saying is when the body breaks down, we remember you average. Like if Curry didn't play again, and then he averaged 27 his last year, we never saw it to where there was so much slippage. It's like, oh, man, it's like Chris Paul and Draymond. We can see it. It's happening before our eyes. I don't think Steph's there. So it's just about ability. Can he, the best ability is availability, but can he stay upright? And what's that? And I'm not being negative, but it's crazy. when that day does come, and it may have, where we're like, oh, the chef ain't cooking the meals the same, we'll be able to see it, but we're nowhere near there yet.
I mean, you might be closer than you think. What if you're a couple of years away?
And I guess that's what physically that injury has me thinking, but that's physical. His game hasn't slipped to the degree to where, oh, Steph can't get past anybody, or, he's shooting 4% and his legs are gone. Like, we're not there yet.
No, he still has some awesome games left in him, but there's also some nights where you're wondering, where's the old Curry? I mean, I think there was a game last year where he had 0 points against Memphis. I can't recall a game where Curry had a goose egg. And those don't happen all the time, but they're happening more frequently. But you were thinking about, not your own, but you were thinking about retirement coming into the show today.
Again, it just goes to the word. Evan, we don't know. Like, if Steiny came in here Monday and said, I'm done, I would be stunned because we didn't see it coming. If I came in here and told you, Evan, your boy's gone, I'm moving to Texas, I hope you'd be sad.
Bullard?
Bullard, look at my man. I want to hug you right now. But you didn't see that coming, and that's what Scott Ostler, it just did something to me. And, what he saw and what he's covered over his career, we just don't know when our number's going to be called. And I'm being selfish as a fan. I don't want to take anything for granted. And I've been on this in the past. I come in here and tell you and Steiny, don't take Steph for granted. And I guess some of this is watching LeBron, doing what he's doing at age 41. Like, it is lightweight incredible. Tom Brady winning the Super Bowl at 40.
Well, I also have to imagine you've thought about your own. No?
I ain't got the bread.
No, I mean, I didn't mean it like that. Oh. Like, if you were going to go out, if you were going to go out, Goo, and not because you said something crazy on the air. Yeah. Exactly. But, when that time comes, because you've thought about career mortality a little bit. Like, how would you like to go out? Would you like to go out the way that hopefully Steph does on one team? Or do you want to just be performing at your highest level possible no matter where that takes you?
Since a lot of you're my doctor right now. I'm at your
Dr. Giddings.
Yeah, I'm at your office.
Yeah,
okay?
you're on my couch.
Help me decipher what I'm trying to say to you and the listeners. So our job is to react and cover the games. And I guess when that day does come and your boy hangs them up or I'm no longer on the mic, I don't feel there's going to be that big of a void of me giving my opinion, because the core essence of what I do is sport. And that's going to continue to go on. Yeah, I won't come in here blabbing and yapping for 4 hours, but I feel, I keep going to selfish. It's not selfish. It's the substance that I'm addicted to will still be there for me as far as viewing pleasure. The game will go on. Maybe I just call Kane or Rutherford and 49er Frankie and share my thoughts, as opposed to, when I do call it a day or they tell me to leave, sports still going to go on. So I feel I'm still getting my fix, if that makes any sense.
Like, the barbershop talk can take place anywhere.
Help my man.
You're doing it on the radio.
How much you take
you can do it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean, E?
No, I feel that. I mean, because you've also done it before you even got on these airwaves.
I was at 95.7 the game when I lived on 165th in San Leandro, East 14th.
See, I always felt so lost without sports. The few times I've had to work real jobs and,
it's the worst.
Working graveyard shifts and doing a lot of things that didn't have to do. I always missed it. So I honestly don't know what I would do.
That's incredible.
Seriously, if they walk me out of here today, and I've heard you say this countless times, if they walk me out of here today, I'm on cloud nine. I did what I could. And I'd be searching around like, oh my God, what am I going to do with myself?
Well, you got a broadcasting career waiting on you, so there's that part of it.
Yeah, but I've always had to have... You ever need to scratch like multiple itches?
Yes. And the older you get, the more itches you get. And then the reality of, I ain't going to get to them all.
And you get some bumps, you get some bruises, you get some breaks.
Rashes, yeah.
You got to try and fix them all. That's kind of how I've been. It's always been multiple things at one time. That's why I still do the Santa Clara games, the St. Mary's stuff. I'll do some more San Jose Giants games. I got to do multiple things. Otherwise, I don't know. I just feel claustrophobic in a career sense.
Do you dream of the day, or do you yearn for the day that, let's just say you're the new Dave Fleming, to where it won't be any Santa Clara. Well, I guess, see, that's incredible. You could be the Hornets broadcaster, then in the offseason.
Eric Collins.
Yeah, you can do freelance, right? You can do whatever. Like if they want you to do LSU baseball in the offseason, you could go you would be free to do that, right?
Yeah.
Like Fleming's able to scratch all the itches.
Oh, he does all the sports.
It's incredible.
He does all of them. He's also really, really, really busy. But you watch all the sports. I mean, you can't wait for baseball, which starts, 6 days? Yeah. Well, 5 days, I guess, for the Giants.
I got a date. Elle Duncan. I got to go take her I got to go take her.
I didn't know.
Willard, if I don't produce that selfie for you, then I'm not who I claim to be.
Well, I'm
a gentleman. She wanted the crabs.
It's only $5.
Oh, it's only $5?
Yeah, but it's more of a bragging rights thing. In fact, I'm
buying two. I've never had the crab sandwich at the park.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you got to go get one. Although I don't know if it's, and this is what I was thinking about too. So the pregame show is at 5, I think. Are we sure they're going to be making crab sandwiches that early? Are we sure?
Well,
or maybe it's at 4.
I should reach out and then IG would have you say, hey, even if it's after, I'll bring it in the first inning when you're off.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like when the concessions are open.
I guess we should have asked her how long she's going to stick around.
I'll get it to her. I'll get it. Like, I'm excited. Yeah.
No, I'm happy for you. I'll be there. I don't think I can go. I can't go Wednesday, but I might try and get in there Friday or Saturday.
They don't have a game Thursday, right?
No, they have Thursday off.
That is so stupid. Man, what is the...
They got 162 of them.
Okay, but what is the... Hey, opening day. Hey, we got off day the next day. What? Well, you don't do that in school.
Let me ask you this, Q. Would you rather have them be the only game in the entire league on Wednesday or have opening day on Thursday and then you can play alongside 15 other games?
Well, I'm being selfish as a fan. I get Giant fans.
I want to be the show in town.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I want to be. It's me, and that's it.
You think that's helping the game as a whole, though? Just that isolated game?
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know. Maybe it helped the WBC. You had some numbers from that.
I got it right now. You keep talking, and I'll bring them up, baby.
Yeah. I guess
that teamwork. We ain't got time.
Yeah, we actually got to hit a break. We're a little bit late here. Yeah. Getting in for Steiny with Guru. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 27th through March 29th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 27th through March 29th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable Beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
If you're thinking about a new Ford truck, but you've been waiting for the best incentives, you're probably asking, when is Ford Truck Month? It's here, it's now, and it's at Serramonte Ford. What's up, Bay Area? It's Joe Shasky. And this right now is the best time of the year to buy a new Ford truck. We're talking about special incentives across the entire lineup. The F-150, Super Duty, Ranger, the Maverick. But let me zero in on the big dog, the 2025 F-150. And right now, get 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus $1,000 in truck month bonus cash with a 0 down payment and 0 payments for 90 days. That's power, that's value, that's timing, and you can drive it today and not make a payment for 3 months. Ford Truck Month doesn't last forever, so go to Serramonte Ford right now off of 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop anytime at SerramonteFord.com. Stacked inventory, serious savings. Serramonte Ford, the Bay Area Ford dealer.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Discover a summer camp where kids run the show. At the California Historical Radio Society in Alameda, students in grades 6 to 10 learn from professionals to create real radio shows, podcasts, and dive into hands-on STEM electronic projects. Learn more at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, this is Will Richard, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan in for Steiny with Goo, and I didn't realize this, but I got you pretty excited during the commercial break.
You did for a couple reasons, but I know it's Friday. I know Steiny's like, oh, I forgot. It is What's Bugging You Friday. Can I give a mini What's Bugging You as we watch Santa Clara and Kentucky?
Yes, you can tell me what's
Memo to point guards. If you're going to cross somebody over, you got to go. You don't cross them over, do the move, and stay where you were at. The move is meant for you to and then take off like Speedy Gonzalez. I am sick and tired of dudes in college doing and then you stay right. No, you got to go, Evan.
Well, everyone's played against that one guy who's got a lot of handles, but then doesn't really go anywhere.
Right.
He's just doing a lot of moves. At the end of the day, he just doesn't move. It's probably because he can't shoot. But
dude, lose the move if you ain't going to go right. You were saying Kentucky's got some defenders. it's hard for Santa Clara to kind of create shots, but they're hanging in the game.
Yeah,
you
it's
called
public
it.
First private school at this point.
That man.
That's really what's going on right now.
That captures it all, right?
That's really what's going on. But we got a ton of games to talk about ourselves. Obviously, we got baseball season coming up next week. We got the Warriors taking on the Detroit Pistons tonight. No Cade Cunningham, but it's at 4:30 on the road. And they got a back-to-back, Goo, because they got the Atlanta Hawks tomorrow.
And I thought their next game was Monday, dumb. And you go, nah, Goo, they got
do play
one
Monday.
Yeah, that was the next. I was like, okay, they got a couple of days off. But, man, the reunion for Porzingis and who was a member of the Hawks, Jonathan Kuminga, going up against it. Do they put Kuminga in the starting lineup? See, if I were a coach, I would do that. I'm into that.
Well, they're 5-0 with him. 6-0, I think, when he's played. He's only started one game, so he probably won't be in the starting lineup. But he's playing well. Let me ask you this, Gil.
Yeah.
What? He's not playing well?
No, it's not about his play. I'm disappointed in his lack of availability. How about that? Because Porzingis and him are neck and neck. I think Porzingis might be beating him now.
They've both played 6 games.
Okay, but still, that's like, wow.
He's got a bone bruise.
Yeah,
I mean, what do you want to do? By the way, he's out tonight.
Porzingis or Kuminga?
Kuminga.
That is...
They have a back-to-back. He's getting ready for the Warriors tomorrow.
Porzingis, I understand. Okay.
He's got a bone bruise.
But then why was he looking like Dark Knight the first game where he was dunking all through the air? That's what bothers me.
Maybe that took a toll on him.
Yeah. All right. Shout out Fast Track.
There was a piece in The Athletic today written by Nick Friedel.
Nicky.
And it was about Jonathan Kuminga. And he sat down with Coach Kerr to talk about, a few different things, but also, I mean, are you still watching him? Do you still think about him?
Oh, man.
And Kerr's answer was yes. He also said he still pays attention to what Trace Jackson Davis does, which hasn't been a lot lately.
Did he say that?
Yeah. No, he's rooting for him.
All right.
But there was a couple of things that I kind of took away from reading the article. One was the professional relationship, quote, it just didn't work. So I actually wanted to ask you this because you've been following him,
okay,
his entire time in Atlanta. You've been watching these games. I have too. Was actually really locked into the one, the Orlando Magic game where they just blew that team out.
That shocked me. Yeah.
Why do you think it's working in Atlanta? Because so far in 6 games, Gil, he's only playing 23 minutes a night. He's only averaging 15 points. He's shooting the hell out of the ball. He's 57% from the floor, 58 from 3, and he's grabbing over 7 rebounds a game. But he's only playing 23 minutes a game, and he's helping them in a less than featured role, right? Why do you think it's working there?
I'm old enough to be Kuminga's dad, let's just say, and
that's a drop
with my age. So from my experience, I would say it's not really working better in Atlanta because of basketball. It's because he felt betrayed. He felt given up on. He felt unwanted. So this new relationship, even if he was in Russia, would feel like bliss because he now shows up to the facility and feels wanted, appreciated, and it doesn't even matter the role he's being utilized in because right now he's coming off the bench. But he's so happy with the euphoria of not having to see some of the faces, the head coach, who I believe he did not like. It grew to that, and he didn't go public with that, but, it doesn't take Einstein. So I would like to revisit this conversation, if we could, in 8 weeks, the first 2 months of next season. Then the honeymoon will be over, and I'll really believe like he's happy to be there. But I'm not saying he's not happy. He's happy, but he's happy because where he's not, if that makes any sense. It's not toxic anymore. But are you really in love with your new spouse right now? You think you are, and I'm rooting for you. But let a couple more, 10 more games come, the playoffs, and let's just say your number's not called. Then I would like to say, son, because I said I'm old enough to be his dad, are you truly happy? Is it what it was when you first started?
Well, I think change is always good when you're not happy, right? It doesn't matter what you're changing. And that's kind of why I asked you, because and might he be on a minutes restriction right now? Yeah, probably because he's got the knee thing. But he hasn't needed to play big minutes for them to be successful, for him to do his thing, and for them to win games together. That's why I asked, because he's not in the quote-unquote role that he envisioned for himself here that he didn't get in Golden State, and that was kind of at the core. At the bottom of why they didn't work out. The Warriors had a different role and vision for him, even starting out when they drafted him, and clearly he had a different idea of what he wanted himself to be. But that's why I ask. It's like, what do you think is working? I think the change of scenery is working. I think the fact that there isn't the same head coach is working. I also think, there is something to playing with your peers. There is something to playing with, or just being around, whether it's in a workplace, maybe you're in school. When you're playing up a couple of levels, I've only done it a couple times, but it's really hard to, just get to know guys when they're older than you. They're 10, 12 years older. I think there's also expectations in Golden State and there have been, of winning a championship and you having to play a certain kind of way. In Atlanta, he's able to be more free, but there's also not any expectations for that team, which is absolutely overachieving right now because they've won 11 games in a row.
No doubt about it, and that was well said. And Zeb Bates captures it, too, in the chat, saying, is he happy, Goo? He hasn't stopped smiling since he got there. And maybe that is, a lot of guys are his same age, but my big thing to that is the style of play. The way the Hawks play, I think my man's just salivating at the bit. Kuminga, when he does get out there, whenever they call upon him, Snyder does, it's up and down, and there's not, and I know they got our guy Johnson, and it revolves around him, but I don't feel like he has the cachet that a Steph Curry. Don't take that shot. I was open. Remember, I told you that happened last year. But I just think he's happy with the style of play too. So, yeah, he's happy.
Well, they're also winning, and that solves everything. I mean, in a lot of situations, it's like he'll come into the game and they got a 10-point lead, and he can just play.
What the game is simple or is easier for him because of the style of play?
Well, yeah, they get up and down more. There's no doubt about it. I think he's got a lot of his rebounds on the offensive end. He'll fly in and.
He said fly in. He's a Hawk.
No, and like he's doing all these things that I think a lot of Warriors fans hope that he could have done here. But the biggest difference to me is he looks like he wants to do those things. And he wants to rebound. He wants to run the floor. He wants to be a spark plug off the bench. All things that, because of the relationship with the coach and because he didn't get what he wanted, or the organization wouldn't let him have what he wanted, he just didn't apply himself in that fashion, at least for the majority of this season.
Yeah, and I remember we were talking about comedians yesterday. The great Eddie Murphy had a stand-up. It was Delirious, and he was talking about when you're hungry and then you get a cracker and you're like, "That's the best cracker I ever had," because you're hungry. You're right. He's in a new relationship, and this one we could deem it bad, or he didn't like it. It was toxic, and now he's just happy to be out there, free flowing. But I guess, again, my word of the day, Daryl the Guru Johnson, Union City, selfishly, I guess I'm just mad that he's still dealing with this damn bone bruise.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors obviously got Detroit tonight. They got the Hawks tomorrow.
Oh, man.
In The Athletic, Nick Friedel sat down with Steve Kerr and asked him about a host of things, but primarily why it didn't work here and why Kerr still, according to this is what he says, he still wants Kuminga to succeed. My question off that, why do you think that it's working in Atlanta as opposed to working here? Because he's not putting up massive numbers. He's playing efficiently. He's playing with energy when he's on the court. And I'm just, I'm kind of curious as to why people believe that that's the case there as opposed to here. 888-957-9570. The 415 is saying no expectations in Atlanta. They're a better team than Golden State with more expectations. I would push back on that. I don't think that Atlanta has as high of an expectation as the Warriors do.
I'm with you.
And that to me is also something that's kind of a weight on you when you're playing for a team that is expected to win a championship even though you don't have the talent to do it. I think the Hawks are better than the Warriors right now. But they're not expecting to win a title this year.
No doubt. And that line would be pretty damn long. right now, people taking the Hawks situation or if they're better. So, man, it just, to me, Jonathan Kuminga could stand up in the locker room and look around outside of McCollum and say, I played bigger basketball than anybody in here. Now, my role, I wasn't Steph, but I played in the finals. I wasn't counted on per se, but I played some big-time basketball. You see my 4 games against Minnesota in the playoffs last year. You guys are about to get, lose your virginity, your NBA playoff virginity this year playing in the off. So I'm happy for the dude. I know he's happy, but I got to believe he has not standards, but he has some metrics he wants to meet, and it's kind of the end of the season. But I would love to talk to Kuminga next December and talk about, are you happy with your role? Do you feel like you should have impressed on Quinn Snyder and the coaching staff and your peers that you need a bigger role, or that will naturally have happened by then? But then I really feel like we would get a gauge on, are you really happy because you're not dealing with this crap here because you weren't happy? But now forget where you were. Let's just talk about the ATL and how they're using you. Have you really grown? And do you feel like you're in basketball heaven?
Let's go to Nico, who's in Sacramento. Nico, what's going on? Good morning. How you doing?
Yo, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Awesome, man.
Yeah. Hey, man, you guys were talking about college basketball earlier. UNC lost in a spectacular fashion yesterday.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
You guys need to hear QB Davis's interview after the game.
We got it, Nico.
Like he has no clue.
We got it.
Oh my God, play that! That is the best thing in the world. He is a fool. But let's talk about Warriors.
Okay.
The Kuminga thing for you guys, real quick. It kind of reminds me of that Chris Rock movie of why did I get married? I forgot what it was.
No, why did I get married? That's it.
That's it. All right. Yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, on Kuminga's side, so when someone gives you that little extra attention and, shows you they want you, you kind of put everything down to the side and, power through whatever's on your mind, and you go out there and ball out. So it's the Hawks are the chick giving him a little extra attention, and, now he's not even thinking about the Warriors. He could care less. Feel me? But on the Curry aspect, you guys are talking about his retirement and everything earlier. I personally can't wait till he retires, because that means shout out signing everything for Steph is gone. He's kind of like an anchor right now. He's weighing us down because we want to do everything for him and put the best team around him to get another championship. I just don't see that happening with his age and the kind of veterans you would have to bring in, to try and win this championship. Everyone is so much younger than us. It's not going to work. I mean, we've seen it in the league already. The young teams are winning now. So it just makes no sense to me. I mean, I love him, man. I want to see him play till he's 100. But, as soon as he's gone, then it starts the new regime, and we could finally focus on real stuff.
Nico,
I love the show, guys, man.
Love you too, man.
Thanks, Nico. Appreciate the call.
What if I told you I love Nico? That's our guy.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard the Hubert sound. I can't wait.
We'll get to the Hubert Davis sound.
Wow. You did text me last night.
We got some sound from the first round games.
Did that sound like love, though? If you're like a dude's in the way, but I love him, I want to watch him to 100. Well, Nico, you say that, but I don't think you feel that, because that didn't sound like love. He's in the way, but Nico, he's still giving you 27. And when I look at the Warriors, if the slogan is all in for Steph, and we know that bothers Stoney and others, but if my guy is still belting out tunes like Michael Jackson, 27 and 5, Evan, I'll take that all day. But Nico's, that was double talk. It didn't sound, you can't wait till he's gone, and I get what he was saying, but that didn't sound like love from old Goo.
Well, I think Nico is right in the sense that, and maybe, I'm just interpreting his words, that if Curry is still here, you're not going to be able to
You're not in
move
your
on.
future. Right.
Yeah, if Steph is here, you're always thinking about, for the most part, you're thinking about the present.
But what if I'm in love with the present?
Well, the present is a 10 seed. And the present is you going to Portland for a chance to get knocked out by the Thunder in the first round.
Jimmy's hurt, damn it.
He's still going to be hurt next year. I hate to break it to you. But that's what I think Nico's talking about. It's like, if Steph is here, if we're doing everything for Steph, then it's just going to be a slow erosion until eventually he retires. I mean, you look at the Warriors, and they've gone 22 championship, 23 second round, 24 play-in exit, and then second round postseason series. But this year, maybe they get to a first round and they lose. But that, to me, that's a slow erosion since they obviously won their last championship.
So I'm no clinical doctor. I just left your office, but I'll go to Butch and Lubman and yourself, the conversation we had during the morning crossover. It sounds like Nico subconsciously is ready to go start that journey on finding the new Steph. What would you say about that? That's what it sounded like. He's ready for the next. But we talked about sometimes the next, he could be grenades. Well, it could take a while. You never know when you're going to find what you think you want.
No, I'm not saying you turn the page, but I do hear a lot of fans that are wondering, what we're still trying to accomplish here, what they're selling us, basically. What are they selling us on? Are they selling us on getting this 5th championship for Steph? Because each and every day, Goo, it feels like we're getting closer to the idea that just ain't coming. And we got to figure out how. I'm of the idea that we got to be as competitive as possible until then.
Yes.
But how much competition are you really getting? How much of the competitive itch are you scratching, since we were talking about scratches earlier? How much of that itch are you actually scratching year in and year out from here until, Steph is 40 or 41 or eventually he decides to retire?
What if I'm not scratching, but I'm putting the ointment on it?
Well, that's usually a good way to solve that. This
was bad ointment.
It's okay. It's a Friday 3. This was another thing too. So this is from the Friedel exclusive at The Athletic. Was talking with Steve Kerr, mainly about Kuminga.
Okay.
The biggest takeaway, even weeks after Kuminga got the trade he'd been seeking for months, and a viewpoint shared by supporters on both sides of the argument, Kuminga could never become the star he wanted to be next to the future Hall of Famers Curry, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler. The moment that they traded for Jimmy Butler, it was the beginning of the end.
Wow. Okay.
And again,
that is true,
I think that's
but it's
another
not
reason
the whole
why
story. He had his opportunities. And when I hear that, real quick, why did you draft him then? You should have known that. You should have known there was going to be a roadblock or a closure, a sign that said you can help, but you'll never be the guy as long as the big 3 are here, the big 2. So when I hear that, what you said, I'm with you too. I subscribe to that. But my bigger thing is, then that was the guy you shouldn't have drafted. If you knew there was a block and he could never be all that he was supposed to be or thought he could be, that's the guy I'm not drafting. And now I go back to Iguodala and Steph and, older guys clamoring for, get us a ready-made dude that could fit in jail and help us kind of keep this thing and have a little more longevity. But, if you knew that, which I agree with now, then why did you draft him?
Well, none of us were saying that back then, and maybe that's the lesson that they learned.
I was saying, who was Jonathan Kuminga? I didn't even know who he was when they drafted him.
Well, no one did because he played for the G League Ignite.
Right.
But
you know what I mean?
We were promised a raw talent and an 18-year-old that you didn't have a space to really refine and create.
He wants to be a lead singer, and we had one that wasn't slowing down.
Well, I would also ask you this: how much responsibility falls on the stars then? If he couldn't be the star he wanted to be next to Curry, Draymond, and Butler, how much of that is their fault?
Well, again, I think some blood is on their hands. That's a little too strong and graphic, but I think they're at fault. But Draymond told us off the court, which matters too, when they traveled, there never was that bondage that you, I, and Steiny have. There never was that, hey, let's go off day. Let's go to a movie on the road. Draymond admitted that, and I appreciated it. But it has me scratching my head as to, I wasn't wrong. I felt like something was off with this team. But when you talk about the Warriors championship culture, I thought naturally that would be something that Dre and the others, Iggy, that's something that they would look at as a badge of honor to take a Evan under their wing. But it sounds like they didn't do that.
No, and I also, I don't know, is that on them? Is it because they didn't feel like Kuminga had proved it to them? Is it because Kerr didn't, feel like that was the way they should go? I just think it's interesting when both sides were in agreement. And again, no matter how you come out on both ends, this is what the piece is getting at. He could never become the star he wanted to be next to the future Hall of Famers. Well, right now, he's not a star in Atlanta,
right.
But he seems way more happy He seems joyful. He seems energetic. He's smiling every single game. And some of that is, yes, they're winning, but it's also this freedom goo that he has that he didn't have here in Golden State. But it's not as if he's the star player with the ball all the time.
And you're on fire. That's the $1 million question. Is he going to be a star? That's the $1 million question. Because you're right. With he's happy, he's smiling, we see the Colgate, all that. But now, move that to the side. Do you think Kuminga can be a future All-Star?
Actually, I have some information that I want to that I want to show you on the other side. I don't. But I'll tell you why I don't. And it has less to do with him than it does, honestly, kind of the history of where he was drafted. All right, 888-957-957. Talking about right now. We'll get into some Giants later. We also got something that was bugging at Goo. And we got to pay homage to someone who also passed away today. All that coming up and more on 95.7 The Game. But why do you think it is working in Atlanta? If you are on the side of JK's free, JK's happy, why do you think it's working there when he's not in a prominent role as opposed to working here in Golden State? They play the Hawks tomorrow. They got the Pistons tonight. 2 games back-to-back. And again, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by In at the Tides at Bodega Bay. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year, it's magical at In at the Tides. Special midweek rates are available at just $199 per night. Book your escape now, inatthetides.com. Gettings for Steinmetz with Guru, Steiny and Guru back after this.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Causing quite a bit of a slowdown.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
The crash blocking the 2 right lanes.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Award-winning Honda hybrids with incredible fuel efficiency. There's a Honda for that. Shop the spring event now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is Juan Toscano Anderson, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I didn't know what the whole song was going to play.
There's a lot going on right now in the studio here.
You might need a new host today, man. What did we just watch?
This is why I told you yesterday that we have to stay and remain focused.
What did we just watch together?
Well, we watched.
You were in another room, and I saw you jump up.
I know. We both thought the game was over, and that's where we both went wrong.
Wow.
Santa Clara. This is what. So.
Madness.
Lady Madness. In college, we would call her Lady Madness. Anytime that something crazy would happen in college basketball, it would be because
I never heard this one.
Lady Madness willed it to be. She is as beautiful as she is.
Oh, wow, man.
Absolutely treacherous. Just a backstabbing kind of excitement. And depending on what team you're on, for example, she reared her ugly head yesterday when VCU came back from down 19 points.
That did happen.
The biggest first round come-from-behind win in the history of the tournament.
Gosh.
And today, Santa Clara is absolutely clinging on to life.
I don't smoke, but I need a cigarette. A sports cigarette, right? What? 2 buzzer beaters.
Unbelievable. 2 back-to-back.
Well, I guess it was 1 buzzer beater.
Yeah, you screamed the buzzer beater. I could hear it through the studio.
You opened the door and kicked it open, and you don't know you did this. You gave me a high five.
I blacked out a little bit. I thought the game was over.
Did.
Yeah, that
and then
means
I said the ball's in the air. I wonder what game. And it went off glad. This is why they call it March Madness.
I can't believe it, man. I cannot believe it. But that's the way it goes, man. And this is also why it's so freaking difficult for us to stay locked in at this point.
Pods is watching.
I know. How about this? Let's go to a call to get us back on track.
Right.
Let's go to one of our favorites. Frank is in Atlanta. Frank, talk to us, man. How you doing?
Hey, guys. Hope everything is all good. Thanks for having me on.
And before you start, Frank, are you going to the game tomorrow?
No.
Okay.
I couldn't get it. I couldn't get down to downtown.
Okay. All right. I had to ask.
Frank, I've heard Atlanta's a really big place. So are you near the downtown area? Are you kind of on the outside?
No. I'm about 30 minutes south of downtown.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I got a plan for that. I'm going to go to a couple of games, but that game I think was sold out before I ever thought about trying to go.
Okay, gotcha. Wow. Nice. Yeah, it'll be here we go. Kaminga reunion.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that want to go to that game.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Everybody wants to go to that game. My thing about I just got two things real quick. One of them's JK, and the other one is the state of the Warriors. I'll start with the state of the Warriors because JK should be quick.
Okay.
The Warriors got to figure out their game plan. And at this point, everything that the Warriors have to do is in Steph's corner now. This is about Steph. The Steph has to step up and say, this isn't about everything for Steph anymore. This has to be about, we want to win. Let's put together a team that can win. Okay, we're stuck in the contract situation we're in, and that's okay. Steph's supposed to get his $62 million golden parachute contract, like Draymond got his $100 million golden parachute contract. We dissed Clay on his golden parachute contract, but that's water under the bridge. We can't do anything about that now. Going forward, if we want to be able to field playoff and championship competitive teams, our salary structure has to change. So we got to get to the point that we can get people who are free agents to want to come play with Steph for if he wants to play post next year. Because Steph has to say, look, you guys, I'm going to have to raise my hand. I'm not a 35-minute-a-night guy. I can't play 3,000 minutes in a season anymore. I can't play 2,500 minutes in a season anymore. I'm a 2,000-minute-a-season guy, which means I have to play about 25 minutes a game for 60 games of the regular season, and then about 600-700 in the playoffs. I can be a 25-minute-a-night guy. Our team has to go out and get some 30-minute-a-night starters. And I can come in off the bench and be the sixth man of the year, and I can close the final 7 minutes.
Yeah.
But we have to change our business model as a team.
I got you, Frank.
That's going to mean we have to change kind of who we are.
No doubt.
Now, on the JK thing, JK will be just fine because in Atlanta, a mid-range jump shot is still a good shot.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, no, I got you, Frank. A lot of good stuff there, but I want to get some other calls in. Yeah, I mean, I think he's right on the Curry front. I do think that has to change. Unfortunately, it's not going to change, Coop, because he's still going to be making more money than anybody in basketball next year.
And what's crazy, I can remember Stoney and I sitting down when they won the title in 18, and they had Durant, and Steve Kerr looked at us. This is 8 years ago. And he said, yeah, the plan is we're going to lean on the youngsters and Curry's minutes. They'll go down naturally. It'll be a good thing. Evan, 8 years later, that's never happened. Like, he's still 30 minutes a night. And then if the Warriors need to beat anybody, he's got to be out there 30 minutes a night. So I know where Frank was going and what he's describing, but right now, we're not basketball. This roster is rich enough to win games with Steph not playing at least 30.
Well, he is right in the standpoint that his minutes have gone down every year. And I'm not even talking about games played.
Yeah.
In 2022, it was 35. In 2023, it was 34.7.
Okay.
2024, 32.7. Last year, 32.2. This year, 31.1.
That's a lot for a 6-year-old, you know?
It is a lot. But the fact of the matter is, Steph Curry's minutes have gone down each of the past 4 seasons. I expect them to go down next year as they try and keep him on the floor. And that's what they're asking the rest of these guys to do, is to make up this slack when they don't have the talent.
And that's what we're watching
now. The job of Dunleavy and Lacob and everyone in that front office of building a team that is still based around a player whose usage is going down slowly but surely, that's a difficult task. And that's why, when we were talking yesterday about Durant's job in Houston, it's obviously easier because he's got more players around him.
Yeah, and youth.
And youth and younger guys. But LeBron's job is the easiest of the three because he does not have to be the team's best player, and his usage can go down without his team suffering for it.
No, that's Jamie Lee Curtis, man. That's perfect. And that was a movie she was in a long time ago. That's how you draw it up. I'm with you. So, we'll see. And right now, I feel like the Warriors and Joe Lacob are in a basketball version of a straitjacket. And what we're watching is a team trying to stay afloat without Steph, hence the record under 500 without him. And is there anything you can see tonight, because they do play Atlanta and it's Porzingis' reunion?
Detroit tonight, Atlanta tomorrow.
Yeah, Detroit. Yeah. But is there anything that will make you come in? You doing the show with Devon tomorrow?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so is there anything you could see tonight where you'd be basketball disappointed from a Warrior standpoint, or just give us the effort? I know if you lose, we lose. I know why we lost, because we're the talent deficit, or what do you expect?
They don't have their best player, Detroit.
But they got some good dudes still.
Yeah, I'm not saying the Warriors should win tonight, but you're hoping that they can keep this game close. If they get blown out without Cade Cunningham, then we got a problem. It also looks like we got a problem in St. Louis.
And did you think anything else after what happened?
Yeah. Hate
Life
to see
is
it.
about moments, and so is sports. And we thought we had one just as 10 minutes ago, and then,
Well, Goo, and this is where the great Lorenzo Neal has taught me a lot about
Where
life.
you going?
Opportunity's not, what is it? Opportunity's not given. It's just taken by someone else.
Give it to me one more time.
I mixed it up. Hold on.
Opportunity.
Opportunity. Hold on.
If I oversleep on a job interview, I trick that opportunity off. That's on me.
Opportunity is not lost. It's just given to someone else.
Now that sounds. I'm doing a Yui.
Yeah, there you go. We ended up getting that one right the second time.
If you lose and go home, the next season's when you.
But this is the reality, Goo. And I'm invested in this game. I wanted Santa Clara to win because I wanted Lil D and all of his teammates to be happy. But Kentucky's going to remember this game. Santa Clara will not, but the Wildcats will. That's how this works.
What do you give me for no
Just
matter
like
what
yesterday,
happens?
VCU's going to remember that game, UNC's not going to remember that game, but VCU will.
This game, if it holds up, will be one of the staple highlight packages, those two shots of the whole tournament.
Oh, when they do the magic moment at the end?
Exactly.
Yeah, the CBS or one magic moment.
You blacked out, and I saw you. I saw it.
Everyone thought it was over.
We're on two different TVs, and I'm looking, and I see you, and I'm watching Evan. It was incredible. Then we meet when the door opens, and that's when you don't know you went coffee. You blacked out.
Yeah,
you gave me a high five and kick.
Speaking of that, let's go to Daryl in Oakland. Wants to get in on the conversation.
Oh man,
what's up, D? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon or good morning, you guys. I'm listening to you, and I'm so pumped up about March Madness. It's very unlike the Warriors situation. It's so uninspiring to watch the Warriors. College basketball gets you fired up. And just to let you guys know, I went to high school with the California Baptist coach.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, wow. So hopefully tonight he's from Northgate High School in Walnut Creek, and that team beat Tayshaun Prince's team to win the state title. It was a bunch of scrubs basically beating really good players.
I think Cal Baptist has action tonight, D.
Coach, that's just an angle. And so there's two angles in that game. It's Kansas, and so you get to watch potentially, hopefully the Warriors get into the lotto and they can get, the Kansas's best player. And you get to watch a Bay Area guy hopefully beat him. So that's the angle tonight that I'm going with.
No, good stuff, man. Northgate, E.
Yeah, no, Cal Baptist, they're a damn good team this year.
When I think of Walnut Creek High School, I just think of the one, De La Salle.
The one, oh, De La?
Yeah. People get, I'm a Logan alumni, but
people don't like when you say De La?
No, when we couldn't, they could.
Yeah, it's a private school.
But they knew how to bend the rules.
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have you didn't have guys that came in and played from other cities?
Not back then, but now it changed to where you could open up and get people from wherever they're from. You could go to the school.
Well, they used to, falsify addresses.
I didn't want to go.
Living residences and where you live. And, you might be able to say, yeah, I live in Berkeley. I'll go to Berkeley High and realize you're coming in from Pinole.
I would truly like to invite you April 4th to James Logan Pavilion for the Rumble in the Union.
I'm there.
J-Mac, the boxer out of Union City. I'm supposed to meet him soon. Evan, I cannot wait. And you said you'd never been to a boxing match, so this would be your first.
Never a live one. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get to Spencer, who's in Oakland. What's up, Spence? How you doing?
Hey, folks. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to chime in on the concessions conversation from earlier. I am originally an Oakland A's fan. I do go across the water to Giants games whenever free tickets come my way from clients or whatnot. But I will say, crab sandwich, highly legit. Highly, highly legit. I thought the garlic fries, the other famous thing that's sold there, I thought they were mid.
Okay.
And then don't sleep on a good salted pretzel with mustard. Just classic, simple, always good. And, just to chime in on March Madness, I'm a WCC kid.
Oh,
I went to Loyola Marymount. Rest in peace, Hank Gathers.
Wow.
We haven't been right since Hank passed. But I also married the enemy. My wife is a Santa Clara Bronco, and we always go. Being in the Oakland Hills, we always go to LMU and Santa Clara games when they come up and play St. Mary's. So it was supposed to be a great year for the WCC. But I'm a little disappointed that both Santa Clara and St. Mary's are out in the first round.
Have you talked to your wife today?
Represent.
Have you talked to her in the last 15 minutes after what just went down with the Broncos, man?
I have not. I am out
Give
and
her a
about.
call.
I have not chatted with her, but it's
she may not pick up your call, Spencer.
Right. Tell her we're thinking about her, man. Yeah,
I will. Thank you for taking my call, guys. And go Gonzaga. They're the last thing we got left in the WCC.
That's the kind of attitude we need. Thank you, Spencer.
They won the game but didn't win it.
What do you mean? You mean they didn't cover?
What I mean? They
didn't cover?
No, they had the 3 to win.
Oh, Santa Clara.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Gonzaga.
I'm more than gambling. I think you look at me like I'm deep poker. No, it ain't.
It's a bad beat. It's a really bad beat.
Man.
But you got to give
it was a moment that guy would remember for the rest of the team.
Oh, he will remember it for the rest of his life, just not for the right reasons.
Good God.
You got to give the other kid credit, though, Goo. He hit a half-court bank shot to send it to overtime.
Kentucky Lucky Cat. That's who they are today.
They've had a lot of moments.
That was over going to OT, right?
Oh, there it is. There it is. And look, they're celebrating instead of playing defense. And that's how he gets so far up the court.
I did see that.
They thought they won the game. They were like you and me at that door, high-fiving, not even remember that we were doing it.
OT.
We thought we were going to the second round and then into the Sweet 16.
There is something to that.
That sucks. Yeah, that absolutely sucks.
They celebrated too early.
Well, but this, I can remember countless times this happening where, a shot a few feet right or left. Shoot, what was it? The 2008 National Championship, Memphis, Kansas.
Look at you.
Memphis, Derrick Rose, John Calipari, ready to hoist a national championship. 1 second left. Here comes Mario Chalmers.
Man,
comes off the screen, hits a 3-point shot to send it to OT. Kansas wins the Natty. It's like those are the moments that define college careers and take moments away from others.
I thought the Wildcats were done. And you kind of like Santa Clara in this game. You're right. Well, who was that against?
Well, yeah, I like Santa Clara in this game. They probably should have won, but the fact of the matter is they didn't. Also, yeah, Steph in, I think it was 2000, would have been 2009, the year he made his crazy run with Davidson. There was a shot that would have sent them to the Final Four because they made the Elite Eight that year.
Davidson.
And it was Steph didn't take the shot, but he had to give it up because they were doubling him because he's the best player in the tournament. And his point guard misses a foot right of the rim. That goes in. They're going to the Final Four.
Wow, man. Wow. It's all I can say. We saw it together. Like, I'm going to remember this moment. moving forward on it. I watched you celebrate.
We're going to remember our moment.
And then the door opened. And then I'm looking at your TV, and I'm like, that ball in the air is a different game because it's over. And it went off glass and momentum. Uncle Mo was on Kentucky's side.
Now, are you one of those fans that the moment your team is out, you are either done?
Oh, no, never.
Or rooting against the team that knocked them out?
I love ball so much. It's a fan's job to see it through. You have to watch all of it. And
because it sounds like Spencer is still rooting for Gonzaga because that's a West Coast Conference school.
I'll tell you something about me that you don't know. Every Super Bowl that has come and gone since 1995.
It's been a few.
I envision stars on both teams' helmets. So that's a skill that I've perfected.
Are you kidding me?
No, I think of, because my team obviously can't get there. They got problems. I envision my team playing in Santa Clara this last Super Bowl between New England and Seattle. I just have an uncanny ability to be what it would feel like. And that's that, and I have to do it. Like,
now, can I ask you this?
It's torture.
What does that do for you? Imagining your team in the big game when they're not.
It's a reset of hope. And then you think about the draft and free agency. We've gotten past that to NFL draft upon us.
It's coming up.
It's coming up. So that's what I do. But, yeah, you have to see it through. You can't take your ball and go home, right? You're not like that.
No, I'm not. But I'm also not sitting there imagining my team playing in the big game. And to be fair, the Chargers haven't had nearly as much success as the Cowboys.
The mind is a powerful weapon.
Oh, it is, but I just prefer to not use it in that sense.
Right.
By the way, this is how you know that we're all the same. You always think that you're the center of everything. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying in general.
But I think you think that a little bit, but go ahead.
Well, because I feel that way too. Like the fact that I did this or I felt this way is the reason why a certain outcome just came to fruition. Okay. For example, this game that we just saw. I'm the reason why I'm bad luck. From the 408 Boxer Gerson work injury attorney sex line. You guys can thank me. I bet on the Broncos. I have the worst luck.
Now,
did you text that in?
No, I didn't, but that's something I would text in.
That's how you know that we are all the same. We all feel this way.
Buzzer
and it's not
luck.
about us.
That was buzzer luck that the Broncos experienced.
Well, it was at the buzzer luck.
That's 9.
For Kentucky.
Yeah.
Let's go to, let's wrap up this segment with Coach. Coach is in Vallejo, wants to get into the Warriors and Kuminga. What's up, Coach? How you doing?
Hey, good, guys. Good. Thanks for taking my call.
Coach, before you go, you and I and Evan are family, right? We talk, it gets heated, but I love you, so go ahead.
Oh, boy.
I thought
Did we just Dick Vermeil him?
I hope he didn't do it.
Coach, call back, buddy.
Hey, Coach, I mean, immediately.
Yeah, and actually, we're going to roll the red carpet out for you on the other side, Coach, because we got to hit a break here in a couple minutes.
Here I am thinking we're good, and the click.
No, you told him we were doing okay, but actually kind of pissed him off.
No doubt.
Yeah.
But I'm still hurt.
Well, but we only got a couple minutes
justice.
here.
Yeah,
Coach, I'm sorry. We
want him to
do
get
have to
it
hit a
all
break
off.
here in a couple minutes, and I want to make sure you get your full your full time. So we're going to take your break on the other side.
Good call.
Or take your call on the other side of the break. I mean, what we're talking about here, in addition to Guru and I being the center of attention when it comes to March Madness, is if you're of the belief, and I think it's fair that Kuminga is gone to the Hawks. They play the Warriors tomorrow, and he's helping them. And he's doing it in a pretty limited role. My question is, why do you think it's working there? Like, what do you think the root of that reason is?
The mental for Kuminga, because I don't want to take anything away from him. And you let me know, alluding to this. They're not winning because of Kuminga. They had something going before he came. My thing is the freedom, the mental of just showing up to a job. That's because when it's all said and done, it's ball, but it's a job. And he doesn't have all those demons, betrayal. The feelings we talked about, it's all mental. He's just in Disneyland right now. And you could tell he's like, you need me 12 minutes, I'm here. Like, you could just see that. It is a burden lifted off that young man's shoulders being somewhere else.
Yeah, and I don't think it's bad or good. It's just this is just what I've noticed, because it's not like his role is improved. It's not grown. Obviously, he's playing, which is a big difference.
Right.
But I was just looking at the Hawks, and so since he's got there in the 6 games that he's played, since I think it was February 14th when he got
I ain't even going front. Yep.
So he's been, according to let's just take like plus minus, like he's been their sixth best player. So he's been a sixth man for them. That's been his role. And he's been really good. He's shooting nearly 60% from the floor, nearly 60% from three. He's giving you 15 and 7 in 23 minutes a game. Like, that's highly efficient. And he's helped them win every game that he has played in some way, shape, or form. Even the games that, he hasn't had big points and stuff like that, they've still won those games. And my question is why it works there and why it doesn't work or didn't work here. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're giving you another chance to play in our knockout tournament at Chase Center on Monday, April 6th. Today is your final chance to win a spot, so listen to the crossover as we give away 2 spots. That's right, 2 spots today between 1:45 and 2:15. For more information, go to 957thegame.com. Knockout is presented by Beam Law, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area. All right, I see you, Coach. We'll roll out the red carpet for you on the other side. I promise we'll get to your call. This is from the 415. Kuminga is playing in a different system that suits his abilities. I think that's absolutely fair. 925, it's working for JK because he's doing the things the Warriors wanted him to do. He's also not the star, even though he's not starting, and he wanted to be a star on the Warriors. The Warriors should not have drafted him to begin with. I wish we weren't still talking about him.
Wow.
But the reality is the coach is talking about him. The Warriors are talking about him, and they play him tomorrow in Atlanta. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway all week long for chicken tenders from the deli for only $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
It's the Good Guys 42nd All-American Get-Together. Thousands of the coolest cars and trucks. Swap meet, Fender, Midway, free family fun zone, live music, and more. March 28th and 29th in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Darren from Modesto. Awesome job, guys, and very happy in all. Excellent customer service. Fabian and his coworker are very professional and super friendly. They went above and beyond to help us. I am so glad that I chose R&S. Thank you.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Get ready, Bay Area. It's the first California rivalry match of the season. Bay FC takes on Angel City FC on Saturday, March 21st at 5:45 p.m. for the Women's Empowerment match at PayPal Park. It's more than a match. It's a celebration of the powerful women leading Bay FC today and the trailblazers who paved the way. Expect fast-paced action, unforgettable moments, and energy you can feel in every corner of the stadium. You don't want to sit this one out. Buy your tickets now and be a part of the first big showdown of the season.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tea at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 27th through March 29th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 27th through March 29th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My car smells fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. Got that Febreze car on the vents, living life with that just clean freshness. Febreze car, if you know, you know. Up to 40 days a scent on low. My car smells fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. That's right, breathe happy Febreze, la 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 la.
In Oakland today, morning fog, then very sunny with a high of 88.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Giddings in for Steiny. He'll be back next week with Goo, holding it down for you as always. I just thought about this during the commercial break. On the heels of Santa Clara's just, not even a collapse. It just, Kentucky just somehow stole the game. What's the worst L you ever taken?
Betting or just being a part of something?
Why not both?
Well, betting, we don't got enough time.
That's why it kind of felt like we're going to go to real life experiences.
Let's see. Give me a second. How about yours?
Well, the worst loss that I've been a part of I had an actual hand in. I remember pitching in a summer ball game. I think it was like my junior year of high school, and I came in with the bases loaded, and we were up by 3 runs, and I gave up a walk-off grand slam. That was the worst L I think I ever took.
Like, I want to know, what did you do after? Were you just quiet?
Well, we had a doubleheader, so I had to go pitch the next game in a couple of hours.
How'd you do in that?
I was fine.
Yeah.
No, but that game, that was the lowest I ever felt. You know, not that the game's over. You know, you're up by 3, and technically there's 3 runners on base. But the last thing you can do is lay a cookie in there. And this kid got me, and I was so pissed.
I got one. But you gave it up. I was playing JV football, Logan, at Akalani's, and it was 0-0, halftime, first kickoff of the second half. Dude returns it. We lose 7-0. And then my guys, rest in peace, Frank J., my boy Palmer. In the showers, we had the boom box. We lost 7-0 on the kickoff. Neil Fromson was our coach. I'll never forget. And we had the music going as if we won. And in the meantime, I was hurt, but I wasn't like, no music should be on. And all I can see is smoke and steam from the showers. Everybody just having a good time, music blasting, Fat Boys. And the coach comes in there and breaks the radio. gets the radio, eating the boombox, and throws it on the ground. And I'll never forget, like, we lost the game. We had no business getting crunk. I'll never forget it. Neil Fromson, if you're out there, call in. But that happened.
We never had a coach that broke anything, but you could tell that he wanted to. There was a few of those games.
And in the first kick of the second half, dude took it 80, and they won 7-0.
You know what? Well, now that you got me thinking about some of those, it's always funny when you have a coach, and it could be, it could be on the Warriors, a manager in the Giants, head coach of the Niners, like whatever, any professional, college, high school, you have a coach that's really bad at being mad.
Wow.
It's always hilarious to me when you
I didn't have many of those. I was scared of him. Will Biggs, my varsity coach at Logan, he was Bobby Knight. So he was good at it.
It might be better to rule by fear than by love when it comes to coaching.
Put the ball in the damn hole. And the whole team goes quiet. It's like, I'm finished.
Well, why is he picking on the, back end of the bench guy? Come on, man. Why is he going after him?
I didn't like that. Back in, I was a little more than that. But go ahead. We got coach.
Yeah, well, we do. Oh, yeah, speaking of coaches. Hey, Coach in Vallejo, have you ever just... Do you rule by fear or by love? How do you coach? What's your style?
My style actually is by fear, I would say.
Wow.
Okay, all right.
I love it.
Yeah, my fault, because I think you try harder, with you still fear,
Wow.
the consequences. It's like, are people nice because they want to go to heaven or afraid to go to hell?
Right.
And I think
I got that. I
That's
get it,
really
baby.
good.
Wow.
Guys, I want to start off by giving you two a compliment, you and Evan Goo, because you both are excellent at what you do. And you're excellent not because of the system at 95.7.
Oh.
You're excellent because of you articulate your personalities. I mean, you guys are great. I mean, if it was a system, anyone could do it, but they can't. You guys are doing it, okay? So much, you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I see where you're going, Coach.
Yeah, you're on fire. Yeah.
Okay, now with JK, I've been following him closely, as you well know. I've been his biggest defender. Evan, you know what they talk about the most if you go to Atlanta, if you ever get time to look into the players and they talk about his leadership ability. They talk about even when he's hurt, how he's sitting next to the coach and he's giving the coach information and they love his leadership. It's something that we up here, we actually talk about his low IQ and he doesn't get the system and all this other stuff. All of that is false. Atlanta loves his brain. They love the way he sees the game and reads the game. And why he's fitting in so well is because he's happy. He's able to play free. Now, Steve Kerr is the only coach in the league that doesn't like the mid-range jump shot. And that's amazing. When people like Kawhi Leonard, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, all these guys made their living off the mid-range jump shot. To be able to get within 10 or 12 feet and elevate above your man and shoot the shot, I'll take that shot over a three-point shot every day of the week. So Steve K is actually, he's behind the times when it comes to big men. He's behind the times with what's a good shot and what's not a good shot. So what I'm saying is JK is playing the ball the right way, and he's seizing the game the right way. He's rebounding like crazy down there. He's playing defense. And you know what? There's a bunch of other people like JK on the team with Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson, Richey. These guys they all play above the rim, and they all play that mid-range game. And it's no coincidence that they've won 11 or 12 in a row. JK fits right into that. And you know what? Nobody wants to play Atlanta in the playoffs. These young guys are playing great basketball. So that's all I had to say, guys.
Good stuff,
you're
man.
great because of who you are and not because of the 95.7 system. Thank
Wow.
you.
Thanks, Coach.
I see what he was doing.
Oh my God, I'm salivating. Yeah, I don't know about after that comment, but
yeah, I got to hear I'm not high right now. That just puts me in a great mood. Man.
Pasta knows where it is.
I have to say something.
Yeah.
If you remove Steve K, that's the first time I heard that in reference to Steve K. I got a problem if a coach doesn't like a midi. And I never really heard it that way that Kerr don't like the midi. Clay took many middies. So did Durant.
Sean Livingston made his
and there we
game
go.
in
Right.
the post.
But I get what
Maurice Spates,
yeah. I got you.
Now, I personally think they take so many threes because they don't have any guys that
go by you.
No, they don't have any guys that shoot a high percentage from the mid-range. Sean Livingston was automatic.
Or get to the cup off the dribble.
Yeah, that can create something that's not a three-point shot. I think that's how they have to generate looks because they don't have anybody who can put 2 feet into the paint or really get a shot for themselves.
He's in heaven, and I've listened to Dominique, and I forget,
Dominique's not in heaven.
No, the Atlanta Hawks telecast.
Oh, yeah.
He's on the broadcast, but I forget the other guy. He's good, too, the Lee guy, but their version of Fitz. But the bottom line is he's in a group now, and I'm calling the Hawks a group, the team. The way they play, the way they're built, I'm going DNA, the genetics, he fits right in with that up and down style of play. He just does. And I do wonder when Coach said people have referred to JK and his leadership. Again, I'm just saying this, Coach. I mean, did he learn that here, obviously, and then is feeling so free and open and happy that now he's everything that they wanted him to be here, which he learned, but he probably didn't want to demonstrate it because he was mad.
Well, yeah, I don't think that he wanted to be the sixth man on this team like he is in Atlanta. And he's better than Reece Sachet, who started some games. I mean, he's played better than Reece Sachet since he's joined the team.
All right.
But you still got Okongwu, McCollum, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Jalen Johnson. You got guys in front of him that are better than
Alexander hooping this year.
But that's why I find it interesting because he doesn't care. He's still playing his game. Yeah. He's playing well. And more importantly, they're winning basketball games. So that's the only reason why I asked the question, why do you think it's working there when he's doing what a lot of people, including the Warriors, I believe, wanted him to do here, but it just didn't click.
Is Porzingis averaging more? Do you know off the top?
He's averaging more points,
Than JK in Atlanta?
Yeah, he's not averaging more rebounds. He's not shooting as well, but he's averaging more points. And they're playing about the same amount of minutes so far.
But if we can get Porzingis and get to that Portland game and he's healthy and Steph is back, I got my popcorn, Jack. Like, I cannot. And Horford, any update on him? I know it's just a calf. That could be weeks. And as you said earlier, you had a great line. And
we'll probably get an update on him, if not today, then this weekend, because he was going to be out for a week and he got hurt. I think it was last Friday. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go down to the heart of Texas and talk to Warrior.
The Warrior.
The Warrior. What's up? How you doing, Warrior?
The Warrior's always fine, and let's just assume when I call that I'm fine, so we're not wasting time getting into my feelings. I'm actually into Killeen. We're actually in Killeen, Texas, where I made the first ever call to Guru.
I'll never forget it.
Intern.
I'll never forget it, baby.
Of course, you'll never forget it. It was a highlight of your career. But I have to ask you something. I have to ask you something, Guru, and I'm going to pull over the side of the road here.
Okay.
This is a very important question. What happened on that second kickoff of the half when you got beat 7-0? Because you said on the first kick of the second half.
Oh, I meant for the first kickoff of the second half. God damn you! But yeah, it was the first kick of the second half.
That's a good one, Warrior.
That is a good one. Did you catch that, Evan?
No, I didn't.
Okay, all right. Look at my man.
Okay, listen. I'm in a very good mood. For a guy whose team sucks, who's everybody's injured, and then we act surprised that 50-year-old guys get injured playing 40 minutes of basketball. All of them too old to even take Blue Chew. And you look at the coach at the end of the game. Look, I'm tired of Kerr. I don't care what the message is anymore. I hate the messenger, so it doesn't matter what the message is. This team needs to be blown up. You talk about, they finished so high in the standings they couldn't get draft picks. Well, that's BS because they blew it on every draft pick. Last thing I see, PB and J. You look at the two picks with Kuminga and Moody. What they could have got, they haven't had a good pick. What? Guru's still celebrating the draft pick of Jordan Bell. So you go all in on, and you look at what this team has done outside of it. They want to anoint Bob Myers. It's just ridiculous. I'm tired of the silver linings or whatever, rat on the table, under the table, over the bridge. I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of the Warriors, and I'm sick and tired of Steve Kerr. May God be with you.
Yeah, you're the man.
Yeah, Warrior taking some shots at you today,
Yeah,
Goo.
no, but
It's all love.
no. I was there for him. He had, he had a big loss in his family.
Yeah, no doubt.
And he and myself, we all bonded with him. The story we had to get.
Why are you sniffing at that?
No, because we were there for him, and he was there for me when I needed him. He called my first call Sunday night.
He called you an intern.
I wasn't even that. I was like one and done. It could have been. But anyway, Warrior, he's out on Kerr. No matter what.
I think a lot of people are at this point.
But are the Warriors?
All right, here's some more ammunition for you then.
Okay.
All right, so this was something from the exclusive piece today with Friedel.
Before you
Kerr.
go, can I just cuss people out?
Whoa.
Quit saying Santa Clara should have fouled before the dude made the 3-point Hail Mary.
I didn't even think about that.
Stop it. I would just go ahead.
Well, you know why they didn't? Because they thought the game was over.
Right. So did
we all thought the game was over. Everyone except that dude on the Kentucky Wildcats thought that game was over.
My bad.
All right. Steve Kerr said this today to Nick Friedel via The Athletic. Go back and look at every number 7 pick in NBA history. Most played on multiple teams. So that should make you feel better.
Yeah.
This is why I brought up in the crossover. There's only 2 current guys in the league that were drafted number 7 that are with their teams.
Yeah,
Steph Curry's one of them.
And
Jamal Murray.
That is wow.
But of the 5, of the 26 players, because I'm not going to include the last couple. Like Donovan Clingan is obviously still a Portland Trailblazer. Prior to Jonathan Kuminga getting taken at number 7 in 2021, there were 26 players dating back to 1995 that were taken 7th overall.
All right.
How many do you think became All-Stars?
There's a reason you have this and you're asking us. So I'm going to say, I know 2 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you said of the others.
Took Murray a while, by the way.
Yeah,
he just made his first one.
That's criminal, but okay. I'm going to go John Elway, 7.
Close. 5.
Donovan McNabb.
How many of them became All-Stars with the team that drafted them?
2.
You are correct.
Yeah.
And it's the current 2.
1, 4, 3.
Julius Randle was taken 7th overall by the Lakers. Did not become an All-Star until he went to the Knicks.
Wow.
Rip Hamilton was drafted by the Washington Wizards.
Forgot that.
Did not become an All-Star until he went to the Detroit Pistons.
Emmett Johnson.
And Luol Deng, although he was technically drafted by Phoenix and then traded, but obviously it took him, I think it was 6 years before he became an All-Star with the Bulls. So could Kuminga become an All-Star? Yes, he could. I mean,
but the likelihood
is not as much. But the
he
point is,
possesses the skills to me.
The point is, a lot of the majority of those players, in order to become who they eventually did and find their potential, they had to go somewhere else.
Yeah. And right now, the system fit. It was never a fit with Kuminga for whatever reason here in Golden State, and now, he's like a dog off a leash, just running in the pasture, and because that's what Atlanta represents to him. So I'm not blown away at all these reviews that people are giving him about him being happy, the system. It sounds like he truly is happy and in euphoria right now. How long that'll last? Hopefully it'll last forever.
Well, it won't last tonight. He's out tonight. And
like that bothers me.
But he wants to play against the Warriors.
The other night. Like, what's going on with the knee? You're too young to be having the on-off. Like I am. But
he would rather play against Golden State, though, right?
I'm going to put a rat on the table on this for a non-payday Friday. Brought to you by ACO Pest Control. This is what got me irritated about Kuminga, and you can't put at the doorstep of Kerr in the Warriors. And this is for Coach Tim and Raleigh. We ain't heard from him. Kuminga had many moments to where it was his time, and for whatever reason, he would have nagging injuries and be out. I know this bone bruise suffered in Dallas in the Warrior uniform was real, but I thought, man, when he came back dunking left and right and everybody laughing, thank you, Warriors. So what is going on in that knee that a youngster, it keeps coming back to rear his head? This one, he should be stacking games.
I couldn't tell you.
I got to.
No, you're good.
You think this is, so they play tonight, Atlanta.
Yes.
So this is for him to be for sure out there tomorrow.
I mean, I'm assuming that he is not playing.
I would be majorly disappointed he is not out there tomorrow.
I'm assuming he's not playing in the back-to-back.
Okay.
But he'll play in one of the games, and that's probably going to be tomorrow.
Do we know Porzingis' availability tonight?
I would imagine he's not playing in one of these two games, and I can check the injury report for you in a second. But I want to get out to David in Washington, D.C., who wants to answer the question. David, how you doing out in the nation's capital? What's going on?
I'm good. Thanks for. So as far as the knee, really quickly, I think that Quinn Snyder is being cautious because the Hawks are getting ready for a deep playoff run. So they're going to be playing while the Warriors are in Cancun. That's just a fact because the East is wide open because of Cade's lung injury. The reason why JK seems happier, the Hawks don't really have any expectations. Somehow the Warriors were delusional and thinking that there was a fifth championship coming. But we've been mediocre, like I said the other day, since 2022. But the Hawks, they just play. And plus him and Quinn Snyder seem to have a good rapport going on. Like Coach said, they're talking to each other during the game, discussing what's going on the floor. So that's really good. The second reason why is because this fan base is very toxic. And Coach hit on that too. We say, oh, JK, he has a low basketball IQ. And then they would say, no, he just has a low IQ. You don't think that kid hears stuff like that? The announcers, I have League Pass. The announcers on the opposing team spoke more highly of JK than the Warriors announcers do. During the Toronto game, the announcers were thanking Steve Kerr for DMP and JK. So wouldn't you be happier? I mean, I've even heard some people at this station say some real out-of-pocket extra things about JK that to me went beyond basketball. So would you want it? And the city of Atlanta has embraced him. The fans love him. The announcers love him. You don't have podcasters saying things like JK fans can't afford League Pass like the Warriors podcasters do.
Oh, man.
So what do you all expect? Why wouldn't he be happier?
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Those are all fair points, David.
But I'll say this to that about here, and Fitz doesn't need me to defend him or Kalina. I mean, every time he was on the court and he was coming downhill and getting to the free throw line on a good day for Kuminga, it was always super excitement about what this kid can be. So I didn't hear that as I watched the Warriors broadcast about Kuminga. It was always like he was the next, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I hear him for people going down JK's road in regards to the IQ and the fit and all that stuff that we heard for a long time. The fact of the matter is I think he does fit better in Atlanta. And I think it's more about
not even close.
To David's point, that just also the surroundings. I mean, he is around a ton of people that are his peers. It's a younger team. I mean, really the only older guy on the team is CJ McCollum. But the rest of those dudes have either been in multiple stops. Someone like Corey Kispert's obviously been on a second team now. You got guys that are young players. You know, Risa Shea was the number 1 overall pick with a lot of expectations. Obviously, Jalen Johnson, who was in Kuminga's class, has blossomed into an all-star caliber player. Okongwu is a good piece. Like, he's around a ton of guys that I think are in his situation. And that's why I also brought up from the piece that came out today, which is why we're talking about this, that Nick Friedel talked to Kerr about, Kuminga looking at what he's doing now and sort of comparing the two positions. Because I do think that Kuminga is in a similar spot to where he's their sixth man.
Yeah.
And he's giving them everything that I would have liked to see him give Golden State. And I'm trying to figure out why that is. And I think a big reason that he's in a spot where he's just charging and smiling and playing with energy is because he's around a lot of dudes that feel the same way as him.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with not one thing you said there. I was asking to chime in and give us an updated injury report for tonight's game. But, I go back to 2-3 years, Christmas time, when JK's camp said the coach didn't believe in him, or those were his words. So I just think it got funky, but it also got personal. Now, did it get personal from a Steve Kerr standpoint to Kuminga? I don't know. but I do know this. You tell me what you think. I do think Jonathan Kuminga took it personal, and what that is, to our last caller's point, it could have been all of the above that he mentioned. But whatever it was, it got personal, and it got personal to the point to where when he didn't play that OKC game, that was icing on the cake, but it was already rotten. It was already over, and he didn't play. And then we heard, could he have played? Could he have not? But to me, it totally got personal, and the trade, it was imminent, and it happened.
Yeah, and this is so here's the injury report tonight. Actually, Kristaps Porzingis is not on the injury report.
So he's playing.
Well, I can only assume.
But they got time to.
They do.
Yeah, those are the ones.
And Porzingis, he said after the Boston game, is, quote, feeling like himself again. He said he was about 60%. I mean, I'm just assuming he won't play in back-to-backs, but I could be wrong about that. What we do know is that Seth Curry's out, Steph's out, Horford's out. Moody was working out today. And now is able to shoot, but still doesn't have much of a timetable on when he's going to return.
Yeah. Oh, he's able to shoot the ball.
Progressing back.
Wow.
Quentin Post is out tonight for right foot injury management. And then on the Detroit side, Cade Cunningham has the collapsed lung. He's the big boy that's out for Detroit. Jalen Duren and it's Herter that are both questionable for the Pistons.
I would love, I don't know if you know offhand, have you seen we're up against it, the spread on this?
4.5.
Wow, kind of low.
Pistons.
Yeah.
Not Warriors. All right. I see Bosco. I see Benzo. We'll get to your calls on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Gettings it for Steiny with Guru. That segment is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Waiting for the best time to buy a new Ford truck? Well, it's now. Ford Truck Month is here at Ceremony Ford. On the 2025 F-150, you get 0% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. So don't wait. It's right off 280 in Colma and Daly City, or go to ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Ford dealer. Signing and Guru back after this.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
Hop into spring fun at History San Jose's Spring Extravaganza on Saturday, March 28th from 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Join us for egg hunts, exciting crafts from around the world, face painting, balloon artists, and of course, photos with the Easter Bunny. Rain or shine, the fun goes on at History Park. Egg hunt tickets are limited. Grab yours today by visiting historysanjose.org.
Kohl's Spring Savings Event is kind of like sunshine. The deals are glowing, dazzling, tempting to stare directly at in awe. And with prices like these, looking away is a real challenge. You can get 40% off kitchen appliances, teas for just $7.99 and more, plus an extra 50% off clearance. Yep, Kohl's Spring Savings are looking bright. Shop them at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles, offers end March 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by seven-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Get well soon, Moses. We need you back out there.
This is a slapper.
Swimming pools?
Oh, Kendrick Lamar.
This was the anthem. The summer that I
look at him.
Graduated high school. It was 2008, I think is when this song came out. No, sorry. 2012. Yeah, 2012.
Man, this is a man.
Always forget the years. This was an absolute hitter.
Yeah, no doubt. He's a legend.
Kendrick Lamar.
I have to share with you something that happened to me during the break, if you allow me. You being a former college pitcher, Pasta came in. You know me, I talk to everybody. I just like people. I said, Pasta, what was your worst moment? If you're back there, Pasta, can you crack the mic and tell the people and Evan what you share with me?
Yeah, so my junior year of high school at Reardon, I was pitching against one of the best teams in Northern California, Valley Christian High School down in the South Bay.
Look at him.
And it was a day game, Saturday afternoon, and I gave up 8 runs in the first inning. And Evan, wait, hold on, there's more. Let me tell you.
There's more? What do you mean there's more?
I spent more time turning my head and looking up and backing up the plate than I did on the mound. I only recorded 1 out. Okay, we ended up losing the game 24-0. It was the worst loss in the history of Reardon High School. We get back to the locker room, and my coach goes, guys, you're a part of history in the worst way. What can I say? We just didn't pitch well today.
Oh,
man, to get the ball in that spot, that's...
if I were the coach,
I feel bad for you, Pasta. I'm sorry.
I would have told Pasta, you know what? Go out there to second base. We got to find you a new position.
He said the pitching today was bad. That's all I could say.
Oh, I know you had to feel terrible.
Well, this also sucks because
that's a lot of runs.
I've been on the team that's Valley Christian. We've beaten teams 25, 30-0. You just end up feeling bad for the other team. It's not my fault that you're serving up softballs and I'm like...
Pasta was serving up pasta.
Like one year we beat Kennedy 28-0. They called it in the third inning.
Wow.
I'm not going to say that I went 6 for 6.
Meatballs.
Yeah, 6 hits.
Look at my man.
But it's okay, Pasta. It's only going to stick with you for the rest of your life. Don't worry about it, buddy.
That is nasty. 8 runs. His ERA was finished.
Yeah, it was. It was really, really high. I also know what that feels like too. I've been on both ends, Goo. I've been highly successful and I've failed spectacular. You got to have a little bit of both.
No, I'm with you.
You need perspective.
And I mean this because I don't know the answer about my guy. Have you ever hit a homer over the fence in a baseball game, high school, college?
Have I hit Have I hit a home run?
Yeah, a dong. That's what we call it.
Yeah, I've hit a home run.
All right. And you slow trot Rick Henderson, pop the collar.
No, because, and this is the thing, I've only hit a couple home runs. You really have to, it's like anything in life. Once you do it a few times, you kind of know how it feels. But the first home run you hit, you don't know what a home run feels like. So you're sprinting out of the box because that's what you usually do. And then once people start cheering, you realize that ball went over the fence.
All right, wow.
You know, the second or third, in batting practice, it's different. You know, you got to hit one in a game to really know how it feels. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm Sammy Sosa in softball. That's when I hit mine.
In batting practice,
and
yeah.
You knew off the bat.
4 o'clock hitter.
Take your time, Goo.
Yeah. So what's the big, well, we talked about the biggest losses, biggest L's you ever taken.
Yeah,
Not in life, but in sports. What's your biggest W? What's your biggest win?
You go first.
Oh, no. It didn't come to mind?
Nah. Well, Zach got in my ear, said he got a hole-in-one. Does that count?
Well, not for you. It counts for him.
A hole-in-one, but I guess those are big deals.
All right, Zach, what was your biggest L?
Oh, well, I mean, what came to mind is
you
I
only
was
want
like
to talk about
maybe
W's.
12 or 13 years old. I was playing Little League. This was my last year during All-Stars, and I went in to pitch. I walked like 4 straight batters, and then I said my back hurt. And
wow.
It's pretty embarrassing.
You tapped out?
Yeah, I tapped out.
Wow.
You got it.
I did that in front of Norm. I was a stud pitcher. Norm got in the car and left because he knew I was faking it. I was getting tattooed. Union City American Little League.
Oh.
Yeah. I looked up. Pops was out. Came to every game, and he knew I was faking. Kind of grabbed his shoulder. And he got in the blue Toyota truck and dipped to the house. I'll never forget. I came home, man. He was so hurt.
Well, that's where I do give Pasta some credit. When you're getting banged up and you're getting hit, you always want to blame it on somebody else except for yourself. And sometimes
I needed to out like Zach. I faked the injury.
Well, that's where you got to have a good coach to come in and say, "Hey, buddy, it's time to give up the ball."
I had a great coach, Mike Santiago. My parents went to our family reunion in Texas. We were in the Dices, Union City against Hayward, and I was the star pitcher. Struck out 14. Got the paper clippings in the photo album in the unit.
Glad it's somewhere.
Man, you were out there. I could have showed you then. I'll show you later. Struck out 14, so that would be my win.
When you struck out 14?
Yeah, but I was 14, but nothing in high school.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, like.
I couldn't lie. I can't sit up
the lucky break, the biggest W, something like that.
I'm talking about on the field.
Yeah, on the field. That's true. Yeah.
And my first pitch at the A's game.
That counts.
Callahan was impressed. He goes, Guru can pitch.
Bob Melvin.
Yeah.
He remembers it.
I got the audio
yeah,
still
Bob
in the
Melvin remembers it.
Life.
He's got a nice little fastball that Darryl the Guru Johnson. Yeah, biggest W's, biggest L's. Right now, the Warriors in the midst of a few L's, Go.
I know Dibs' biggest L. Oh, boy.
Is he going to volunteer it?
It's my daughter and I bonded over it. Yeah, he's in today.
Okay.
He was on Wheel of Fortune and crapped out every time he rolled the wheel 3 times.
He was on Wheel of Fortune?
And my daughter goes, Daddy, he's having bad luck. I said, yeah. And I was at the station. I was, doing weekends and nights. Yeah.
Would you guys rather be on Wheel of Fortune and like you get like all of the words except one or two and you miss it? Like those are hilarious. Or just like go out kind of like dibs.
Or me on First Five. I would do the just flame out from the beginning. Then there's no heartbreak.
Well, when I was on First Five the other week, and again, the year was 1981, I did not get one correct.
Step back, y'all.
Well, all right, I'll throw a question at you. Maybe you know since you were around then. Who was the last loss Muhammad Ali ever had?
I want to say George Foreman.
It was not. It's a guy, I have no clue. But I know his second to last fight was Larry Holmes.
Larry Holmes, George Foreman.
That's the big one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought Larry was the last one.
I thought it was too, but apparently it was some guy whose name I can't pronounce.
That is incredible.
And that's what I'm saying is how am I supposed to know who that is?
I thought it was Larry beating him up.
Yeah.
That's good. When did you find that news?
So I would rather at least get a couple of questions correct if I'm going to go down. I don't want to flame out spectacularly. Yeah. Although if I give up a home run, Goo, and I have always felt this way, if you're going to give up a home run, please hit it 500 feet. Because at least some people can have something to look at. The most agonizingly
where are we going here?
Frustrating part about pitching is when somebody hits a pop-up and the wind takes it 2 feet over the fence.
It's still a homer.
It is, but I'm pissed that you didn't really earn it. You didn't really get all of it.
Oh, Evan, you're man.
You hit it 500 feet, flip the bat, take a look at it for 10 seconds. That's fine. I don't mind that at all.
Wow. Well, I will say this about my career. I never dunked in a game at Logan High School.
You've dunked before, though.
My son Donovan has. I cried. Little Daryl's hit a homer, a few of them, in high school over the fence. I never did that.
But you get to live vicariously through your kid.
Well, I did during those moments. I was like, man.
I've seen you live vicariously through.
Milan played volleyball.
Yep. Couple athletes.
I didn't like volleyball in high school. Now it's one of the greatest games ever. I don't know what it was. And all the girls, friends that were mine, Karen Bullhouse, Claudette Jackson, all kind of them. That sport was right there for me, and I never gravitated to volleyball.
Volleyball's a tough sport.
Now they got male volleyball. They didn't have that when I was coming up.
Well, yeah, and then they jump out of the gym.
Man, so did these young ladies. We took Milan, Stanford, UCLA.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Well, I think it's a great sport. It's fast paced. There's always action going.
No pro though.
It's pretty quick.
They should have pro somehow.
I think there's professional volleyball. I mean, it's an Olympic sport, no?
I see the beach when they're playing on the beach. Yeah.
Yeah, you got USA cleans up every 4 years. This is from the 415. Guru, your biggest W is winning the station contest and becoming a great host.
That's in life. But having kids, yeah.
It wasn't.
I thought you meant in sports. No, I thought you meant in sports. Like,
Yeah.
I struck out 14. They were afraid of me, man. Nolan Richard. I was throwing gas.
Isn't it? Isn't it J.R. Richard?
You're right.
There's Nolan Ryan. Yeah. Well, a combination of both. You had a hard fastball.
Austin Saddles ain't laughing at my career. Sports. But now I'm still hooping.
Look, and this is the reality.
Nolan Richard.
If you peaked in middle school or high school in life, I feel a little sorry for you. I'm just saying.
I'm done for the rest. No, Santa Clara take a lot out.
I'm not talking about sports.
Yeah, Nolan Richard.
Not in baseball. What I'm hoping, Goo, is that everyone listens to the show, their life continues to improve.
All right, okay, there we go.
You should have a W in life every single time
no doubt.
You turn to your next stage.
3 healthy kids, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. 3 healthy kids, 2 of them in college. You got a stable job. People love you.
New Cadillac?
Yeah.
Or newer for me, 2019.
Yeah, like I'm better than I was 10 years ago, better than I was in high school, better than I was as a middle schooler.
But how about physically? Like you had that ailment.
Well, physically, I'm still doing pretty well.
Well, you had that cast on.
Oh, the boot, you mean? Well, now I'm getting.
I didn't want to bring that.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm trying to mess with you.
No, this is what I believe.
Like, it ain't all good in the hoodie. Not this year, at least.
Yeah, I got one flat tire. But you and Steiny actually, and yeah, I wasn't the best sport when I had the boot on. I wasn't feeling great about myself. But it was almost like you two, for the 4 weeks that I was in that boot, relished the fact that I could not be the best version of myself athletically. It's almost like, all right,
wow, man.
Welcome to age. Welcome to your future.
Me. I was like, I was just, and I could hear you coming, and I didn't want to. I was like, I saw that, Evan.
I'd walk in every morning, and Steiny would just smile at me.
He's happy. He's happy when we get hurt. He won't admit it.
Yeah, both of you guys were lucky. Lucky that I put that boot on.
Man.
Come on, man. People are saying that Nolan Richard is your John Sally moment.
Or my Larry Bird. They call Bird. He did look like a bird. That's what that meant.
Oh, that was actually something that bugged me a little bit. So we're watching, college basketball yesterday. So St. Mary's has this player named Liam Campbell, I believe is his name. And he comes off the bench for them, and he wears number 33.
Man.
He loves Larry Bird.
Okay.
And he's got this, this big kind of floppy top, and he's a good kid, good shooter. And they start calling him Baby Bird because that's his nickname.
Can't be.
I don't know if that could be the nickname.
Is he headed to the pros?
He's a good player, good college player.
All right. What grade?
He's a sophomore, I think.
I guess I won't steal his thunder if they're calling him that, and that's his dude.
That's his nickname.
And you're playing college hoops.
He made some shots yesterday.
All right, okay.
I'll give him that.
I was going there. All right, no harm, no foul. Well,
every year we learn a lot about some randos that we're going to forget. Is there anybody from, like when someone says, hey, Goo, what was a random player from your childhood that for whatever reason, maybe he's a cowboy, maybe he was a pirate, maybe he was a warrior, a random player from your childhood you just fell in love with?
George Foster. He was
he's a good player.
Yeah, he had over 52 bombs with the Cincinnati Reds, but Evan, not only did he scare me, he looked menacing, but when he swung the bat, I just felt like he struck fear. And I used to have the paper out and deliver the paper, and I just, he looked like me too with the fro, and I just latched on to George Foster. But he was a bona fide. He wasn't no bum, you know what I mean? But that's a guy like that I just gravitated to.
Yeah, I think those kind of players are what defines you as a sports fan. Because there's, everyone's got the Currys in their
those
in their
are
pocket.
easy.
Yeah, like who's your favorite player? Is it Curry? Back in the day, was it Montana or Rice or Young? Some of those great guys, but I of course I got a lot of love for LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yeah, right. But that's easy.
I really like Malcolm Floyd, M80. I love that guy. Eric Parker. You know what I mean?
Are you too young to know a running back? He played on the Tampa Bay Bandits, the USFL. Yeah, you are. Gary Anderson. He came when I believe the Chargers was his first NFL team, but he had to play in the USFL. He was so special, but a lot of his good moments were in the USFL, but he played for the Chargers. And, yeah, you probably weren't even born then, but he was a bad dude.
No, the only Gary Anderson I know is the kicker.
Okay, see, and that, Evan, he dived over the pylon into the end zone one time and then did it so smooth and ducked his head and neck and landed on his back. One ballerina, you know what I mean? Tumbled. I'm like, that's a bad dude.
It is kind of funny because if you talk to a real sports fan, and I might not be familiar with Gary Anderson, but I feel like talking to you about someone, I can kind of get an idea of when you fell in love with sports.
Oh, man.
Whether you're young, you're old.
Magic Johnson, I watched that with my dad. Him as I was a baby boy. I was a baby boy, but, I was young. And I just watching him start that game 6 against the Sixers and no Kareem. I was like, I'll never forget that moment of man.
That was on
Magic.
tape delay?
Yeah, no, that was actually live.
Okay.
But I'll never forget that performance. Like stuff like that.
From the 707, I had Chili Davis.
Wow.
Wrote on the lid of my hat in Babe Ruth. So when I took it off to bat, I would focus. Yeah, little stuff like
People
that.
get Bob Horner, Atlanta Braves. I'm getting that. Daryl Strawberry.
Exactly.
That dude's swing was incredible.
And it could be basketball players, too. I mean, the first guy I feel like I fell in love with the Warriors would have been like Antoine Jamison or something like that.
I
was still pretty young, but
he was a bad dude. Him and Kobe scored 50 in the same game.
Buckets is what he did.
All.
Yeah, and I know the game's not all about buckets, but when you're a kid, I think all the guys who score, those are the ones you sort of gravitate towards.
Man, who was your your football guy? Who was the first one that did it? Was it Dan Fouts, or you're too young to even know Dan?
No, I mean Dan Fouts was retired before I was born.
My gosh,
Yeah.
I don't like you. So who was your first quarterback to just across the board, not even with your favorite team, where you're like, oh, my God?
Well, it's probably Drew Brees.
Mine was Warren Moon.
Yeah, Drew Brees. But then Phillip Rivers is the guy that actually, this is what I was thinking about earlier this year, because Steiny's a hater. Let's just be honest.
We love you.
When it comes to the older players, he
defends them.
And it is because of how good of a guy he is. He wants the young people to come in and have their shine and take over as the way of the world is supposed to go. But when Phillip Rivers came back to play for the Colts, that was I don't care what you do, I loved watching him throw. It just brought back all the memories of me when I was a kid, 12 years old, 13 years old. Yeah.
It was funky, but it worked.
I mean, he was throwing lollipops out there, and he wasn't the same version of himself.
He was a bad dude, man.
But what I hope, though, in watching that, because for me, watching a player like Phillip Rivers, I do not remember him, or I don't remember, I'm not going to remember him for the last couple of years that he played. And watching these Warriors now, we're frustrated, right? They're not playing very well.
And
guys
we're
are
without,
hurt.
yes.
What I hope, though, is that when they're gone, or even in a couple of years when they're at the end, we don't hold the last few years against them when we remember their careers.
Oh, no.
The Draymonds, obviously the Currys, the Clays even, and of course Steve
We didn't
Kerr.
do it, and I know he's not with us, and we could be here 2 hours talking about Kobe's death, moved him up in people's minds. That stuff's out there. I don't know where you're at on that.
I think that's fair.
We don't hold that against him as last year in his shooting percentage, I know when you give me a name, Evan Giddings, I think of you at your best. But I do know how it ended, and that's why I'm so fearful, like Tom Brady. I thought he fell off when he threw his last pick for a pick six against Tennessee in that playoff game in New England. That happened, and I thought he was finished, noodle arm. No, he wasn't finished. Comes back and wins the Super Bowl with Tampa Bay. LeBron James doing what he's doing. So Steph is there because I haven't seen Steph diminish yet in regard to his play. And maybe that day's going to come, but it won't be. I just can't see it being as drastic as some of these, these bad ones we've seen over the sports. And people are going to come for me. But I think Draymond's is accelerated. Klay Thompson had the injuries, and they're not even close to me. But Steph, that's what's amazing. When he can go, he's the best shooter to ever do it.
But at some point, we are going to get to the stage of his career where you are saying he no longer has it.
And if you don't get him help ASAP, it's going to happen faster, right? We're going to get there faster.
But
you can't drive the car 90 miles an hour all day, every day.
But I think this is where we differ, because I'm not under the impression they can get him enough help. Oof. I mean, think about it. He's older than he's ever been. That means he needs more help than he's ever had. Right?
Yeah.
How are you going to get him that?
Well, the same way the Lakers got LeBron help and didn't know by any stretch to even have a dream about Luka. Things happen in life, like they did in Miami, that netted the Warriors, Jimmy Butler. I guess relationships sour so fast and so much nowadays in sports as well as life. Some team might be the beneficiary of that happening. And the Warriors, I think the heavens that Jimmy Butler and Miami went through what they did, because when Durant said no, who was the plan B? There wasn't. So imagine where we would be without last year's euphoria of Jimmy Butler. I think about that stuff. So, yeah, right now he's hurt and it looks bleak, $55 million. When's he coming back? But at least we got to experience that. Where would we be, Evan, had we not got Jimmy Butler?
Well, so now you would have been in the lottery, and you would have had a good draft pick.
But you're asking me to take a test now, and that test does not consist of real life in the sense that maybe Giannis and what's happening in Milwaukee somehow could help the Warriors situation when it looks dire. Maybe we benefit from that relationship going the way that it's going. So that's you never know is my point.
That's true. But what I think is, okay, you talked about the Luka deal. That was one that happened and nobody saw it coming.
Right.
And now looking back on it, it was an awful trade for the Dallas Mavericks. So you're hoping
he could be MVP this year.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, Luka's balling. But you're hoping that the Warriors get bailed out by another team's inept decision-making.
But isn't that
That's
how
what
we
we're
got?
hoping
Yeah,
for.
isn't that how we got Jimmy? I'm not even blaming the Heat. The relationship just eroded, but it happened.
Well, the Heat are in a better position without Jimmy Butler. They're playing pretty good basketball right now. I don't know, Goo. It's to me where I think the Warriors kind of are right now is they're in the position, say, the Los Angeles Clippers were when they decided to trade all those future draft picks and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. They're more likely to make that move, or say the move. You remember when the Brooklyn Nets traded a ton of crap for, I think it was Garnett and Paul Pierce.
Oh my gosh, man!
They tried to pair him with Darren Williams, and it didn't work. But it also cost them dearly because they did not have any of those draft picks then turned into something that Boston used to kickstart the next into what is now Tatum and Jaylen Brown. So what I think the Warriors are more in the position of the Nets or the Clippers than, say, the Lakers or...
But the Nets didn't have a guy that still went healthy, that you had your wagon that was an all-time favorite.
No, but
that's the difference in this.
Those teams thought they were closer than they actually were. And actually, they did. I mean, look, the Clippers got Kawhi Leonard. They traded for Paul George. They traded everything away, including their future.
I was going with the Nets.
No, the Nets, yeah. But that's where I don't want the Warriors to be looked at like the Brooklyn Nets were as the laughingstock of the league because they traded a bunch of picks that turned into great players for the opportunity to make a second-round series?
I hear you, and I know we're up against it, but what about watching Steph not have a chance in his last years where he's still pretty good? That's what I don't want, and I think we're like that movie's getting ready to start. Until this offseason, we got to make something happen. And I'm talking to Lake Up, and that's why he called Kawhi. That's probably why he'll double back on Giannis. They're telling us, Evan, without telling us, it's still everything for Steph.
888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in with Guru for Steiny. He's back next week. We're giving you another chance later at 1:45, between 1:45 and 2:15, to win a spot at Knockout. Our Knockout tournament is at Chase Center Monday, April 6th. Today is your final chance to win a spot. So lock into the crossover between 1:45 and 2:15. We'll give away 2 spots. For more information, go to 957thegame.com. Knockout presented by Beam Law, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area. Back after this on 95.7 The Game, Steiny and Guru. That segment sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
March matchups are here and now, and you can trade the tournament in all 50 states with Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all tournament long. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 27th through March 29th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 27th through March 29th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
It's the Good Guys 42nd All-American Get-Together. High-octane Good Guys autocross racing action. Explore the Dead-End Magazine Lowrider Showcase and more. March 28th and 29th in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Kick off the 2026 Bay Area hot rodding season at Good Guys 42nd All-American Get-Together, March 28th and 29th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For more info and your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets courtesy of Good Guys, visit 957thegame.com.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Oh, now that's a W. Macklin Celebrini is an absolute win.
The Shock, how they doing? Playoffs?
I think they're in the driver's seat.
Okay.
Well, to make the playoffs, I believe. Last I checked. Well, you were the one who went to the hockey game.
Well, that was a couple weeks ago. I had a good time. Got to get back. Hopefully it'll be for playoff hockey.
Oh, I take that back. They are not in position right now.
They were a couple days ago.
They're a couple of points out of the last spot. 2, 3, 4. 5, 6.
How many games left, you know?
They're in 11th, and they are 2 points out of 8th. How many games left?
Yeah.
Well, they play 82 just like the NBA, so they got 15
so
games
got
left.
Time. Got some time.
Yeah, they're on a 3-game losing streak.
Let me give you this from Fox. You asked earlier, and I blew it. World Baseball Classic Championship game viewers.
Yeah.
10.8 million. Okay. Comparisons among U.S. viewers. 2025 World Series, the average was 15.5 million. So more people were watching the World Series than the Baseball Classic. And the 2025 NBA Finals average was 10.2 million. So more people tuned in to the Baseball Classic, not by much, for the Baseball Classic than the NBA Finals last year.
Now, does that bother you?
Not at all. I don't even know how to, what do you get from that?
Well, it means that one championship game was pretty damn important. I think it also means that last year the draw that was OKC and Indiana didn't really hit.
That I got that. And Major League Baseball had 15.5. But World Series.
I think it also,
we know why.
Dodgers. Also, Toronto's a pretty big market. Yeah. You're getting the Canadian side of things. But I think building up a brand takes time. Like this year, Goo. If OKC's back in the finals,
building the brand takes
I would expect more people to watch because last year it's the Thunder, it's a small market. But this year, now people will be watching to see if someone knocks them off. Because they're the champions. They're the, I don't want to say villains, but people I don't think, wrap their arms around OKC the way they do other teams in the league.
And that's why I think, what if it's Denver? What if it's Jokic and Murray? I think they got star power. So I think those same people would be tuned in. Are you one of those people that believe the NBA needs a villain like the Warriors were when they were at their prime, their peak, like Jordan Bulls? You know, the Lakers, Magic Lakers, Shaq and Kobe, do you think a dominant team is good for the league or brings out more viewers?
Yeah, 100%. I think people watch stuff they're familiar with. I mean, obviously, like hoop heads and NBA fans are always going to watch.
Okay, well, there you go.
But the average viewers, if they don't know anything about the matchup or it's not it's not super exciting because there's not big names, then there's no reason to tune in. You know, I think people were tuned in, for example, to that WBC game because they wanted to see if the U.S. could bring it home. And
they didn't.
They did not. Yeah. Speaking of, though, actually, Andre Iguodala said something interesting about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I'm gonna go to a call real fast, Zach, so you can tee that up. But he was on the Unguarded podcast, I think it was with Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson. So we're going to get to that in a moment. But before then, we're going to talk to Will, who's in Marin. Will, thanks for calling in. What's going on? How you doing?
Good, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I know that, I guess in the last segment, we were kind of worried about just, what it's going to be like, the decline for Curry. And I feel like, some athletes, they have very ugly downfalls and, they kind of go from hero to zero kind of quick. But I feel that I think Steph Curry's special. Like, I get that he's not, built like some physical specimen, but I think he's built perfectly for the way that he plays. And I just think that so long as he's on an NBA court, he's always going to be valuable and very important. I think he's going to age more like a Terrell Owens and a Ray Allen, meaning like, Terrell Owens, even his last year, he had TJ Houshmandzadeh and Chad Ochocinco around him, and they were way better than him, but he still, racked up 900 yards. 900 yards, 9 touchdowns. Ray Allen was sending shots into overtime when he was on the Heat. Like, I just think that that's going to be Curry. Like, yes, will the days of Curry, like, dropping 40 burgers and stuff come to an end? Probably, and unfortunately for us as the fans and the viewers, maybe sooner than later. But, it's just really hard to kind of count a guy out like that. His work ethic is second to none. He kind of came into the league with a big question mark about his ankles and physical ability, kind of put that to bed. I think just how hard he plays and, he leaves it all out on the court. And that's why I think that he gets hurt. And, just to kind of touch on his runner's knee, like, I get that I'm not Dr. Pandya, but like I played rugby at a high level for 23 years, and I had runner's knee at one point in my career. And I like, just to like let you guys know what it feels like. Like, it literally feels like someone is rubbing a lit cigar on your patella. Like, it is not fun. Like, it is like your daily life is hindered. And it's one of those things where it's like, you could ice it, you could wrap it, but when you're using, continuous motion, when there's impact on it, like, it really, really hurts, and it's really tricky to deal with. Like, it was one of those things where I was over it. It was just, I got out of bed. I was like, okay, like, today's probably going to feel pretty good. Let's check it out on the Peloton. Rode it for 20 minutes, and then I was like, okay, that felt good. And it's just like a progression. It's a building block thing. So I know as like a fan, we can get frustrated, but since I like understand what he's been through and at a way higher level, and the fact that he has to play at a professional level, it's like, let him take his time and let him come back, because it is not fun to even just go through life with runner's knee. It is miserable.
Hey,
so
Will.
shout out to Steph Curry. Yeah, go for it.
No, I just wanted to ask, as someone who's had it, were you the same as Steph from the standpoint that it actually hurt to sit down as opposed to stand up all the time, which is what he was making it out to be?
Oh, definitely, because think about it, like when you're sitting down and your patella, like, so when your leg is stretched out, your patella is kind of straight, but it's like a big rubber band that goes over your knee. So when you're sitting down and it's bent, like that's what I'm talking about. Like that's the repetition. That's like the daily life. Like it's one of those injuries that you have where you take like your simple life for granted, sitting down, going for a walk, walking up a step, all that stuff. So yeah, like I totally understand where he's coming from. It's miserable, and you won't understand unless you're going through it. Like runner's knee doesn't sound like a big injury. It sounds kind of soft, but when you have it, you're like, oh, okay, I get why he's taking his time. It's one of those things. Wow. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
No, you too. Thanks, Will. Appreciate the call. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Did he say a lit cigar on your patella?
He did.
Oh, my goodness.
He did. I've been fortunate to never have a cigarette put on my body, but I know friends who have.
Yeah, me too.
And not because it was their choice, by the way.
So you think he's back at the end of this month? Like if it just generally...
I hope so. I hope so. All right, so before we got to Will, we were talking about...
Iguodala.
We were talking about Iguodala, and he had a couple of, I think, interesting comments on the Unguarded podcast with Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart. And the first one he talked about was foul baiting and why he likes to watch certain players and why he doesn't necessarily put them in the foul baiting category. And we were talking about the Thunder. Here's what he had to say about SGA.
I wouldn't call a foul baiter a smarter player. It's just a manipulator.
Okay.
But the guys that can win, I'm calling them the smart guys. Because you got foul baiters. It's like, man, you're going to shoot 15 free throws a night and you're going to get your 25, 30 and we're going to beat y'all.
Has a player done that and won, though?
I'm not saying who's the foul baiter. I can't say who's the foul baiter.
I didn't say that.
It's both sides.
I agree, it's both sides. I'm just asking your opinion.
Now, the smart guys know how to adjust when the call is not going to be made and they can still get 30. So they call Shea a foul baiter. My two favorite players in the league, I'll be honest, are Shea and Ant. And I'm just looking at who am I going to watch next. I always like, okay, who am I going to watch when that crew's gone? So Shea and Ant are my guys. I put Wemby there now. But they've been on my list for 3 years. It's like now they're coming into their primes.
Right.
And people call Shea a foul baiter. But one thing I know about Shea is if he don't get the call, can he still get a bucket? Absolutely. And he's proven that to me. Absolutely. So I don't put him in that bucket. That's what I'm saying. You feel me?
And I could have heard 10 more. I know you probably good. Like, that's just a clip. Good. That was awesome. But what was more awesome is it had nothing to do with Steph, but Ant and now Wemby's in there along with SGA. And, I had those guys in my top 5. So, not that even matters. But, yeah, SGA can give you the business without the fouls. But Brunson was feeling some type of way. It sounded like I just want your opinion. But
and they went on to talk about a little bit later that Brunson is a guy that many people consider a foul baiter, and he's like, I'm not a manipulator.
Yeah, but he's still a bucket too.
Oh, yeah. Brunson's damn good.
He's incredible, man.
Who
knew he was going to be this? I'll wait. Coming out of Villanova, that's what makes sports. Like he could be good.
Okay,
this dude's a 1. So
I started looking at Brunson's college career. If we were talking about him yesterday, maybe it was at the cafeteria. We were talking about him. I did not realize, shame on me, I didn't realize he was the player of the year his senior year.
He was. 49
junior season.
That's his team, Villanova, yeah.
Yeah, he won 2 national championships.
Dude.
So
Jay Wright?
Yes, you could say who would have seen that coming.
But the individual,
freaking good.
And 3 of his teammates now are on.
I couldn't believe that he was a second-round pick. I think he was the lowest pick of those guys.
Bridges, DiVincenzo, who else?
Or maybe Hart was lower.
Hart.
Yeah, Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo, Mikal Bridges, and Jalen Brunson.
Mikal
most
Bridges
successful of all.
bothers me. You think Durant bothers me, but Durant's a champ. Way better. And it's not Bridges' fault.
Well,
Why
you
would
and I
they
see
spend
different
that
things with Mikal
expenditure
Bridges.
on Bridges? I used to be one of my favorites. 5 number, 4 number, what?
But
And
why
now
do you
he's
hold
lost.
that against him?
No, I'm holding his play now. He's up and down. It's just about his play now.
Yeah, he's inconsistent, but
he was better under Tibbs.
Well, yeah, he played 48 minutes a game.
Think he misses that or no?
No, I don't think he really
All
cares. But you and I see a different player with Bridges. I see a player who plays every single game and plays 35 minutes and makes a lot of money and costs a lot, and so that's why people don't like him because they feel like he's underachieved, even though he's literally the same player he's been at every stop, including Phoenix before. All right, let's go to Father Time. Father Time's in Napa. What's going on, Father Time? How you doing?
Hey, what up? Happy Friday. Not a payday Friday, but, if we all stick around, I guess we get paid
We
next
got
week,
an
right?
NCAA tournament Friday, baby. Yeah.
I love it. So, quick hitter. So, I know you're talking about worst loss, best loss. Same game for me. High school state championship game. We're driving. Honestly, I'm balling out. So we get down to the 3-yard line, and we're down 4, and my quarterback audibles and throws an interception that goes the other way. And he and I have not talked for a while. That's for sure. So you know how that goes. But whatever.
You gotta bury the hatchet. My goodness. I haven't had any words from my guy. Whoa.
I lay there in bed thinking about it, but I'm over it, mostly over it. Second thing, you touched briefly on Chili Davis. My man, Chili, here's a trivia question. Who was the last homegrown outfielder that hit more than
Chili
20 home
Davis.
runs
Chili Davis.
Exactly. We've talked on this, but so think about how long that is. 1984. It's an abomination. The Giants got to do better at some point. I want to bum everybody out, if you don't mind. I don't mean bum everybody out, but just be real. What's going on with the Warriors is like shuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic. This is over. The entire experience is over unless you can somehow strike gold and hit some sort of lottery. Even if you do hit the lottery this year, that player is going to take 3-4 years to develop, in which case Steph is long gone. The notion that Steph is going to come back and be the real Steph is partly predicated on who's around him, correct?
What if you get Giannis? What if you get Giannis, though? I know it's a long shot, but go ahead.
Okay, well, we can play that game all day long. If anything happens, if they get into the top 10, if whatever. But the more realistic view of this is that we're stuck in this middle zone, and the middle zone sucks, right? Because you don't have this hope for the future with the young guys, and you're certainly not realistically, you are not competing for a 5th title. So please, everybody on the station, stop talking about Steph and the 5th title. That is just not going to happen. And then lastly, I just want to point out that the draft isn't the answer. Well, the free agency is brutal this year. LeBron James is your best free agent option. So think about that for a minute. There are a couple others. One of them is Wiggins, Hartenstein, Levine. I mean, it's just a brutal offseason. As far as trades go, well, who knows? But back to the draft, if you just look at the 14th, 15th draft pick for the last 15 years, there's like 4 legitimate contributors, none of whom have been an all-star. I mean, Moses Moody is kind of one of the best players.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to like wet the bed with everybody. I'm just saying let's all get very, very real and pick or choose where we're going to go because, like I said, this middle ground totally blows. Happy Friday, you guys. I love you.
Take it easy, Father Time.
Call your quarterback. Fix that.
Yeah, you can't hold a grudge for that long.
Not the
I guess he was
NFC
Father
or
Time.
AFC championship, high school. I still haven't talked to, and the way he said he called the audible, so the play must have been for him.
Yeah, he's pissed he didn't get the ball. Damn.
Bury that hatchet.
Well, all right. I will say there are select circumstances where I understand why someone would hold that kind of grudge. So Lowe has talked to me about in 2006.
Lorenzo Neal.
When in 2006 the Chargers lost a home playoff game as the 1 seed to the Patriots.
I'll never forget it.
And there was a play in that game where Brady threw a pick with, like 90 seconds, 2 minutes left. And Marlon McCree made the interception, didn't go down. Troy Brown rips the ball out.
Yes, it did.
Patriots go down and score. I think they win in overtime, and they win the game. After the game, media went to Marlon McCree and asked him, to this point, I know people make mistakes. You should have gone down. It sucks.
Okay.
But I think most people would be willing to say, mistake, I'll forgive you. What Lowe, and I'm not going to speak for him, but has insinuated is that there are some people on that team that do not forgive Marlon McCree because after the game, the media asked him, would you take it back? And he said, no.
Now, that is different. That is when you can hold that, to me. That's what you is all on and popping. I mean, did McCree know what he's saying when he said he wouldn't take it back?
He was in the moment, and he was being an athlete, and he was defiant because he made a choice, and it was the wrong choice.
Lightweight embarrassed, man.
Exactly. And it's a mistake that cost them potentially a Super Bowl.
But what happened to, you know what? It was my fault. I cost us. That's when people gravitate to you. Why go? He went the other way and doubled down.
Some people aren't built like that.
Yeah.
Some people can't take accountability.
I love how, like, that caller had his chest out, and you don't do it. Steiny tries to do it. But it's so funny that you come at fans because, you know, we want the best for Steph and the Golden State Warriors. And I hate that old notion, are you a Warrior fan or a Steph fan? It's Warriors across the board on all of my teams. And I get that somebody could actually, it's the player. But the bottom line is the energy you all have, direct that at the damn organization. Because right now, Helen Keller, Ray, Jamie Foxx, we can all see that they're doing that. And that Slater piece, basically at All-Star break or shortly thereafter, about they were inquiring on Kawhi, it's the organization right now that makes it look like that's their plan. So if you got a problem with it, call the station and direct that at the proper people. Don't act like it's me saying it. It's the organization, and they've been saying it, Evan.
That's fair. That's fair. You want to hear more from the Andre Iguodala conversation?
Dude, you can play that at first, but yeah.
Yeah, I can listen to Andre all day.
Okay.
All right, I'll play this one, Zach. This is from the same conversation where he's talking about why winning isn't a priority.
If there's anything I'm afraid about the game right now is that winning isn't the priority. Like, you got a third of the league tanking. Mm-hmm. Like, that's annoying. Or you got guys who they'll never contribute to winning but have big numbers, but then they'll get paid. Mm-hmm. And so how are other guys, like, you know, you got all agents do is say what your numbers are, and we're going to match them to whoever gets paid highest in that category. So it's like, all right, go average 24. It's not as hard as it used to be because it's more possessions, faster pace. And then now everybody's like, well, I play the right way to win. When you're going to make more money, getting buckets. So, like, I'd say Draymond played a big role in valuing winning and other guys seeing that they can get paid. Because now you can get paid too, being 6 men are getting paid now. Yeah. They get.
Wow.
You agree with him?
What if I told you I'm 60-40 where I don't agree with him, but you know, he'd have to give me, like, how can you say what's in, you know, said player's heart? You know, and some dudes don't have the gravity to where they could go get 24 and make anybody else better. Kevin Durant, you know, but you put him in the right situation, he can show you just how much of a dream he is at the game. But the bottom line, to say it's not a priority over the chicken, maybe I'm being naivete. So, you know, I'll come back off the 60-40 to say 50-50. I mean, he would know better than I. But now what about the tanking part? I wish they would bottle that up and play it for Steph, because Steph had a different take on it. You didn't ask me that. But Steph was like, the league's fine. You know, it's just a few teams tanking. Well, your counterpart doesn't feel that way, so that was interesting. But as far as if you average 24, I'm going to get paid is bad for the team, I would just ask for Andre to elaborate in the sense that, I mean, what does that look like, and how do we know who's doing it and when they're doing it? You know, James Harden gets all the crap in the world, but I think he's so skilled and good, not perfect. He's earned every dollar. Are you telling me he hasn't won a ring because he's trying to pad his stats to get paid, or they just had to run up against some machines in the Durant Curry Warriors, you know?
No, and I don't think that Andre would put James Harden in the foul baiter category because, You may not like the way that James Harden plays, but those teams did win a lot of regular season games. They won some postseason series. They just obviously weren't better than...
Had the Warriors up 3-2.
Maybe the greatest team ever assembled.
No doubt.
Yeah, and they had him on the hook. Yeah, I think he's more talking to some of the maybe like some of the younger players that are, more obsessed with scoring and money and getting dollars. Not to say they're not focused on winning, but I do think it is a problem around the NBA where, guys would much rather average 20 than grab 10 rebounds, and maybe both come in the same breath.
Would you have? I hear you. Would you have a problem if I also took from that losing is not as bad as it was back in the day to some players because they're getting paid?
Exactly. Yeah. If I'm making $30 million a year, that's fine. I'll lose. It's a job, right? Anthony Rendon. It's
you
just
can
a
scream
job.
into the mic all you want, but we're fine.
It's also a lot harder I think it's hard to play defense with how fast it is and how many guys can get buckets on other teams. I'm looking right now at the all defensive team from last year.
Okay, give it to me.
Evan Mobley, who is a max player. Dyson Daniels, who I think he just got extended. Lou Dort, who doesn't make a ton of money. Draymond Green makes 25, and Amin Thompson eventually will be paid. If you look at the All-NBA team, you're seeing only max salary players. And I get some of those guys are two-way players.
That is interesting.
But their winning equates to cash. This defense, and by the way, all 5 of those guys, sorry, not Daniels, but all 4 of those guys were on playoff teams. 2 of those guys won playoff series. 1 of those guys is a champion. Lou Dort's not making max salary money, nor should he, because he's not a scorer. But he's a damn good
and that's why I appreciate watching him play, because I know that. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's not of that but he's balling his ass. It putting you in the torture chamber.
That's one of the better nicknames for sure. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're about a half hour away from giving away 2 spots, our final 2 spots for our knockout tournament. Again, lock in 145 to 215 on the crossover. We also got What's Bugging You come up later today, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. And All Ahead on the Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Again, Evan in for Steiny with Guru. We're back after this.
Hey, 95.7 The Game fans. Ever dreamed of stepping into the Warriors home court with a glass of wine in hand? Kendall Jackson, an official wine partner of the Golden State Warriors, invites you to dinner on the court at Chase Center on Saturday, April 4th. Enjoy a special appearance from a Warriors legend and an unforgettable multi-course dinner at Center Court paired with exceptional wines from Jackson Family Wines. Tickets are $250. Get yours or enter to win a pair at kj.com/Warriors.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com. Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This month marks our 40th anniversary as a family-owned business. We know beautiful floors help turn a house into a home. That's why the floor store is donating $40 to Habitat for Humanity for every qualified purchase during our anniversary sale. Going on now.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, the job works in your favor. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members buy more and save more on materials they rely on every day. Get up to 25% off select molding when you spend $1,000 or more, and up to 25% off Pergo Evercraft laminate flooring. Put Pro Savings Days to work for you. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Steiny's back on Monday. This is from the 510 and the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Andre, being Iguodala, We're just talking about him. He's all about that chicken. Dude signed 2 $100+ million contracts. That's from T in Oakland. The one difference I would say is that Andre monetized winning, and he used being a part of, I should say not being a part of, he used contributing to winning teams and winning championships. He used that to elongate his career, and he made far more money on the back end than he did at the front.
And he's big. I'm going to shout out Union City. I got a good friend of mine, Landis Graydon. They're business partners. So he was doing stuff in Silicon Valley, still does. And they're doing it right now together. So shout out to my boy Landis Graydon. Him and Iggy are boys.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, at least from what I could tell, especially when Andre, I was going to let that slide, but that's fine.
Oh, just a little drip.
When Andre's jersey was retired last season, I remember him talking about pregame, and he did his, press availability. Mm-hmm. It seemed to me like one of the things he's always tried to do, he wants to help younger guys get paid, right? You want to stay in the league as long as possible. Yeah. But I think where his message gets lost is it's not just about the scoring. And I think he's a living example of a player that did so many different things, but always had winning at the front of his career.
As long as you don't ask George Karl. Yeah.
Well,
did he call him a mole? That was incredible.
No, I mean, Andre's, look, he's been selfish to get what he's needed, but I think he's also proven that time and time again. He's been a pivotal piece to a championship culture.
Evan, how's your week been with me? Just filling in for the big guy, the big fella. And you're smiling like devious. Like, I just asked you, what was that smile about? Wow.
No, it's been good. There's always pressure sitting in this chair, sitting in the A chair. It's a lot of pressure.
But you do it on set, you and Devone? Chair. You switch off, you and Devone, huh?
Yeah,
I'm into you and Devone.
When he wants to, pause. Yeah. When he wants to...
See...
No, when he wants to be in the A chair, then he can be in the A chair, and then I usually do it. But it's more like we're co-hosts. It's like this show, I bring us in, take us out, but then the people want to hear from you. They want to hear from the goo.
Well, they don't want to hear now because I want to bring something.
I've had a good week. I've had a good week. And are you about to ruin it for me?
No, you've been on fire. And the Warrior called back to ask who you were. He thought you were some guy out of Chicago. He's like, that guy's good.
Oh yeah, shout out to Warrior. I appreciate the compliment.
/ Renegade. He has a couple aliases.
Okay.
Yeah, since he was coming in.
I like him too.
Yeah. So we're supposed to be a family here, right? At the station? Yes or no?
Supposed to be doesn't mean we are.
Well, anyway, while you were talking and you were making another astute point, I look up and see Dibs and he's glowing. Mm-hmm. I'm like, whoa. But then I go, that was a few minutes ago. I go, there's another body next to him. Who's the body? And it was his son, way taller than Dibs.
The body's alive, right?
Yeah,
okay.
It's his son. Right. So I just assumed, since we're family, it's not rocket science in here. Open up the door, crack the mic. I'd love for your son to get on and meet him. So he doesn't do that, walks off. What do I do during the break? I go out and try to find him, can't find him. I guess I'm feeling some type of way. I wanted to meet his son, and I don't look like I'm going to get the opportunity to. But it's not like, you know what I mean? Open the door. We don't bite.
You don't think he's going to stick around? Or he was just popping into...
I don't see him now.
Well, maybe during the commercial break. Yeah. Because Dibs he does have to work today.
Oh,
he just have to.
Oh, dude.
Maybe his kid lives in the city. I don't know.
How many more minutes we got left with you? But no, you know what I mean? Just come in, pull up. It's all good. Couple minutes. We'll get back on track.
Maybe they went to go down and get some food, and they'll come back and grub a little bit, watch some college basketball.
And the Warriors, 4:30.
Yep, they got the Pistons.
They got another short show.
And then Atlanta and the Hawks tomorrow.
Man.
Yeah, they do have a short show. You guys don't really get a lot of those, do you?
Only one. And it was it President's
Charlotte?
Day? Yeah. It was
the 10 o'clock game? Yeah, if there's anybody out there listening who schedules Warriors games for 2026-27, when the Warriors aren't going to be as big of a draw, throw a couple more 10 a.m. East Coast games in there. We could use some 1 o'clock local time on the schedule.
No doubt about it, man.
Although, prevents us from getting into trouble.
Did you go in with Marcy today?
No, I didn't.
I owe her an apology.
Yeah, you do.
She didn't come into ours either. Did you invite her?
That's how you know you really cut her.
Wow.
That's how you know she's disappointed in you.
I'll tell you, I got my reasons.
So Marcy Weiser works for Live 105. She hosts a great nationally syndicated music show.
She's awesome.
And Steiny usually goes in to talk to her for, like 5 minutes, 8:50. So she comes in on
They
Monday.
sound good together.
They do. And in here too. So she comes in on Monday and she says, "Do you know what time, Guru's getting in?" He said, he said he would take over for Steiny this week.
She didn't say take over.
In her beautiful voice.
She didn't say take over for Steiny this week.
Do you know what it's like having to let down a beautiful woman?
Hey, you went in there a couple days?
Well, because I had to take over. I had to take charge.
I'm going to bring her something. A lot going on at the house with Pop, everything, So.
And then I asked her if she wanted to stop in on Friday, and she said,
wow.
If I have some time, sure.
Oh, man. Steiny
and today, Guru didn't come in on Friday. Marcy didn't come in today
I owe
either.
an apology.
Yeah.
Oh, Big Mouth was yapping. Oh, come in. Evan, it's hell out here, out there getting in here, man.
So you'll go do the game with Shasky and Spadoni, but you're not going to stop in to talk to Marcy.
Now that's 9:30, Evan.
Well, that's true.
And I barely made that.
No, I didn't want to push any buttons because the last time Steiny accused you of, taking your time to get to work, you blew up on him.
No, that was, you ass.
I should be in a mental ward.
Oh, man.
No, I don't feel like I should be in a mental ward after doing this week. I actually feel pretty good.
Is this the last day of the heat? You got me in shorts.
It is. Yeah, let's go find some more to kick it afterwards.
We will.
Out in the sun, enjoy a little bit.
Not just college, NBA, Warriors.
That's true.
Like, what do you expect, seriously, tonight? Detroit,
I expect them to lose.
Seriously?
Well, I don't expect them to win. Going into any game without Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler.
Okay, yeah, I was like, keep going.
They might not lose the game, but I'm not expecting them to win. Are you?
No.
I know they don't have Cade Cunningham on the other side tonight, but Detroit's got some players.
They don't have Tatum or Brown, and they got that lead to 6 in the third quarter. I know you're laughing against Boston. But at some point, man, we got to get back to over 500. I know that people are like, man, please, miss me. It's 9 or 10. Get in where you fit in. But, Evan, I'd like to see them, win one of these next 2 games, if not both.
Well, hopefully after the game, they won't sound the way that Hubert Davis
I've been waiting on all day.
Loss.
I missed it.
Now, you watched the game yesterday, right?
All of it. He was hurt.
So, and he should be, because I won't say they blew it. I mean, you blew it.
They blew it, E.
It was a 19-point lead second half. Biggest come from behind win in the first round of the NCAA tournament.
Damn.
Yeah, you had a 19-point lead. You should win that game. There was some stuff down the stretch that happened, a couple random plays, but I'm kind of with you. Big shot by VCU to win at the end. And do you want to hear how North Carolina's coach, Hubert Davis, handled that?
I would love it.
That post-game presser. All right.
Got a little bit tired there?
I did not. I didn't.
Hubert, why did you go to just a 6-man rotation in the second half?
Because that was my decision.
Coach, what do you think went wrong?
What do you mean?
Hubert, the free throws again, as you mentioned, a little bit of an issue tonight. Why do you think that was such an issue for your team throughout the season?
That's a great question. I mean, we work on them, and
I don't think you really answered the question.
Oh, man. I know he's hurt and he's bleeding inside, but I don't think that's doing yourself any favors. But they were up. The numbers are what they are. They were up. They had no business losing that game. They were getting lost defensively, letting old boy Jimmy Jack threes on them. But I don't think that's how you come to the ball. I'm like way disappointed than that. Is that too strong for you?
The journalist said, "What happened in the second half?" And he responded, "What do you mean by that?"
Give it to me one more time.
Got a little bit tired there?
I did not. I didn't.
Hubert, why did you go to just a 6-man rotation in the second half?
Because that was my decision.
Coach, what do you think went wrong?
What do you mean?
Hubert, the free throws again, as you mentioned, a little bit of an issue tonight.
Oh, man.
Oh, that is denial. Not Thrive City, Denial City.
I mean,
They didn't ask you, did you get tired, your team?
The press conference is not where you're going to make it.
Hey, they were peppering them, though. They were coming. They was bap, bap, bap.
Well, but those are all fair questions.
No doubt about it.
Those are all incredibly fair questions.
They were coming.
What happened? What do you mean? How'd you blow a 19-point lead,
That's
Coach?
what I mean, Herb.
Would you prefer for me to spell it out for you?
Wow, man.
Hey, and this is how it goes, too. Like, I understand, and I've never sat in on an NCAA tournament presser.
Right.
But I've been to NCAA football press conferences, obviously playoff games for the Niners, Warriors, all that.
High level.
Most coaches, even in a awful blowout, will have something. You got to have something.
Because you
sounded tired at that podium.
And you know what? It was the team that blew the lead, but you're a part of that. And in that soundbite or those sound bites, you acted like you were above the team. And the free throws, I kind of like that one. Well, what did you say? We practice them. What else can we do? They're missing them. But I wasn't feeling him on that one. He's hurt. He was bleeding.
All right. The other big game that happened yesterday, the upset was High Point yesterday beating Wisconsin.
And you let me know where High Point is located.
In North Carolina.
Wow.
High Point, North Carolina. Shout out to the Piedmont Triangle.
That's Snoop Dogg.
Now, one of the cool parts about a lot of these colleges is they have student radio. Now, I never got a chance to broadcast in college. I started doing stuff on my own my senior year outside a local high school radio station doing football. But I Willamette never had a broadcast program. I didn't go to a school like Grandy where he went to Oregon and literally studied broadcast journalism.
Syracuse School of Broadcasting.
Exactly. I had to get it on my own.
All right.
High Point is like many schools, or they will travel a student broadcaster.
Wow.
To broadcast on the radio. Like Cal has one, Santa Clara has one. If you were listening, there's a local school channel. You can hear like actual students call games. It's pretty cool.
Oh, wow. Didn't know that.
Do you want to hear the final
I can't
call?
wait.
Because this kid lost his ever-loving mind. But I think he did a really good job. I'll play it for you. Here you go.
Anderson, driving, step back. In circles now. Johnson catch and shoot. Takes it in bounds. 9 seconds. Boyd wants it inside. Try. 6 seconds. What? And Boyd, they launch down court. Anderson gets it. Throw on the glass slipper. It's a Cinderella story in Portland, Oregon. For the first time in program history, High Point breaks through. We will see you.
Wow. Oh,
I know the audio was a little rough there at the beginning, but
I got the gist of it. Wow, the glass slipper, I give him that. The round of 32.
Yeah.
And oh, what a feeling.
For the first time, High Point breaks through to the round of 32. I don't know if he had that plan, but that was pretty good.
I didn't know that existed where they give love or opportunities for students to call the game.
Oh, yeah.
Like, does Stanford have? I know you said Cal. Does Stanford have it? Do you know?
Do they have a student
St.
station?
Mary's.
Probably. St. Mary's does not. Although they do give opportunities to students to call games or to do like color analysis. Like I've worked with some students. Okay. It's a lot of fun.
You said you had to get it out the mud because your college didn't offer that.
No.
Wow.
Well, I also played baseball, so it's not like I could, do broadcasting for baseball games while I was playing. Although
I was pretty good. It was rough, but
you sit in the bullpen a lot and you think about how you'd actually announce one of these games you're not playing it.
I love it.
Oh boy. All right. This is from the 925. I think this is about Hubert Davis. Hey guys, give him some grace. You're the media, so you always side with the media. He's human.
Never.
Ask yourself, have you
Never. We're human beings, bro.
Ask yourself, have you always handled tough situations the quote unquote correct way? No, I haven't. No, I have not. But in a situation like that, that's as big, I don't think, and again, I've never been in Hubert Davis' spot.
Yeah.
But in my worst moment, I can tell you honestly that I have taken responsibility for my actions. And I didn't hear a guy who really wanted to do that.
No doubt about it. And, you can do two things. take it like a man and fess up and take responsibility and ownership, because those kids are a byproduct of your schooling. I mean, your instruction, your tutelage. So own that. And I get he was mad, but when he said, "What do you mean?" I could hear Dave Chappelle or anybody.
What's the question?
Samuel Jackson. You know what it is. I can't say the words. What I mean, blowing a 19-point lead.
They weren't really grilling him though. I mean, like, they didn't follow up, and they weren't.
Their timing was impeccable. Give me that.
Combative.
They were like, "Oh, Evans done." They were like,
it was chopped up that way so that.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
They weren't rapid fire at him. That was just the questions.
I'm glad you told me that.
Also for the 925 at KSJS in San Jose State, we did a broadcast from the old Montreal Forum. For the RHI, Roller Hockey Pros. San Jose Rhinos versus the Montreal Roadrunners. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, broadcasting will take you some places you never thought you could go.
Can you skate, Evan? I can do it all. You didn't ask backwards, all of it.
Wait, what?
Can you skate?
Like
and
roller
I can skate
skate?
Backwards, yeah.
I can ice skate. I've never actually roller skated, though.
How about you?
I can ski. Can you ski? Snowboard?
No. We don't.
There's similar principle.
A lot of people where I'm from, we don't like the snow. Yeah. We don't like the cold.
It's not bad.
Dude,
You're not that far. You live in Sacramento. It's like an hour and a half up to the mountains.
Tahoe, it's dangerous.
What have I told you?
Skis are dangerous.
They are dangerous.
Seriously.
I've known people that have not.
So are motorcycles, but I don't ride them.
No.
I'll tell you what I do ride, E.
Yeah, I don't like this.
These line bikes.
I don't like that.
It's just something invigorating. I'm just riding around one of the most beautiful cities in the world, and the wind's on my face. No, there's no traffic, Evan. You hit that button, Zach, and you just get the acceleration. Like, I might get on one now. The weather's, you understand, right? I'm in love with them. And I do my little phone, and I do the little scan it, and it's ready.
You know, all right, I don't have a problem with people doing it. I just will never get on one.
Wow.
You know why?
Okay, yeah.
You know why? I had a friend. I had a friend that
had an accident,
came off one of those things, and didn't get back up. So
wow, man.
I don't fault people for riding them.
But you get mad I have no helmet either.
Well, that does piss me off.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to wear a helmet.
But they don't offer them.
Well, you got to bring your own.
You know what I mean.
But they don't have helmets on every single bike.
My point is, if they were as serious as they should be, you couldn't get on one without it. Well, you know what I mean? That's an option. I hear you.
I love where we live, but let's be honest, Goo. If they had helmets on every single one of those bikes, those helmets would be stolen within 24 hours. There would be no helmets left at the end of the day.
I get that. I know where we're at.
Hey, Scout's honor. You got to put the helmet back where you left it.
Man,
yeah, okay. Try telling that to people around. There'd be a secondary helmet market.
Oh, man.
There'd be a secondary helmet market. You see it all over Facebook Marketplace.
I'm not
selling
into
them for
that.
$5.
The marketplace. I ain't into that. You?
What about eBay?
Yeah. It's dangerous when you meet up with the person nowadays. You know, to get whatever
you meet with.
Well, there's some stories of people trying to buy PlayStations or video games, and you meet them somewhere in a parking lot, and it goes left.
Well, that's where I think you're also a good judgment of character, because if someone says, "Hey, I want to meet you by the Fremont Mall," you say, "No."
You said the police station.
Yeah, right outside the post office where there's cameras.
Oh man.
No, I've had good experiences buying off of
and I know a lot of people have, but I've read, some are bad.
That's true.
Yeah. What you got?
707 said, facts. It'd be someone trying to sell you the helmet standing next to the bike.
Out of the $8. Oh,
I do love the Bay, and I love where we live, but it's just a rite of passage.
Dude, that is
like if you haven't had your car bipped, and I can't really consider you.
Knock on wood.
You haven't had your car bipped before?
No, all my life. Ever?
Really?
Well, I had my car stolen, so how about that?
So it was broken into.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
so
they broke. Yeah, I got you.
That counts. You got baptized.
I was like, they told me. I was like, no, made that call. They told it.
When and how'd you find it?
I was at Jeffrey's Inner Circle nightclub, having a good night. Me and my boy Vincent Dewberry came out feeling good, and I had Acura Legend in, Evan. I was like, I must have parked in the wrong place, feeling good.
Mm-hmm.
Made a couple calls and wasn't towed.
That's
stolen.
That's the worst feeling in the world when you. I mean, don't get me wrong. It sucks to your car towed as well, which I've had.
Nora came and got it late night. Pop's always there for me, man.
That's why I love Norm.
Yeah.
You knew that he was going to be there for you. The 408 is saying St. Mary's used to have all student broadcasters. I was that broadcaster back in the late 90s when they went to the tournament.
Oh, come on.
Played Tim Duncan in Wake Forest. That's what I like. College basketball is the atmosphere is one of one. And it's I don't know. It's because I realize that NIL is
not just the tournament. You're talking about just Cal Stanford regular season game.
Big games, yeah, because the gyms are smaller.
Duke, North Carolina.
It gets louder. You feel like the student section's really on top of you. You got, and you kind of heard it during that call from the High Point student radio station. Mm-hmm. It is so freaking loud.
I couldn't hear it. It was hard
You
there.
can barely hear yourself, and that's really, those are the kinds of moments that I crave in sports. Like someone asked me recently, do I still root for certain teams and I want the Warriors to do well, and I grew up a fan of the team. But honestly, I kind of root for the moments, like the moments when it is deafening inside of Chase Center, which there's been few of.
Yeah.
But those moments during the 2022 championship run.
A Valkyrie game.
Even last year in, was it game 4 where Jimmy Butler grabbed the rebound? Draymond got that last up against Shengun. Jimmy flies in, screams, "That's my rebound." Yeah. They're chanting his name, going to the free throw line.
That was old Roracle.
Yeah, it was great. Like those are the moments that I cheer for, that I really enjoy.
Yeah, I'm with you. But the thing is, like when you get ready, when you get ready for a telecast, do you ever practice that walk-off moment? Does the great Dave Fleming or that last-minute catch or how far do you go in regard to practicing something that you don't know if you're going to see or call? Like, how are you, like that kid there didn't know that moment was going to happen. They probably thought they're going to lose by 25. I'm just wondering, as a broadcaster prepping for your shift or said game, do you practice the what ifs?
I think the best way...
Or can you even do it, E?
You kind of can, you kind of can't. The best way I heard it described was by Joe Davis.
He's incredible.
He had the big call, not this year, but last World Series, Game 1, when Freddie Freeman walked it off against the Yankees.
I thought you were going Bryce Harper in the WBC, not in it over.
Oh, well, that wasn't a walk-off because they lost. But he said you can kind of feel when a moment is near.
That is, man.
And you might have something in your back pocket. You're kind of thinking, all right, is there some alliteration I can use? Is there a reference to the past? And that's when he said he thought of the Kirk Gibson call from Game 1 of 1988.
I can't buy. Yeah.
Gibby, meet Freddie. I thought it was a pretty good call.
Yeah.
But you can't really prepare for it until you're actually in it.
I got you.
Because you don't know how it's going to come out.
Yeah.
Just like live radio, Goo.
It's art.
We're going to do some more of it on the crossover on the other side with Mark Grandy, who's in for Mark Willard, and Dan Dibley. Maybe Goo will get to meet his son. Who knows? We'll talk about it on the other side. Also, your chance to win a spot in Knockout as well. And, of course, 2 spots, actually, coming up. So make sure to tune in. And also, we got our What's Bugging You segment brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Okay, that segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Again, Knockout, presented by Beam Law, because it's not whether you get down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area. Crossover next on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better. guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
It's the Good Guys 42nd All-American Get-Together. Thousands of the coolest cars and trucks. Swap meet, Fender, Midway, free family fun zone, live music, and more. March 28th and 29th in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Bay FC fans, it's the first California rivalry match of the season on Saturday, March 21st at 5:45 p.m. Bay FC hosts Angel City FC at PayPal Park as they honor the players who wear the Bay FC crest and the Trailblazers on and off the pitch who paved the way. Grab your tickets now.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headaches. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks, Coach. Giddings in for Steiny with Guru. Mark Grandy in for Mark Willard. Dan Dibley. This is the crossover and the final day to win a spot in Knockout. We got 2 spots we're giving away in a couple of minutes, so keep it locked in right here. What's up, boys?
Dibs, I owe you an apology.
Oh, why this time?
I called you out because I saw your beautiful son with you, and I thought you had left, or he had left without coming in here, because the door on our show is always open. It's not that, oh, what are they doing? Just come in and pull up on us.
Always.
And then I met him, you didn't leave, so now I'm good.
Yeah, I would never do that because, my son, Keon, shout out Keon.
6'2", quietly.
Keon Ellis.
Quietly. And actually,
taller than 6'2", isn't he?
Maybe 6'2".
Granny's up there, so
he's taller than me, and I'm 6'2".
Yeah, and his brother, Quest, who was not here today, is, I think, almost as tall, but the other day I had them together, and I looked, and I was like, Keon, you quietly might be 6'3", and still growing. Keon Clark actually was the inspiration for his name. Former Sacramento Kings.
Oh, man, yeah.
Cool.
He had the rough grill.
And I mean, he wasn't necessarily a household favorite, but you have a kid, and I was always of the belief that you carry it, you name it. And so my ex-wife, Shonda, wonderful lady, she wanted to name our first son with a Q name. And so we're going through like Quincy, no. Quinn gets beat up.
Quadri?
I actually came up with
Ismail. That's
who's the old Padre. I'm trying to Quilvio. That was mine. Quilvio Veras.
Quilvio.
Who's on first?
For your time. And then she said, my ex-wife said, what about Quest? And I said, you know what?
Called.
I said, that's a great call. And he became Quest.
Wow.
And when you name your first kid Quest, you don't come back with Billy or Johnny or Timmy. You got to kind of stay out there on the periphery. And at the time, she was a big NBA fan, and she liked the stretch fours. She loved Lamar Odom, Lammy, and she's like, what about Keon? And I said, you know what? That's a great name.
He would love to know somebody named their kid after me.
Now is it Quest with a Q?
Yes, Quest.
Right on.
After Tribe Called Quest and Questlove, of course, for the roots. And
Look at that.
Yeah, it's the way that went.
Nice.
Anyhow.
Well, now I got to come down your road. Grandy's trying to divide Evan and I. It's not working. We went crazy on the Santa Clara.
You brought this upon yourself.
The Santa Clara ball game that ended with Kentucky. It was incredible.
Yeah, that one hurt.
But Dibs is in here. We've now seen footage because people have written and called. Why didn't Santa Clara call a timeout after the 3 was made that they made?
Sendek was trying to, right?
And Dibs is in here.
They called him Randy Bennett on the postgame show. Lefko called him Bennett.
No.
This is why you let the dudes do it all year.
Boy.
But anyway, Dibs, you're kind of defending the Zebras on that. How did you miss that?
Bay Area school, whichever one they are.
I won't say that I'm defending the Zebras,
missed that,
but
man.
they missed it. But Herb did not do a good job of getting the attention of the official. He was calling timeout for the official who was running away with their back turned to him. You got to turn to the near baseline official, and you've got to get on the court. You got to be on the court doing timeout, because I'll tell you, there's no way the referee can hear you in that moment.
But he's got to know in his eyes the visual of what just happened. Like, Grant, you might want to call a timeout, the head coach. Like, why wouldn't his eyes be over there?
Yeah, you don't do that. I mean, you're worried about what's happening in real time, the action in real time. And if you're Herb Sendek, you got to make sure that you get out there and you call the timeout.
Did Kentucky have a timeout left?
No, they didn't have any.
I feel like if I'm a ref, I'm worried. I'm keeping it in my mind if the potential offensive team has a timeout left, not if the defensive team has a timeout left.
Honestly, where are your eyes at though? On like Evan showed the video.
Yeah,
he's calling a timeout.
The baseline ref is looking at the ball being inbounded. Like, you're focused on the action that's closest to you, and then the sideline ref is running down court just in case there happens to be some action. Which
how loud was Herb screaming? Is the question?
Well, not loud enough. I mean, that place was probably, especially after you hit a go-ahead 3. That place is rocking. I understand that part of it. I guess I just hate that, and it would have sucked if they had gone back and reviewed after. I just hate that there's not some way that you can't go see, like in football, where they'll use replay review to give a team a timeout, even though they're trying to run a play. I don't know. It just, obviously it hurt me because, I like Santa Clara. That's all I'll say.
You liked him a lot today.
I liked him a lot today.
Particularly today.
Yeah, particularly. No, I mean, that worked for the team, and
Well, and I'll save my further commentary for 6 minutes from now and what's bugging me, but I'll just end with this. When you're looking to call a timeout, it's a request. Just so you all know.
I don't
a lot of quests in this first 5 minutes.
I was going there.
Like, you're going to call a timeout. Like,
that's not cool.
Well, if there's like a scramble for a ball, a loose ball, and a lot of times the coach will want a timeout because we want to keep possession, you don't just get a timeout because you ask for a timeout. It has to be recognized and granted.
They gave one to Kentucky in a timeout in a scrum for the ball in overtime, didn't they?
Well, he had it. We thought it was a jump ball, but they got that one
They
right.
gave him that timeout.
Yeah.
They granted that request.
If you're that ref driving home, I'm being serious, Dibs, would you feel some type of way after you see what you didn't see, obviously, in real time? I would feel some type of way that I could have been better at my job. Because if I grant them the timeout, chances are they win that game. But
perhaps.
Or do you just say, Grant, what did you say? Timeout?
Timeout, it's a request.
It's a request.
It's a request. Right.
It's like this is at the DMV. I'd like to get my real ID here.
Would you like a timeout? Are you requesting a timeout? Because the time only is out if I blow the whistle and decide
denied.
it's a timeout.
Wow.
I don't know if you're kicking yourself over that. I don't know how the whole game went ref-wise, but that's a tough one. But if you're the coach, honestly, you've got to make sure that they see you and that your request is being seen because you're not going to be able to hear it.
Well, in the back there requesting the first question of the day for our knockout tournament.
You don't have to do it. It's a request.
That's true. I'm going to grant that request. Beam Law, that's what it's presented by, our knockout tournament, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area. Okay, yesterday, Evan Giddings, was written out that way, invited listeners to join me in what challenge? Be the first caller to the contest line, 415-523-4652. Again, the answers include stuff from yesterday, including yesterday, I invited listeners to join me in a challenge. What was that challenge? 415-523-4652. Yeah, well, and of course, obviously, we're from the Bay Area, so we're thinking about it from Santa Clara's perspective. But the moment that kid hit that shot, I'm thinking, yes, this is going to suck, and it's going to cut the Broncos deep. But that kid for Kentucky just had the shot of his life.
Wow.
And that's, again, that's the way the tournament works. Yesterday, Hubert Davis is up at the podium, doesn't know what to say to reporters, but VCU's on top of the world.
Oh, my God.
Evan, can you play it for Dibs? Dibs, have you heard of Hubert?
Yeah, all right. They're chopped up. It's not straight rapid
They're
fire.
up 19. They blew it to...
Yeah, VCU.
Okay.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
Got a little bit tired there?
I did not. I didn't.
Hubert, why did you go to just a six-man rotation in the second half?
Because that was my decision.
Coach, what do you think went wrong?
What do you mean?
Hubert, the free throws again, as you mentioned, a little bit of an issue tonight. Why do you think that was such an issue for your team throughout the season?
That's a great question. I mean, we work on them, and
I mean,
this is a yikes moment.
He's bleeding.
What's he supposed to say? I mean, they blew a 19-point lead, and they couldn't hit an uncontested 15-footer.
Or an uncontested free throw.
That's a 15-footer.
But he shortened up the rotation. Maybe they were fatigued.
They shortened up the rotation because they're not very good. And,
down their best player.
Down their best player for the last month and change.
But you were up 19.
Right. So you beat Duke back in late January, early February. You had everyone. You beat Duke, and actually you kind of handled Duke. Yeah. And then you lose your best player, and since then you've been leaking oil. And so, these questions they're fair. They're not out of bounds, but the real answer is it's a free throw, guys. If we can't hit a free throw, then I don't know why we're paying these guys all that NIL money.
Well, the last question, yes, but I think the previous three, you just...
What do you mean?
What he said,
that was my decision.
They weren't asking you if you were tired, Hubert.
Right.
They were asking about the team that had to play big minutes because you didn't have anybody coming off the bench.
Me personally, no, I wasn't tired.
Yeah.
What about your players, Coach?
Yeah, why are you sipping water? Right. You can hear the ice.
Well, I went to a six-man rotation because my seventh man's not very good. And don't ask me about the eighth or ninth man because they also stink. Yeah. So you can't give the honest answer, which is, why do you think I went to a six-man rotation? Because we barely have six guys who can play. That's all.
But Dibs, at one point, it was working to where you were up 19 points.
Right.
So we can leave not who you don't have available. We're talking about said game, and, You were up 19 in that game, so you had something to do with that, I believe.
Yes, but when you're up 19, all 19-point leads are not created equally. VCU is a very good team. They're an experienced team, and they were not very good for a long stretch of that game. And, teams can suddenly get hot. We just saw Wright State almost knock off Virginia. They played 37 minutes of phenomenal basketball and maybe 35, and then, Virginia was kind of all game, and then Wright State's bubble suddenly started to burst, and Virginia was able to pull it out. So these games, the whole thing about it's a make or miss league, it is. But when you're North Carolina and you're facing VCU, and let's be fair, that was a 7 versus 10, right? Seed-wise. And I think that they were only 2-point favorites. So just because they're up by 19 doesn't mean they're going to win by 24.
No, but it means you probably should win the game as opposed to blowing the biggest first-round lead in the history of the tournament.
No, there's that, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the biggest first-round lead blown ever?
Yes.
Oh, my God, I didn't know that.
Yes. Yeah, because it doesn't happen. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I know you did this yesterday, Dibs, so I'm curious to get your thoughts, but also you, Granny, too. On a day like today, also, shout out Douglas in Oakland, won our first contest. We have one coming up in 5 minutes, an opportunity to win a spot in Knockout. How do you do a show today with the first round of the tournament on, and how do you maintain your focus? How do you do it when you know that there are games going on at all times and you got to still show up and deliver? How do you do it?
Well, today it's going to be hard. Because when I work with Mark Grandy, I actually have things that I say. There's actually talking. There's talking.
Yesterday was easy, I guess, huh?
Easier, although 4-hour show. And I love Mark Willard, and we have a great rhythm and routine. And I don't know what the actual word breakdown is percentage-wise, but when it's Grandy and I, it's closer to 50-50. I'll say that. So today, I have thoughts, I have takes, and I'm going to have to, yak in.
Short show for you guys today, though.
It's a shorty.
It's a shorty.
It's about an hour and change, essentially.
We got Warriors live at 3:30. We'll be on the air till 4, so it's closer. I guess just the two of us. Yeah, hour 45.
But Warriors live is much more like bippity bop formulaic, and we'll move through it. And it's tough though, Evan, to answer your question. Although it's a little bit easier early on because the next tip is not till almost 4.
There you go. All right. Well, it's not exactly what's bugging me, and I do realize we also got to fit that in today. March is when Yellow Jacket queens begin building new nests. Trapping them early stops them and prevents them from larger colonies later on. Atco Pest Control offers queen trapping before the problem grows. So visit atcopestcontrol.com, atcopest.com, and mention you heard about Atco and what's bugging you. Get 10% off all Yellow Jacket services this month. All right, it doesn't have to necessarily do with March Madness, but to me, it's also, it's really any time this sort of season arises, and that is fantasy draft season.
Yeah.
So fantasy baseball's obviously around the corner. Giants on Wednesday, Netflix, lock in. But people have an issue with timing. And so you always got to figure out, all right, is it 7 o'clock Monday, blah, 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 blah. The biggest issue that I have and what's bugging me is when you set a fantasy draft timer for 2 minutes. A baseball draft is a 25-man roster. You have 10 people. You cannot be taking 2 minutes for every single pick. It takes 3.5 hours. I'm doing it during dinner. I'm doing it during laundry. I'm doing this draft during dessert. I'm doing it while I'm hanging out with a friend. It took me the entire night because our draft fantasy timer was 2 minutes and everybody's taken the full allotment of time. 30 seconds, minute tops. Know who you're going to pick. Get in, get out, because I got an actual life to live. That's what's bugging me.
Spicy,
yeah. Not bad. Not bad.
It feels like a Dibs what's bugging you, honestly.
Yeah, the league I used to be in was a rotisserie league, and it's auction. So you would go through.
It's even worse.
Though. But I mean, now it's great when you get to be whatever my age, and a couple of the guys in the league are even older than me. But it's one of the few times you actually all get together, and you have to be present to do it. It's not an online thing. So you block out like half a day, 6 hours, and so that's the expectation. But I get what you're saying about like an online thing. Like, let's go make the pick.
Yeah, I shouldn't have to wait for my reservation for 45 minutes, have dinner, go to a place after dinner, come back home, start my laundry, and we have 3 rounds left. That's just not the way I want a fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah. How was the date? Like, you're in the 11th round and, she's trying to make small talk and you're like, I need a backup shortstop. Can you hold on?
She learned a lot about Francisco Lindor.
That is it. What pick did you have?
I don't know, like 4 or something. I don't know, with the Skubal, Cal Raleigh, and Lindor. Those are the first 3. Yeah.
Not a bad trio. I guess I'll go next.
Yeah.
What's bugging me is FIFA. And FIFA bugs a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. The specific reason for me today is World Cup's coming up this summer in North America, right? I'm looking forward to it.
All over.
Because there are certain climates that are going to be very hot over the summer, FIFA is instituting a hydration timeout in each half. And it's going to be a 3-minute break in the middle of each half, the first and second half. And the new thing that FIFA is doing this year is they're allowing their television broadcasters to break away to commercials. So FIFA's bugging me because they're just getting their hands on as much money as they possibly can. And we know FIFA is not the best organization in the first place anyway. But this is bugging me in particular because part of the reason why soccer is such a pure sport is because you have 45 minutes of uninterrupted action. Maybe not, there's not 24/7 action happening during those 45 minutes, but you have no commercial breaks. And the World Cup shouldn't happen at a time in a place where you need timeouts in order to make sure players don't pass out from heat exhaustion in the first place. But even if that is the case, don't break to commercials, please. Yeah, that's what's bugging me.
When they had it in Qatar, that told you all you need to know about what they care about, like, what they care about fairness and like having it in a place where it actually
and let's play it in the winter when you're interrupting all the leagues from around the world in the first place.
Yeah, it's a joke. I'll go next, Goo, because you're the all-time cleanup hitter.
No, I'm not.
What's bugging me is something that needs to be said because it's going to be totally different next year. It's the West Coast Conference. And I'm sick and tired of the banana in the tailpipe, the bracket in the tailpipe. And this year you get 3 teams in the dance. St. Mary's spits all over themselves. Santa Clara, unfortunate.
Should have won.
You played your little Bronco heart out.
Time out.
Maybe in 30 more years you'll make it back. Gonzaga, you actually lightweight stink. Like, you're not very good.
Oh, that was the easiest plus 20 and a half of the tournament. Yeah.
I bet it live minus 13.
Oh, no.
And they got up by 14. I'm thinking, Tibbs, you genius. You genius. More vodka, please. And then all of a sudden it's back to 6. But it's not about my own personal foibles. It's about the fact that Gonzaga's leaving and you're going to be one of these like mid-majors, a true mid-major again. You're going to be a one-bid conference because this year you got 3 and 2 of your teams lost and your other team's going to lose very soon. West Coast Conference, you stink and you're bugging me.
Wow.
The Pac-12 might as well be a mid-major conference
that
next
was
year.
bad.
Well, it's going to be the
Sorry,
Pac-8,
Lucas,
right?
my bad. Whatever
Pac-8.
it is. Yeah, we still have the Pac-2. I think there's a couple teams
I
still
think next year
straggling.
it becomes the Pac-8. Like Gonzaga goes into it and some of these other, like, I think San Diego State goes into it. I'd have to look it up, but it'll be bugging me next year, no doubt.
Just one thing before we get to you, Goo. I do want to mention, again, congratulations to our winner from earlier. That was Douglas in Oakland. The correct answer to the question was, yesterday I invited listeners to join me in a challenge. It was the 999 challenge, which is 9 beers, 9 hot dogs in 9 innings. Our second question. On yesterday's crossover, our producer, Steven Risotto, a.k.a. Pasta, made us all laugh with his impression of one of us. Which host did he impersonate? First caller to the contest line with the correct answer wins. 415-523-4652. Again, first caller with the correct answer at 415-523-4652.
Man, that's awesome. I actually have an audible because Fillmore Mike's going to catch this one. So there's nothing worse in life than a fake tough guy or gal, right? And I'm from Union City, California. I've met all type of people in my walk of life. Had friends go to prison, and I've gone to the prison to visit them. So if you got anybody inside, they made a mistake, always go see them. That's just what I try to live by, right? So Evan and I are talking about buying things off Facebook Marketplace. Okay. And I told Evan, like I told my kids, they try to buy PlayStations or something. You don't just go anywhere to meet these people because stuff is popping in the bay left and right. It's not the 80s. So meet me at the police station. And I was just telling Evan, we were going back and forth, and Evan was looking at me pretty peculiar, like, okay. But stuff happens. I read, it's happened before. Yeah. But Fillmore Mike has the audacity to text me once I say that, dude, your big ass is hella scary. You can't be that scary. No, I'm being cautious. Like when you sell stuff like that, we're meeting in a mutual place. Because stuff when you get backed over the head and whatever you thought you were selling, they take it. It happens. We're in the Bay. So Mike missed me with that. I'm hella scary. I didn't like it.
I mean, someone selling you a pack of trading cards isn't bringing a billy club.
You never know nowadays, Evan. I'm trying to shake you. Grandy, all I'm saying is be careful.
I'm not telling anybody where I live and telling them to come see what I'm selling them at my place.
Or where you meet. Dude, you got to be head on the swivel.
A public place.
Don't put it on IG.
Police station works for me.
I'm not going to say meet me at the police station.
It's pretty good, though.
But
that's next level.
Some public spot, yeah, sure.
Tell me you're a narc without telling me you're a narc.
Hey, how much you selling those Jordans? Boy, be careful is all that I'm saying,
I
Mike.
get it. The other day, we had something to give. There's a website called Buy Nothing, fill in the blank of your city. And so you offer something. Hey, we don't need this. We'll go ahead and just give it to the first person. And this lady's like, yeah, I'll take it. And she couldn't come by and get it. So I said, hey, I can just, bring it by your house. And she's like, no, that's okay. That's okay. We'll figure out a place to meet. And I'm thinking, okay. I mean, I get it. I'm trying to do you a solid. I'm trying to drive like 2 miles and just be done with it. But if you want me to meet you at the Starbucks and I'll be in the third table from the right, I get it. But kind of playing off what you're saying, I get that.
As long as there's witnesses, I think you can. You can find a public place to go trade your. I don't know, but people will sell furniture or things that they're I've gone over to a place where they're moving, and you're getting a television or a couch, and then it's your job to bring it down and move it actually with the U-Haul that you brought. But I don't feel unsafe going into someone's house. If anything, they're inviting me in because they're trying to get rid of all their crap.
I've had my kid. I'm going to buy PS4 for $20. No, you're not. Turn around. Stop. You're not getting the PS4 for. Come on, man. So just be careful. That's the message from all.
And a public place is always good. We had a construction project go south about 3 or 4 years ago, and so we had to fire the construction company, but we owed them $6,000, and so. It was actually 7, but if we paid him cash, it'd be 6. And so we're going to meet up. And so I got $6,000 and I'm thinking, this is not great. I'm not meeting you in some back street. So we met in a parking lot at a Safeway in the East Bay. And, I got there, I'm head on a swivel and whatever. I'm feisty, but I'm not guru. I'm not 6'4" with, the gun show.
Your kid is, but.
Right.
Your kid was a lot taller than I thought he'd be. That was good.
Yeah, he's got good reach, too. He's the jab. He's
kind of got that Leon's build. You know what I mean?
A little bit. So,
anyway, what's his wingspan, 6'8"?
At least.
Yeah. You got to be proud, man.
Yeah, super proud. And both of them just giants,
These two will one day be fathers.
Yeah, I was saying earlier to.
How do you know that?
Well,
I think the odds are. I would feel comfortable betting, but I got you.
I think I was saying that to Keon, my son. I hope someday you can be a father because just looking at Keon, he looks a lot like his mom, but he acts a lot like me.
No doubt.
And my other son looks like me more and acts more like her. So genetics is just it's a phenomenon.
And you two are going to experience this as your parents have. You just look at the world different through your kids' eyes. Once that day does come, it's just, damn, Dibs, you not that I was a bad guy or cheated,
right?
But just straight and narrow, man.
And the whole,
I want your karma to always be good.
The whole thing about you never love one of your kids more than the other one, Bunch of liars.
See, I don't agree with that.
You just met him. Deep down, you got your power rankings. You know you do.
I love baseball.
I mean, he named one of his kids after him. What do you think he likes the most?
Listen, real quick. When Steiny says Guru, you got to have one. Which one do you like? Baseball, basketball, or football? I love them all
Whatever's
the
in
same.
season, Guru. Is that what you're going to say?
That's how I do my kid. Do you have a favorite? I don't have a favorite kid. I don't even like thinking about it. But do you have a favorite sport, or you love them all the same?
Basketball for me.
I never knew that, Evan.
Yeah, basketball, then baseball, then football.
Dibs?
No, honestly,
I love them all the same.
The sport I love the most is probably tennis because I don't have to cover it. It's the only sport I get to be a fan of.
Not
Dibs?
bad. Football. I mean, as much as this is my favorite event, this March Madness thing, and
I'm with you there.
I've been locked in for months, as you know, giving you winners, giving you losers, all the rest of it. So something
deep
about
dive games.
Something about this,
It's
I know
incredible.
that with NIL and the portal, whatever, it's not the pure event that I pretend it is, but you got 40 minutes. You've got two teams that probably haven't ever faced each other, and 40 minutes decides it.
Yeah.
Gil, would you be kind enough to join me at the cafeteria?
You have to twist my arm.
I got you.
You already twisted.
We were talking about pitching earlier, so that'll just go right down.
Wait, what was the answer to the second trivia question?
Well, the winner was Rory in the city.
Okay.
So congratulations to Rory.
The answer.
The answer to the question. Our producer yesterday, Steven Risotto, a.k.a. Pasta, made us all laugh with his impression of whom? Dan Dibley.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do we have it?
It's in the system somewhere.
Someone took it. Oh, no. Here we go.
That I'm going to ask, if you can, politely share with the listeners your Dan Dibley that shook me because it was so good.
Well, the garage door opener by LiftMaster.
That's incredible.
I was in need of a closer.
Pasta
Really good.
quietly is running up the rankings.
His day Slim is incredible. I can't wait.
Yeah, the one I love is his Buck
That's
Martinez,
pretty
but
good.
it's a little shot in the dark.
Dibs, you're not easy to do. That
tough.
was pretty good.
I don't know if you guys have heard of this guy. He's in the knockout tournament. His name is Mitchell Muehl, Muehl.
I have.
You can find him on Instagram,
Okay.
177,000 followers, and he posted a video talking about how he's coming for Grandy.
Look at how proud
I'm
he
going to
is.
show you the account, Goo, because he's
Grandy's won it twice.
He's got some size, Mitchell Muehl,
okay.
and he has a slow motion video of pool day, and it's him jumping off the side of his pool 7 different times, dunking into a floating hoop.
Oh, boy.
I watched it 5 times today, and I was crying.
All right,
It is so
that's it.
funny.
All right,
Apparently, the
send it to
boss
me.
recruited him for knockout.
Wow.
The
Okay.
competition.
It's mine to win. You're
he
in
can
trouble.
shoot.
I'm winning
I don't know
this.
if you've seen the video, but he
I
can
have.
flat out shoot the rock.
I have seen him.
I'm winning it, E.
Yeah.
Selective.
Warriors live at 3:30, correct?
Yep.
All right. All ahead coming up. Mark Grandy for Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. Keep it locked right here, 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on.
Cool. That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Friday. This, Dibs, is one of the best Fridays of the entire year.
No doubt.
And by default, because it's one of the best Fridays of the entire year, it's one of the best days of the entire year. The only way that this day could be better, Dibs, with this beautiful weather, although if you're not in the city, maybe it's a little too hot to be bearable. But the only thing that could make this day better, because it is the second day of March Madness, still 16 games going on today, and we got basketball to look forward to all weekend long. We've got the Warriors in action tonight as well. The only thing that could make this better is if it was a payday Friday. It's not a payday Friday, but it's still a Friday with March Madness, first round March Madness, and I'm sitting in here with you. This is a pretty darn good day.
It's a pretty awesome day, and you just had me thinking about, like, if you did a 64-day bracket, like the top 64 days of the year, and you did a bracket, and you've got, obviously New Year's Day with the bowl games, and you've got the first weekend of NFL playoffs, you get the first day of the NFL season, and on it goes. But this day, this Friday of March Madness it would be in the bracket for sure, and it might be like a number 4 seed as far as days go.
It might be. How is your bracket doing?
Pretty good. I'm in 4 brackets. 3 of them are, I won't say disastrous, but 3 of them are clearly going to be not in the money. Although the Lucas Alexander bracket that he's running, which is winner take all, I'm probably not going to win, but I'm at least in the top half. There is a bracket where I'm second right now. Ooh. So, and pending Utah State being able to, rally against Villanova today, that's one of the teams that I definitely like. So, yeah, so far so good with the bracket.
Yeah, I picked Utah State as well. My bracket has not been good so far. I'm like at the bottom of every one of my groups so far, but I haven't lost any Sweet 16 teams. So the ones I've gotten wrong so far have been just minor bumps in the road.
Right. One and done teams for sure.
So we'll see
Who's
how it plays out.
Mark Madness?
I think it's my sister.
And we'll see.
I can double check that
and
for
for
you.
those of you who aren't hip to it, Mark Grandy has a bracket where it's no money to enter. The winner gets a mug. I put the mug back in the kitchen, Lucas. The mug that he won. You get a picture of Mark Grandy on a mug, and I wonder if your sister will cherish it or smash it. Because in my family, if you want a mug with a sibling's picture on it, that thing gets shattered immediately.
Actually, unfortunately, after the results of early today, my sister has been dethroned for the moment. Lucas is in first place, and Guru's in second place.
Wow,
which is hilarious. We just can't let Luke win 2 in a row. Absolutely cannot.
You get a
let
whole
that
set
happen.
of mugs with your face on it.
We don't need that.
Although he likes the mug so much, he leaves it here and never uses it. So
he did tell me. You can tell the people, Lucas, if you want. No, he did tell me that if he wins again, he's taking this one home because this next one is going to be his and his alone. But we'll see if that plays out that way. But we got a lot to get to. It is a short show with the Warriors in Detroit. Tip-off is at 4:30, which means Warriors Live begins at 3:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. It's Grandy in for Willard along with Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you for the next hour and 40 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. And Dibbs, there's obviously a lot to dive into as it relates to the Warriors and some of maybe larger storylines around the NBA. Before we dive into, I know what's on your mind today, I do want to get out our engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll. Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page, brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. Okay, the question today, Dibbs, would you, Warrior fans, rather the Warriors make the playoffs as either the 7 or the 8 seed or be in the draft lottery? Vote now on Twitter, and we'll share the results later. And the reason, Dibbs, why this is our question today is because I know it is on the minds of a lot of Warrior fans, and I'm seeing so much of this. Got to be in the lottery, got to be in the lottery, got to be in the lottery. That's what a lot of fans think and feel. You guys, you and Willard yesterday had on Mark Spears of ESPN, who basically said, I would rather the Warriors be in the lottery than make a postseason series just to get knocked out by either OKC or San Antonio. It's different, I think, if Mark Spears says that, because Mark Spears is Mark Spears, and respectfully, everyone else are just fans. But Mark Spears is saying this. He's saying he'd rather be in the draft lottery.
Yeah, and I had been in Mark's camp all along about, I'd rather just get to the lottery because, you don't really have action against OKC or San Antonio. But the more I've thought about it, and if you look at the reality of the lottery, where they are now, they have a 9% chance of being a top 4 team in the lottery, which is not a great chance. And if you get into a playoff series, then you've got a better chance of at least getting some experience for your guys. And I ran the numbers yesterday, and they have about a 30% chance of being a playoff team. So you get in the playoffs, you get a series, you get Steph and Kristaps hopefully together, and you get a look at what that could possibly be with Melton and Draymond and the rest. And so that, for me, is the way I would go. And honestly, if you make it in the playoffs and you get knocked out, you're probably going to end up with the 18th pick. And the difference between being maybe 12 and 18 in a deep draft really isn't that much.
Hard to know what
it's impossible to know, really.
You don't know who. I mean, if you're 12, you could pick somebody that's not available at 18, but you could have a bad scouting job on them and totally flop. So it's hard to know. I'd of course rather have the higher seed than the lower seed, but you're right. It's impossible to figure it out exactly. But here's what Mark Spears said to you guys on Willard and Dibbs yesterday here on 95.7 The Game, talking about the worst case scenario for the Warriors, if that is indeed the worst case scenario.
The worst case scenario might be the best case scenario because right now they have the 11th pick in the draft before the draft lottery. And to me, that's better odds than what Dallas had when they got Cooper Flagg. Like you said earlier, I heard you don't know sports. You don't know what's going to happen. That's the beauty of sports, is the unknown. And so you go to the draft lottery and you just see what happens. And so to me, that's more important for the Warriors than whether Steph could play against Portland on the road in a playing game.
So 888-957-9570. Again, you can vote on Twitter, or you can just let us know, or you can do both here over the phones or on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 888-957-9570. Would you rather the Warriors make the playoffs as the 7 or the 8, which is their only options, or be in the draft lottery? For me, Dibbs, this goes back to what Steve Kerr told you guys on Tuesday about, you guys played the call from the Steiny and Goo show on Tuesday. I believe it was Anthony in Brentwood, who essentially said, what are we doing this for? They're not going to win anything. They're going to get eliminated in the first round if they even make it. And Steve Kerr took offense at that. He was personally offended at that even idea. Tanking is not in this franchise's blood. They're never going to actively tank as long as, Steph is on the roster and Steve is the head coach and Joe Lacob is their owner. I don't think that is something that they have in them. But we can ask an honest question and be what is best for the organization, whether or not you're purposely trying to accomplish it or not. But what might be best for this Warriors organization, Dibs? In my opinion, it probably is losing in the play-in and upping your draft possibilities in the draft lottery.
It could be, and it depends on how you do in the lottery. And if you don't jump up to the top 4, then you stay in the slot that you are going to be preordained to be. Right now, they're at 11.
You could move backwards to like 12 or 13, I think, but you're either top 4 or you're in like that pod later.
Right.
You're not going to be like 6th or 7th. Or
okay, you're right. You either go top 4 or you wind up in that bottom tier. So you're 11 right now, 9.4% chance that you jump up into the top 4. And if you don't and you wind up staying at 11, okay. Or you go into the playoffs and you wind up being, 15 or 16. For me, there's not much difference. And again, it all depends on how you do. And you got Steph Curry after Minnesota blew back-to-back picks ahead of you. And you had James Wiseman in the top 3 and you blew that one. Yeah. So it all depends on how you do. And this will be the first time that Mike Dunleavy gets most likely a top half draft pick. It might be a lottery pick. And so it's going to be really interesting to see what he values and what they value, because there are a couple guys, and I mentioned Yaxel Lendenborg yesterday to Mark Spears. He's a senior. He's older. Would they go that route? Because the majority of the guys in the top half of the draft, they're freshmen. It's like freshmen across the board. So do you want to take, like, for example, A.J. DeBonsa, who's now out of the tournament?
He was great, but
phenomenal.
BYU around him, not good.
Right, and he's still raw. He still has a lot of work to do in his game. Would you want to draft a 19-year-old, or would you look for a more experienced guy?
Or would you trade the draft pick, potentially?
You could, yeah.
And if it's in the lottery, it's going to be a whole lot more valuable than if you're 18th or whatever the case is. I don't know. What is a playoff series worth? Like, what is it worth to this team? We can, live in la-la land and say they're going to upset OKC, but if we just live in reality and say they're going to lose in 5 or at the most 6 games, what is that worth to this team? Mark Spears has told you guys multiple times that Steph wants a playoff series, maybe less so for himself, but more so with the idea of that helping out the youngsters potentially going forward. How much is a playoff series even worth? Is that worth moving down in the draft potentially 5 or 6 spots?
I think it could be. I mean, if you value Gee and he's going to be here, and Moses, if he comes back, and now Moody's going to be more of a actual part of your rotation, and Pods, who hasn't had that much heavy minutes experience in the playoffs, I do think there's value down the road. You can't really quantify it, but if you're talking about 5 spots, then yeah. But there is the tantalizing idea that you could jump up in the lottery and get a top 4 player, and there's some really intriguing prospects out there.
You're right. A lot of them are freshmen, and the guys that go like top 4, top 5 are probably all going to be freshmen, but they are really, really good. We'll take your calls and your texts on that, 888-957-9570. Would you rather the Warriors be in the draft lottery or be the 7 or 8 seed and go to the postseason? Not even telling you that they're going to lose in the first round. They just make the postseason, or you're in the lottery. What do you want? We're sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program. This is Willard and Dibs, but Grandy in for Dibs. So Dibs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Our guest, Chip Bag. What's up, Chip?
Been on the road a lot.
That's not where you belong.
Right, because then litter gets in our waterways.
Let's change this.
Put me in the bin. That is where I belong. Visit cleanwaterca.com.
From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 27th through March 29th for their once yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 27th through March 29th for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game. Mark Grandy is on the pre and post tonight. Lock in, Dub Nation.
Oh, whenever you hear that, you know a couple of things are happening. I'm on the show.
Yeah.
Either you, Dibs, or Willard is out, and Lucas is running the board. Whenever you hear a Warriors player say, I'm on the post-game show, those two things are happening.
And I believe he said Mark Grandy is on the pre and post. I didn't hear my name.
Yeah, because Dibs and Grandy are on the pre tonight.
Well, funny you say that because I believe Pods, and so if Pods had it right, then your boy might be
taking off at 3:30.
I just might be. Yeah, I probably should if that's what Pods is saying.
Emphasis on the and. You're not also doing post game,
right? I'm not doing the pre or the post.
What he said was factually correct. I am doing pre and post.
Correct.
He just left out some of the other facts.
Well, they're either facts or they're not facts.
Yeah,
and
you're going to make the decision on that one. I don't control you here, Dibs.
Well, unfortunately, the only thing that approximates management today in this building is Lucas Alexander. So, I mean,
yeah, he can make the decision. Go ahead, Lucas.
Well,
make the decision.
I'm not worried
Dibs
about.
can't leave.
I'm not worried about the decision. I'm worried about the snitchery that could take place if I dip.
How he might potentially try to enforce this.
Well, how he might report it back to people who have the heft to make me pay for it. Much like my 3.5-year-old who this morning told her mother that I didn't put sunscreen on her yesterday, which is a fact. But I said, yo, Mila, snitches. You know what they get,
Did
right?
she get burnt?
No, she didn't get burnt, but I got burnt this morning because she told the truth. So all of a sudden now I got to watch what I do and say around her because she's an open book.
She's at that age.
Yeah, she didn't get burned, but I did.
So you got in trouble for not putting sunscreen on your 3.5-year-old when your 3.5-year-old didn't end up getting burned without sunscreen.
Correct.
Okay.
But, in this climate and the weather has turned.
Oh, yeah.
You got to put sunscreen on. And
it's 84 degrees in March in San Francisco.
So you don't put sunscreen on the toddler and you realize, oh, man, I should have. And then she comes home and she's not burned and you're thinking, I got off scot-free.
You're like, thank God. I know I love this time of year for some reason.
But then she ratted me out. Much like Lucas would if I left at 3:30.
True.
So there you have it.
So, Pods, you got to fix what you said, Pods. Grandy and Dibs on pre, Grandy on post on 95.7 The Game.
Perfect.
There we go. All right, that's coming up in an hour at 3:30. Warriors in Detroit. No Cade Cunningham today and for at least the next couple of weeks. So we'll talk about that. He's out with a punctured lung. Man, have you ever had a punctured lung?
Punctured or collapsed?
Oh, collapsed. You're right. Collapsed lung. Have you had a collapsed lung?
Never, but and I've had a lot of the injuries that we always talk about.
Yeah, we finally found one you don't have.
I've had the wind knocked out of me, but that I don't even know if that's like a temporary collapsing of the lung or if it's just like you've had the wind knocked out of you. I'm sure.
Yeah.
And it's like you feel like you're going to die.
Oh yeah, you feel like you can't breathe.
However many seconds later, like it kicks back in. It's like, oh God, that was scary. But collapsed lung, that's got to be brutal.
Yeah. And he's going to miss at least the next couple of weeks, which is kind of interesting. I was reading this story by Tom Haberstroh, Dibs, who I think works specifically with the Blazers, but also writes and covers the NBA at large. And based on the time frame of when the Pistons said that Cade Cunningham is going to be reevaluated, the potential return date based on that reevaluation would get him back just in time to play the prerequisite 65 games to make All-NBA teams and be eligible for MVP and all those end-of-season award votings. But there's a chance, Dibs, where, say, I think Wemby, if he misses 2 more games, if Jokic misses 1 more game, if Cade misses maybe more than the allotted 2 weeks that they're going to give him off as he recovers from the collapsed lung, you could be looking at an All-NBA first team that includes players like Derek White because there's so few actual star players that have played the necessary 65 games, which is kind of crazy.
It's beyond crazy, and I'm going to use the word stupid because it's gotten to be like farcical, and it's really nonsense, and I know why they did it. They did it so that players wouldn't just like load manage and play as few games as they needed to, but you got a guy with a collapsed lung, and he rightly would be top 3 or top 4 in the MVP race. And the reality is most players don't play more than 65 or 70 games anyway, no matter who you are. So I know it comes down to them wanting guys to actually play, but it affects money because these guys get, you can get a Supermax, right?
Last year, Cade Cunningham made an All-NBA team, and as a result, the new contract that he signed got an extra 30% bump or whatever it was because he made an All-NBA team. So what you're going to have happen if this rule continues, Dibs, if you have a player that's on like the edge of playing enough games or not because of an injury that's out of their control, like Cade Cunningham's is, it's not like he's just resting every third game because he doesn't want to play or because the team is trying to protect him because of a collapsed lung. Maybe he's not eligible. You're going to have situations where in the future, maybe players are putting their future contract status ahead of their potential health because they know that if they just play a few more games, even if they're not good in those games, they just have to meet the 65-game threshold. They get all NBA, and because of the way the NBA contract structures work, you get an extra 30%, which is a gigantic chunk of these contracts that are worth upwards of $70 million a year now.
Yeah, or it could be like, I think it was last year, Mikal Bridges, who has the longest current active games played streak in the association, and it's more than 500 games, but I think it was last year where he just did the old step on and step off kind of thing where he played like 14 seconds just to keep that streak going. I think you're more likely going to see something like that where, Cade Cunningham, if he needs one more game, then he's got a punctured lung and you put him out there for, the tip and then somebody commits a foul and he leaves the game immediately and he gets credit for playing that game.
I think with this to be eligible for end of season awards and voting and things like that, I think you have to play like at least 15 or 20 minutes in 65 games. I think they have that added in. Now, if you play just 15 seconds, that still counts as a game played technically, and it would keep like a consecutive games played streak alive. But I think you have to play like 15 or 20 minutes per game to keep that up. But I was reading what Tom Haberstroh wrote, and there's obviously like for a number of different teams, anywhere from like 11 to 15 games left, somewhere around there. Currently, right now, with still the rest of the season out there, so I know that this is not nearly as crazy as it's going to eventually be when the season ends. But if we were just looking at the players that have played 65 games right now, Dibs, your first team All-NBA would probably look like this. Derek White, Scotty Barnes, Julius Randle, Kevin Durant, and Karl Anthony Towns. Because those are like the 5 best players that have already played 65 games this season. So no Steph, no LeBron, no Luka, no Giannis, no Jokic, no any of those guys because they haven't played 65 games.
It's just bananas, and I think that the intent was there.
No Giannis too.
Right, the actual implementation has been kind of a mess, and you look at who's had the best year, just who's the MVP in the NBA right now. You'd think
SGA.
Shea, maybe it's Jokic.
Maybe Wemby.
Maybe even Cade because of, Detroit is one of the best teams in basketball, if not the best. And so you look at Jokic and he needs to play 11 of the final 12 just to be included in any of that.
He can miss one more game.
Right. And Shea's played in 58 and they've got 12 to go. So he needs to play in 7 of 12.
He'll probably get there.
He probably will.
But you also get to a point at the end of the season where OKC has nothing to play for because they have, a 4-game edge on San Antonio?
It's 3 right now,
3?
Yep.
But, yeah. Wemby can, I think, only miss 2 more games.
Right.
So, I don't know. It's interesting the effect that this rule is going to have because I don't think it's working out the way the NBA thought it was going to work out.
That's right. And even like if you go to Draymond Green, who would love to be first team all defense or second team all defense, he needs to play 9 of their remaining, I guess it's 13. So 9 of 13 for Draymond.
Yeah, if he wants to make an all defensive team, he's got to play 9 out of 13.
Yeah.
That's probably on his mind. I wouldn't be shocked if he plays down to 13. He wants all those defensive honors that he can possibly get.
Always. And if you look at the all-time list of players who have appeared on all defense teams, first or second, I think he's top 7 all-time in those accolades. So if you want to be remembered as the best defensive player of all time, and I don't think he is, but he's definitely in the conversation.
Oh, yeah.
But at the end of it, what do we all do when we look back at like Michael Jordan, who played a lot of his career before you were even here.
Yeah.
And you look at the numbers. 6 titles and how many MVPs and how many All-Star games and how many this and how many that.
First team All-NBA selections.
Right. So we look at numbers when we look backward at a guy's career.
Yeah, we minimize what their career was just by those descriptors, and those descriptors are now at the basis of this 65-game rule, which, again, we got a text that came in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, the 925. What's bananas is how these ultra-rich ball players can't seem to play 65 out of 82 games. And there's certainly an argument to be had about that because load management is pretty rampant, and the NBA has tried things like this 65-game rule. And again, if you don't know what the 65-game rule is, you have to play in 65 games over the course of the 82-game regular season to be eligible for MVP, to be eligible for All-NBA voting, for any award voting at the end of the season. And that was a way to try to curb stars from sitting out. And the number of stars sitting out has actually gone up over the last couple of years since this rule has been implemented. So it's been kind of a failure of the rule. I would just say, Dibs, to the 925, a lot of these guys that we're talking about, like a Cade, like an SGA, like a Wemby, they wouldn't maybe not be reaching the 65-game threshold, not because of crazy load management, but because of injuries that are out of their control. I can't control that Cade Cunningham suffered an injury to his lungs. I can't control that Jokic was out for a month because of an injury. Like that happens. It's basketball. It happened to Steph. It happened to Jimmy. It's what happens. But it hasn't really impacted load management the way the NBA wanted it to.
Yeah, because load management, it actually kind of helps. And that's what the medical people will tell you, the fitness people, that, especially the way the game is now. And that's what I've been advocating for, Mark, is if you really want to make the league less likely to load manage, there's a number of ways to do it. I think one thing the league should do that they won't do would be to incentivize playing slower. Right now, there's no incentive to play slower. You have to go.
I agree.
You have to run, possess, and shoot threes. If the three was not as easy to make, if the corner three was an actual three, if the shot clock reset to 20 on an offensive rebound instead of, 14? Even if it, like the old days, it reset to 24, you could be a team that offensive rebounded and kept the ball and grinded possessions. You could play slower. Right now, if you play slower, you lose because the three is so easy to shoot. Everybody shoots them, and it's an up and down fast game.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think changing the dimensions of the way the court is set up is one way to kind of curb this thing a little bit.
Just real quick, Mikal Bridges, 624 consecutive games.
Wow.
Last year in the finale, 6 seconds. He played 6 seconds. Because he wanted to obviously...
That's a fake streak. I'm sorry, Mikal. You don't get to count that. I don't count that in my book.
Yeah?
No.
Fake streak?
Yeah, fake.
No doubt. A little bit like the Bam Adebayo 83-point game. What are we doing?
Luka, 60 last night in Miami. Things are going crazy in Miami right now. And that was a back end of a back-to-back. I think he scored 40 the night prior. He scored 100 points over a 24-hour span, which is pretty crazy.
That's crazy.
And we got a text that came in from the 682 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line listing 6 MVP candidates and not including Luka is insane. Fair. He's involved in that conversation. He also hasn't yet played 65 games, so he's technically not eligible yet, but he probably will get up to that number.
Yeah, he's sitting at 58, so I like his chances. And the Lakers have been better certainly than I thought they would have been. So
been good of late too.
Yeah. And I had to actually update one of my higher or lower items because it was going to be for an upcoming edition, and I'm going to now delete this from this creation.
Oh, no.
It's higher or lower than 69. Number of players not named Wilt Chamberlain who have 60-point games in the association.
So, Luka's now in there.
He is now in there. And
has he had a 60-point game before?
I don't know, but the answer is 62. So 62 times a player not named Wilt has gone for 60 or more. So
Steph and Clay both have gone for 60 or more.
Yep. And Wilt's done it like 38 times or something. Crazy.
Luka scored 73 in 2024.
Okay.
So he was already on that list. Now he's on it again, scoring 60 points last night in Miami. 888-957-9570. Dibs, we began the show by asking Warrior fans if they would prefer the Dubs to make the playoffs as either the 7 or the 8 seed or be in the draft lottery. Let's go out to the phones because Rich in Daly City wants to weigh in. What's up, Rich? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy today. What do you got?
What's up, guys? Yeah, for me, I'm a long-term fan, and I want them to go for the draft. I mean, playoffs, we all know Kerr's going to tighten the bench, and he's just going to play all the old guys. So Gary GP2 is going to get all the playing time, he's not going to play the young guys. So I don't get any solace from that. I think really the way to go is reload, and maybe we luck out and get like a prime scorer in a wing position that's like 6'7" and up that we can play and give us some scoring beyond what we have for next year.
I appreciate the call, Rich. I think for the most part, I agree with you. It would be different, Dibs, if the Warriors were in a different stage of their lifespan, but they're near the tail end. And I know what Steph will say. And, Steph will say, well, I want the youngsters to get experience. And what Steve will say is, well, we're competitors. I'm not suggesting the Warriors actively try to lose the play-in games. I'm just saying I think it would probably be best if the Warriors were to lose in the play-in and do themselves as much as they possibly can to help them out in terms of what a draft pick would be. What do you think is best for Steph? Because if you're Steph Curry and you have Anthony Slater of ESPN last week saying next year is the year, right? It's the final year that the Warriors are really going to go for it with Steph Curry. Not that it's Steph's last year playing. I didn't really interpret it that way, at least in my opinion. But that next year is, all right, hopefully you get Kristaps back. Maybe Melton takes a little bit less and he comes back. Maybe. That seems unlikely, but maybe. Jimmy comes back at some point in January or February, and this is the last year that maybe you can really count on Steph being really, really, really good. So next year is the year. I don't see how making a playoff series this year really changes your chances at all next year. But one thing that drastically can is if you luck out and you're in the lottery, and who the hell knows what happens at that point.
Right, but at the same time, if you make the playoffs this year, then that in and of itself is a chance. And you can think that they won't win 4 series, and I don't think that they win 4 series. I don't even think they'd win 1 series, but you would at least be in the batter's box and you'd have a chance to take a swing. And if you don't, if you lose in the play-in and you wind up in the lottery, maybe you get lucky, maybe you don't. Currently, they're sitting at 11 in the lottery, 78% chance that they stick and stay. 13% chance they fall to 12, and there's a 10% chance they rise to 1 through 4. So 1 in 10 shot to be a top 4 team picking.
10% sound like that's a crazy.
It's not nothing. No, it's really not nothing. And, it's 2% for the 1, and then it's 2, 2.5, and 3, whatever. But there's no guarantee that next year when you get to, March and Steph Curry's 39, there's no guarantee that Jimmy's back and Steph is any healthier than he was this year. So for me, a bird in the hand, which is a swing this year, is better than 2 in the bush, which would be you hope for the lottery and then you hope that he's, healthier next year? I don't know.
You hope.
Hope.
You also hope that something terrible doesn't happen when he comes back. There's going to be an update on Steph tomorrow put out by the Warriors, at least based on their schedule. That's when we're expecting it. And maybe he comes back, plays 5, 6, 7 regular season games and plays in the play-in, maybe plays in a postseason series. Who the hell knows what happens there? But I don't know. I feel like, Dibs, I made my peace with this season, and it's probably easier for me than anybody within those walls because they are the ones going through the battles every single day, and they're the ones, as Steve Kerr would say, that are born to compete and that have been doing this and training for this their entire lives. Well, I just sometimes talk on the radio about it, so it's entirely different. But I made my peace with this season once Jimmy went down with the ACL. And it's like, all right, at that point, it's see what you got in Moses and see what you got in Gee and maybe Pods takes a step forward. And frankly, I think we've seen a lot of those things. It's unfortunate for Moody since he's been out for a couple of weeks now, and maybe he's going to miss another handful of games. We'll see. But I feel like in a small sense, we've already seen some of the things that I would have hoped to have seen once Jimmy went down, which was, all right, can some of these players be more helpful next year than we thought they were going to be? And Gee, absolutely yes. Moses probably, and maybe jury out on Pajemski, but he's had some really good moments too.
But I also think that part of that taking a step forward would include a playoff series. And if you get into OKC and you're taking on the defending champs and Pods is getting minutes and Gee, we know, is getting minutes, and Pat Spencer's probably rotational, whoever is going to be in there that normally wouldn't be or hasn't been, I do think that's part of the take the step forward growth nature of it. And already, like, Gee's a starter on this team, and Pat Spencer plays 25 minutes, and Pods plays more than most people can even stomach. But they've already taken those steps forward. I do think that a playoff series where, you're facing the same team between 4 and 7 times, those are muscles that if you can establish them now, they're going to help later.
Yeah, and they're never going to tank. That's not in their blood. If you remember what Steve Kerr told you guys on Tuesday, he basically scoffed at the idea. It made no sense to him. But I don't think that doesn't mean it's not the best thing. It's just that's not in their DNA. They're not going to ever try to lose. And I'm not saying they should try to lose. I'm just saying I think it might be best if they were to lose in the play-in tournament. Go for it, but lose in the play-in tournament. I don't think I would be that hurt about that. 888-957-9570. Nick in Berkeley is up next and wants to weigh in. What's up, Nick?
Okay. Hey, I'm just curious as to how many moves the Lakers have made compared to the Warriors, because, you know, the Lakers weren't doing so hot, and, like, people were, like, questioning, are they going down, like, you know, they're going to fizzle out or whatever, and now they've rallied, and I just want to know, like, what are they doing differently than the Warriors to get success, because they're playing the same teams more or less. You know what I mean? So it's like, come on, man. Like, we gotta stay with the times. I don't know what's going on, man. If it's Curve, it's Dunleavy, like, they're like, I don't know. It just seems like we stayed pat, and that whole thing with Poole was a big distraction. Kaminga was a big distraction. We had a couple of young kids that were just distractions, and like, who made them a distraction though? You know what I'm saying? Why did both those situations blow up? Because somebody wanted their little payday, and they didn't want to let some youngster come up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Nick, I appreciate the call. I mean, there are mistakes the Warriors have made over the years. I don't think anybody would argue that. In terms of the Lakers comparison, what have the Lakers done that the Warriors haven't? Well, the Lakers have Luka Doncic.
Right.
That's the difference. And their stars, you know, they've had some. Luka missed a handful of games. LeBron hasn't been healthy all season, but he's also over 40 years old, so that's going to happen, much like Steph and Jimmy, and you expect injuries there. The Lakers have been healthier this season than the Warriors, and their star is in his prime, not 38 years old like Steph. That's the difference.
Well, and also they took a chance on DeAndre Ayton, and he's been more than good for them. He's played in 61 games, and he's been productive in what they've asked him to do. He wants to do more, but
Laker fans aren't very happy with him. But he produces some okay numbers.
He does, but he's a guy who you don't rely on. If he's your number 2 or your number 3, you probably don't love him, but he can be your 5th or 6th best player, and he is, and that can be good enough. And the Luka thing is the big one, where you got a guy who might end up being the MVP. LeBron James just, I think, tied Robert Parrish for most games played all time. So he still is out there, you know, not elite LeBron, but he's still good enough. Austin Reeves is fantastic. And then you go further down the roster, guys that they have found and they've hit on, like Hachimura and all the rest of them.
And they did make a trade at the deadline. They got Luke Kennard from Atlanta, great three-point shooter, hurt the Warriors a couple of weeks ago when they played here at Chase Center. But, I don't think there's a comparison to make between the Warriors and the Lakers. If the Warriors happened to luck into the trade of the century and got Luka Doncic from Nico Harrison and the Mavericks, then it would be a different conversation. But the Lakers, for whatever reason, they were the team that got that done. Maybe you believe in the NBA kind of forcing Dallas's hand, and as a result, they got Cooper Flagg and they won last year's draft lottery. But for whatever reason, Dibs, the Lakers are just in a better spot because they got Luka.
Yeah, and the Warriors may have done well with the Kuminga and Porzingis trade. The jury is obviously still way out, but when Porzingis plays, it looks like the Warriors didn't get fleeced in the deal. It's a question of whether or not he can continue to stay healthy and play.
Yeah. So we got a couple of calls I want to get to, but I want to make sure you guys have enough time, so I don't want to squeeze you in right now. Austin, I see you. Dollar Bill, I see you. We will get to you when we come back. This is Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. I misspoke last time going to break, Dibs, because I was trying to get out ASAP. I said Dibs in for Grandy. Or, sorry, I said Grandy in for Dibs. I don't know what the hell I said.
You're fine. You're going to be in for me come 3:30, so you can go ahead and stick with that.
I meant Grandy in for Willard, clearly.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe I just don't know what the hell is going on. That's probably more accurate. It's Dibs and Grandy in for Willard on Willard and Dibs. The Warriors are in Detroit today with tip-off set for 4:30, which means Warriors Live with us starts at 3:30, or maybe just me. We'll find out at 3:30. That's presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Your calls at 888-957-9570 coming up next as we continue on Willard and Dibs.
If you've been thinking about a new Ford truck, but you're waiting for the right moment, this is it. What's up, Bay Area? Bonte Hill here, and it's Ford Truck Month at Ceremony Ford. This is the best time of the year to buy a new Ford truck. We're talking special incentives across the entire lineup. F-150, Super Duty, Ranger, and Maverick. And here's the headliner, the 2025 F-150. Right now, get 0% APR for 60 months, plus $1,000 in truck month bonus cash. With 0 down payment and 0 payments for 90 days, that means you can drive it home today and not make a payment for 3 months. That's value, that's power, that's smart buying. Ford Truck Month doesn't last forever, and neither do these offers. Don't wait, folks. Get to Ceremony Ford right off 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or shop anytime at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay's Ford store.
Bay Area homeowners, when it's time to upgrade, start with quality that lasts. Marvin designs premium windows and doors, crafted for performance, durability, and beautiful design. And right here in the Bay Area, you'll find Marvin at Ashby Lumber. For generations, Ashby Lumber has helped homeowners, builders, and remodelers choose the right solutions for projects done right. Whether you're replacing a few windows or planning a full remodel, visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, or learn more at ashbylumber.com and ask about Marvin.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 27th through March 29th for their once yearly red tag clearance sale. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities on floor models and factory direct pricing. Visit Freeman's Appliance red tag sale for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Bay Area is GP2. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
We'll get to the full Warriors injury report on Warriors Live, or at least one of us will. We'll see if it's both of us.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's coming up at 3:30, Warriors Live. That runs until 4. Then tip-off is at 4:30 in Detroit.
I can appear on the 95.7 The Game injury report any minute now. Oh, boy. That sounds bad.
You know, you might as well go home now, Dibbs.
I might as well.
You don't want to infect the rest of the office.
Sure don't, Mark.
It's a real full office today.
Seriously. It was like you and Lucas and my kid. End of list. And Cam. Never forget about me, Dibbs. I'm always here for Warriors games.
You can never forget about Cam. There was actually a good amount of us just kind of, this is what March Madness does. The few of us that were in the building today, you know, the crossover with Steiny and Goo, they're still here. And Zach, who was running their show, is still here. And we're, of course, all here for this show. We're hanging out outside in the normally the sales area watching March Madness. And I was keeping an eye on what was happening between Alabama and Hofstra.
Yeah.
I had Hofstra. Dibbs.
Sorry about that.
Too bad.
I had Wright State on the money line, and that was fun for about 36 of the 40 minutes.
And then Virginia pulled away at the very end.
Yeah.
But you also picked the spread.
Sure.
So,
took the 18.
Yeah.
That was an easy, no sweat game, as Willard would say.
No sweat. But it's rare. Part of it is because normally that area is taken by the sales staff. They do such a great job out there. But on a day like today, it's mostly and it's a March Madness day. So we're all just sitting out there watching, and we don't get that very often because normally this place is pretty packed.
Yep.
We don't have that area to just kind of hang out.
Reminded me of the old building where sales had their spot, and we had our own thing called the bullpen where you could just like throw the ball around and horse around and, you know,
like 4 TVs on the wall, and there were couches.
That's
you could take naps if you wanted to.
Completely. I know a guy who slept there a bunch of times.
Who?
I don't want to name names, but maybe he was going through something at home.
Tell me off the air. Yeah. Tell me in 25 minutes.
I'll give you a clue.
All right.
He's in the room with you right now. So there you have it. There you have it.
Huh. That narrows it down. Because I know it wasn't me, Dibbs.
There you have it.
888-957-9570. We're talking about the rest of the Warriors season. And Mark Spears had this to say yesterday on this very show about worst case scenario for the Dubs. Not so fast.
The worst case scenario might be the best case scenario because right now they have the 11th pick in the draft before the draft lottery. And to me, that's like better odds than what Dallas had when they got Cooper Flagg. Like you said earlier, I heard you don't know sports. You don't know what's going to happen. That's the beauty of sports is the unknown. And so you go to the draft lottery and you just see what happens. And so to me, that's more important for the Warriors and whether Steph could play against Portland on the road in a playing game.
888-957-9570. What say you? Dollar Bill is in SF and wants to weigh in. What's up, Dollar Bill?
Hello, boys. Happy Friday.
You too.
I just wanted to mention I'm in the business of managing risk, and as I manage money. So with that, I always advise my clients that you're more apt to make money with experience rather than with a lottery ticket. And I know it's not completely apples to apples, but that being said, I would argue that 2022 doesn't happen without giving Jordan Poole and a lot of the younger guys the time they needed to develop in 2020 and 2021 when there was injuries and they got a lot more playing time. So there you go. That's all I got to say, and go Johnnies.
Yeah, I like what you said, Dollar Bill, about experience being really important because Northern Iowa, as you well know, one of the most experienced teams in the tournament.
Oh.
And that's why, Dollar Bill, they're going to take down St. John's coming up here at the top of the hour. Kakoosh. Kaboo.
UNI over St. John's over Rick Pitino.
Kakoosh.
That was good timing. Nice job, guys.
Very well done. They are number 3 in the country in what they call minutes continuity. That means the guys who played minutes for you last year are also playing minutes for you this year.
So they're an experienced group, Dibs.
A lot of D1 experience, and in this portal NIL era, you don't often find teams where everybody comes back to the same school.
Yeah.
They've got 65% of their minutes that are played this year were played by the same dudes last year. This team has 3 different times been a double-digit seed and won a first-round game, and St. John's is overrated. The Big East is like one step away from the WCC.
Where do you have UConn going?
Deep. UConn's different. UConn's special.
They're the one exception?
Yeah, because I think that they've proven that they can go through and do it. St. John's is your classic, like, if the shots aren't falling, they're in trouble. Northern Iowa plays slow. They play great defense. Northern Iowa, 67, 63, cuckoosh.
Okay, 67, 60. When does that game tip off?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Okay, We'll keep an eye on that.
Sorry, Dollar Bill. We got into it earlier in the week.
Dollar Bill is, he makes a good point. 2022, you don't win 2022 without Jordan Poole. And there's no doubt that Jordan Poole obviously benefited from what happened the previous couple of seasons when he was given some leeway to figure things out. I also think Jordan Poole kind of figured out who he was and his role when Klay Thompson was out for the beginning of 2022, that 2021-2022 season, when Poole was starting and played great and the Warriors didn't really miss much of a beat. Then Klay came back and Poole was pushed to the bench, and the rest is history. Poole was still good and helped them at times in the postseason, and that's absolutely true. But I guess my only point is I feel like we've seen a lot of that already happen this season. And I don't know. I know that the bright lights of a postseason environment and a series in 5, 6, 7 games versus a really good team is worth more than 5, 6, or 7 regular season games. I get that. I don't know. Much like Dollar Bill is, I'm trying to figure out what's worth the risk versus the reward. And I feel like at least it's pretty even. The reward of playing 5 postseason games versus upping your odds in the lottery, like, I know it's kind of a lottery ticket, but it's not as if you either win the lottery or get nothing. You could be the 11th overall pick, and I don't know, you remember once years ago, Klay Thompson was the 11th overall pick. Now, does that mean that pick is going to become Klay Thompson in his rookie year? Like, no. Klay in his rookie year was only just good enough to make the Warriors willing to trade away Monte Ellis, but it's not like he was going to help you win a postseason series as a rookie. So there's a conversation to be had there, Dibs. But it's not as if the lottery is all or nothing. You were going to have a pick. The Warriors guaranteed that by not trading any of their draft picks at the trade deadline.
Right, and so you're going to have a pick, and the whole idea of risk-reward. So the risk is you fall out of the lottery, and you wind up picking 15, and you go into a playoff series, and you don't get the reward of advancing.
You get swept by OKC,
fine,
or you win one game.
You at least get, 4 or 5 games for your youngsters, and Steph and hopefully Kristaps play together. The risk is maybe something bad happens again to one of your stars like it did last year with Steph. I mean, it wasn't a completely debilitating injury, but it cost you, 4 games in that series.
Didn't cost him anything next year, which is the bigger thing.
Right. And the risk of, I guess the reward of falling out of the playoffs is you at least get a shot in the lottery. And as I said earlier, you've got a 10% chance of jumping up in the top 4 and basically a 95% chance you stay at 11 or 12.
Yeah.
Assuming that's where you enter the lottery at.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Austin in San Mateo is up next and wants to join in. What's up, Austin?
I know much. I just want to say I'm excited for Kuminga. I know he ain't playing tonight? Is it tonight? You're not playing?
Yeah, he's not playing tonight, but he's expected to play tomorrow versus the Warriors.
Yeah, and I can't wait till he play. And I can't wait till he show off. I can't wait. He's gonna make a poster out of either Draymond or Pods, and I can't wait. And that poster gonna be right in my garage, and I'm gonna love it. But what I'm calling to say is that I miss Jordan Poole, the pool party. When the pool party was here, that's when the fans was rocking. The crowd was rocking. The crowd ain't really rocking this year without Jordan Poole. So if we can get Jordan Poole back in the building, that'd be great, along with Klay Thompson, because we need that. Klay Thompson, Draymond Green coming off the bench, and bring that last run. That's what we want. That's what I want, to see them two back on the team. Thank you.
All right, Austin, I appreciate the call. I think you're making a false equivalence by saying Jordan Poole was here, Chase Center was rocking. Chase Center was rocking because the team was good, and they won a championship in 2022. Jordan Poole contributed to that, but it's not as if Jordan Poole was the reason Chase Center was going crazy.
No, Chase was going crazy because they won the title. It was a new building, and fans were excitedly, unexpectedly cheering on a team that went on to win it. And that's where you got to the late stages over at Roracle, and the fans kind of stopped wearing the T-shirts, and there was that expectation of, well, we got KD, we're just going to win it. And then 2022 happened where it was so unexpected that fans kind of got back into it.
Yeah, and need Jordan Poole back, need Klay Thompson back. That feels like going backwards, Dibs, and the Warriors don't have any time to go backwards. No matter what they do the rest of this season, if they make the playoffs, if they don't, if they win the lottery, if they stick at 11 or they pick at 12 or whatever it is, they don't have any time left to think about the past and to go backwards. Now, maybe Klay on a minimum and come off the bench and be your eighth man and shoot a couple of threes. Like, all right, that might work still. Jordan Poole is getting DNPs this season with the New Orleans Pelicans. And the Pelicans are one of the worst teams in the league. That's all. That's what you need to know about Jordan Poole right now. But that I would flatly disagree with those ideas.
Bring back Kevon, bring back Klay, bring back Poole, bring them all back.
Yeah.
I mean,
just that 2022 team back. Bring Bielitsa back from overseas. Bring Otto Porter Jr. out of retirement. I think he's retired because his body broke down on him every year except for that
Wiggins?
One. Bring Andrew Wiggins back. I mean, that's one that got thrown around at the trade deadline too.
Yep.
But
just looking at Basketball Reference, they list 26 players who are 35 years of age or older. The Warriors have 5 of them.
Bring Andre Iguodala out of retirement, Dibs.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Taj Gibson, who played 3 games this year. He's 40.
He still played this year?
3 games.
Oh, God.
Chris Paul played 16 games. And, you got Horford. Both Currys are 35 and older. Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green.
Wow.
Bring in the old guys,
Yeah,
Grandy.
bring more back.
Yep.
Bring more back. Nothing could go wrong. There's no doubt. 888-957-9570. The 650 chimes in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Screw it. Bring David West back. Yeah, let's go back to the KD era championships, too. Where the hell is Maurice Spates?
Yeah.
Bring Sean Livingston back.
Barbosa as well.
Andrew Bogut, pluck him out of Australia. I forget which team it is that he is a coach and co-owner for.
The Sydney Kings.
The Sydney Kings. Bring him back. Screw the Sydney Kings. We need Bogues back.
Yep.
Bring everybody back.
And Damian Lee, too. I believe I saw him in the family photo.
He was in Charlotte last night.
Yesterday's jersey retirement for Del Curry. Shout out Del. Congratulations. But you saw Seth and Steph and Damian Lee over there as well. A whole bunch of Currys.
And Seidel.
Yep.
And I don't know Seth's wife's name, but the daughter of Doc Rivers, that's who he's married to. And their kids, they were all there. The Curry family's gigantic.
Right. I mean,
gigantic.
Neither Sonia nor Aisha were in the photo, I believe.
I think I saw Aisha.
Really?
I think.
I wasn't sure.
Maybe not. But no Sonia.
No.
Yeah. No.
There you have it.
Yeah.
So.
But anyway, that's a different conversation.
I mean, as a guy who's been divorced, if I get my my microphone retired here, doubt she shows up. That's fine. It's peaceful. It's amicable, but
that'd be cool if we retired microphones and we put your little mic screen up on the wall or something.
I guess when somebody leaves of their own volition, we can do that.
But normally that doesn't happen, does
Not
it?
in this business. It's normally, hey, why don't you come down here and have a little chat?
Yeah. Can you pop in for a second?
Yeah, that's actually what it was.
You have some experience with that. I know.
First time it was, hey, can you swing by my office? And then the second time it was a show meeting.
Oh.
Yeah, show meeting. And quick show meeting.
Fun.
Go on. Right.
It doesn't matter what the situation is. Whenever the boss says, hey, can you pop in? Or, hey, we got to talk. You could be the best employee in the world. You're not human if the thought doesn't cross your mind oh, my God, I'm in trouble, aren't I?
Absolutely. I got a call from our current boss. Look, about, I guess it was 4 years ago or more. And he said, hey, Dibs, you have a minute? I'm here with Stacy, who's our former market VP.
Yeah, so the boss's boss.
Right. And she's in the room with him, and he's calling me. And so hold on. I hit mute, and I said to my wife, I'm like, I am so fired. I am so fired. And hey, how you doing, boss? And it was, just reworking the lineup. I was going from whatever, middays to later middays or earlier middays. Yep. And I was like, oh my God.
Just a reshuffle.
Right.
That's all it was, Dibs. No need to worry.
Normally if it's, hey, do you have a second? I'm here with the boss. It's like, oh God, all right.
Oh, God.
Just, let me pack my things.
I do. We got like 10 more minutes, and then we're going to get to Warriors Live coming up at the bottom of the hour. I do want to get to something Niners related, and we'll do that here in just a second because there has been some news. Before we do that, though, I want to get to our Engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll. Engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page before every game, presented by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler. Okay, Dibs, earlier we asked, would you Warrior fans rather the Dubs make the playoffs as either the 7 or the 8 seed or be in the draft lottery? The results are in, at least the early votes are in. You can keep voting. I know that's one of your pet peeves, Dibs. This poll is going to last for another 23 hours.
Yeah.
We're taking just the first hour of results. But the first hour of results, 69.3% of voters would say they'd prefer the Warriors to be in the draft lottery than the playoffs. 69.3 say the lottery.
I was in that camp for a long time, and the more I think about it, the more I have PTSD or LTSD, lottery stress disorder, because every year it was, countdown to Secaucus, and that's where the lottery was. And the only question
the
was,
ping pong balls bounce our way.
Who we sending this year? Like Jason Richardson went one year, I remember, and maybe it was Antoine Jameson. It's like you always were in the lottery, and so I don't really want to be in the lottery.
The year that the Anthony Edwards, James Wiseman draft, when the Warriors got the second pick and selected Wiseman, that was in the middle of COVID. So Steph wasn't there at the lottery, but he was the representative. I think it was, who was the Minnesota Timberwolves representative? I don't remember. It actually might have been D'Angelo Russell because he was traded there. I don't remember. But Steph was the Warriors representative on Zoom. And he didn't quite get the job done because the Warriors got the second pick, not the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I'm looking at it here. You can find anything on the internet, man. This thing's crazy. You had Minnesota, D'Angelo Russell.
It was D'Angelo Russell. Former teammates were battling it out on the lottery screen virtually for who was going to get the right to draft Anthony Edwards.
Steph Curry for the Warriors. De'Aaron Fox represented the Kings.
Where did the Kings finish?
I'd have to look, but I'm just looking at the reps. Rui Hachimura.
For the Wizards.
Look at you. This guy with the memory.
Yeah.
Incredible. Trajan Langdon, shout out Alaska.
Who?
You don't know Trajan Langdon?
No.
Oh, man.
Who's that?
He was a Duke player, and he was the GM for the Pelicans.
Oh, I don't know that name.
He had a good college career. His pro career was pretty good, but one of the great Alaska byproducts in basketball history, Trajan Langdon.
The Kings selected 12th that year. That's when they drafted Tyrese Halliburton.
Man.
And then promptly traded him away a couple years later.
For Sabonis.
Yes. They decided to keep De'Aaron Fox in that moment, and then a couple years after that, traded away De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, Sacramento.
We got problems here in Warriors world. There's no doubt there are some issues. Things are not great right now, but at least they're not the Kings, Dibs.
That's right.
It could be a whole lot worse.
Yeah. I mean, the Kings they haven't won a playoff series in, 30 years almost? Might be that long. It's been a long time since they've won a series.
Been forever. Yeah. They had hardly even been in the postseason until a couple years ago when the Warriors beat them in 7 games. They went the next year as well because they knocked the Warriors out of that play-in, but yeah, not great for the Sacramento Kings. Before we get out of here, Dibs, because we got Warriors Live coming up in just a little bit, I did want to mention today was a pretty important day for the 49ers. At least we thought it was going to be, but maybe not as much as we thought because the 49ers, if you remember, there was a $10 million option bonus on Trent Williams' contract that came due today. And we thought, all right, the Niners are going to pick that up today, and that would signal that they're going to get a deal done soon, or maybe they have to decide whether they want to trade him or cut him or whatever it is before this option bonus comes due. The Niners said, screw that, we're going off the board. We're just declining the $10 million option, and all that money is just going to accelerate onto his cap hit. So his cap hit has now grown to $47 million for this season, Dibs, which in my opinion is a number that is totally unworkable. So what this suggests to me is the Niners feel pretty confident they will get something reworked done with Trent Williams probably pretty soon because they can't really go about the rest of their offseason with that gigantic cap number sitting on Trent Williams' name.
Yeah, you're not going to decline that option of $10 million without, I think, some knowledge that you're going to work it out because if you're Trent and you're thinking, hey, Jed, where's my $10 million?
Yes.
Sorry, we declined that. Pound salt. That's not going to be the way that this goes. So
it hasn't hit my bank account yet, Jed and Trent. What's going on here?
I'm looking at my direct deposit. I keep refreshing, and my balance is only $47 million. It's not $57 million.
Not a payday Friday for us, but supposed to be a payday Friday for Trent.
So I think that they must be in a spot where you're not going to get the 10 in a bonus, but you're going to get that and more in a rework deal with a signing bonus. So just sit tight. It's procedural. It had to be done by 1:00 today.
Yeah.
So they did that, but I would imagine, like what you're saying, they're going to figure out a way to rework this, lower that cap number, and then go on about their offseason.
I was unaware that you could not pay it out right now, and just if the Niners declined it, it would just add on to his cap hit for the season ahead. It kind of seems like not as big of a deal as we previously were led to believe it was.
Right, and I thought that it was his option to, either they...
I thought it was just he's on the roster at this point. He gets the $10 million, no questions asked, but it's clearly not that.
That's not, and so many of these things now, doing sports talk radio, are things that we never had to worry about 25 years ago, like contracts and aprons and CBAs.
Oh, my God.
All of that part of sports has become... available to everyone. And
it's impossible to understand.
Completely, especially when you're looking at the 3 different leagues and are you pre-arb in baseball? Are you in the second apron in the NBA? Option bonuses, guaranteed money, which is not fully guaranteed. There's the fully guaranteed money, and then there's the funny money. It's just a lot.
I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on the new NBA CBA, which is crazy because it is so complicated, but all the different ways that NFL teams circumvent the cap is just, I can't understand it. It does not, I can't follow.
And maybe next week I'll quiz you on the WNBA CBA.
They have a deal.
Yes, they have a deal. And part of that is like, hey, Caitlin Clark, you are phenomenal. You don't have to make $75,000 your whole career or for the first 4 years. So they put some things in where if you're really good and, people like you, you get accelerated very soon, as opposed to having to wait out your 4-year deal.
So this is really interesting for the WNBA because if I'm not mistaken, Dibs, like 95% of the league, or at least like 95% of the non-people on rookie contracts are free agents because they planned this out ahead. The players did, where we know that there's a new CBA coming up before this 2026 season, so we want to be free agents leading into that season. So once the new CBA gets agreed, we want to sign new contracts and take advantage of every last dollar we possibly can. So I think now that there is an agreement, you're going to see like rapid fire free agency in the WNBA. The Valkyries have very few players under contract.
I'm sure
as does anybody else.
Very few teams have players under contract, right? And now that this is signed, I wonder how much the cap is going to go up because the league is getting more popular. And shout out the Valkyries for being a reason why. Because
sold out that building every game.
Every game. They were a phenomenon.
And they will again this year, by the way.
Yeah, and I wonder how quickly these contracts start to drop and, how much is built into the CBA of the cap going up and how quickly,
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing how that all plays out because there's a lot of really big names in the WNBA that are free agents and that are out there for the taking. I don't know exactly how quickly it's going to work, but the season is approaching in a couple of months. So there's a lot of business that has to get taken care of before the season tips off for the WNBA. All right. Warriors Live is coming up next. I think Dibs is going to hang around. We'll see. Stay tuned. It's beginning in about 6 minutes right here on 95.7 The Game. Dibs has his eye on Utah State and Villanova. You were right, Dibs. Utah State, they're going to get it done.
Hopefully, if they can inbound the ball with
they're up by 9 with
48 ticks to go. We've seen some craziness already. We saw a 38-foot tying buzzer beater. So until it's over, it's not over.
Well, Dibs will be keeping an eye on that when we're at break. When we come back, we do have Warriors Live ahead of Dubs versus Pistons in Detroit. No Cade Cunningham for the Pistons. We'll talk more about the injury report and a whole lot more. Warriors Live is coming up next, and we're sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. We're back with more next. It's Dibs and Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
March matchups are here and now. You can trade on the tournament in all 50 states on Kalshi. Trade game outcomes, spreads, and more on top seeds and potential Cinderella stories. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They are deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals, and by clients' goals, I mean me and my goals. I've been a customer there for more than 5 years. I love being a part of this bank, and I made the change because Fremont Bank's a local bank and they care about me. They know me and my family. I'm not just a number, a dollar sign at a big bank. I'm an actual person who knows the management, the tellers, and all the other people at Fremont Bank. And the customer service you get is second to none. They always go the extra mile to make sure that everything you need, your goals are met, and you feel comfortable and well-informed. Another thing I love is that when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, it stays right here, local. The money gets reinvested into businesses and home ownership. They support nonprofits, and they make meaningful grants for the betterment of our communities here in the Bay Area. They've got 21 branches throughout the Bay and all the way down into Santa Cruz County. You should go in and see for yourself exactly what a good, honest local bank looks and feels like. It's Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years. Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcast.
In San Francisco today, very sunny skies with a high of 89.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. Got that Febreze car on the vents, living life with that just clean freshness. Febreze car, if you know, up to 40 days a cent on low. My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. That's right, breathe happy Febreze, la 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 la.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
I get in the car and there's something very wrong. There's empty cup holders with no delicious McDonald's drink to sip on. And with McDonald's beverage deals, I can get a medium frozen Coke, frozen Fanta Blue Raspberry, or wild cherry for just $2.89, whichever I'm craving. For the other empty spot, I can snag a medium French vanilla or caramel McCafe iced coffee at the same price. Just need to order ahead on the app and okay, now my ride feels right. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Coca-Cola and Fanta are registered trademarks of the Coca-Cola Company.
It's here. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If your workspace needs a spring reset like mine does, now's the time. The Staples Spring Savings Event is happening this week only, with savings up to 50% in-store and online. Plus, join Easy Rewards for free and save even more. Deals end March 21st. Staples. That was easy.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Who are the Warriors?
Yes, it is. Welcome into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Dibs and Grandy with you. I'm in for Willard today, so the Dibs and Grandy experience for another 25 or so minutes right here on Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. The Dubs in Detroit taking on the Pistons, who have been the number one seed in the Eastern Conference all season long. They're 50-19. The Dubs have fallen to 10th in the West. They're 33-36. The Blazers have jumped them, at least for the moment. The Clippers still ahead of them as well. A lot of work to be done for the Warriors, and despite Dibs, no Cade Cunningham tonight. This is a really tall task for the Warriors going up against who has been one of the best teams all season long. I know they're down their best player, but still a good Pistons team.
Yeah, they're not a top-heavy team. They're a deep team, and they're a team that has proven me wrong over and over and over again. I can't remember who on Twitter came down my road in November because I said something slightly disparaging about Detroit, like, cute little story or nice little upstart.
Adorable.
Something like that. And they just continue to impress, and they continue to be at the top of the conference, 50-19 for the Pistons. And it's just kind of a great example of what happens when you get a top pick, you use the top pick on the right guy, you build around him, and over time, next thing you know, you can be a good, solid young team.
Yeah, they kind of broke through last year as the feel-good story in the Eastern Conference, and they are no longer a feel-good story. They are one of the favorites to come out of the Eastern Conference, and if it wasn't for the Celtics, who have done more than just stay afloat without Tatum, and now that Tatum's back, they are probably the favorite to win the Eastern Conference, but Detroit has been right there all season. Of course, they're down Cade Cunningham, but they got Jalen Duren, a young, really good center who scores nearly 20 and grabs almost 11 rebounds per game. Tobias Harris is in double figures. Duncan Robinson in double figures. They have the twin brother of Amen Thompson, who the Warriors know very well from the Houston Rockets. His twin brother, Ausar Thompson, is a really good defender and is developing as an offensive player as well. So they're a really, really good team, and as you mentioned, pretty darn deep as well. Going to be a challenge despite no Cade Cunningham. Also, no Isaiah Stewart as well for the Pistons in this game. We'll get to the full injury report in a bit, but this is a Dubs team, Dibs, that is going through some issues right now. It's very understandable why. Down Steph Curry, down Jimmy Butler, down a number of other guys. Moses Moody's been out for a while. Now Al Horford is out and is going to be out for at least a couple more games, it seems, today and tomorrow. We'll see beyond that. The Warriors are 8-17 since Jimmy Butler went down, and in the last 19 games that Steph has missed, the Warriors are 6-13. Kind of crazy. They've only fallen 2 spots in the standings since that has happened. They were 8. They're now 10. But back then, when they were the 8, the 7 seed was very possible. The 6 seed was possible. Hell, even the 5 seed was possible. Now it seems that the Warriors have 3 options, Dibs. It's be the 8, be the 9, or be the 10. Those are one of the 3 spots the Warriors will be.
Yeah, and they're in an interesting segment right now where they're a half game out of the 9 and a half game out of the 8. And so even though they've been not in a total free fall, but they've been struggling. You mentioned without Jimmy and then without Steph, that they've been a bad team, which is kind of to be expected. Yep. But you look above you, Phoenix has lost 4 in a row. Tough to catch them. They're the 7. Clippers have lost 4 in a row. you're a half game behind them, and Portland now has jumped you, having won 2 in a row, but those teams have 12 to go. You've got 13 to go, so a game still in hand and a chance to, I don't know if you can steal one tonight in Detroit, but then you've got an Atlanta game, which might be a bit of a swing game, but you're very much in the conversation still for the 8.
Yes, you definitely are, because the Clippers have now lost 4 games in a row. So that is possible. And of course, the value in being the 8 as opposed to the 9 or the 10 is the 8 is still the top half of that play-in bracket. And if you're in the top half, which is either the 7 or the 8, you have 2 chances to win 1 play-in game. And if you just win one of those 2 play-in games, you are a playoff team. Meanwhile, if you're where the Warriors currently are, the bottom half of the play-in bracket, which is the 9th and 10th seeds, you have to win 2 do-or-die play-in games just to make the postseason. So a pretty big difference in being 8 or 9 or 10. And right now, the Clippers 34-36, the Blazers 34-36. The Warriors are 33-36. So a Dubs win would make all 3 of those teams 34-36. I don't know exactly how the tiebreaker plays out if those 3 teams are tied. I would imagine the Warriors lose it. At least they don't win it, because they've lost 3 of 4 to Portland and 2 of 3 to the Clippers. So I would imagine it would just be a pool of head-to-head games and who has the best record out of those. And the Warriors, I feel very confident, would not win that. So you have to finish ahead of those teams in order to be the 8 seed, which is not impossible because the Clippers have been losing a bunch of games.
Portland at Minnesota tonight. So tonight with a win and a Portland loss, you would temporarily leapfrog them and get into that 9. So not quite ready to fully scoreboard watch, because you need to go out and handle business on your own. But you do have one more against the Clippers, and that one could be that sort of a pivotal game. It could be the difference between being 8 or 9.
Yeah, and that's the last game of the regular season for the Warriors. This is game number 70, so including today, there are 13 games left for the Warriors. That game versus the Clippers, the final game of the regular season on Sunday, April 12th. It is in LA versus the Clippers. A long way to get until there, and you still have a lot of really tough games before then as well, including Detroit tonight. You've got Denver on the road. You got San Antonio at home. You got Cleveland at home. You got Houston at home. You got the Lakers at home. A bunch of really good teams still on the schedule for the Warriors. Let's get to our injury report, though, here on Warriors Live. It's brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more information, visit boxerlaw.com. As we take a look at the Warriors injury report today, it looks like the Warriors are going to allow Kristaps Porzingis and D'Anthony Melton to play tonight and potentially not tomorrow. We don't know that for sure, but they're playing today. And to this point, Melton and Porzingis have not played in back-to-backs, but Dibs, they are not on the injury report. Melton and Porzingis are in today. We don't know 100% what that means for tomorrow, but at least the Warriors will have Melton and Porzingis to use tonight.
That's exciting, and you probably won't get them tomorrow, and so you got to kind of pick your spots with that. And Quentin Post, I would imagine, will hopefully be able to be in there tomorrow. I know he's dealing with something, and
out tonight,
with the injury report and all that. But if you don't have Horford, and I don't think that he'll play, and if Porzingis can't play tomorrow, you kind of need a center at some point to be able to go out there on the floor. So you put it all out there tonight. You do what you can to try to get this half of the back-to-back. And, Melton might be able to play the second half. I don't think that he's totally far removed from that at all as a conversation. But Porzingis has been a guy who it's pretty clear that he's not going to, I don't think.
Yeah, the Melton one is interesting because the Warriors they were planning on playing him in that back-to-back, what was that, a week and a half ago now, when they were in Salt Lake City, and then they had the back-to-back at home the next night versus the Bulls. We know they ended up losing both of those games to tanking teams. But one of the stories that I think kind of got swept under the rug from just the craziness of them losing those games was they wanted Melton to play in both the games, and they kind of limited his minutes in that first game in Salt Lake City versus the Jazz. He played just 20 minutes in that game when he'd been pretty consistently getting up to like 28, and they played him just those 20 minutes because they were planning on playing him the next night. But then he had, I believe it was an adductor issue that cropped up, and he ultimately did not play the next night. So it has been a plan for them in the past, the recent past, to play him in back-to-backs, but it hasn't happened just yet. So we will see. This comes courtesy of Anthony Slater of ESPN, who says there's no official word on whether Porzingis, Melton, and Draymond, who's also going to play tonight, could play the second night of the back-to-back tomorrow in Atlanta. Rick Celebrini is meeting the team in Atlanta tomorrow, and the decision will be made then. So it looks like it's at least at this moment not yet decided upon. But Draymond's playing, Porzingis is playing, Melton is playing. All right, who's not playing for the Warriors tonight? Quentin Post, dealing with that right foot injury, still is out. Seth Curry, left adductor strain, remains out. Al Horford, we talked about him earlier, the calf issue, he is out. Moses Moody's going to miss his 9th consecutive game with a right wrist sprain. We know Steph's still out, 20th missed game in a row. Jimmy Butler, with that ACL surgery, remains out. In addition to Draymond, Melton, and Porzingis playing, LJ Cryer is also available to play. He'd been dealing with a minor left adductor issue as well, but he's going to play in this game. So no Post, no Seth Curry, no Horford, no Moses, and of course no Steph and Jimmy, but everybody else is in for the Warriors.
Okay, everybody else is in, and it's another one of those chances to just see if this young, inexperienced, hungry team can go out there and not only throw a scare into somebody, but maybe pull one out, because you've seen this team come close. You've seen the team without Jimmy and Steph actually win basketball games, and so Detroit still very good, even though you don't have Cade Cunningham, and Jalen Duren is a very, very good big man that you're going to have a hard time contending with, but you really have nothing to lose. You can't fall out of the play-in. You're not going to be 11, so just go out there, play free, and see what you might be able to come away with.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Pistons' half of the injury report isn't nearly as in-depth as the Warriors. As we've been talking about, Cade Cunningham is out, dealing with a collapsed lung that he just suffered recently. He's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks. There shouldn't be something that is going to put his postseason in jeopardy, at least the early part of the postseason. The Pistons don't seem too fearful of that. But the Celtics aren't so far behind Detroit that it is a done deal. They will be the number 1 overall seed. 4 games there. Going to be hard for the Celtics to make that up. But if Cade Cunningham is out for maybe an extended period, we'll see how that plays out. Isaiah Stewart also out with a left calf strain, a big man for the Pistons. You probably know him most for the fights that he's gotten in his career, but he's a big body and difficult to handle. He's not playing tonight. Marcus Sasser, young guy out of Houston, is out with right hip soreness. Jalen Duren is on the injury report with right ankle soreness. We're going to get another update here in a couple of minutes. As of right now, he's questionable, as is Kevin Huerter, sharpshooter from the outside. Right shoulder contusion is questionable as well. So we'll keep an eye on Duren and Huerter. We'll get an update here in a couple of minutes, and we'll let you know if they're still questionable or not. But the big one, of course, no Cade Cunningham, no Isaiah Stewart as well for the Pistons. And if for some reason Jalen Duren were to miss, that might be when this game kind of shifts a little bit towards the Warriors side of things, because Cunningham and Duren are the Pistons' 2 best players. That would be like the Warriors without Steph and Jimmy, which they currently are.
Yeah, which God forbid we ever see that. Over a long stretch, it's coming up on 2 months of that. And interesting that, the spread is sitting at 5.5, and that might be some sort of an indication about Jalen Duren. Maybe, I'm not going to read too much into it, but I thought Detroit would have been a heavier favorite than that with Golden State coming in without Jimmy and Steph.
Yeah, and it was 4.5 when I looked earlier today, but you're right, it has moved up to 5.5 as we speak right now. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. You said something earlier, Dibs, which I think is interesting. You talked about how there's not really a ton for the Warriors to lose because they can't fall any further than they've already fallen. There's literally nothing else for them to lose other than games, but it's not going to impact them in the standings in terms of losses. They have something to gain in terms of climbing, because as you mentioned, only a half game behind the 2 teams directly ahead of them. But where they are and the way the standings have played out, Dibs, there are 8.5 games that separate them from the 11th seed, which are the Grizzlies. If the Warriors lose the rest of their games, they still will be the 10 seed. The Grizzlies are not going to win enough to catch the Warriors, even if the Warriors lose out. That situation, it kind of gives them this unique spot where, they're fighting for a playoff spot, and they want to be the 8 or the 9 in the play-in, and they want to do everything they can to go to the postseason. But they're in a spot where they kind of have a lot of freedom to just kind of do whatever the hell they want on the court. Not that they're actively trying to lose, of course not, but they have the freedom to just say, you know what? Let's just see what Porzingis has. And when he plays 25 minutes tonight or whatever it is, we're going to give him the ball every time down the court and just see what he can do. Like, they have the freedom to just kind of try and experiment stuff because they know that even if they happen to lose, Dibs, not like they're going to miss the play-in entirely.
Exactly. It's impossible, virtually impossible for them to miss out entirely on the play-in. So you just go out there and see how Kristaps is and how he's feeling and, whether or not he can contribute and, start to slowly tick up the minutes. You're 8.5 clear of Memphis right now in the standings. And you've got, we said 13 to go. So even if you lost out, they've got 14 to go. It would be very difficult. So
they have to win 9 games to catch you if you lose out.
And that would put them in a tie.
And I think the Warriors have the tiebreaker, so they probably have to win 10 games.
Right, so they'd have to go 10-4, and you'd have to go 0-13.
Yeah, not happening.
So it's not happening.
Yeah.
So to that extent, I think that your to-do list tonight is increase Kristaps Porzingis minutes, feed DeAnthony Melton and see if he can continue to be the focal point of your offense. Let Guy Santos continue to grow in this new role of starter, and get Draymond Green to realize he's playing about an hour away from where he grew up and against the best team in the East.
I was going to ask you, does the best team in the East in his hometown, down their best player, potentially their best big man as well, does that qualify as a game that Draymond gets up for?
Yes,
okay,
absolutely. I mean, it's Detroit, which is close to Saginaw, Saganasty, so I'm sure he'll have a lot of friends and family who are there, and he knows that Detroit is really good, even if they don't have Cunningham and they may or may not have Duren at 100%. It still is the best team in the East. You're going to get a motivated Draymond tonight. So, yeah, I think that that's something you should look at.
Latest injury report that just came from the NBA still lists Jalen Duren and Kevin Huerter as questionable. So no official change on their status. If we get it within the next 7 or so minutes, we'll keep you updated. If not, Tim Roy will keep you updated when the time comes. He'll take over on the network pregame show beginning in about 10 or 11 minutes right here on 95.7 The Game. Let's get to Dibs, our Take It to the Bank prediction, which is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I wonder, Dibs, since this is a game that you think Draymond will be up for, is your prediction related to Draymond Green, just like last time?
Yeah, in fact, it is, Mark, and I'm glad you asked me that because I'm just finalizing my player picks for the game right here, and I'm looking at Draymond Green. His points, rebounds, and assists, or his PRA, is 18.5. I'm going over 18.5 points, rebounds, and assists. I think that he's going to be motivated. I think that the Warriors are going to be able to keep it close enough to where he's going to get his season average of 28 minutes. I think he'll be involved in a lot of the actions. A motivated Draymond is a productive Draymond. I'm going over 18.5 PRA.
Kakoosh. Lock that one up.
Cow.
And what was the number last time? Because you had the same thing last game.
Yeah, it was about, I think
it was more than that, right? 18.5?
Might have been a little bit less, but it was pretty comfortable because he was out there and he was into it. And if he's into it, then he's going to rebound, he's going to defend, and he's going to look to score because he gets left open a lot now.
And he made 3 threes.
Yep.
He's a big reason why they made 10 the other night and why we got another donation from Pat Nelly to the Autism Society San Francisco. So way to go, Draymond. I will stick with a different Warrior big man. I'm going to go Kristaps Porzingis rebounds tonight, Dibs. I'm going to go over 4.5 rebounds for Kristaps Porzingis, assuming that Jalen Duren is, Kakoosh, assuming that Jalen Duren is going to play, rebounding is going to be a big deal for the Warriors today, and I think a lot of it is going to rely on Porzingis and his size. I don't know how often the Warriors will put Porzingis on Duren. It seems like a little bit more of a Draymond matchup, although might be something the Warriors are trying to limit the amount of time that Draymond spends on a guy that big and that strong. But it feels like Porzingis is maybe the guy that is left to clean up the glass when everybody else does the dirty work in terms of boxing out Jalen Duren or the other big men. So I will go over 4.5 rebounds for Porzingis. And I think one thing the Warriors are learning with Porzingis is obviously the flashy stuff is the three-point shooting and how many times has he pulled from like 5 feet beyond the line and made it. And it's what he can do when you throw the ball into the post to him, and he's got a variety of spin moves and pump fakes and dribble moves and step arounds and step throughs and all that. He's also a pretty darn good passer, and at 7'3", it's hard to be a bad rebounder. He's not the strongest down low, but he'll get in there and he'll mix it up in the paint. So I like his kind of overall game in general, I think he's been largely a positive, and I'll go over 4.5 boards.
I like it. You lock that in.
Lock it in.
Okay, a little cuckoosh from the Grandy man.
A second one. Cuckoosh.
Yeah, tough one if Duren's in there to because he will get every rebound. And I was looking at his over-under. Jalen Duren is 11.5.
That sounds like an over, too.
His points and rebounds was like 34.5, I think. So,
wow.
And he's been putting up, since Cade's been out, he's been putting up gaudy double-doubles, like 33 and 11. And, he's going to get, if he's healthy, he gets his 10 rebounds just, rolling out of bed. So that makes it tougher on Kristaps. And that's also why I steered clear of my usual Brandon Poughkeepsie kid.
Rebounds?
5.5 is his standard number, but I don't like his chances tonight with Duren and Kristaps both on the floor.
He hasn't been as good, Podziemski has, in the rebounding numbers lately.
Right, which, rebounding, a lot of it is just luck, the ball bouncing to you, and he's determined to get in there and mix it up, and just looking, he had 6 against Boston, he had 4 against Washington, then 5, then 10 against Minnesota, so it's a little hit and miss.
Yeah.
But he's usually right around that 4, 5, or 6.
Yeah, it's a coin flip if he's going to get 5 or 6, which I guess is why Vegas sets that number at 5.5. They know what they're doing. The Warriors dibs are 1-2 on this 6-game road trip. They lost to the Knicks. They beat Washington. They lost to Boston. The next 3, Detroit tonight, Atlanta tomorrow, Dallas on Monday. Of course, the Atlanta game is big because it's potential Kuminga plays and shows out against his former team, and everybody has that on their mind. What do you think the Warriors do, though, in these final 3 games of this trip? Detroit tonight, Atlanta tomorrow, Dallas on Monday. Do they get 0, 1, 2? How many games do you think they win?
I think they wind up with 2. I think tonight's a tough one. Tonight, you take the L. You're going to be motivated against Kuminga, assuming he plays, and you might be a little bit depleted, but I think you get Atlanta, and then when you take on Dallas, it's going to be, Clay against the Warriors, essentially. You're going to beat Dallas, too.
So a 3-3 trip.
That would be awesome. Yeah, you'd take it.
I would take that. I mean, I probably would take 2 and 4. Just win one of these next 3 games.
No doubt. I think that they have a good chance to win tomorrow and also in Dallas.
Well, we will see. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Dibs, you're free to go and go bask in the March Madness greatness.
Iowa up 5-3, baby.
All right. Go Hawkeyes. For Dibs, for Lucas, for Cam, I'm Granny. Thanks for listening. Tim Roy is standing by next with Warriors basketball on 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen,